5:20 in the morning. Only 35 minutes had passed since the first meeting at the State Council Emergency Command Center had adjourned. The underground secure hall beneath the State Council compound had shifted into full physical operation and was formally renamed the National Emergency Command Headquarters. On the electronic situation board that covered an entire wall, the emergency response indicators representing every arm of the state apparatus were, with astonishing efficiency, switching one after another from yellow to the green that signified they were in position. A vast stream of orders raced along innumerable defense fiber optic cables, plunging into the capillaries of every system in the nation. In Xiaojing, inside the main building of the National Bureau of Surveying and Mapping Geographic Information, the network came alive. Mean deviation 11 degrees. The chief engineer took off his fingerprint-smeared glasses and kneaded his aching eye sockets, his voice hoarse. The star ephemerides we have accumulated over 30 years are completely obsolete. Deep beneath the Physics Institute of the Xia Academy of Sciences, in an underground gravity laboratory, a brief flurry of keystrokes ended, and a voice filled with palpable relief sounded over the speaker's three-site, synchronized countdown completed. Preliminary back calculation of gravitational acceleration shows a deviation from the original constant on the order of 3 thousandths, well within the error threshold permitted by most instruments. At the same time, the director of the Northwestern Observatory reported, although we are unable to pinpoint our current position in the universe, one thing can already be confirmed: the local stellar day is approximately 23.8 hours, and this planet rotates from east to west. We are most certainly no longer on Earth. Gravity was normal, the flow of time roughly comparable, and the composition of the atmosphere essentially identical. When these core survival parameters were projected one after another onto the central main screen, the taut nerves of everyone present finally eased, if only by a fraction. For a nation that had just been hurled into an unfamiliar world, this meant something of paramount importance. The underlying physical foundations of modern industry, modern armed forces, and modern society still held true. As the vast net cast by the supreme leadership was slowly drawn open, the grassroots control cogs that kept society turning began to mesh one by one. At exactly 6 in the morning, the first situation bulletin, a notice on the major geologic scale spatial anomaly within our national territory, was issued. Rising from the west, the sun arrived with its sparking pockets of panic among the populace. The bulletin wasted not a single word. It confirmed the anomaly, declared the highest state of combat readiness, and emphatically urged the public neither to believe nor to spread rumors. The initial terror under the firm grip of the state apparatus was shrinking into a purely curious watchfulness. A more pressing question now lay squarely before the military. What exactly lay on that unfamiliar landmass across the strait? At a certain top-secret forward airbase in the Eastern Theater, the preparations were complete. Flight control base checked. Ready for takeoff. Dong Yao cleared for takeoff. Good hunting. A dazzling blue pillar of high-temperature flame erupted from the exhaust nozzle. A Wuxin 8 high-altitude, high-speed reconnaissance aircraft, its silhouette, like a black blade, lifted its nose under control and speared into that unfamiliar dawn. Dozens of minutes later, at the Joint Command for the new Eastern Sea Direction, General Lin Yuanshan, the overall commander, stood like a tower of black iron, his gaze locked on the ring of electronic screens. Within the command hall, only the whir of fans and the clatter of fingers on keyboards could be heard. Sir, first-hand imagery from Wuxin 8 has just come in. The intelligence officer's voice shattered the silence. Put it on the central main screen. The 10-meter-wide giant display split open along its central axis in an instant. On the left appeared high-definition photographs captured at extreme speed with a long-focus lens at high altitude. On the right, the corresponding overlay of thermal infrared radiation spectra confirmed traces of farmland. The lead intelligence analyst leaned forward, clutching the microphone, as he reported rapidly. 15 kilometers inland, a coastal settlement detected. At a command from the console, the images zoomed swiftly in, and a massive man-made structure suddenly burst into everyone's field of view. The operator hammered the keyboard, freezing the frame in an instant. It was a gray stone wall 15 meters high, crowned with jagged defensive crenellations and square guard towers. Architectural features are consistent with the concept of a medieval fortress, the analyst reported crisply. His report came fast and precise, his fingers flying even quicker across the keys. No large industrial chimneys detected, no modern railway network detected. The next set of photographs switched to the open ground outside the fortress. Under the spectrum of thermal imaging, a dense mass of troops was assembled there. Estimated headcount between 1,200 and 1,500 personnel. Confirmed formation of organized cold weapon infantry phalanxes with attached cavalry. The analyst circled areas rapidly on the screen. The vast majority are wielding spear-like weapons over 3 meters in length. The final frame, frozen on the main screen, was captured in a fleeting instant as Wuxin 8, at 3 times the speed of sound, pierced the airspace in a high-speed dash with its wide-angle lens. The image had been magnified dozens of times. Near the edge of the photograph, several soldiers in robe-like garments had broken from their drill movements. Their heads were tilted back, and by naked eye, or by some unknown faculty of perception, they had locked onto that fleeting black phantom 10,000 meters above. Sir, the intelligence analyst swallowed a dry gulp, breaking the deathly silence. Wuxin 8's current cruising altitude is 30,000 meters, speed Mach 3. He paused, then continued, at that distance, it is absolutely impossible for unaided human eyesight to track its trajectory. The faces of all the staff officers changed. As some of the sharpest military minds, they understood at once what this implied. It means that within this seemingly cold weapon-era army there exists some kind of sensory system beyond our comprehension, whether it is extraordinary dynamic vision or magic. The Chief of Staff's expression was as dark and still as deep water. If their civilization includes some form of individual combat power that transcends the mortal norm, then our conventional firepower assessment models may have to be completely scrapped. The unknown was what inspired true terror. Cold weapons in themselves were not frightening. What was frightening was that those who wielded them might possess extraordinary might sufficient to withstand missiles heat in. The command hull fell silent as ice. A clear chime cut through the stillness. On an auxiliary screen, data surfaced from the Navy's electronic reconnaissance ship and its submerged drone. Average straight depth 85 meters. No underwater anti-submarine facilities detected. The operator reported swiftly. Sir, on the eastern side of the strait, near the shore, we have located a natural deep-water anchorage of high tactical value, accompanied by natural breakwater reefs. The Chief of Staff snatched up an electronic stylus and drew a red circle on the display. Enter this into the theater amphibious landing contingency database. This can serve as our concealed beachhead. At that moment, a confidential operations officer approached Lin Yuanshan at a brisk pace, carrying a top-secret telegram, sealed with a golden watermark. It was an order from the very top: 3 principles for first-line contact. First, no proactive attacks. Avoid crossing the line into physical contact. Second, before we have ascertained the other side's true capabilities, do not casually reveal our own strength. Third, do not abandon contact. Maintain round-the-clock Closian surveillance and listening. Lin Yuanshan lifted his gaze from the telegram. All Wuxian aid imagery is to be classified top secret and sealed immediately. He turned to the Chief of Staff. Frontline units are to maintain current reconnaissance intensity. Without explicit orders, they will neither make contact nor expose themselves. The Chief of Staff nodded. Understood. Lin Yuanshan said nothing further. Only the low hum of the instruments remained in the command hall, and on the screen's frame after soundless frame of images from another world rolled by. 10 full days had passed since the first emergency meeting at the State Affairs Council's Emergency Command Center. On the 10th day after the crossing, at 1017 a.m., in a conference room at the State Affairs Council's compound, the New World Strategic Assessment meeting had entered its core agenda. Along both sides of an oval conference table, key officials from the Military Affairs Council, the Development and Reform Commission, the Statistics Bureau, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and others were all in their seats. There were no windows in the room, and the air purification system emitted a faint hum. Everyone is here. Let us begin, the chief said from the head of the table, his voice steady. Statistics Bureau, report your current assessment of the economic impact. The director of the Statistics Bureau opened his tablet and read the figures directly. As of 900 m. Today, all of our nation's import and export trade data have dropped completely to zero. This means that our annual foreign trade volume of about $4.5 trillion has in a physical sense ceased to exist. If this state continues for 2 months, export-oriented enterprises in the 3 major economic belts of the Yangtze River Delta, the Pearl River Delta, and the Bohai Rim will face broken capital chains. The resulting overcapacity will trigger large-scale shutdowns in manufacturing, which is expected to affect between 80 million and 120 million jobs. The conference room fell into dead silence. What is the status of our strategic material reserves? The chief turned to the director of the Development and Reform Commission. At current consumption levels, crude oil can sustain us for 14 months, iron ore for 18 months, and copper for 12 months. Grain reserves are ample and can meet the needs of the entire population for 24 months. The director's tone was heavy. But after losing overseas import channels, our more than 70% dependence on foreign sources for crude oil and iron ore will become a fatal vulnerability. Once reserves are exhausted, the industrial system will face a hard resource shortfall. The chief nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the left. Are there any issues on the military front? The chief of the general staff straightened his posture. The pre-industrial civilization across the Eastern Sea, disregarding magic, is not a serious concern. Our forces possess an absolute generational superiority. Our greatest problem at present lies in the space-based systems. The Beidou navigation system, the Yunlian communications network, and various remote sensing satellites have all gone completely offline. We have lost comprehensive situational awareness, long-range precision guidance, and cross-theater data link capabilities. The Army has lost navigation, and long-distance maneuvers have seen their efficiency plummet. Air Force fighters and Navy vessels have lost bay and visual range target designation. If we wish to monitor the new surrounding environment and exert strategic deterrence, the rapid reconstruction of our space-based systems is currently the highest priority defense requirement. The chief fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop, then looked toward the side seats. Does the Space Administration have a launch plan at present? The director of the National Space Administration immediately rose to his feet and slid a blue folder to the center of the table. Based on 10 days of continuous measurements by the Northwestern Observatory, we have back-calculated the fundamental orbital parameters of the new Earth and have completed data import and verification. We recommend giving priority to launching high-resolution remote sensing satellites and military communication satellites to resolve the baseline map and data link issues. At the Taiyuan Launch Center, there is a Long March 4C rocket whose original mission profile has been fully adjusted over the past 10 days. It has now been refitted with the Gaofen 10 and Yunlian 2 satellites and is in a re-data launch standby state. If all goes well at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, we will have our first launch window. Only Taiyuan. The chief frowned slightly. The Northwestern Launch Center has a Long March 2D as backup. The backup satellite components are undergoing final joint debugging. The chief picked up the plan, quickly skimmed through it, then slapped it down on the table. I approve the Space Administration's proposal, the chief concluded. The General Staff will cooperate with the Space Administration to ensure that the military frequency bands and encryption modules for the satellites are in place. After launch, Satellite Control Authority will be transferred directly to the Joint Operations Command Center. He braced both hands on the table and swept his gaze across the room. Order all military industrial systems to shift to full wartime production from 1:20 noon today. Excess civilian industrial capacity can be redirected toward the manufacture of war preparedness supplies. The Statistics Bureau will report every hour. The Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology are to immediately draft capacity conversion plans. The rice bowls of 1 billion people must not be shattered. Meeting adjourned. The meeting ended at 10:43 a.m. The director of the Space Administration snatched up the documents and rushed out of the conference room, seizing the red encrypted telephone directly in the communications room along the corridor. This is Xiajing. Taiyuan Launch Center is to execute the Long March 4C launch procedures according to the established plan. Launch time is confirmed as 2:30 p.m. today. In the command hall of the Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center, the chief engineer set down the phone and turned to face the hall full of technical staff. Attention, everyone. His voice carried through the hall via the microphone. We will proceed exactly according to the plan. Commencing countdown, 3 hours and 47 minutes from now. The hall instantly boiled over with activity. Is the final status of Yunlian 2 confirmed? Interface self-check just completed. The new orbital parameters are undergoing the final round of verification. The planet's rotation is reversed. Have we changed the launch azimuth? Already adjusted. Amid the clamor of commands, a young orbital calculator suddenly looked up. Chief Engineer, we still lack high-altitude atmospheric data and gravity variation data for the new Earth. If we continue using the old standard values, and they're off. Continue using the original values. The chief engineer cut him off, his tone leaving no room for retreat. Once in orbit, we can fine-tune. It will merely consume more fuel. Time waits for no one. Get it into the sky first. He walked to the window and looked out toward the distant launch tower. The massive Long March 4C rocket had already been rolled out from the assembly building, its milky white body reflecting a cold, steely sheen under the sunlight. At 11:05 a.m., there were 3 hours and 25 minutes left until the launch window. The chief engineer picked up his walkie-talkie. All stations, attention. His voice was low and focused. This is our first launch in the new world. There is no backup and there will be no second chance. I demand absolute zero error. A chorus of crisp, understood responses came through the walkie-talkie. He looked out at the unfamiliar sky. The clouds were high, tinged with a faint, never-before-seen shade of violet. In 3 hours and 25 minutes, this rocket would deliver 2 critical satellites into that unknown orbit. At the Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center, the launch tower stood tall. 10-9-8. 3-2-1 ignition. The Long March 4B rocket unleashed a fierce orange-yellow flame from its base, and a torrent of white smoke instantly engulfed the launch pad. The massive rocket momentarily hesitated amidst the deafening roar, then shot up into the sky. The milky white rocket body was like an indomitable sword slicing straight through the heavens. There were no cheers in the command hall, only the sound of frantic keyboard tapping amidst an eerie silence. Everyone was fixated on the screen, their eyes glued to the continually refreshing data stream. The program is normal. Stage 1 and 2 separation. Fairing separation. The chief engineer stood at the command platform, hands pressing down on the surface. He stared at the rocket's flight trajectory displayed on the large screen. The flickering green line was continuously adjusting, aligning with the predetermined path, piercing through the strange pale purple clouds of this world, racing towards its orbit. Main engine shut down for stage 2. Star arrow separation. Satellite solar panels deployed normally. Telemetry signal locked. A series of reports echoed in his earpiece. The tension in the chief engineer's shoulders finally eased. He slowly exhaled, pressing the intercom button. Xiajing, Taiyuan, reporting Gaofen 10 and Yunlian 2 have successfully entered orbit. Telemetry signal is normal. Xiajing received. Well done, Taiyuan. The normally composed voice of the liaison officer from the National Space Administration now carried an unmistakable excitement. Begin injecting new orbital parameters. We did it. It's in orbit. We succeeded. It was unclear who first broke the silence, but soon the deafening sound of applause and cheers erupted like a tsunami crashing against the roof. Someone suddenly leaped up from their workstation, vigorously waving their fist into the air. Another, filled with excitement, crossed the aisle to embrace a colleague tightly, while a few young control engineers who had endured several sleepless nights were now staring at the green signal light and the images on the screen, letting hot tears stream down their faces. After being forcibly drawn into this bizarre and unfamiliar realm, and after days and nights of oppression and struggle, they finally shattered the strange sky above them with their relentless efforts. It really is moving from east to west. The chief engineer gazed at the real-time images being transmitted back, unable to suppress his astonishment. He set down the intercom, looking at the crowd that was bubbling with excitement. The once tense and stern expression on his face finally broke into a beaming smile, his eyes slightly glistening. He turned to look out the window where the magnificent rocket's trail had already spread into a slender cloud line high in the atmosphere, gradually being torn apart by the winds. At the same moment, about 800 kilometers to the east across the New Donghai, the Third Fleet of the Ost Empire's Eastern Army, the three-masted battleship Sea Wolf. Old John crouched in the lookout basket atop the main mast, squinting, his eyes reddened by the sea breeze as he scanned the eastern horizon. The afternoon sun was blinding and harsh, the surface of the sea shimmering with scattered, irritating golden light. The war had dragged on for 3 months, with the fleet haunting the shores of the Era Kingdom like ghosts, blockading and pillaging. The days were monotonous and reeked of salty blood. He let out a big yawn, rubbing the corners of his eyes vigorously. Just as he was about to turn his gaze away, a bright point of light appeared at the horizon where the sea met the sky. That point of light was exceptionally bright, trailing a long and straight orange-eared tail, ascending to the sky with an incredible steadiness. It was unlike any meteor old John had ever seen in his life. A meteor falls, it is fleeting, but this point of light continued to burn, growing brighter, the tail against the blue backdrop, resembling the scar left by a deity slicing through the sky. What in the world? Old John murmured to himself. He held his breath and stared for a full 2 minutes until the light point ascended to a high altitude, the tail gradually merging with the horizon and the light itself dimmed, disappearing. Old John suddenly leaned out of the lookout basket, shouting hoarsely towards the deck. East. There's a meteor. A meteor flying up to the sky. The sailors on the deck who were cleaning the cannons looked up in confusion. They saw nothing but the clear blue sky and cursed as they lowered their heads to continue working. In chaotic times, a meteor was hardly a rare sight. Old John slid down the mast along the ropes and hurried to the captain's quarters, knocking heavily on the door. Come in. Report, Captain, Old John exclaimed as he pulled off his oil-stained hat. Just now, towards the eastern horizon, I saw a meteor. It lasted about 10 minutes, trailing a long tail, and it was heading straight up into the sky. The captain was a man nearing 50 with a horrifying scar running across his cheek. He was leaning over a wooden table, measuring the sea charts with a compass, not even looking up, flying up into the sky. I swear, sir, it didn't crash down into the sea at an angle. It was piercing straight upwards. The captain finally frowned, dropping the compass. He walked to the dimly lit porthole and glanced eastward. The sea and sky blended seamlessly without a ripple. Perhaps it is some kind of omen, the captain muttered indifferently, or maybe just a mirage. Record it in the logbook, but do not bother the command center with it. The war is pressing, and the commanders have no time for the strange tales of country folk. Yes, sir. Old John awkwardly withdrew. Back in the lookout basket, he couldn't help but frequently glance towards the east. That retrograde meteor had already vanished without a trace, but he felt that something was brewing beyond the horizon. The entire afternoon he felt as if his heart was growing grass, brimming with unease. The captain returned to the table, dipped his pen in ink, and wrote a line in the rough logbook. An unusual meteor was observed rising vertically over the eastern sea at noon, lasting for 2/4 of an hour. Suspected to be a celestial phenomenon or an illusion. Not reported. With the ink still wet, he closed the heavy ledger, his gaze once again fixed on the sea chart. The coastline of the Era Kingdom was less than 100 nautical miles to the east. By dawn tomorrow, the fleet's cannons must work in tandem with the army to breach the walls of the coastal stronghold. That was the true matter of life and death. At dusk, the main camp of the Ost Empire's Eastern Army. 5 kilometers west of the Era Kingdom's border fort, Iron Anvil Bastion, the sprawling military tents resembled a dirty gray cloud stretching along the river, with the acrid smoke from poor-quality firewood billowing into the sky. In the center of the camp stood the most luxurious and massive dome tent belonging to the Eastern Army's commander, Count von Strake. Inside, the oil lamps crackled. The Count sat behind a large oak table, a map made of sweat-stained parchment spread out before him. He was over 50 with neatly combed gray-white hair, and the corners of his eyes were etched with cold calculations and ruthlessness. It has been 20 days since we besieged the city. The Count's fingers lightly tapped on the table. How many more days can the rats inside gnaw and bark? The scout captain standing before the table bowed respectfully, reporting, my lord, based on intercepted supplies and estimated population within the city, at most 10 days. Their underground water source has been cut off by us. They can only survive by licking the rainwater that remains. What about the city walls? The southern section of the city wall has developed a penetrating crack, and the heavy catapult hit the same weak point 3 times yesterday. The defending soldiers dismantled half a street of civilian houses last night to patch the gap, but it was futile. The Count nodded slightly in satisfaction. He surveyed the senior generals in the tent. The Emperor's secret edict has arrived. After crushing Iron Anvil Bastion, the army will advance eastward, drinking from the Era River Valley. But the Emperor specifically instructed to be wary of the mercenaries from the Emerald Commercial Republic and the Inquisition of the Holy Crown. They may have secretly been supplying the Era people with gold and weapons. An officer stepped forward. My lord, the supply ship that just docked this evening, the sailors were privately spreading a rumor. They said that during the day a particularly strange meteor was sighted over the eastern sea. A meteor? The Count's eyes flashed with undisguised disdain. Is such delusions from lowly sailors who drank too much inferior ale worthy of mention in a military meeting? The officer lowered his head. My lord, please calm your anger. The rumor was indeed quite vivid. It said that the meteor burned for a full 2/4 of an hour, and it was ascending towards the sky in reverse. Enough, the Count interrupted coldly, waving his hand. War depends on swords and the spilling of blood, not on watching the stars. Let the royal astrologers in the capital worry about the heavens. Our task is to fight on the ground. Pass down the order during wartime. Spreading such morale-shaking tales is strictly forbidden. Those who violate it will be whipped 20 times. Late at night, in the capital of the Ost Empire, the Royal Astrological Institute. 1,000 miles away from the front lines, the capital was tranquil and solemn. The towering star observation tower stood proudly beside the palace, its massive bronze dome split open, revealing the starry night sky. Within the tower, dozens of eternal lamps dispelled the darkness. At the center of the hall was a colossal celestial armillary sphere made of countless brass gears and crystal lenses. This machine symbolized the Empire's absolute control over the laws of the stars. Yet at that moment, the atmosphere in the Astrological Institute was as cold as an ice cavern. The chief astrologer, Albert, dressed in an exquisite deep blue robe embroidered with silver star trajectories, was hunched over a massive brass refracting telescope. This elderly man, who had served 2 emperors and was hailed as the prophet of the empire, had his withered hands trembling violently at that moment. Master, a senior apprentice held a thick astronomical record book, his face pale. Since sunset, it has crossed 3 star sectors. Its speed is too fast and its trajectory completely violates any rule in the holy astronomical chart. Albert remained silent, his eyes glued to the eyepiece. In the magnified view, what appeared was not a fleeting meteor, but a real cold metallic nova. It was tearing through the 12 zodiac constellations that represented the gods' protection with a despairing uniform speed, looking down upon this continent from above. Albert slowly straightened up, as if aging 10 years in an instant. He walked to the edge of the hall, pushed open the heavy carved wooden window, and gazed at the eastern horizon. Go check Volume 7 of the Book of Omens, the chapter on disasters. The old man's voice rasped like sandpaper. The apprentice frantically flipped through the ancient text, reading aloud in the dim light. An abrupt star appears in the east, moving against the heavenly dome. If the royal bloodline is severed, it is. A previously unseen powerful enemy descends, and the heavens will change hands. The hall fell into an eerie silence, with only the brass gears of the armillary sphere tirelessly clacking. Prepare the horses immediately. Albert suddenly turned around, a hint of madness shining in his usually calm eyes. Prepare the highest secrecy scrolls with red wax. I must rush to the palace to meet His Majesty the Emperor tonight. At the edge of the camp in the mud, a few lower-tier, mobilized soldiers huddled by a faint campfire. On the fire was a rusty iron pot simmering a thin soup mixed with grass roots and some unidentifiable scraps of meat. I heard from the old soldiers that there are still many tender-skinned women in the city. A young soldier with a dirty face swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the silhouette of the towering fortress in the distance. Another one-eyed soldier pulled out 2 bone dice from his smelly pocket and shook them in his hand. Want to play a couple of rounds? Let's bet on whose life will be longer tomorrow to climb that damned city wall. If I win, that soup base in your pot is mine. Deal. The inferior bone dice rolled on the muddy ground, producing a dull sound. The soldiers leaned forward, letting out murky, hoarse laughter. At the same moment, hundreds of kilometers above them, in the absolute vacuum and extreme cold, the solar panels of the Gaufin 10 mapping satellite had fully deployed, resembling a giant silver cicada wing reflecting the last rays of twilight at the horizon. The ultra-high-resolution multispectral camera quietly powered on, and an invisible torrent of data pierced through the clouds of the strange world, transmitted at light speed to the control center in Xiajing via the Yunlian 2 communication link. Xiajing Joint Operations Command Center. 12 hours have passed since the first batch of data was transmitted back from Gaufin 10. A massive circular anti-explosion screen was divided into several high-definition battle zone grids, with the central main screen displaying optical and infrared composite reconnaissance images from the satellite's passage over the new Donghai coast. In the hall, only the low hum of the air conditioning system and the rapid tapping of keyboards could be heard. The chief of staff and several high-ranking generals stood before the screen, their expressions grim. Commander, the satellite has captured images of large-scale, high-intensity combat in the E14 coordinate area. The director of the Intelligence Analysis Department retrieved a segment of high-definition video processed with super-resolution algorithms. The target area is codenamed No. 1 Peninsula, which has a large stone fortress along the coast. The attacking force is codenamed Enemy Army Alpha, whose army size has rapidly ballooned from several thousand to nearly 80,000 in just a few days. However, the key to breaking the deadlock lies at sea. The screen began to play footage. From an aerial view, countless black dots surrounded the gray-white fortress like an ant swarm. On the near-sea surface beside the fortress, dozens of large, unknown wooden sailing ships had completed their tactical formation, their flanks pointing directly at the land. Pay attention to the front end of this fleet's warships. The analysis director zoomed in on a section of the sea footage and overlaid an infrared filter. In the optical and infrared composite view, the bows of those warships suddenly erupted with blinding blue high-energy flashes. Due to the limitations of object size and flight speed, the satellite did not capture any physical projectile trajectories, but look at the fortress walls. As the blue glow lit up in batches on the sea surface, numerous clouds of stone powder and debris exploded from the gray-white giant rock walls hundreds of meters away. Under the continuous rounds of intense kinetic penetration and strikes, the load-bearing base of that wall finally could not withstand it collapsing with a roar to create a massive gap wide enough to measure dozens of meters. The initial assessment of the weapon's performance has been completed. A technical advisor quickly reported there are no spectral characteristics of burning chemical explosives at the scene. That blue flash is some unknown launch propellant or propellant powder. Based on the damage model of the wall, the impact effect is purely kinetic. The destructive power of a single shot is roughly equivalent to that of heavy naval artillery during the late solid projectile era on Earth. On the screen, the heavy armored formation of Enemy Army Alpha surged into the fortress interior like a black tide stepping over the rubble of the collapsed stones through the gap. At that moment, the main screen's image abruptly cut off as Galfin 10 exited the effective observation window, reverting to a static background map of latitude and longitude grids. The Chief of Staff looked at the dimming screen, sighed deeply. The blind spots of a single satellite's passage are too fatal. We must expedite the comprehensive restoration of the space-based network at all costs. At the same time, 150 kilometers east of the New Dawn High Coast, in the kingdom of Ayla, the capital. Within the grand white stone palace, the solemnity of past days had been replaced by a suffocating silence. In the center of the hall, a communication scroll used to maintain long-distance contact with the front lines floated in midair, emitting a faint magical glow. Crack. A very light crisp sound. The low-quality communication crystal used to lock coordinates in the center of the scroll cracked open a seam, then the light completely extinguished, and the scroll fell like a piece of waste paper onto the cold stone bricks. The Archmage Merlin, who had been guarding the scroll, felt his shoulders suddenly slump. This court mage, who had assisted 3 generations of monarchs, seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Your Majesty. Merlin turned around, his voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. The communication has been cut off. The last message received. The fall of Iron Anvil Fortress. The enemy fleet directly bombarded the main wall of the fortress from the sea with magical crystal-heavy artillery. The defending commander was killed, and the entire army was annihilated. The King of Ayla sat quietly in the shadows of the throne. Upon hearing this news, his facial muscles twitched slightly, but he did not make any drastic movements. He simply slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the empty hall to the tightly closed oak doors. 80,000 troops. The king's voice was surprisingly calm, carrying a chilling rationality. With the loss of the Iron Anvil Fortress stronghold, the plains in front of the capital will only take half a day and night to encircle them with their high-speed wolf cavalry. The side door of the hall was pushed open, and Princess Elena, sensing the unusual fluctuations in the communication magic array, hurried and followed closely by her frowning chief knight, Karl Heisenberg. Father, why has the magic array extinguished? What has happened at the front? Elena looked at the remnants of the scroll on the ground, a sense of ominous premonition rising in her heart. The king did not answer her question, but stood up and walked step by step down the stairs to Elena. He took off the pure gold ring with a thorn pattern that represented the highest authority of the kingdom from his thumb and forcefully pressed it into his daughter's hand. Elena, take this. The king stared into his daughter's eyes, his tone as hard as iron. The Iron Anvil Fortress is gone. While the news has not yet spread back to the city, Karl and Merlin will escort you through the secret passage beneath the mausoleum. There are several prepared fast boats waiting there. I have already arranged the necessary supplies and personnel in advance. Follow the river to the sea and head east to the Forest Spirit Republic. There, take this ring and establish a government in exile. What? Elena's face turned pale in an instant as she clutched the king's arm tightly. No, I want leave. We still have the inner city walls. We still have the royal knights. I want to protect the city with you. Foolish. The king violently shook off her hand, his voice oppressive and stern in the hall. Protect the city. With these few stone walls to block the magical warships of the Oster Empire and 80,000 coalition forces. He glared at his daughter. You are the last legitimate bloodline of the kingdom of Ayla. As long as you are alive, this country has not perished. And you? Elena cried out, why don't you leave with us? The king turned his head to look at Karl, who had already understood everything, his fists clenched tightly. If a king secretly flees before the enemy has even seen the city walls, once the news leaks, the entire city's defense system will collapse instantly, and you won't even reach the sea exit before being crushed by pursuing soldiers. The king drew the long sword at his waist, resting its edge on the hard stone slab. But if I sit on this throne, the defenders of the capital will believe there is still hope, and they will bleed and fight for me on every street. Your Majesty. Karl's eyes turned red instantly, but he knelt heavily on one knee, performing the most solemn knightly salute. Merlin held back his grief and pulled Elena, whose tears had burst forth. Under Karl's forceful escort, the three quickly disappeared into the dark door leading to the mausoleum in the depths of the hall. The heavy dark door closed behind them. Just before the last glimmer of light vanished, Elena caught a glimpse of her aged father through the crack. He sat alone on the wide throne, resting his hands on the long sword in front of him, calmly waiting for the arrival of war. The sea breeze howled, carrying a bone-chilling cold. 5 deep-drafted riverboats raced eastward through the raging waves of the Aira Sea. After a night of sailing, the eastern horizon had just begun to show a hint of dawn, but no one in the fleet felt the warmth of the first light. Behind the flagship, 4 accompanying vessels, also bearing the Aira emblem, followed closely. This was a political compromise made by the king to maintain the operation of the exiled government. The ships were filled with the families of noble lords from the capital who chose to flee along with boxes of gold land deeds and antiques they had hastily loaded aboard. At this moment, faint complaints from the nobles on the rear ships could be heard demanding a slower and smoother journey, with some even loudly scolding the sailors for wetting their velvet. Standing at the edge of the flagship, the chief knight, Karl Heisenberg, wore a dark expression, his palm pressed tightly on the hilt of his sword. The capital was still bleeding, yet these parasites only cared about their own possessions. This hastily assembled exiled fleet exuded a suffocating sense of disconnection from the very start. On the open deck beneath the cabins sealing the Grand, Mage Merlin sat cross-legged. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open. The small piece of microcrystal representing the royal life bond that he had tightly clenched in his palm emitted a faint click sound. Then the last trace of light within the crystal completely vanished, shattering into gray-white powder. Master Merlin. Karl immediately sensed something was wrong and hurried up the stairs. Merlin looked at the powder in his palm, murky tears falling silently. He closed his eyes in pain, his voice hoarse and despairing. The life token has shattered. The capital has completely fallen. Your Majesty has died in battle. Princess Elena, who had been leaning against the main mast, stiffened suddenly. Unlike the noblewomen on the rear ships, she did not scream or cry in panic. She bit down on her pale lips, forcing back the tears welling in her eyes, and then using the strength of the mast slowly, yet resolutely stood upright. The extreme sorrow did not crush this 16-year-old girl. She tightly grasped the golden signet ring her father had given her. The sharp metal edges dug painfully into her palm, yet kept her mind utterly clear. From the moment the life token shattered, she was no longer a protected princess, but the only legitimate queen of the Era Kingdom. She took a deep breath of the salty sea air, forcing herself to calmly assess the darkened horizon to the west. Starboard rear. There are pursuers. A lookout's alarmed shout suddenly came from the top of the mast. Karl jumped to his feet and rushed to the stern. On the fog-laden western sea, 5 long shallow-draft warships were rapidly approaching at full sail. The Black Eagle flag flying high resembled a death's invitation. It's the fleet of the Ost Empire. Karl's face instantly turned pale. They have a shallower draft than us. In this favorable wind, we can't outrun them. The leading pursuit ship. They have mounted heavy magic crystal cannons on the foredeck. Visible to the naked eye, a fist-sized pure magic crystal was being pushed into the large cannon's chamber from hundreds of meters away on the enemy flagship. The surrounding air was distorted due to the compression of high concentrations of magic power, a physical characteristic of the magic crystal completing its charge as a firing igniter. Boom! A dull explosion tore through the sea breeze. The solid iron cannonball weighing several dozen pounds was expelled from the cannon under the violent thrust of the magic crystal. Due to the rolling waves and distance, the cannonball skimmed past the right side of the Era flagship, crashing heavily into the sea just a few dozen meters ahead. The towering column of water erupted like a torrential downpour upon the deck, the immense kinetic energy sending a man-made wave crashing down, tossing the flagship into the air and then slamming it down. The wooden keel emitted a painful creaking sound, and several unprepared sailors were thrown directly into the frigid sea. Hard to starboard. Evasive maneuvers. Karl wiped the seawater from his face and shouted hoarsely. A sudden eruption of hysterical screams broke out on the noble vessels behind, with some even desperately lowering half their sails, attempting to raise a white flag in surrender. They missed. Merlin gasped for breath, his dry fingers gripping the staff tightly, trying to channel magic to construct a water shield, but it was too slow. Hundreds of meters away, the cannon on the flagship of Ost lit up with a despairing blue glow. The second solid projectile was already loaded, and the cannon was slowly adjusting its angle, locking onto the main mast of the Era flagship. Elena bit her lip tightly, the strong wind tousling her hair, yet she did not shut her eyes. Clenching the ring belonging to the king, she straightened her back, calmly bracing for the impending doom. Just as the enemy's cannon was about to spew forth death, thump, 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 a rhythmic thundering sound suddenly descended from the clouds above everyone. The sound did not belong to any known magical beast, resembling countless hammers striking the heavens at a constant high frequency, making the ears of those who heard it ring. Everyone on both sides of the conflict instinctively looked up. The clouds were violently torn apart by a powerful downdraft. A ghostly white steel dragonfly descended from the low skies. The massive metal rotor on top stirred up a fierce wind that carved a huge depression into the sea surface, and the torrential spray instantly doused the impending magic crystal flames on the Ost flagship, causing several warships to tilt violently. Next, a deafening sound laced with strong electrical noise erupted from the high-frequency directional speaker on the belly of the G-9 naval helicopter. It was a language they had never heard before. Attention, vessels ahead. You have entered the exclusive economic zone and territorial waters of the Xia Kingdom. Immediately halt and submit to inspection. Repeat, you are in our waters. Immediately halt. The pursuing Ost fleet fell into brief chaos at this sudden monstrous intervention. On the enemy flagship, a battle mage accompanying the ship was completely enraged by this unexpected behemoth and the arrogant interference from the other side. In their perception, no force could stop the Ost fleet in these waters, let alone this iron dragonfly in the sky. Shoot it down. The mage arrogantly raised his staff and hurriedly chanted a high-level spell. A highly compressed dark red fireball erupted explosively from the tip of the staff, tracing a scorching parabolic arc toward the helicopter painted with Xia Kingdom Coast Guard in the sky. Inside the helicopter cockpit, the co-pilot's peripheral vision caught the glaring red light below, and the monitor of the optical pod on the nose flashed with an extremely abrupt high-heat spot. 10 o'clock. They opened fire. The co-pilot's adrenaline surged as he watched a massive dark red fireball hurtling toward the fuselage. Evasive maneuvers. The pilot's pupils contracted sharply. With the muscle memory of a seasoned tactician, he violently pushed the control stick and stomped on the rudder sharply, tilting the massive aircraft in midair. However, that fireball collided with the terrifying downward airflow created by the helicopter's blades before it reached the aircraft. The violent physical vortex instantly tore apart the fragile magical structure of the fireball, leaving the dark red flames unable to explode and blowing them apart into harmless embers that extinguished in the morning sea breeze. The co-pilot, drenched in cold sweat, fixed his gaze on the scattered embers outside the window and pressed the communication button. His voice was unnaturally urgent due to the Adrenaline 01 ship. This is Sea Wolf Cave 1. Our aircraft has come under direct fire from an unidentified fleet B below. Repeat. We have sustained substantial attack. The target is using an unknown high-heat projectile. Due to our rotor's airflow interference, the attack missed, and the aircraft is undamaged. It is determined that Fleet B possesses clear lethal intent. Engagement rules are in effect. Target cluster coordinates have been synchronized to the data link requesting immediate fire suppression. 8 nautical miles away within the command center of the 100-ton Sea Police Ship 01. Upon hearing the report of the aircraft under attack, the previously quiet command cabin suddenly blared with a piercing battle alarm. Hundreds of officers and soldiers aboard the ship instantly transitioned from a cruising status to the highest level of combat readiness, the heavy waterproof bulkheads slamming shut with a deafening clang amidst the alarming sirens. The captain fixed his gaze on the 5 highlighted enemy ship coordinates transmitted via the data link, his expression grim. The armed forces of the Xia Kingdom did not tolerate any form of provocation in these foreign waters. Seawolf Cave 1, immediately ascend altitude, exit the enemy's effective firing range. The captain's voice thundered in the command hall, carrying an undeniable murderous intent. Weapons officer, take control of the target cluster. Authorize live fire. 10 rapid shots, fire control radar to allocate targets sequentially. Wipe them out. The people of Era on the sea were still shocked that the steel dragonfly remained unscathed under magical attack, when suddenly a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. Sizzle. Sizzle. These were the sonic booms produced by high-speed kinetic projectiles scraping through the air, and by the time one heard it, it was already too late, with not even 1/100th of a second for a chant or a reaction. Boom, 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 boom. On the distant sea surface, the flagship of the Ost fleet, which had just been reloading magic crystals and seemed so invincible, transformed into a massive orange fireball shooting into the sky in an instant. The annihilation did not cease. The modern fire control system with millisecond-level adjustments guided the subsequent 76mm high-explosive fragmentation shells, like Death's Decree, accurately striking the remaining 4 pursuing warships. The long, narrow, fast boats had barely begun to execute a full turn when they were consecutively hit by the incoming supersonic projectiles. The overwhelming physical kinetic energy easily penetrated their proud, thick wooden armor, with delayed fuses detonating within the ship's hull, instantly unleashing a grotesque metal storm. 5 towering columns of water erupted almost simultaneously, accompanied by splintered keels, charred remains, and exploding magic crystal powder crashing down onto the sea like a torrential downpour. In less than 10 seconds, the cannon fire in this sea area abruptly ceased. The pursuing task force of the Ost Empire's 3rd Fleet, 5 warships laden with elite heavy infantry and battle mages, had their main structures completely wiped from the surface of the sea. The sea was left with large patches of burning driftwood, boiling bubbles, and murky waters tainted with wood chips. Among the wreckage, several Ost soldiers and mages who had narrowly escaped disaster clung desperately to broken boards bobbing in the turbulent waves. With faces smeared in blood and dazed eyes, they trembled in the icy waves. On the Era ship, the survivors fell into a prolonged silence. Knight Carl slowly lowered his defensive posture, his taut hands still gripping his heavy sword, but his gaze was fixed on the churning sea far away, lost in thought for a long time. Grand Mage Merlin furrowed his brows, trying to sense the residual magic left by this destructive force in the air, but found nothing. The noble vessels behind fell completely silent, their sails lowered halfway, flapping chaotically against the mast in the wind. In the gale, Alina's hair danced with the wind, her eyes filled only with disbelief and shock. The rotors of the G9 naval helicopter whipped up a violent downdraft, creating a massive depression on the surface of the sea. Vessels ahead immediately lower sails and halt. Accept our takeover. The directional loudspeakers beneath the aircraft repeatedly blared a deafening, incomprehensible language. Following closely was the looming Coast Guard ship 01, approaching like a moving cliff. At this moment, amidst the horrified gazes of the people of the Kingdom of Ayla, this enormous vessel, over 150 meters long, bore no sails, but with a low rumble akin to thunder forcibly cleaved through the raging waves against the fierce wind. The 10th Ascendant steel hull cast a heavy shadow over the wooden fast boats of the Kingdom of Ayla, making their flagship appear as fragile as a leaf about to be crushed. Faced with the overwhelming might capable of erasing a fleet, in an instant the Ayla fleet plunged into utter chaos. Several noble families knelt despairingly on the slick deck, praying to the sea god. A portly nobleman in a silk robe dragged out an open oak chest frantically, waving his arms at the helicopter above and the iron giant across from him, pointing at the chest full of gold coins attempting to buy his life. At the bow of the flagship chief knight, Karl Heisenberg suddenly drew his heavy sword gripping the hilt, with both hands stepping in front of Princess Elena. As a knight, he was always prepared to shed his last drop of blood to protect the royal family, but at this moment, he gazed up at the towering gray-white steel bow, his hands trembling uncontrollably around the sword. Meanwhile, the side dock of Coast Guard Ship 01 slowly opened. Several black military rubber boats shot into the debris-laden waters like arrows. Wearing orange life vests, the Summer Kingdom Coast Guards used recovery rods to pull up one by one the survivors from the Ost Empire who were desperately struggling in the icy waters, their bodies mangled by high-explosive shrapnel. 5 minutes later, the Summer Kingdom Special Forces climbed aboard the deck of the Ayla flagship via a rope ladder. Dressed in black tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, and cold hard goggles, they held their Type 191 assault rifles at the ready, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. "Disarm," commanded the leading officer with a tactical gesture of both hands downward. Karl's eyes turned red, and instead of retreating, he advanced slightly, raising the sword's tip. Click! 3 Special Forces soldiers synchronized in pulling back their gun bolts, 3 red laser dots instantly locking onto Karl's forehead and chest. Karl stopped. Elena, pale-faced, reached out to press down on the knight's shoulder. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Karl despondently relinquished the sword, allowing it to be locked in the metal bomb-proof box of the Summer Kingdom. When it was the turn of the Grand Mage Merlin, the old mage appeared unusually calm. He glanced at the red laser dots, smiled slightly, and calmly handed over his staff embedded with magic crystals. As a Grand Mage, as long as the magic network remained a mere wooden stick, did not determine his life or death. As the Special Forces approached Elena, she took a deep breath and willingly retrieved the pure gold ring with a thorn pattern representing the kingdom's highest authority from her bosom, displaying it in the palm of her hand to the Summer Kingdom officer in front of her. The officer's gaze lingered on the exquisite totem of the ring for 2 seconds, and after a brief consultation via intercom, he gestured, allowing her to keep this symbolic item. As a royal member with a clearly noble political identity, she was granted the most basic dignity, but was immediately placed under close surveillance by 2 armed soldiers. Subsequently, they were ordered to be transferred. When Karl's palm touched the metal boarding ladder on the side of the Coast Guard ship, the cold hard sensation made him gasp. The ship's hull showed no signs of spliced wooden boards or filled seams with pitch. It was a solid piece of integrated steel. Throwing a mountain cast of steel into the sea, it not only did not sink, but also raced faster than the storm. As his feet stepped onto the smooth flight deck, a sense of stable and immense engine vibrations emanating from deep within the hull coursed up through his soles, as if they were standing on the back of an ancient behemoth lying in wait. Karl instinctively swallowed a dry lump in his throat. All the outsiders were immediately sorted according to their factions. The people of the Kingdom of Ayla were gathered behind a barrier on one side of the deck, surrounded by armed soldiers from the Summer Kingdom. And just 10 meters beyond the barrier in front of the helicopter hangar, several high-powered LED explosion-proof searchlights suddenly lit up, illuminating the makeshift triage area in a harsh, blinding white. "I am a Viscount. I demand a separate cabin. I will not stay on the same deck with these filthy prisoners of war." The portly nobleman, clutching a chest of gold coins, could not stand the heavy smell of blood in the sea breeze. Grasping a handful of coins, he yelled hoarsely at the Summer Kingdom guards beyond the barrier. The guards remained expressionless, merely coldly raising their rifles, tapping the gun barrels against the barbed wire, and gesturing an oppressive back-off sign. The fat nobleman trembled in fear, rolling back into the crowd. Outside the barrier, a Summer Kingdom military doctor in a full white protective suit was racing against time to save the severely wounded Ost Empire prisoners just pulled from the water. An Ost heavy infantryman with a wooden splinter piercing his abdomen was lifted onto a stretcher. "Hold him down. Establish an intravenous access, apply pressure bandages to stop the bleeding, and administer tetanus." One military doctor directly knelt on the deck, pressing down hard on the wounded man's wound with both hands. Through the barbed wire, Merlin watched in horror. Those mundane beings, devoid of any magical fluctuations, used transparent flexible tubes to directly connect a crystal-clear liquid into the dying enemy's bloodstream, swiftly stitching the wounded flesh with small silver, curved needles. The Ost soldier, who seemed unlikely to survive, had his high fever rapidly subside, and his convulsing body visibly steadied. Just then a sudden change occurred on the adjacent stretcher. A blood-soaked Ost mage was having his sleeves cut open. He appeared to be in a semi-comatose state, but his right hand, concealed at the edge of the stretcher, was twisting discreetly, with a faint dark red glow appearing at his fingertips. He was attempting to forcibly gather magical energy to cast a reconnaissance spell to understand the situation. Even without any incantation, the surrounding air subtly warped due to the rising heat. Merlin's brow twitched as he was about to sound the alarm. "Don't move." With a fierce shout, a Special Forces soldier who had been standing guard beside the military doctor suddenly stepped forward. His helmet was equipped with a quad-eye night vision device, and in the thermal image fusion view, that right hand was rapidly heating up, resembling a blinding little sun lit up in the night. Without a moment's hesitation, the Special Forces soldier reversed his rifle, and with a sharp sound struck fiercely down on the mage's right wrist. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as bones shattered. The reconnaissance spell, which had just begun to take shape, instantly backfired and dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. Before the mage's shrill scream could fully escape, two soldiers had pounced on him, like hungry wolves, pinning him down on the deck and directly securing his hands with plastic zip ties. The dark muzzle of the gun pressed against the back of his head, and soon he was taken away from the injured area. The military doctor in charge of the rescue merely furrowed his brows and stepped back half a step. Upon seeing the danger averted, he coldly changed into a clean pair of gloves and approached the next wounded. Through the barbed wire, the old mage's withered fingers hidden in his sleeve quietly relaxed. It seemed the other side possessed the ability to detect magic. It was better not to cast reconnaissance spells. An hour later, the three key figures of the kingdom of Ayla were taken to an internal cabin. As they passed through a corridor accompanied by a brief electronic sound, the heavy watertight metal door smoothly retracted into the walls. The non-blinking tube lights above and the cold air continuously expelled from the vents in the corners were entirely new experiences for Elena and the others. Inside the conference room, the first formal communication between the two worlds began. On either side of the wide tactical table, the intelligence officers of the Summer Kingdom sat opposite Elena, Carl, and Merlin. Due to a complete language barrier, initial attempts to negotiate using various Earth languages ended in inevitable failure. The intelligence officer decisively changed tactics, pushing over a giant whiteboard and pulling out a marker. He drew a sea and several sharp-bottomed fast boats bearing the eagle flag marking a large cross over them, then pointed to the sea outside the window. Elena's eyes brightened. She immediately took the pen, drew a fortress on the other side of the whiteboard, and sketched a massive crack on the wall, marking it with a cross as well. She pointed to the fortress and then to the east, the west, in the eyes of the Ayla people. The intelligence officer squinted, quickly jotting down notes. Behind the fortress, she depicted a grand city with towering spires and drew a crown above it. Then, with the pen tip following the city westward, she crossed over a wave line representing the ocean, sketching a totem made of 3 leaves at the edge of the whiteboard. She made a gesture of escape, pointing to that leaf totem. Finally, she stepped back half a pace, removed the thorn-patterned ring she had tightly clutched in her palm, and heavily pressed it down beside the crown on the whiteboard. With a soft sound, a clear thorn pattern was imprinted on the whiteboard through an unknown means. Elena lifted her head, meeting the probing gaze of the Summer Kingdom officer, and picked up the pen to write the name of the Kingdom of Ayla next to the imprint. Then this 16-year-old queen who had lost her nation pointed to herself and pronounced each syllable clearly, Ai, Li, Na. On the Heijingshi 01 ship, in an impromptu interrogation and contact conference room, a brief silence fell over the room as the girl's clear and trembling syllables faded. The cold air from the air conditioning in the cabin silently swept over the 16-year-old girl, causing her to involuntarily shrink her slender shoulders. She tightly grasped the broad and heavy pure gold ring, her fingertips trembling slightly from tension and the fear of the unknown. Hearing her state her name, the intelligence officer from the Xia Kingdom, sitting across the tactical table, was momentarily taken aback, then leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing through the thorn patterns on the whiteboard to stare at the girl, who was trying to maintain her composure. He raised his right hand, pointed to his chest, and spoke in steady and clear Chinese, Gu, Yan, Chuan. Elena tightened her grip on the ring, then slowly loosened it. She looked at the black-haired man across from her and silently mouthed the name, awkwardly mimicking the pronunciation. Gu Yanchuan stood up and handed over a blue marker while gesturing please towards the large blank whiteboard beside him. Elena hesitated for a moment before cautiously accepting the pen. She realized that he was asking for their whereabouts. She walked to the whiteboard, thought for a moment, and then drew a piece of land on the far left side depicting 3 leaf totems on it. Then she drew a large wave line in the center of the whiteboard representing the endless ocean that separated the continents. To the right of the wave line, she illustrated a broader piece of land. On the coastal edge of the land on the right side, she drew a crown and a thorn flower. After finishing the drawing, she paused, gently touched the crown with the tip of her pen, pressed it against her chest, and softly, but clearly, uttered a word. Era. After saying this, she wrote a series of ornate characters next to the crown and thorn flower that Gu Yanchuan could not understand. After finishing the crown, her pen trembled slightly as she made a heavy stroke to the right. There she drew a black eagle flag adorned with densely packed symbols of swords, representing the Ost Empire which had just destroyed her homeland. Then Elena's pen moved downwards, drawing a scale to symbolize coins directly below the crown's territory. Finally, to the right of the scale, she drew a cross crown surrounded by light. A grand geopolitical puzzle of another world was thus presented to Gu Yanchuan in the most primitive doodle form. Gu Yanchuan placed his hands on the edge of the tactical table, his gaze scanning the map rapidly like a scanner. The left side is codenamed Leaf, the Central Sea area. On the right side, the crown thorn flower is Era next to the black eagle with scale and cross to the south. He softly labeled these unknown forces in Chinese, quickly comparing and merging this information with the high-altitude satellite images from the past few days. He understood it all. No wonder those ships bearing the crown insignia were ruthlessly pursued by the Black Eagle fleet across the sea. They originally intended to cross the Central Ocean and escape westward to the Leaf Camp. Gu Yanchuan straightened up and picked up a red marker from the table. He walked to the whiteboard, his gaze sweeping across Elena, Merlin, and finally landing on Carl. Then he removed the cap and pressed the tip of the pen against the center of the whiteboard, on the wave line representing the ocean. Swish, swish. Amidst the harsh scratching sound, Guyen Chuan drew a massive rough red coastline that almost split the entire ocean in half on the western side of the Crown territory. After finishing, Guyen Chuan turned around. He pointed to the steel deck beneath his feet, then pointed to the enormous and suffocating red outline looking at the three of them, and calmly uttered a single word: Xia. Elena's breath caught instantly. She instinctively tightened her grip on her tattered skirt, her clear eyes reflecting that brutal red line, filled with unbelievable shock. Karl's brows knotted tightly. The knight glared coldly at Guyen Chuan, then pointed at the red line, vigorously shaking his head. In the common knowledge of the Era people, such vast unknown land could not possibly exist on the ocean. He instinctively believed that this group with strange weapons was merely bluffing. He subtly stepped half a pace forward, using his tall frame to shield Elena partially. In contrast, the great mage Merlin appeared unusually quiet. The old mage squinted slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between the red line and Guyen Chuan. As a high-level spellcaster, his thoughts quickly diverged, a continent appearing out of thin air. Such a volume of material exchange, could it be the legendary lost super-level spatial transfer forbidden spell? He did not rush to explain anything, but turned around to pick up a black pen, writing a square character, Xia, neatly beside the red line, representing the Xia kingdom. He tapped the character with the pen tip pointed to his mouth, and once again pronounced the syllable Xia clearly. Then Guyen Chuan walked to the tactical table, picked up a paper report, filled with Chinese characters, flipped 2 pages in front of the 3, pointed at the square characters on it, and then extended his hand to make a gentle and polite borrow gesture, requesting written materials. The old mage did not hesitate for too long, slowly reaching into the deep lining of his robe to retrieve a portable notebook containing advanced magical theories and the continent's history, and handed it over with both hands. Guyen Chuan took the notebook, lowered his head to flip through it. The densely packed unknown symbols came into view, and the ink still emitted a faint scent of preservative. He pressed the earpiece at his collar, and a hint of secret excitement finally seeped into his steady voice. I am Guyen Chuan. Calling the Joint Decoding Center, I have obtained high-value physical text samples. Preparing to establish a bidirectional language model. Late night in the capital of the Ost Empire in the royal study. The old emperor leaned against the velvet cushion, listening to the report from the military affairs minister. In the shadow at the edge of the study, the chief astrologer Albert stood with bloodshot eyes, hands hanging down. Having observed the retrograde ascendant new star last night, he sought an audience overnight and had been waiting in this study for several hours. Iron Anvil Fortress has become ruins, and the capital of Era was fully captured by our troops last night. The military affairs minister stood in front of the imperial desk, his voice booming. Apart from a small princess who fled via the sea amidst the chaos, the Era royal family's main lineage has been completely eradicated. The emperor nodded with satisfaction, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Duh. What about the news from the sea? The emperor suddenly halted his actions, looking at the military affairs minister. Why is there no information about the fleeing little mouse in Count von Strelick's battle report? The military affairs minister's back broke into a cold sweat, his head unconsciously bowing down. Your Majesty. The Third Fleet, responsible for the western pursuit, has completely lost contact. The communication scrolls and the maritime magical resonance arrays have all been cut off. Lost contact. Perhaps they encountered an unexpected extreme storm, or the privateer fleet of the Forest Spirit Republic ambushed them in secret. Your Majesty, this is definitely not a storm. Albert, who had been silent, finally stepped forward, gripping the confidential scroll with red wax tightly in his hand. I reported to you that the star law of the eastern sky has undergone violent fluctuations. That retrograde new star is a harbinger of disaster. Albert, are you going to use those ethereal star signs to interfere with military matters? The military affairs minister frowned in displeasure. The disappearance of those 5 warships is proof. The old astrologer did not back down, his voice hoarse. They sailed into a place that should not exist. Enough. The emperor coldly interrupted Albert's words with 2 words. The study fell into an instant silence. The empire has just flattened Era at the peak of military prestige. I will not allow any bizarre tales to shake the morale of the army. The emperor straightened his body, pushing aside the report on the table. Order the front line to cease meaningless maritime searches. The entire army should consolidate and fully digest Era's inland. As for those 5 ships, consider them loyal to the empire. Albert trembled all over, opening his mouth, but in the end he could only lower his head in despair under the emperor's cold gaze. In the underground neutral city of Alms, in a chamber filled with a pungent incense, the Ost Empire has flattened the capital of Era. The envoy from the Philenqui Commercial Republic slammed a gold coin heavily on the table. If they completely control that sea outlet, the next step will be to use magical warships to blockade the entire sea area. The 7 million golden crown debts invested by the trading company on the eastern sea route must not go to waste. The man sitting across from him hid most of his face in the shadow of his hood, a cross insignia on his chest flickering in the dim candlelight. Secular greed. The high-ranking judge of the Inquisition of the Holy Crown Church spoke in a voice as cold as a dry well. If the Ost Emperor fully devours Era's magical resources, the iron hooves of the heretics will eventually tread into the sanctum of the church. Therefore, that fleeing princess must stay alive. The envoy, fiddled with the sapphire ring on his finger, Philenqui, needs a legitimate excuse to intervene in the war. As long as she can safely reach the Forest Spirit and establish a government in exile, the trading company is willing to provide mercenaries and unlimited war loans. The church can provide her with divine protection. The judge slowly raised his head, but in exchange the Arrow royal family must abolish the court mage system led by Merlin. We will send in the Holy Knight Order to intervene and conveniently take over the faith on the land lost by its old lord. The envoy smirked, pushing the gold coin on the table. The judge extended his pale hand and pressed 2 fingers down on the coin. At 7 in the morning in the east third ring of Xiangjing City, the golden sunlight penetrated the morning mist at an angle, casting reflections on the glass curtain walls of the office buildings. The shadows of pedestrians were elongated, all pointing towards the east. This is the 11th day since the crossover. The sun has risen from the west for 11 consecutive days. The initial fear that felt like the collapse of heaven and earth has been replaced by a fantastical new normal under the country's robust resource allocation and social control. The old breakfast stall run by Lao Li at the street corner opened its roller shutter as usual, with steaming bamboo baskets piled high, emitting rich white vapor. Boss 2 steamer baskets of dumplings and a cup of soy milk to go. The young worker in a windbreaker scanned the payment code. He instinctively looked up at the sun in the west, which defied common sense, squinting slightly, then took the plastic bag and plunged into the crowd heading to the subway station without looking back. Life must go on. The mortgage payments will not be waived simply because the earth has changed universes. The subway station remained bustling with activity. People lined up orderly for security checks and boarding. The atmosphere in the train cars was no longer the tense silence of previous days. Everyone was scrolling through their phones, and one could occasionally hear a few optimistic quips. I heard the experts from the Agricultural Research Institute are thrilled these days. They say that the arid Gobi in the northern frontier has turned into a sea, and they are researching what new rice varieties are suitable for the new climate. Indeed, the planetarium has produced a new star map overnight, and we can even see the new moon through a telescope. I plan to take my son to see it this weekend. It's a genuine exploration of the new universe. I'm just worried about my daughter. Yesterday, her geography teacher sent a notice in the parents group saying that all the maps in the old geography textbooks are now obsolete and that she might have to memorize everything again. Don't even mention it. My daughter is majoring in English, and now she's graduated right into unemployment. At the street corner, the huge LED display no longer showed consumer goods advertisements, but instead rolled out a white text on a red background. Day 10 of the new world. Today's weather is clear. National strategic material reserves are plentiful. We urge the citizens to maintain normal production and living orders. Time passed to 12 noon. In a time-honored beef noodle shop in the southern city, the place was filled with people taking a break during lunch. The old LCD television hanging on the wall was broadcasting the national news channel at noon. Suddenly, a striking line of red scrolling subtitles appeared at the bottom of the screen. The scene switched to a distant view of a maritime police vessel cutting through the waves, accompanied by the Evercom official voice of the news anchor. We have just received news. This morning, a law enforcement vessel from our maritime police encountered harassment from an unidentified fleet of wooden-armed sailing ships while executing a routine patrol in the eastern New Sea area. Our maritime law enforcement forces took necessary countermeasures in accordance with the law, destroying 5 enemy armed vessels on the spot. During this incident, our vessels sustained no damage and there were no casualties. The entire broadcast lasted less than a minute before the screen cut back to the studio, continuing to report on the autumn harvest progress in a certain province. The noodle shop fell silent for about 3 seconds, with only the ceiling fan creaking overhead. The shop owner, who was holding a slotted spoon, was the first to snap out of it. She did not express any lofty opinions, but simply wiped her hands on her apron, turned, and shouted towards the kitchen. Beef noodles for table 2, add an extra portion of coriander. In her tone, the anxiety that had been lingering for the past few days somehow dissipated completely. Wooden sailing ships. My goodness, is it really ancient out there? A high school student with a backpack poked at the braised egg in his bowl with chopsticks, lowering his voice to murmur to his companion, the fewer the words, the bigger the matter. They said our vessel sustained no damage. I bet they didn't even see the ship before it was blown to pieces. And who knows, maybe there's magic involved. Do you think we will have magic classes in the future? Dream on, hurry up and eat. His companion urged. We have a physics quiz this afternoon, but so annoying. On this ordinary noon, this piece of news was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pot, briefly sizzling, before being rapidly absorbed by the vast current of life of 1 billion people. At the same time, 1,000 miles away in Jiangnan province, in a large mechanical processing industrial park, the deafening roar of heavy stamping machines seemed to want to lift the high factory roof. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil and the burnt scent of metal cutting. Factory director Lu Jiangwo, wearing a yellow hard hat, stood on the second-floor walkway of workshop 3, watching the fast-moving assembly line below as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. A few days ago, when he learned that the country's import and export trade had completely hit zero due to the crossover, old Lu felt as if the sky was falling. His factory used to produce drive shafts for European car manufacturers, with foreign trade orders accounting for 70%. If the goods can't be shipped out, the funding chain will break and the jobs of over 3,000 workers will soon be in jeopardy. But just yesterday afternoon, a joint working group from the Logistics Department and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology directly took over the park. No nonsense, no mobilization. The working group directly dropped a thick stack of new blueprints with confidentiality watermarks and took over the mountains of special steel piled in the warehouse. Director Lu, the parameters for the CNC machine tools have all been fully reset. The workshop director, holding a stack of hard cardboard, climbed up the stairs, shouting hoarsely amid the roar of machines. The tolerance tests for the first batch of trial pieces have passed and fully meet military standards. Lu Jiangwo took the metal cylinder that had just rolled off the assembly line, still radiating astonishing heat. This was no longer a car drive shaft. This was a standardized breech plug blank for a 155mm howitzer. Good. Tell the workers, keep the machines running. A rough determination flashed in Lu Jiangwo's eyes as he patted the workshop director on the shoulder. The import-export channels have closed, but the military production channels are open for us. As long as the assembly line keeps running, our factory won't collapse. Understood. In this vast industrial park, many private manufacturing plants like Old Liu's, which were originally on the verge of shutting down, are fully entering wartime status. Producing drone motor casings, stamping high-explosive fragments, and casting prefabricated components for temporary combat-ready steel bridges. Countless surplus production capacities that were originally intended for civilian consumer goods were instantly molded by an invisible hand into the iron heart that spews forth the blood of war. So what if the sun rises from the west? The machines are still roaring, and the smoke and fire continue to rise. This civilization that has weathered 1,000 years of storms is firmly taking root in this new world with the most ordinary and unhurried demeanor. In Donghai City, at a foreign guest reception center of the Xia Nation, an armored minibus smoothly drove into the heavily guarded courtyard. Inside the vehicle, Elena pressed tightly against the window, her azure eyes reflecting the breathtaking marvel outside, a city composed of steel glass and towering spires that reached the sky. The convoy came to a stop, and under the escort of Xia soldiers, the representatives of the Ella Kingdom were led one by one into a tall white building. As she stepped into the small room with a marble floor, Elena's thoughts lingered on the bizarre scene from the morning aboard the Coast Guard ship. The black-haired officer, who called himself Gu Yinchuan, spread a notebook across the metal table and had someone bring over a small black box that flickered with red light. He then pointed at the text on the page, gesturing for Merlin and her to read it out loud. Elena and Merlin exchanged glances. Carl nervously positioned himself in front, staring intently at the black box that showed no signs of magical energy fluctuations, fearing it might be some nefarious hidden weapon. However, for the next hour or so, apart from them reading the notes until their throats were dry, nothing dreadful occurred. The Xia people simply listened quietly from the side, occasionally interrupting them to point at a particular word, urging them to repeat it 3 times. This utterly incomprehensible behavior only left the 3 of them feeling somewhat bewildered. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the 18th floor. The reception staff in front stopped, swiped open the door to a suite, and signaled for Elena to enter, while Carl and Merlin's room was next door. The uniformed female staff member smiled and demonstrated to her. Inserting a thin white card into the gap in the door caused the overhead glass lamp to instantly emit white light. Walking into the washroom filled with white ceramic tiles, she pushed up on the metal handle, and hot water flowed immediately from the faucet. Finally, the staff pointed to several exquisite meal boxes on the table, made a gesture to indicate eating, and exited the room. As the door was gently locked, only Elena remained in the room. Once she confirmed that no one was watching her, the exiled queen subtly relaxed her stiff shoulders. She turned around, her gaze falling on the white card behind the door. In the Ella Kingdom, a constant light source signified a high-level light element magic array or extremely expensive deep-sea whale oil. Here, however, light seemed to be effortlessly imprisoned within this flat piece that showed no signs of magical energy. She extended 2 fingers, mimicking the earlier action, and cautiously pinched the edge of the card, pulling it out. Instantly, the room plunged into darkness. She quickly inserted the card back in, and pure white light filled the room once more. Elena bit her lip and then quickly pulled out and inserted the card again. The light flickered on and off, completely igniting the girl's curiosity. She turned towards the washroom, stopping in front of the sink, extending her index finger to push up on the metal handle. Splash! Hot water flowed out. She cupped her hands to catch some water and brought it close to her nose. It was clear, warm, devoid of any magical resonance from water element arrays, and there was no trace of smoke from a servant boiling water. Gurgle! In the quiet room, her empty stomach made a long protest. Instantly, 2 uncontrollable blushes rose on Elena's fair cheeks. She instinctively covered her abdomen, glancing around in a panic. Only after confirming that there were truly no invisible royal guards or servants mocking her embarrassment in this bright room, did she quietly sigh in relief, using the back of her cool hand to touch her flushed cheeks. Elena returned to the table, pulled out a chair, smoothed her tattered skirt, and sat up straight. On the table lay several white porcelain insulated meal boxes adorned with exquisite patterns. Following the actions demonstrated by the receptionist earlier, she gently pried open the latch on the edge of the lid and lifted it off. The rich aroma of stewed beef, accompanied by billowing white steam, instantly filled the room. Elena stared in astonishment at the sumptuous dinner before her. There were no runes for insulation on the serving dish, nor any signs of heat from charcoal, yet the food maintained a perfect temperature, as if it had just come off the stove. She silently swallowed. Elena did not immediately pounce on the meal and devour it ravenously. She lowered her gaze, carefully smoothing the tattered hem of her skirt that was stained with sea salt and dust, folding her hands and sitting up straight. Then she cautiously picked up the oddly shaped metal spoon beside her, and as if attending a court banquet, gently but eagerly scooped up a small piece of beef soaked in broth and slowly brought it to her mouth. Immediately her eyes brightened. In Donghai City at the Joint Decoding Center meeting room, waveforms rolled across the screen and the loudspeakers repeatedly played the recordings of Elena and Merlin. Ethel. Bright. CYNN. Gui Yinchuan sat in the back row observing the linguistics and cryptography experts in the front row. Pause for a moment. Professor Zhou, a leading historical linguist, tapped the table. Play the last 3 syllables again twice. The operator complied. Professor Zhou closed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table. After a few seconds, he took the microphone. The direction is off. Don't fit it into the Latin language family. Listen to the way the consonants are connected and the placement of the stress. It's extremely regular, falling on the first syllable with a clear vowel weakening at the end. He turned to his colleagues. From the phonetic structure and syllable cutting habits, it is very close to early West Germanic languages on Earth. To be precise, it shares a high structural similarity with Old English. The audience murmured. Professor Zhou, do you mean that the otherworlders speak Old English? Not of the same origin. Professor Zhou waved his hand. It's a similarity in the organization of pronunciation, like 2 different houses using the same load-bearing framework. As long as we confirm it is an inflected language with case changes and its phonetics lean towards Old English, we can build the first syllable cutting model. He wrote several phonetic symbols on the whiteboard, bringing in scholars who specialize in Old English and medieval dialects. Use this structure as a reference to conduct the first round of analysis on their notes. Gui Yinchuan sat in the back row watching the screen where the syllable waveforms were finally being cut and labeled one by one, and he silently let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden rush of static electricity crackled through Gui Yinchuan's earpiece. He pressed the communicator, listening for a few seconds, frowning as he stood up and walked towards the door. There's been a disturbance at the placement building. In the lobby of the Foreign Guest Reception Center in Donghai City, the fat Viscount stood at the front desk with a grim expression, slamming his hands on the marble counter, shouting in Ella language, "I am Viscount Balmonte. I possess a noble lineage with hereditary estates. How dare you make me live on the same floor as the servants?" Due to the language barrier, the staff members from Xia saw this as a comical yet intense silent drama. Balmonte pointed at himself and then at several servants behind him dressed in coarse clothing, gesturing up and down in the air. Then he pulled out 2 gold coins and slammed them down on the registration form. The Xia placement officer didn't even glance at the coins, directly pushing both the coins and the form back and tapping the pen heavily on the paper. Whether you understand or not, I'll say it again. Rooms are assigned based on security review levels and the number of people. Balmonte understood the gesture of pushing back the coins. He stared incredulously at the 2 gold coins that were pushed back unchanged, then looked at the ordinary officer across from him, who didn't even lift an eyelid. His face flushed with anger. He suddenly raised his arm, and the several noble family members behind him began to clamor loudly. The 2 Xia soldiers on guard darkened their expressions, gripping their rifles and stepping forward. Enough, be quiet. A cold voice in Ella language suddenly came from the direction of the elevator hall. Elena walked over briskly. Rewind the time back to 10 minutes ago. Click. At the end of the 18th floor corridor, the heavy wooden door closed tightly behind Elena, completely isolating her slender figure. Carl instinctively stepped forward, his large hand reaching for his waist, despite the fact that his great sword had long been confiscated. This way, please. A casually dressed receptionist from the Summer Kingdom smiled as he extended his hand, placing a thin white card against the door of the adjacent suite. With a beep, the door lock sprang open. He politely stepped aside and made a gesture inviting them in. Carl glanced at the open door, then at Elena's room, and the tension in his muscles eased slightly. Since they were staying right next to the Emperor, separated by only a wall, he made no further defensive movements. The 2 entered the standard room next door obediently. Beep. The door automatically locked behind them. Carl ignored the aromatic takeout box on the table and instinctively scanned the room. He swiftly drew back the curtains and pushed against the completely sealed glass window. Then he crouched down to ensure there were no hidden corners beneath the bed. Finally, he stepped into the bathroom and scrutinized the square vent blowing cold air from the ceiling. Not even a midget could fit in here. Carl returned to the room, his expression odd. Elena was right next door, yet he made no attempt to press his ear against the wall to listen. As a knight, that would be a grave disrespect to the royal family. He simply stood upright, just as he had countless times before while guarding the royal tent, extending his heightened awareness of danger throughout the entire corridor. There was no sharpness of drawn blades, no hidden breaths lurking in the shadows, and certainly no ambushes waiting to strike. This building was filled with an exceedingly stable, cold mechanical hum. Having confirmed that there were no potential threats around, Carl heavily sat down in a chair and rubbed his rough cheek. Meanwhile, Merlin was standing in the center of the room. The old mage's murky eyes were fixed on the ceiling where a lamp emitted a steady white light. His voice was very low. There is no magic. Not a trace of magical elements whatsoever. The lights are on, the wind is blowing, and all of this operates completely without the support of magic. Merlin pondered for a moment. He was well aware of the ironclad rule of never casting spells in unfamiliar and powerful territories, but he was determined to uncover the truth of this place. He concealed his hands within his voluminous sleeves, closed his eyes, and discreetly channeled a trace of weak spiritual energy, casting a minuscule material analysis spell limited to the wall in front of him. After just a glance, Merlin slowly opened his eyes. "Did you see the magic circle, eh?" Carl immediately turned around. No magic circle. There were no secret silver runes, nor any magic crystals providing energy. The wall's framework is filled with tightly bundled metallic wires. Beneath the casing of the wind box are layers of black sheets and green plates covered in metal. Light and wind flow from these lifeless materials. This is highly abnormal. Carl couldn't comprehend this. He only cared about one thing. Is it safe? I don't know. Merlin shook his head. You don't know? Carl was taken aback. In his understanding, there was nothing this knowledgeable court mage couldn't see through. Yes, I don't know. Merlin looked at the glass lamp on the ceiling, his voice filled with gravity. But I suggest you refrain from probing and don't touch anything. As the two stared at the takeout box on the table, sounds came from the corridor. Beep, click. The clear sound of an electronic lock opening came from next door. Carl immediately stood up from his chair and strode over to pull open the door. In the corridor, Elena had already exited the suite. After dining, some color had returned to her face. She adjusted her skirt and followed another receptionist from the Summer Kingdom towards the elevator hall. Your Majesty, Carl called out as he followed. Elena turned her head, glancing at the somewhat anxious Carl, and softly said, I'm fine. I just had something to eat and now want to go downstairs to find the Summer Kingdom personnel to confirm the arrangements for the others. You and Master Merlin should wait here for me. After saying this, she nodded at the receptionist, who was smiling and pressing the elevator button, and stepped inside. The elevator doors slowly closed in front of Carl, and the floor numbers began to descend. Sizzle. A few seconds after the elevator doors closed, the receptionist responsible for their room on the 18th floor suddenly received a rapid burst of static from her walkie-talkie, followed by a few sentences in fast, stern Summer language. The receptionist's expression changed slightly as she pressed her earpiece to respond with 2 syllables, her demeanor instantly turning stern. Carl's gaze sharpened in an instant. As a warrior, he was all too familiar with this atmosphere. It signaled the onset of conflict. Something's wrong. Carl's voice was heavy as if it could drip water. It must be downstairs. The Emperor just went down. He immediately strode over to the receptionist, gesturing urgently at the closed elevator doors and then pointing downstairs. The receptionist politely nodded and pressed the downward arrow on the panel on the wall. The indicator light lit up, but the door showed no reaction. Carl couldn't decipher the constantly changing Arabic numerals above. He only knew that the door remained stubbornly closed. This was destined to be an exceedingly long and torturous wait. Carl paced back and forth in front of the door, the tightly pressed corners of his lips and the instinctual motion of rubbing his waist revealed his inner anxiety. In contrast, Merlin, who had followed him out, appeared much calmer. The old mage's hands were concealed in his wide sleeves, and he seemed unbothered by Carl's anxious state. His mind was exceptionally clear. Given the terrifying military power this country had displayed at sea, if they wanted to crush them, there was no need to resort to any schemes at this moment. Since it logically didn't make sense, this chaos clearly wasn't directed at the Emperor. He made no attempt to soothe the agitated knight, merely standing quietly to the side, his gaze curious as he silently observed the black panel above the door, where a red symbol was continuously blinking. Carl's gaze remained fixated on the gap of the elevator door. Ding! With a light sound, the elevator doors finally slid open slowly. Carl stepped in first, followed closely by Merlin and the receptionist. Another long wait ensued. When the elevator doors on the first-floor lobby opened again, with a ding, Carl immediately spotted Viscount Beaumont walking towards him. The Viscount's face was ashen, tightly clutching a white room card, not even glancing at Carl and Merlin as he walked straight into the elevator. Carl glanced at the Viscount in confusion, but chose not to pursue it further. It wasn't until he saw Elena standing calmly on the marble floor at the reception, her expression composed, that Carl let out a long sigh of relief and approached her with steady steps. Your Majesty, are you all right? Carl whispered, quickly scanning the area. I'm fine, Carl. Elena turned around, shaking her head at the loyal knight with a calm tone. It was just a small incident. I've already handled it. Just then, the 2 massive glass automatic doors at the main entrance of the lobby slid smoothly open. A cool breeze swept into the lobby as Gu Yinchuan strode in. Gu Chu. The receptionist near the front desk quickly approached, lowering her voice to recount the earlier disturbance in a swift manner. Gu Yinchuan stared at them for a few seconds before suddenly turning his head to ask the administrative officer beside him, Is there a mission in the eastern sector tonight? The officer first hesitated, then quickly realized, You don't mean... Gu Yinchuan did not answer, simply extending his hand. Give me the terminal, I want to ask a question. The encrypted terminal was soon delivered to him. As Gu Yinchuan walked towards the door, he connected to the duty line, his voice low, but quick. Hey, it's Gu Yinchuan. We've just finished handling things on the accommodation side. No one is hurt. Hey, race the thing, I had a sudden idea and wanted to discuss it with you. If the reception conditions allow on the eastern side, I'd like to take the 3 from Ayla over to observe this launch. He paused, listening to the response from the other end, and rubbed his brow. Yes, I know it's a bit sudden, he said softly. The main issue is that communication is still problematic and many things can't be explained clearly. Rather than letting them continue sitting idly in the hotel, it would be better to take them to see something they can understand at a glance. I will stay with them throughout to ensure safety and manage the external affairs. I will provide written explanations later. The person on the other end spoke a few more sentences. Gu Yinchuan slowed his pace and smiled. All right, I understand. Consider it me adding extra work for you at the last minute. Then I would trouble you. I will take people over now, and we'll keep in touch on the way. After finishing, he hung up and gestured for the 3 to follow. The girl looked at him somewhat confused, tilting her head slightly. The minibus smoothly traversed through the dusk of Donghai City. The lights inside the vehicle were off, and the shadows of the streetlights swept across the faces of the 3 people in the back row. Only a few hours had passed since they settled in the hotel. The officer from Xia country, named Gu Yanchuan, was staring down at a dimly lit screen, not uttering another word. Carl sat upright in his seat, gazing out at the luminous giant towers receding in the distance. We were just given our rooms, and now it's dark, and they brought us out again. He lowered his voice and broke the silence in Ayla language. Where exactly are we going? After confirming that Gu Yanchuan could not understand and had not turned around, Alina's tense back relaxed slightly. She leaned against the back of the seat, exhaling softly. It doesn't feel like an interrogation, nor does it feel like we're being transferred. Carl, don't be so tense. She rubbed her palm, which was slightly reddened by the imprint of a ring, her voice still carrying a hint of pressure. They haven't really touched our personal belongings at all. She looked out at the passing lights outside the car, recalling the bizarre scene of being alone in that room not long ago. That room was too strange. Elena looked at the two people beside her and said softly, I found a metal pipe in the washroom with just a gentle push upward, and the water flowed out scalding hot. But there was no stove beneath, nor was there a servant to refill it. She paused and pressed her lips together. And the light. There was a thin white sheet behind the door. I tried to pull it out, and the entire room's light instantly died. Putting it back, the light came back on. It was as if a magic crystal stone was placed into a lighting formation, but a crystal could not be that thin. That's not magic, Your Majesty, Merlin said, pulling his hand deeper into his sleeve. I've checked, there's nothing there. Carl turned to look at the old mage. Whether it's the iron ship as large as a mountain at sea, or this building that emits cold air and light by itself. Merlin focused on the floor of the vehicle, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. There's not a shred of magical power. No formations, no runes, nothing at all. The old mage's dry fingers trembled slightly in his sleeve. Your Majesty, that's the most chilling part. These lifeless objects, seemingly devoid of anything, how can they operate on their own? The convoy left the city, and the light ahead gradually dimmed. The salty smell of the sea breeze wafted in through the gaps in the vehicle. The minibus slowly came to a stop in front of a massive steel gate. Several armed soldiers from Xia country approached. Gu Yanchuan rolled down the window and handed out an identification card. The soldier scanned it with a red glowing device, stood at attention, and the heavy metal gate slid open. The vehicle continued to drive inward. Elena looked through the window and saw vast stretches of open land. The vehicle finally came to a halt. The three of them got out, instinctively tightening their clothes, which were permeated by the sea breeze. Gu Yanchuan had barely taken a few steps when he was greeted by a base duty officer waiting in the wind. Officer Gu, I received notification about the temporary personnel addition on my end. The other party returned the identification card to him and gestured towards the brightly lit launch site in the distance. The rapid response workstation has been secured, the transport vertical vehicle has withdrawn, and the supporting and connecting devices are all functioning normally. In a few minutes, the tower over there will be fully detached. Gu Yanchuan glanced in the direction he pointed. They are watching from the outer platform, not entering the inner circle. Understood, the officer nodded. After all, it's a mobile support operation, not the kind of fixed site that everyone can see clearly from the outside. Gu Yanchuan responded with a sound of acknowledgement, turned back, and waved to Elena and the others, signaling them to follow. They ascended the iron staircase step by step, reaching a towering steel observation platform. The wind was strong, and the steel plates beneath their feet emitted a dull metallic sound. Standing on the platform, they finally saw the colossal object looming in the distance. It was an extraordinarily large white metal cylinder. It stood in the center of the launch site, surrounded by only a few groups of closely fitted steel ancillary structures, quietly standing in the darkness. As time passed, the atmosphere around began to change. The last few engineering vehicles that had been weaving around the tower quickly began to withdraw. The steel structure embracing the cylinder slowly opened and retreated layer by layer, accompanied by the dull sound of mechanical operation. One giant searchlight after another turned, and finally dozens of blinding beams of light were all focused intensely on that white giant column. The red warning lights around began to flash rapidly. The surroundings became increasingly empty, and the few Xia country personnel who had been standing on the observation platform ceased their conversations. Gu Yanchuan put away the screen in his hand, no longer dividing his attention towards them, standing straight and gazing intently into the distance. Carl instinctively clenched his fists, even his breathing became lighter. The platform fell completely silent, even the sound of the wind blowing through the steel frame felt unusually clear. Suddenly, an emotionless electronic broadcast echoed through the empty base. They could not understand that language, but they could tell it was a series of extremely mechanical syllables. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The broadcast repeated the rhythm, growing shorter and more urgent. Ignition. Elena felt the steel plate beneath her feet suddenly sink, a low-frequency tremor violently crashing into her bones through the soles of her shoes. Immediately after, a blinding orange flame erupted from the bottom of the white column, brighter than the midday sun. Vast clouds of white smoke surged outward like an avalanche. Boom! The immense physical roar hit the eardrum a second later, accompanied by a wave of hot air pressing down, nearly blinding them. Carl instinctively took half a step forward, raising his arm to shield Elena. But in the next moment he froze. That enormous white metal column was already pushing through the erupting flames, slowly leaving the ground. Merlin gripped the railing tightly, his body leaning forward as if he might leap out. The wild wind disheveled his white hair and robe, but he seemed completely oblivious, fixated on the rising fire. There is no magical power. The old mage's lips trembled, his voice initially barely audible, then suddenly rose sharply. There is no magical power at all. It was as if something had finally pierced through him, altering his tone. It's just steel. Just steel, and it can fly to the heavens. Elena said nothing. The violent flames illuminated her pale profile, her long hair lifted high in the hot wind. She simply tilted her head back, staring intently at the giant column that had left the ground, watching it ascend inch by inch into the night sky, trailing a long tail of fire. The flames grew higher, the roar gradually turning into a deep echo in the sky, until finally it transformed into a slowly moving bright spot in the vast heights. On the way back, the minibus was even quieter than on the way there. Gu Yanchuan kept his head down, staring at the screen in his hand, occasionally raising his hand to press the communicator at his ear. Elena kept her head resting against the car window, gazing out at the pitch-black sea and sky. Merlin had his eyes closed, his hands tightly clasped, seemingly still processing the terrifying scene that had just ripped apart the night sky. Beep. The tablet in Gu Yanchuan's hand emitted a soft sound. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and for the first time, he turned around, extending the glowing screen towards the three people in the back row. The orbital maneuver is complete. The payload is in position, he said in a calm tone, though he knew the three could not understand him, yet he continued. This is the real-time image it just transmitted back. Elena was taken aback for a moment, her gaze falling on that small screen. Carl and Merlin instinctively leaned in closer. Just a glance and a synchronized gasp filled the vehicle. The screen displayed a dead silence in absolute pitch black that evoked fear. Against that pure black backdrop was a giant smooth blue arc emitting a faint glow. As the view slowly pushed in, the arc revealed a glimpse of its full form. It was the earth beneath their feet, a massive sphere suspended in boundless void. Carl's pupils trembled, violently fixating on the image. Even his breathing came to a halt. This is the magical transmission sent back by that thing that just soared into the sky. 100 years ago. Elena's voice was tight and dry as she instinctively clenched her dress. The United Fleet completed the first circumnavigation, using charts to prove to the world that the ground beneath us is a sphere. But the cold conclusion derived from the routes on parchment was entirely different from the overwhelming shock of looking down at this planet from the heavens. The intense contrast of the grand and the minuscule made the ruler of a nation feel a dizzying sense of near suffocation. The abode of the stars. That is the forbidden zone of the gods. Merlin's lips trembled violently, his murky old eyes reflecting the blue planet and the infinite universe on the screen. The scriptures of the church say that mortals can only tread upon the soil, only the divine can sit above the 9 heavens, overlooking all beings, wielding the sun, moon, and stars. Although mages pride themselves on surpassing the divine, no one has ever genuinely believed they could surpass the divine but these Xia people. The old mage suddenly raised his head, looking at the calm-faced Xia officer in the front row, his eyes filled with undisguised horror and awe. No magical power, no deities, no formations. This civilization called Xia country managed to effortlessly tear apart the shackles of the sky with mere mortal flesh and those lifeless cold steel, sending their creations into the celestial sea of the divine. To reach the moon in the 9th heaven, treating the divine as inconsequential. Merlin felt a chill run down his back. Only at this moment did he truly realize the kind of monsters he was facing. The vehicle fell completely silent, only the blue planet on the screen quietly radiated light in the dark universe. At the same time, in the Ayla kingdom, in the lower city of the royal capital, night fell. The once glorious white stone city walls were adorned with the black eagle flags of the Oster Empire. In a dark, damp cellar, former Royal Guards Vice Captain Karen leaned against a moss-covered wall, listening to the heavy sound of iron boots echoing from the street above. Earl Bart handed over his private army this morning. The injured soldier beside him spoke with a trembling voice, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. I saw it with my own eyes. He personally helped the Oster officer down from the carriage, smiling so broadly that the wrinkles on his face were all squished together. The flag at the town hall has also been changed. Another person huddled in the corner whispered, Viscount Chris had just died at the city gate 3 days ago, and his wife changed into an Oster-style dress this afternoon, sitting on the terrace drinking with those enemies. Damn noble glory. Just yesterday they were shouting about holding the royal capital at all costs. Karen said nothing. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of that usually submissive court secretary wearing Oster's military uniform, indicating the hiding place of the contact person during the search operation. A bunch of bastards, Karen gritted his teeth and cursed quietly. As long as they could preserve their estates and titles, it made no difference to those people who became king. Dong, the distant bell chimed. Karen felt the cellar was stifling and smelly. He stood up and pushed aside the piece of broken wood used for disguise to take a breath. He looked up. Just then, in the eastern portion of the night sky blackened by war, an exceptionally bright light appeared. It was unlike the parabolic fireballs thrown by mages, nor like falling meteors. It trailed a long white smoke carving through the night sky with a straight line. Karen was stunned. He stared at the receding fire, slowly lowered his head, reached inside his coat, and touched his guard badge, stained with dried blood. He gripped it tightly in his palm, the metal pricks digging into his flesh, causing a slight sting. Your Highness. Karen looked towards the east, his cracked lips moved slightly as he whispered. The council chamber of the underground city-state of Almas is built deep within a limestone cave. No matter how the wind will turns, a lingering mustiness and the sour scent of preservatives always cling to the air. The young scribe Titus kneels on a low stool by the main table, carefully recording the urgent meeting with a feather quill. Four individuals sit around the dark wooden round table above. In the dimly lit tiered seats further out, dozens of envoys from the small nations of the East Coast are crammed together. The envoys huddle like shivering quails, occasionally kicking crumpled notes under their seats in secrecy. 3 drafts are laid out before Titus, each title longer than the last appendix on contact rights for the exiled royal family, armed restrictions on search vessels in relevant waters, ruling on the disposition of ports on the Alasai coast. No one speaks in the chamber, yet all are acutely aware of the situation. At last the silence is broken. Can Almas not even provide decent chairs? The military envoy of the Ost Empire shifts impatiently, the heavy plate armor, an ornate wooden chair creaking noisily. If you don't mind, can we skip the lengthy eulogies? The envoy slammed his heavy iron gauntlet onto the table with a thud, raising his eyelids. The king of Alasai has passed away. Everyone quickly signed the document acknowledging the actual control rights, so I can return to camp and change into clean boots. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. The envoy from the Forest Spirit Republic did not take the bait, instead frowning slightly as he pointed with his long fingers at one of the drafts on the table. Before discussing borders, I believe the wording in the third line is somewhat inappropriate. Conquest sounds too harsh. It would be better to write the royal authority has changed hands. The Ost envoy paused, then let out a cold snort that was almost a laugh of frustration. Royal authority changed hands. My soldiers bled enough to fill the moat just to step into that muddy ground, and now you want to play word games with me. Even if it's muddy, it's still outrageously expensive. The representative from Florence sighed. He was meticulously polishing a sapphire ring on his thumb with a piece of pristine silk handkerchief. The poor old king who mortgaged the tariffs from 3 deepwater ports for 7 million gold crowns from the trade guild. Now that he is gone, the ledger has turned into a mess. I heard that the little princess is still adrift at sea. Out of compassion, the trade guild must send a few ships to assist this lonely lady. Know its queen to help her settle the accounts. One representative from an island principality who relied on Florence's shipping couldn't hold it in and lightly coughed, only to be sharply stepped on by the person beside him. Audit. Fine. The Ost envoy crossed his hands, elbows resting on the table, staring intently at the plump merchant, but the fog at sea is thick and the Empire's magic crystal cannons have just been rifled anew. If a gunner's hand trembles and accidentally sends the guild's auditors to the fishes, the Empire will take no responsibility. The fat merchant paused in his polishing of the ring. He carefully folded the handkerchief and tucked it back into his pocket. The flesh on his face still pressed into a smile, but his gaze had turned cold. That would indeed be a heartbreaking accident. If the guild's treasury shuts its doors, the funds originally prepared for your country's post-war reconstruction might just end up in the pockets of those heavily armored mercenary groups in Free City. I heard they have been quite idle lately. As long as the pay is good, they would be more than happy to venture to the ruins of Iron Anvil Fortress for the guild. Titus' feather quill came to a halt on the parchment. He held his breath and cautiously lifted his gaze. The envoy's cheek muscles visibly twitched as his hand slowly moved toward the hilt of his sword at his waist. Secular accounts cannot measure the sins of the soul. A dry voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, cutting into the taut tension between the two men. The inquisitor from the Holy Crown Church remained as calm as the cup of untouched water before him. Alasai fell because the stench of those court mages angered the gods. The girl's soul must be cleansed before the altar. The Lord's knights will go to the sea to guide her. Your Excellency, the Inquisitor, the envoy turned coldly. Are you sending a priest with the Holy Scripture or a knight with a lance? In the Emperor's territory, there cannot be a second flag raised. The Inquisitor finally lifted his head, his gray-white eyes looking at the envoy. The people of Alasai have just lost their king, and they will only listen to the voice of the priests now. I wonder what the morning prayer will bring to the faithful tomorrow, an appeal for peace or a revelation on martyrdom. Titus felt his knees weaken slightly. He lowered his head, pretending to focus on inking, but a fine sheen of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. The basement is already stuffy, so please don't add fuel to the fire. The envoy from the Forest Spirit gently rotated the silver cup in his hand, his long fingers producing a faint tinkling sound against the cup's wall. He leisurely drew out a piece of pre-prepared parchment from his sleeve and pushed it to the center of the table. Let's limit it to a lunar month. 30 days. The envoy smiled at the Ost envoy. During these 30 days, the Empire's fleet will halt along the west coast, and everyone acknowledges the Empire's actual control over the Alasai territory. As for the high seas, where the sea winds blow, it will depend on your luck. The Ost envoy stared at the paper, rapping his knuckles on the table. Halt. That term won't do. It should be revised to suspend instead. The plump merchant immediately laughed, putting the polished ring back on his thumb. Your Excellency, if it's just a suspension, this paper is too thin to even prop up a wine cup. The Inquisitor's dry voice sounded again, add a clause stating that search vessels entering the high seas must not carry heavy weaponry. The envoy's gaze sliced through the faces of the plump merchant and the Inquisitor like a knife. After a moment, he squeezed out a cold grunt from between his teeth, a tacit approval. Seeing this, the Forest Spirit envoy pushed the draft back to the edge of the table, nodding slightly at the scribe beside him. Titus, please transcribe it again according to the gentleman's wishes. The entire council chamber fell silent. Only the crackling of the burning torches could be heard. The envoy glanced at the blood mud still not dried on his boots, then at the 3 unyielding faces across from him. Humph. He snatched the feather quill from Titus' hands almost with a force of frustration and scrawled his name at the end of the document. The parchment nearly tore under the pressure of the quill's tip. 30 days. The envoy tossed the pen back next to the ink bottle with a dull thud. I hope your ship's hull is thick enough. The Empire's fleet will set sail on the morning of the 31st day. May the sea god bless your voyage. The Trade Guild representative cheerfully took the feather quill, signing with ease. The representatives from the church and the forest spirit followed suit. Titus carefully picked up the still glowing red wax seal, his wrist hovering steadily, dripping the sealing wax onto the parchment. Snap! The 4 seals were stamped down, and the meeting concluded. Just moments ago, the prominent figures who were stabbing each other with mercenaries and rabble now rose in unison. The representative from Florence even casually asked the forest spirit envoy about this year's grape harvest. The small nation envoys in the tiered seats stood up with a sense of relief, starting to inquire about which tavern's roast meat was the freshest. Titus remained seated, gently blowing dry the ink on the parchment. He rolled up the document and stuffed it into a moisture-proof hardwood tube. As he cleared the table, his gaze fell upon the East Sea map that had just been pointed at and crossed out by several envoys. When he dripped the sealing wax earlier, a tiny drop of red wax had splattered, landing precisely on the high seas on the eastern side of the map. Titus stared at that drop of red wax for a moment. It clung to the blue ink, resembling a drop of unwashed blood. The laughter of the big shots had already faded. Several envoys from the small nations were whispering as they hurriedly left, testing each other on which shipyard still had fast ships for the morning. At 4:30 in the morning, in the underground machine room of the East China Sea Joint Decoding Center, the strong aroma of black coffee mingled with the scent of takeout, all confined within a temperature-controlled environment of 20 degrees maintained by a powerful air conditioning system. Graduate student Xiao Zhao, with dark circles under his eyes, stared intensely at the main control screen. Bloodshot eyes reflected the wildly fluctuating loss curve displayed on the screen. For the past 7 days, everyone in this basement felt as though they had rolled through hell. With the help of an old mage's notes, they had constructed the writing system of Era using ancient English word formation, having already tackled more than half of it. However, merely being able to understand written text was far from sufficient. It was impossible to rely solely on writing during communication. What they urgently needed was real-time voice translation, so they were forced to hammer away at this simultaneous interpretation model using massive computational power. 40 minutes ago, the 16th version of the model could handle simple subject-verb structures, but the drift of proper nouns was exceedingly outrageous. When testing geographical names, Era was directly translated as countryside. When testing titles, Princess was awkwardly rendered as child of a noble family. At that moment, Xiao Zhao looked at the pile of incomprehensible garbled text on the verge of emotional collapse. It wasn't until half an hour ago that the 17th adjustment, which employed a new set of methods, was completed. It's dropped. Still dropping. Xiao Zhao muttered to himself, his lips cracked. The curve on the screen finally smoothed out bizarrely after a violent fluctuation, settling firmly below the passing line. With trembling hands, he fed in another segment of untested daily audio clips for re-evaluation, then ran fixed phrases and names through a separate test. In the end, he even pulled a brand new, unseen sample from the audio captured the previous night for a zero-shot trial run. Although the synthesized voice was mechanical and stiff, the enunciation was clear and the meaning was largely intact. Confirming that this was no accidental fit, Xiao Zhao suddenly sprang up from his chair. The sudden movement knocked over half a cup of cold coffee on the table. Director. It stabilized. It really worked this time. The director of the decoding center, who had not slept for days, sprang up from his folding bed, not even putting on his shoes properly before striding over. Don't rush. Run a few more segments. Xiao Zhao immediately complied, pouring in 3 distinctly different datasets in succession. Check the latency and error rates. The director leaned his hands on the table, fixated on the real-time, scrolling bilingual aligned text on the screen. A minute later, the latency stabilized around 2 seconds, with the core meanings largely hitting the mark. The director let out a long, weary breath, straightened his back, and clapped his hands. All right. At last we can present this. The group of graduate students in the machine room sighed in relief. Package it and send it to Director Gu. The director turned to the technician. Move quickly. At 7:15 in the morning at the foreign guest house in the temporary command room, Gu Yanchuan extinguished his cigarette just as the red secure phone on the table rang. He picked up the receiver, and a slightly hoarse and fatigued voice from a central leader came through. Yanchuan, the equipment for the decoding center has arrived, right? Just arrived, currently undergoing a self-check. Gu Yanchuan replied in a deep voice. I am about to meet with the people from Era. Good. Before the meeting, I need to brief you on a few things. The leader sighed gently on the other end. The situation domestically has stabilized over the past few days, and the production capacity conversions across regions have been executed very decisively. However, continuing down this path is not a sustainable solution. If we rely on old reserves, our stored resources will eventually be depleted. Gu Yanchuan listened quietly, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the resource department's exploration teams have recently discovered a large number of mineral deposits along new coastlines and land areas, transforming these mountains into steel in our factories and converting them into actual resources will still require a long time gap. The leader's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Although part of the production capacity has been converted through military orders, the private sector still has many gaps, and the overall situation is not optimistic. Gu Yanchuan tightened his grip on the receiver. This was the biggest sword hanging over the nation. Therefore, the central government is very clear we need to quickly ascertain the situation outside. The leader's tone became serious again. See if we can find some breakthrough points from ERA or surrounding forces to break the deadlock. We need time and external buffers. I understand. Gu Yanchuan's gaze darkened, his tone resolute and pragmatic. I will arrange the exchange meeting immediately and aim to obtain some basic information today. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yanchuan turned and walked toward the door. The technician had already lifted the black explosion-proof case containing the simultaneous interpretation equipment. Let's go. Gu Yanchuan grabbed the notebook on the table. It's time to meet our guests. On the 18th floor in a small meeting room, the heavy soundproof door swung open. Elena, Merlin, and Carl entered under the guidance of the reception officer. Across the long table, Gu Yanchuan was already seated with an open black explosion-proof case beside him. Next to him was the recording officer and a technician. Gu Yanchuan smiled at them, pointed to the 3 black semi-closed headphones on the table, donned a single-sided headset, and made a gesture indicating please wear them. The black engineering plastic shell reflected a cold matte finish under the fluorescent lights. Oh, Carl had never seen such a material before. He frowned slightly and was the first to pick one up and clip it onto his ear. Gu Yanchuan pressed the terminal's start button and slowed his speech. Can you understand what I'm saying? 2 seconds later, a monotonous voice in ERA came through the headset. Carl's sturdy body stiffened suddenly and his pupils constricted. He instinctively pressed the edge of the headset, staring in disbelief at Gu Yanchuan, who had not opened his mouth to speak ERA. This black lump had actually produced precise ERA language. Carl, Elena asked softly. Your Majesty, this black lump speaks ERA. Carl took a deep breath, suppressing his strange feelings, and reported. Seeing this, Merlin and Elena also put on the headsets in turn. Unable to help himself, Carl asked again, can it understand me too? After a 2-second delay, the mechanical Chinese voice from Gu Yanchuan's single-sided headset responded, it can also understand me. Gu Yanchuan nodded calmly, replying into the microphone, yes. Please speak slowly. It is not me speaking ERA, it is the equipment relaying it. If you don't understand, please interrupt immediately. The device faithfully translated this statement. Hearing the orderly test guidance, Elena's azure eyes widened slightly. Merlin swiftly removed the headset from his head, glanced at it, then put it back on, as if repeatedly confirming how this unenchanted item managed to translate languages. After confirming that the communication loop was functioning properly, Gu Yanchuan nodded and leaned slightly forward. Before we proceed with a simple question-and-answer test, I will introduce myself out of courtesy. Gu Yanchuan looked at them, speaking steadily and clearly. I am Gu Yanchuan, an intelligence officer of the Maritime Police of Xia Country and Deputy Director of the Office for ERA Affairs. 2 seconds later, the device relayed this lengthy title, rich in modern bureaucratic flavor. After hearing the translation, the expressions of the 3 on the other side of the long table became somewhat peculiar. Elena slightly parted her lips, hesitant to speak. Gu Yanchuan calmly took in their strange gazes, considering it a result of the otherworldly visitors not being familiar with such bureaucratic titles. He did not pause, continuing the procedure. Now we will conduct a simple test. Your identity. Elena, Princess of the ERA Kingdom, first in line for succession. Elena tried to keep her voice steady. 2 seconds later, the dry Chinese voice from Gu Yanchuan's headset responded, ERA, daughter of the king, first in line to succeed. Gu Yanchuan looked at Merlin and the one next to you. Merlin, the court mage of the ERA Kingdom. This time the headset took a bit longer to respond, then spat out a few jerky words, an old man who performs tricks in the palace. Hearing this absurd translation in Chinese, Gu Yanchuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He glanced at the technician beside him, who was already sweating profusely, manually marking up the vocabulary list on the keyboard, and suddenly realized. No wonder the 3 people had such strange expressions when he reported his position earlier. God knows what this half-finished product had translated intelligence officer and deputy director into for them. Director Gu, the system's vocabulary is still rough and needs further refinement. The technician lowered his voice, awkwardly reminding him. Gu Yanchuan's eyes twitched slightly, deciding not to dwell on the awkwardness of the translation. He decisively closed the test notebook, crossed his hands on the table, and his gaze shifted away from the gentle demeanor he had during the test. Test concluded. Now let's officially begin. A faint rhythmic hum emanated from the air conditioning vent in the conference room. Gu Yanchuan reached for the hardcover notebook on the table, preparing to unscrew the pen cap and begin the formal interrogation. My apologies. Elena folded her hands gently atop the metal table. The 16-year-old queen leaned forward slightly, her gaze steady and unwavering as it met Gu Yanchuan's. So far we know only your names, yet we remain utterly ignorant of who holds us captive. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding authority. Are you a vast empire, a multinational alliance, or something else entirely? Gu Yanchuan froze mid-motion, his fingers still poised over the pen cap. Indeed, after days of silent observation, no questions permitted, they must have been stifling with pent-up frustration. He smiled faintly, set the pen back upon the notebook, and replied, We are called Xia. It is a nation. He then tilted his head and gestured lightly toward the technician standing behind, and to his right, switched to base map 1. With a soft shush, the entire anti-glare screen at the front of the conference room lit up, revealing a satellite-derived topographic map of striking clarity. Gu Yanchuan rose to his feet. A crimson laser beam from his pointer struck the sinuous coastline on the right side of the screen. This is you, ERA. Then the red dot glided leftward across the expanse of azure, representing the sea. On the left side of the screen lay a vast, sprawling continent. Though the Era Kingdom itself was no small realm, occupying nearly 1/5 of a subcontinent, it appeared comparatively slender beside the Xia Nation, which claimed half the screen's breadth, its territory barely 1/3 the size. The red dot settled finally at the easternmost edge of that continent. Watching the pupils of the three figures across the table contract sharply, Gu Yinchuan softened his tone, as if recounting an inevitable, sorrowful truth. 20 days ago, our entire nation, its land, its people, its sovereign territory, was suddenly translocated into this world. You now stand at the far eastern extremity of that territory, across the sea, gazing upon your homeland from afar. Elena stiffened almost imperceptibly, her fingers tightening unconsciously. Carl's hand resting on the metal armrest went rigid, his mouth parted, yet no sound emerged. Merlin's clouded eyes trembled rapidly as he stared at the immense map before him. This is clearly no illusion. The elder mage murmured lowly. The edges of height here projections never exhibit such absolute rigidity in magical resonance. If this map truly depicts a contiguous landmass of such scale, he slowly lowered his gaze from the screen to Gu Yinchuan. This resembles a spatial translocation, forbidden incantation, more than anything else. Gu Yinchuan seized upon the term instantly. With quiet curiosity he asked, forbidden incantation. Is that the correct term within your system of magic? Mentioned only in fragmented scrolls from the mythic age, Merlin shook his head, his withered fingers tucked deep within his sleeves. No living soul has ever successfully cast one. Such arts demand the complete draining of a continent's magical source. Gu Yinchuan nodded, thoughtfully switched off the laser pointer, and resumed his seat. Indeed, it sounded like a theoretical construct, existing only in legend. He tapped his knuckles lightly against the tabletop and asked in a tone both courteous and deliberate. If you don't object, might we observe a foundational demonstration of your magic first? That would help us grasp your capabilities more concretely. No sooner had the words left his lips than a series of soft clicks echoed through the room. An assistant swiftly deployed a multi-lens camera nearby, while two security personnel by the door instinctively straightened their postures. Merlin glanced at the dark, unblinking lenses, and his brow furrowed faintly. As a noble mage being scrutinized like a sideshow performer unsettled him deeply. Sensing the elder's discomfort, Gu Yinchuan offered an apologetic smile. Please don't be uneasy. It's simply our professional habit intended solely for precise documentation. Merlin sighed, relenting. From within his robes, he withdrew a silver coin of Era, its surface dusted with fine salt crystals, and placed it flat upon the table. Then with deliberate slowness, he traced a minuscule rune in the air, using only his index finger. With a soft puff, a small flame, vibrant orange and self-ignited, leapt into existence above the coin. Gu Yinchuan's eyes brightened instantly. He leaned forward half a foot, studying the flame intently. Again, slower this time. As he watched, he instinctively turned to his technician. Any anomalies? Core temperature 600 degrees Celsius. No discernible magnetic disturbance. Radiation levels remain within baseline ambient noise. The technician recited the data rapidly, eyes fixed on his monitor. Interesting, Gu Yinchuan murmured, then looked back to Merlin. Was ignition initiated at your fingertip, or in the air above it? Does the flame persist away from your body? And does your palm feel warm now? Hearing these seemingly naive questions, the deep furrows between Merlin's brows gradually eased. He suddenly realized these individuals armed with strange artifacts possessed no true understanding of magic's sublime intricacies. A quiet pride, long dormant, the innate dignity of a royal court archmage, began to reawaken within him. The fire element coalesced first in the air. The elder mage explained calmly, his tone now carrying the measured assurance of a master instructing an apprentice. So long as spiritual energy remains intact, the flame endures, even without a focus staff. As for body heat, spellcasting arises from resonance between spirit and element. The physical form does not ignite. Gu Yinchuan jotted a quick note in his notebook and nodded. So it is guided by spiritual energy. I am duly enlightened. Merlin felt a distinct easing in his spirit. He withdrew his hand. The flame vanished instantly. Yet casting here feels wholly unlike my usual practice. He drew a slow breath, his chest rising and falling. Here magical energy is profoundly diluted, like pure wine watered down beyond recognition. Even igniting this required the coin as an auxiliary conduit. His gaze lingered on Gu Yinchuan, then swept over the instruments blinking with red lights. Emboldened now by his regained composure, he voiced the question he'd held back since arrival. Moreover, I sense not even the faintest trace of magical resonance upon any of you. He pointed first to the metal vent exhaling cool air, then upward to the blinding white light tubes overhead. If you possess no magic whatsoever, how do these lights burn? How does water heat itself? What power enables all this? Faced with the elder mage's sharp inquiry, Gu Yinchuan set down his pen. He offered no lengthy exposition on scientific theory, only a glance at the insulated cup on the table, his voice calm and grounded. We truly possess no magic, nor do we rely upon magic to drive any of this. Then what do you rely upon, eh? Upon studying these things themselves. Gu Yinchuan leaned back slightly in his chair, explaining, as one might to a friend. We are quite simply ordinary people, devoid of your innate gifts, and thus compelled to investigate the most fundamental laws governing reality. Why does wind blow? Why does water boil? Why does iron rust? Why do objects fall? First we uncover these truths, then we learn to harness them. No divine hand inscribes answers for us. No force bestows power freely upon our palms. All we possess is generations of trial calculation correction, systematically discarding every false path until only the true one remains, and then relentlessly refining it. So lights a shine ships sail rockets pierce the heavens, not by miracle, but because someone somewhere refused to let the simplest of phenomena remain unexamined, pursuing them relentlessly to their very origin. Merlin opened his mouth, then closed it again. His fleeting sense of superiority dissolved completely. He stared dumbfounded at Gu Yanchuan, and a sudden bone-deep chill seeped from his marrow. In Era, and across the entire otherworldly continent, it was axiomatic that power was strictly bound to innate talent. Those born with magical affinity were noble by birthright, monopolizing the mysteries of the elements regarding magic as either divine grace or inherited privilege. Even the research conducted within the highest towers involved only rare geniuses attempting to decipher ancient fragments, or using overwhelming spiritual strength to forcibly seize elemental dominion. As for those without talent, the common folk, they spent their lives scratching sustenance from the soil, worshipping the awe-inspiring forces of heaven and earth in reverent silence. To deconstruct nature's laws, and then wield them. This colossal power requiring neither deity nor gift sent a shiver of profound unease through Merlin, leaving him wordless. At that moment Karl spoke. Your steel warships tore Ost's fleet apart in moments upon the sea. His jaw clenched, each word deliberate. Was that your Xia Nation's most formidable magitech vessel? Gu Yanchuan regarded the knight, and simply shook his head. No, that was merely a Coast Guard vessel. He chose the closest functional equivalent for translation sake, roughly analogous to maritime castle sentinels. Impossible. Karl burst out, his towering frame locking in place. As chief knight, a veteran commander forged in relentless warfare, he understood better than anyone what that iron leviathan's destructive might implied. Such overwhelming power, could it possibly serve only patrol duty? Karl drew a sharp breath as though resisting sheer absurdity, his voice turning hoarse unbidden. Gu Yanchuan paused, choosing his words with care. In fact, far more powerful vessels exist. That is what we call a warship. He did not press further, instead turning the page, shifting his attention smoothly to Elena, guiding the dialogue back onto course. Well then, we've shared much about ourselves. Now we're eager to hear about your world. Elena inhaled deeply. This nation ran far deeper, and far stranger, than she had first imagined. She carefully drew her fingernails deeply indented into her palms free, and resettled her hands once more folded upon the table, reclaiming the meeting's narrative authority. Let us begin with the Ost Empire. Elena sat straighter, her voice cool, clear, and direct, delivering precisely the intelligence most vital to Xia. The Ost Empire maintains the largest standing army on the continent. In recent years, they completed a radical innovation, forcibly binding Haidir, mage's magical energy, into heavy siege weaponry. The fleet you destroyed at sea was their newly commissioned pride, heralded as unstoppable. Gu Yanchuan listened attentively, occasionally jotting notes. Elena continued. Beyond Ost, 3 other powers command undeniable influence across the continent. The Florence Commercial Republic, though lacking a formal army, it controls the continent's golden lifeline. Should war erupt, it can instantly commission a dozen fully armored mercenary legions with coin alone. The Holy Crown Theocracy, holding sway over millions of faithful. It commands a knightly order capable of invoking high-tier divine arts alongside the Inquisition of heretics. Lastly, the Sylvan Republic. Its people enjoy extraordinary longevity and master ancient enigmatic nature magic. To this day, even Ost's naval fleets dare not confront them directly in the Eastern Sea. And we, the Era Kingdom, had our capital breached by the Ost Empire just days ago. We now journey toward the Sylvan Republic, where we intend to establish the Era government in exile. Here Elena locked eyes with Gu Yanchuan and revealed her strongest bargaining chip. The fall of Era has shattered the pre-existing balance among these powers. Every faction's gaze will now fixate, unwaveringly, upon our territory, our mineral wealth, our homeland. At this, Gu Yanchuan lifted his gaze. This was precisely the strategic intelligence Xia's leadership most urgently sought, an ideal geopolitical entry point. Ost's brutal invasion and the collapse of the old order had torn open a perfect fissure along the periphery of the otherworldly continent. A displaced royal house stripped of land, yet retaining full legal legitimacy, represented an incalculable boon for Xia, a nation desperately needing vast resources to sustain its industrial output, and equally desperate for external strategic depth. Yet such strategic calculations remained unspoken before this young woman who had just lost her home. Gu Yanchuan merely subdued the keen intensity in his eyes, offering only a subtle, composed nod. Noticing the dark-haired man's brief silence, Elena paused, her tone softening into quiet entreaty, yet never relinquishing the quiet dignity of a sovereign in exile. Mr. Gu, we have already demonstrated considerable candor. Elena lifted her chin slightly, meeting his dark, unblinking gaze. May we proceed? Elena sat quietly in the car on the way back, the steady vibrations of the engine beneath her, yet her thoughts remained stuck half an hour earlier. In Era's understanding, even a powerful empire that ruled nearly half of the continent could alter the fate of a nation with the mobilization of 1 million soldiers. But just now, when the man named Gu Yinchuan spoke of the strength of Xia Nation, the translator produced measurement units that even Era's language had not recorded. 1. For billion people. 961 million tons of steel. 715 million tons of grain. 2 million standing army. Carl finally broke the silence in the car. The seasoned knight's voice was hoarse, carrying a roughness born from being hit hard. If that Gu Yinchuan is not just bluffing, then there is no army in the old continent that can withstand them. Merlin, sitting on the other side, buried his hands deep in the sleeves of his robe and shook his head. Carl, the truly terrifying aspect of Xia Nation lies not just in its military might. The old mage did not look at him, merely staring out the window. Outside on the wall of a high-rise, a woman's face taller than the city gate silently smiled, only to transform into another vividly colored, almost enchanting image the next moment. The entire wall seemed to come alive, shimmering with changing lights. Merlin's Adam's apple moved slightly. Such a large-scale illusion projection, such stable light and shadow changes, if maintained by magic, would be enough to drain 10 low-grade magic crystals in an instant. He slowly turned his head to look at the chief knight, bitterly tugging at the corner of his mouth. They can actually use something of this level in a place where I can't even understand its purpose. Elena withdrew her gaze from the window. She did not continue to lament along with the two, instead gently rubbing her fingers that wore the signet ring. We must first take this information back and digest it. Half an hour later, in the suite on the 18th floor of the foreign guest house, several great nobles, high-ranking knights, and royal advisors who had fled with the royal family were already anxiously crammed into the reception room, waiting for quite some time. As soon as the queen entered, everyone's gaze gathered instantly. Your Majesty, what did the people of Xia Nation say? The son of Duke Ryan Cad was the first to approach, his eyes fixed tightly on Elena's face. Among the nobles fleeing with the royal family, he was one of the few heirs from a ducal family. Elena stood firmly in the center of the room. She did not give a lengthy speech. Instead, in the briefest tone, she threw the conclusion she had just heard to them. Their population exceeds 1 billion. Their annual steel production is tens of thousands of times that of the Oster Empire and hundreds of thousands of times that of ours. Moreover, they can sustain a territory several times larger than Era without any magic. The room fell into a deathly silence. Elena did not wait for everyone to digest the shock before continuing, so I have made up my mind. Her gaze swept over each person in the reception room, her voice still steady. At least at this stage, I will not leave Xia Nation. A low murmur of unrest arose among the crowd. What Era needs most now is not to flee further, but to quickly find the true power that can change the situation. She slightly raised her chin and continued, I will remain here in the name of the Era royal family, continuing to engage with Xia Nation and seek cooperation. As soon as these words fell, the suppressed buzz in the reception room finally erupted. Your Majesty, forgive my frankness, but is it not too rash to decide to collaborate with Xia Nation now? Cad was the first to break the uncontrollable unrest. He frowned first, slightly bowing to Elena, his tone still maintaining sufficient respect. Your Majesty, I do not doubt what you have seen today. The city outside, the iron giants at sea, and what we have seen and heard here. These all lay before us, and Xia Nation is certainly not a weak country. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the pale-faced nobles and advisors, noticing a few people's expressions slightly shift before continuing. But therein lies the problem. What we see now may only be their most glamorous and strongest side. Could it merely be the facade they present to outsiders? Carl frowned, his voice turning cold. What exactly are you trying to say? What I mean is Xia Nation is strong, that is beyond doubt. Cad's tone gradually sank, but what we see now may not necessarily represent the whole picture of this country. He stepped forward a half-step, patiently saying, which major power in the old continent does not present the most respectable side of its capital when welcoming envoys? The fountains in front of the palace, the elite cavalry in the training grounds, the fully stocked grain carts, the polished armor. What they show to outsiders is always the best. But that has never meant the entire country is like that. As he spoke, the breath in the reception room seemed to lighten. Cad seized this point and pressed further. Therefore, what Xia Nation shows us, and what we hear, may not be unfiltered. If we rely solely on these to stake all of Era's hopes for restoration along with all personnel and ships, it would be too hasty. Young Master Cad is right. Suddenly, the rotund Baron Balmonte squeezed out from the back of the crowd, his chubby face filled with impatience and resentment. We haven't even seen their real army. It's just a showcase of a few rare treasures taken from their collection. Do they think that will convince us? Balmonte exclaimed excitedly, waving his short arms. If we keep believing, we're likely to not even know how we became their vassals. When we received supplies today, they even let those servants stand in front of me. When I reported my surname, they didn't even look at me before blocking me back. Your Majesty, look at how those servants are gazing at us now. If this continues, they will truly rebel. Balmont's words directly struck at the most hidden pain of the nobles. Several people who had been hesitant showed clear changes in expression. Only then did Cad take a gentle step forward, as if he had finally waited for the right moment. Therefore, we must not put all our eggs in one basket. Your Majesty, I suggest we immediately form a team to take some ships to the Forest Spirit Republic. There we have our traditional allies, and we should establish a foothold for a new continent. This is the safest retreat. The reception room fell silent for a moment. After the words, Forest Spirit Republic, were spoken, two barons stepped forward, one after another, standing behind Cad. Soon after, several court viscounts bowed their heads and walked over. In that new continent, their shops still existed, the farms still stood, and the banks still recognized their family seals. Carl exploded in rage, the terrifying pressure of a high-ranking knight instantly erupting. "You cowards! How dare you in front of Her Majesty? Carl, stand down." Elena spoke up. Her voice was not loud, yet it made Carl swallow the rest of his words. She stood in place, her gaze slowly sweeping over those who had stepped forward. Among them were the sons of tax officers whom her father had trusted most in life and old ministers who had sworn allegiance to the royal family at court banquets. Cad stood at the front of them, silent and looking down. She was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "You are not eager to go to the forest spirit seeking a retreat for Era. You are just eager to return to a place that still remembers your surnames, titles, and land deeds." This time a crack finally appeared in Cad's calm demeanor. "Your Majesty, you may leave." Elena interrupted him mercilessly, her back still straight. "You may take the 3 fast ships at the rear and your own private property. But if you go to the forest spirit, you will be mere exiles seeking refuge. You must not take Era's royal flag, nor are you permitted to speak externally in the name of the royal family." The reception room fell silent for a moment. Balmonte almost immediately looked as if he had been granted amnesty, turning to call his attendants to pack his belongings. Several nobles who had already stood behind Cad seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief, quietly urging their own attendants. Cad did not rush to leave. Instead, he stood in place in silence for a moment before turning to instruct those beside him, "Contact the duty personnel here and request separate accommodations. Also clarify things on the port side." The hallway quickly became chaotic. The sound of footsteps, doors opening and closing, and boxes being dragged mixed together, spreading from the suite to the outside corridor. Some began to tally the list of those willing to accompany, while others hurried to find family members and attendants still in other rooms. Balmont's voice occasionally came from the other end of the corridor, urging as if afraid that they wouldn't be able to leave if they were late. When the night grew deeper, and even the clock at the end of the corridor slowly ticked by more than an hour, a casually dressed foreign affairs officer from Xia Nation finally knocked on the door. "The duty room has just received your applications." The officer handed a writing board to Cad. "If it is confirmed to be voluntary separation and a request to depart, please register the list of personnel here. The port will process the departure procedures for the 3 ships based on this and provide navigational guidance." Cad was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the Xia Nation personnel to not have any unnecessary words. He took the pen and quickly signed his name. Night had fallen. The 18th floor returned to silence. A few doors stood wide open, leaving behind only the chaotic traces after hasty evacuations. Elena stood alone in the center of the corridor. She gazed at the abandoned teacups and disheveled beds for the first time, acutely aware that after losing the land, the crown could no longer gather everyone around her as it once did. Era still existed, and most people still stood by her side. But from this night on, this exiled kingdom had ultimately cracked open a rift. In this almost frozen silence, a clear knock echoed from the end of the corridor. Elena turned her head. Gu Yanchuan stood there holding a document, his posture straight. His gaze swept over the open doors in the corridor and Carl's pale face, pausing for half a second. "It seems you all had a rather tumultuous evening." Gu Yanchuan's tone was steady, then quite naturally shifted the topic to official matters. "But some things cannot wait for you all to gradually calm down. Your Highness Elena, the military of Xia Nation has just arranged for the captives from the Oster Empire." In Donghai City, at the temporary captive settlement for otherworldly prisoners outside the interrogation room, Gu Yanchuan leaned against the wall holding a freshly printed interrogation outline, explaining it to the 3 people in front of him, including Ayla. "The translator can currently only handle translations between Ayla's language and Xia's language, so I will need your assistance with the translations. Once we go in, I will take the lead in the conversation." Gu Yanchuan pointed to the latest simultaneous interpretation earphones hanging by his ear. After calibration a few days ago, the translator can handle most everyday conversations. Although some specialized terminology may still have slight discrepancies, it shouldn't be a major issue. Master Merlin, I hope you can provide a double assurance. If there are any issues with the information provided by the other party, please alert me immediately. Merlin slightly nodded. The old mage tucked his dry hands into his sleeves, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. "Mr. Gu, besides this, I might be able to offer a bit of extra assistance. I can sense the fluctuations of their magical energy. It's very difficult for an untrained ordinary person to completely mask these fluctuations when lying." Gu Yanchuan felt a slight stir in his heart. A half-human lie detector. He looked deeply at the old mage and simply nodded. "All right. Then please pay close attention to their fluctuations when answering a few key questions. If there's anything unusual, tap the table once. If not, tap it twice." After finishing his instructions, Gu Yanchuan swiped the access card and pushed open the heavy soundproof iron door. Inside the interrogation room, a young man in a deep black mage uniform of the Oster Empire was sitting on a metal chair fixed to the floor. A thick white cast was wrapped around his right wrist, suspended by a bandage around his neck. Despite being a prisoner and wincing in pain, the young mage's mental state was surprisingly exuberant. He was not in shackles, sitting up straight, fiercely maintaining the dignity and arrogance of an imperial mage. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised his head. As his gaze crossed over Gu Yanchuan and landed on the incoming Elena, he was momentarily taken aback, then a smirk mixed with contempt and malice crept onto his lips. "Who do we have here?" The young mage leaned back in his chair and mockingly said in Oster language, "Isn't this our noble princess Elena?" "Oh, poor little girl, why don't you go home and find your mommy and daddy?" After saying that, he seemed to remember something and suddenly tilted his head. "Oh right, I almost forgot. The royal flag of Ayla has already been trampled into the mud by the Empire's iron cavalry. Oh dear, you've lost your home. Huh, you're asking for death." Although Karl did not understand Oster language, the extreme contempt on the other party's face had made everything clear. "Karl, it's all right," Elena gently advised and reached out to block him. Her gentle force exuded an absolute control. Karl gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, but ultimately he forced himself to stop. Gui Yanchuan pulled out a chair opposite the metal table and casually tossed the interrogation outline onto the table. He did not rush to interrupt, but simply gazed at him calmly. This indulgence made the mage even more rampant. He slightly raised his chin, a near sickly enthusiasm appearing on his pale face. "No matter where you escape, to even if you hide at the ends of the earth, the Empire's iron boots will eventually crush every corner of this world. Ayla, the Church, the Merchant Alliance, and even those self-righteous forest races will sooner or later be nothing but pieces in the Empire's puzzle." Gui Yanchuan listened to the real-time translation coming through his earphones, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. This was not the arrogance of an old noble born of bloodline. It was more like a new type of officer mage brainwashed under the Empire system, having a religious fervor for absolute conquest and loyalty to the Emperor. For such people, severe torture often backfires. The best way is to pierce through their proud glory. Gui Yanchuan waited for him to finish his shouting before leisurely flipping open the outline, his tone indifferent to the point of being somewhat perfunctory. "That sounds quite intimidating. But how could such an invincible Imperial fleet be crushed like bugs without even firing a single shot at sea?" The flippant words caused the fervor on the Imperial mage's face to freeze instantly after the Grand Mage's translation. "That was an oversight. It was our failure to prepare." The mage leaned forward, eagerly pulling at his severed arm, causing pain to flicker in his eyes, yet he still gritted his teeth and argued, "If the sea conditions had allowed, if we had time to deploy the ship's shields, you bunch of iron lumps, without any magical energy, wouldn't even have touched our hull." On the surface, Gui Yanchuan appeared unfazed, even casually twirling the pen in his hand, jotting down a few keywords, while the recording device beneath the table had already captured this crucial information clearly. The first piece of valuable military intelligence was in hand. The Oster ships had a formal shield defense system, and it was deployable in actual combat. "Ship shields." Elena, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, looking at the mage with a hint of pity. "Are you still using that kind of thing? I remember a few years ago your country's General von Richter activated the command shield on the battlefield, but due to the logistics, using inferior charging magic crystals, the shield exploded, turning the general and half of his staff into mush." Elena tilted her head slightly, continuing to mock. "So you're afraid to activate the shield at sea, worried it might blow you up too?" Upon hearing the name von Richter, the young mage's previously arrogant expression instantly turned ashen, the veins on his neck bulging, and even the severed arm dangling in front of him trembled uncontrollably due to the tension in his muscles. "Shut up. What are you, a traitor to your country, understand?" He seemed to have stepped on a painful spot, his eyes instantly bloodshot, leaning forward desperately and pounding the metal table with his intact left hand. That was the folly of those decayed old nobles. Those parasites who only fabricate lies on the military supply list have long been eliminated by His Majesty the Emperor. The current military has long kicked out those useless old mages who only take money without doing any work from the Logistics Bureau. The current Imperial military supplies are the most perfect in the entire continent. We have forced the Mage Association to improve the shield array. The current shield can withstand even the concentrated fire of heavy magic crystal cannons. As for why we don't activate it, that's because you don't deserve it." The mage glared fiercely at Elena. "We are only here to hunt a few fleeing rats. These few broken boats are not worth wasting high-level magic crystals. Do you think anyone is worthy of having high-level magic crystals personally infused by the Grand Mage?" Gui Yanchuan's eyes brightened slightly. He caught a glimpse of Merlin beside him, subtly tapping the table twice. He wasn't lying. Gui Yanchuan quickly jotted down a few words in the blank space of the outline. "Shield's magic crystal cannon, concentrated fire, high-level magic crystals, Grand Mage-level artificial charging," then leisurely dropped the bait. "Not every ship is worthy. So in your eyes, the task of pursuing the remnants of the Ayla royal family is simply not worthy of deploying real main forces and high-level resources. This is not about worthiness, it's unnecessary." The mage leaned forward as if his tail had been stepped on. "Dealing with a few of your broken fast boats is sufficient with a few dispatch vessels. What really requires heavy shields, Grand Mage magic crystals, and a complete fleet formation is to seal the straits, confront the forest spirits, and deter heretical forces. The true Imperial main battleships and near-sea forts are far beyond what our few reconnaissance ships can compare." Gui Yanchuan lowered his eyes, drawing a heavy circle around dispatch vessels and main battleships. It seemed that Oster's maritime core strength had already formed a mature tactical system and had the prototype of a modern navy. At this point, the intelligence had been nearly extracted. Gui Yanchuan capped his pen and tossed out his last remark. "All right, stop boasting. After all, to the Empire, your few small boats are merely expendables. If a dispatch team goes missing, your great Empire probably wouldn't even bother to take a second glance. You're talking nonsense." This statement seemed to ignite a powder keg. The mage suddenly struggled to stand up from the chair, the fixed metal chair, screeching painfully. His eyes bulged with rage, his pale lips trembling. "The Empire will never abandon any warship. His Majesty will surely come to rescue us. A magic signal beacon was left when the fleet departed. If the mission exceeds the time and does not return, the forward military port will immediately notice. As long as the deadline arrives, the patrolling ships and reconnaissance vessels in the nearby waters will be dispatched. Do you think sinking the ship means no one will know? The young mage stared intently at Gu Yinchuan, letting out an eerie, cold laugh. You can't escape. The Empire's search fleet will eventually find this place, and all of you will be sent to the execution platform. Gu Yinchuan stood up, picked up the outline from the table, and without saying another word turned and walked towards the iron door. What? Are you scared? It's too late. Coward. Huh. The mad laughter of the mage echoed behind him. When he reached the door, Gu Yinchuan glanced at the guard at the entrance, giving a very mundane instruction. Bring him back in 5 minutes. The guard paused. Yes. Gu Yinchuan hesitated, as if suddenly remembering something, and slightly turned back, letting his gaze sweep over Carl. This is a soundproof door, he said lightly. Once it's closed, I haven't seen or heard anything. Then he walked down the corridor, his steps unhurried, the sound of his military boots echoing dully and rhythmically. Inside the interrogation room, Elena averted her gaze and remained silent. After Gu Yinchuan had walked a dozen steps, a solid thud came from the slightly ajar soundproof door behind him. 5 minutes later, Gu Yinchuan finished the report and returned to the corridor. The heavy soundproof door of the interrogation room opened just in time, and Elena, Carl, and Merlin walked out in succession. Carl appeared visibly revitalized, his steps noticeably lighter, and his attitude towards Gu Yinchuan was less guarded than before. It seems you two had a good chat. Gu Yinchuan closed the folder with a smile. Now that the officer has finished asking questions, let's go check on the ordinary sailors in the bottom level of the prisoner camp. Elena paused, slightly stopping in her tracks. What do we need to go there for? Didn't we already gather the intelligence? What the mage just provided was from the upper echelons of the Empire's military perspective. Gu Yinchuan turned around. Someone like him of vested interest will naturally exaggerate the Empire's strength. He will only tell you how sturdy the warships are and how splendid the spells are. He looked at Elena. But if you want to assess the production capacity, social structure, and logistics capabilities of the Ouster Empire, you can't just listen to people like him. The officer mage knows only what the Empire wants him to know. What can the bottom-tier sailors know? As unfamiliar terms streamed from the headphones, Carl couldn't help but interject. They can't even read the nautical charts. They indeed can't read the nautical charts, but they will complain. Gu Yinchuan spoke as he led the way. They complain about what they usually eat, how much pay they receive for each outing, why they became sailors, their family background, and what medicine they take when they fall ill. His voice echoed in the corridor. Can they read? Who supplies the supplies on the ship? On a support vessel, how many truly understand navigation, and how many are merely conscripted labor? Gu Yinchuan turned back to glance at the three. These questions may seem trivial, but pieced together, they represent the true foundation of whether a country can sustain a long-term war. Victory in war is never solely determined by the upper echelon of officers, but also by how many farmers, laborers, and shipwrights stand behind their military boots, as well as the roads that transport food, timber, and magical crystals to the coast. Elena fell silent. She chewed on these concepts she had never considered before, quietly following Gu Yinchuan. The group passed through 2 checkpoints, turning into another area, arriving at the temporary accommodation zone for prisoners of war. After passing through the security gate, the sight before them completely overturned Elena and the others' understanding of the prisoner camp. There were no filthy straw piles, no whips in sight, and certainly no scent of blood waiting to be unleashed. The large factory-like space was divided into neat sections with barbed wire fences aligned horizontally and vertically. Guard posts were set at fixed points, and rows of folding beds were clean, with prominent numbers and reflective strips on the pathways. Gu Yinchuan first led them to the area where ordinary sailors and support ship crew members were held. Most of the people inside looked dispirited. Some had white bandages wrapped around their heads, huddled in the corner to sleep. Others quietly moaned in pain from their wounds. Yet it was evident that everyone had received proper treatment. At that moment, a faint sound of wheels approached. A stainless steel food cart was pushed in by 2 cooks. Although the prisoners had eaten food from Xia country before, when the cart's lid was lifted, the aroma of carbohydrates and fats still stirred a wave of swallowing among the crowd. Group 3 of Area C, line up by number to receive your meals. No loud talking allowed, several guards called out routinely while holding clipboards. The prisoners immediately formed an orderly queue. The trays contained steaming porridge, fluffy steamed buns, boiled eggs cut in half a spoonful of refreshing pickles, and a large bucket of hot meaty stew. Carl frowned as he watched the prisoners devour their food, quietly saying to Gu Yinchuan, "Serve this to the captives. And eggs. There's no need to treat them so well just for the sake of extracting information, right?" "You're overthinking it," Gu Yinchuan replied calmly. "This is the most ordinary standard meal of Xia country. If we don't feed them, well, how can we ensure the hygiene and order of the prisoner camp?" Carl and Elena exchanged glances, both recalling Xia country's astronomical grain production, numbers measured in 10,000 tons. It was only at this moment, looking at the refined rations being distributed to enemy prisoners as ordinary meals, that they gained a tangible understanding of those astronomical figures. Gu Yinchuan did not continue to explain, but walked straight towards a young sailor who had just received his meal and was greedily consuming it by the folding bed. He looked nothing like a soldier, more like a young boy. Gu Yinchuan pulled over a chair and sat down, gesturing for Merlin to follow and translate. He appeared casual, asking a few ordinary questions. "Where are you from? What did you do before? Why did you come aboard? Who else is at home? How much do you earn as a sailor for a month? Who is responsible for compensation if someone dies? At first, the young sailor was noticeably cautious, answering in fragments. But as he gulped down a large bowl of hot porridge, and given that all the questions were trivialities with no military value in his view, his tense nerves quickly relaxed. I am from a fishing town near Howitzers port, the sailor mumbled while tearing apart the steamed bun. I wasn't originally a sailor on a warship. I was just a temporary worker moving goods for merchant ships. Later, the port was requisitioned by the military. Merchant ships were not allowed in, and there were more military ships, leading to more work. The officials recruiting workers directly grabbed people at the dock, saying that as long as you signed and pressed your handprint, you could go out to sea and receive money. They claimed it was cash, but there were hardly any coins. But it was better than carrying sacks on the shore. He swallowed hard, lowering his head. I can't read. That handprint was pressed down by the military officer holding my hand. My mother thought going out to fight was dangerous and refused to let me go. But last winter, 2 sheep froze to death at home. My sister is sick, and we really couldn't afford the money for medicine. Gu Yinchuan listened quietly, the recorder in his hand faithfully capturing everything. To Elena and Carl, these words sounded like useless complaints from the poor. But to Gu Yinchuan, valuable intelligence was being rapidly distilled. The port's mobilization capacity was strong, and the military's control over the coastal economy was quite deep. Laborers could be directly drawn from merchant ports and fishing towns, indicating a lack of sufficient professional sailors. There was a signing system in place, but the illiteracy rate among the lower class was extremely high, lacking a modern understanding of military service contracts. What truly drove these people onto the ships was extreme poverty, meager wages, and the desire to survive. Next, Gu Yinchuan switched to a few other subjects. One was an old sailor on a support ship. He was chewing on pickles while cursing and complaining that the military supply officer had deducted their drinking funds. Another was a rower with calloused hands. He spoke gloomily, saying he wasn't even a proper sailor, but rather a conscripted laborer sent from some lord's territory in the south. There was also a young cabin boy, almost childlike, stuttering and tearfully saying he hadn't come voluntarily, because his brother had run away to evade taxes and his family couldn't pay the fine, so he was captured by the port authorities to fill the conscription quota. Gu Yinchuan quietly recorded everything. The so-called imperial iron boots appeared shiny and beautiful on the surface, but behind them stood a group of people who couldn't even write their names, who had to risk their lives at sea for half a bag of wheat and a meager compensation. This is the cornerstone of the empire. Huge yet extremely fragile. Elena remained silent. These were stories she had never heard in the court. Gu Yinchuan put away his electronic pen and hung it back at his waist, calmly stating, "That's about it for the ordinary prisoners of war here." He turned to Elena and the others. "There's another batch of people not here." Elena raised her head, still immersed in the sailor's words, and instinctively asked, "Who?" "The severely injured." Gu Yinchuan adjusted his collar, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "There are also some who haven't woken up yet, or have just woken up and are not suitable for movement at the moment. They are currently in the hospital." After saying this, he turned and walked towards another corridor that was even brighter. In Donghai City, an interdimensional prisoner treatment hospital. The air here is thick with the strong smell of disinfectant and a faint trace of blood. The corridor is overcrowded, filled with injured soldiers from Oster wrapped in bandages. A significant number of armed security personnel stand at various points, maintaining medical order. "Make way. Operating room 3 is preparing for defibrillation. Clear the passage." A hurried sound of wheels rolling on the floor comes from the other end of the corridor. Several doctors push a stretcher, quickly passing by Elena and the others. Elena instinctively stepped half a step towards the wall. She watched the departing stretcher, an unprecedented sight that filled her with an indescribable curiosity. Gu Yinchuan did not linger, leading the three through winding paths in the hospital area until they arrived outside a fully enclosed glass room in the intensive care unit. It was extremely quiet here, with 2 guards standing at the entrance. Gu Yinchuan approached the glass window and spoke softly to a medical officer who was looking at the medical records. "Is he still in danger?" Gu Yinchuan asked. "Currently, all vital signs are stable." The officer glanced through the glass. "But the area of injury is too large. Whether he can pull through depends on him." Gu Yinchuan nodded, turning to Elena and the others. "A few days ago, the Coast Guard discovered this person while retrieving a drowning victim. His military uniform is different from an ordinary sailor's and bears a special medal. We believe he might be a high-ranking officer and need you to identify him." As he spoke, he took out a transparent sealed bag from a nearby storage cabinet containing a damaged black military uniform that had been cleaned and a dark golden eagle medal. Elena's gaze remained fixed on the glass room. She paused for a moment before responding, "I'm okay." Carl leaned forward, carefully examining the clothing and medal in the sealed bag. "Your Majesty, there is no mistake," Carl said with certainty in his tone. "This is the Royal Navy's Orchid Star insignia of the Oster Empire. This person should be the flagship captain of the pursuing fleet." While they confirmed the identity, Merlin's attention was completely drawn to the instruments beside the hospital bed. The old mage's murky eyes widened slightly. He saw dark red blood being pumped out of the captain's body through a thick tube flowing into a metal box, and after a series of operations, it transformed back into bright red blood, which was then reintroduced into the damaged body through another tube. The mechanical extraction of human blood, replacing the operation of internal organs before reinfusing it. This astonishing medical method completely shattered his understanding of life and healing. At that moment, a rapid knocking sound echoed from the end of the corridor. A laboratory director in a white coat hurriedly approached holding a document. Director Gu, the urgent comprehensive report is out. The director glanced at the foreign guests beside him, lowering his voice slightly, but the emotions in his tone still fluctuated violently. The skeletal X-rays, blood protein analysis, and preliminary comparisons of the whole genome sequencing have all been completed. The director swallowed hard, looking at the data on the report. Director Gu, their chromosomes are 23 pairs, and the DNA double helix structure has a very high overlap with our samples. Although there are extremely minor base variations, they are completely within the permissible range of interspecies differences. Taking a deep breath, the director provided the final conclusion. From a biological perspective, these interdimensional beings are indeed the purest form of humanity. Gu Yanchuan frowned. He grabbed the report, quickly scanning through the charts and final conclusions, his fingers instinctively tightening. Common origin. Gu Yanchuan murmured softly. This was a bombshell that could overturn the existing diplomatic and strategic framework. If the humans from that other world share a common origin with Earth humans, then many plans involving ethics, contact boundaries, and even legal recognition would undergo fundamental changes. This matter is extremely important and must be reported to the Central immediately. Gu Yanchuan raised his head, his expression returning to serious work mode. He looked at Elena, slightly bowing in apology. I am very sorry, Princess Elena. The situation is urgent, and I must handle it immediately, so I can only take my leave for now. As for our formal negotiation, considering the preparations on both sides, we propose to schedule it for 2 weeks later. What do you think, Your Highness? Okay, 2 weeks is a suitable time, Elena nodded slightly. Good. At that time, our government will send an official delegation to meet with you. After giving his instructions, Gu Yanchuan ordered the security personnel to escort the three back to the hotel while he quickly left with the report. Under the nightfall at the edge of the western high seas, 3 wooden speedboats are sailing towards the direction of the Forest Spirit Republic amidst the rising waves. Not far from them, a massive Xia country's Coast Guard ship is sailing alongside at a steady pace. The towering steel hull and high superstructure exude a cold and heavy sense of oppression in the night. Suddenly, the searchlights on the Coast Guard ship flashed 3 times. Then a broadcast in the translated Ella language came from the loudspeakers. You have reached the boundary of the high seas. Our maritime law enforcement's guidance of your route ends here. At the edge of the deck, a Xia country sailor in a white uniform stood upright, saluting the wooden boat. Woo! The deep horn echoed across the sea. The steel giant carved a massive arc in the waves, turning back towards Xia country and roaring away, until the outline of the warship completely merged into the night, leaving only a faint signal light. The air on the speedboat's deck finally relaxed. Cade tightened his coat, watching the direction in which the giant ship disappeared, his tense jaw relaxing slightly. Did they just let us go like that? Beside him, Balmonte asked in a daze. This is just what we wanted. Cade turned around, gazing at the pitch-black sea ahead as the sea breeze scattered his voice. Once we reach the Forest Spirit Republic, we will still be nobles with assets. As for Princess Elena, I hope she won't regret today's decision in the future. At the same time in Xia country, the National Meteorological Center duty hall. At 2 in the morning, only the faint buzz of the servers remained in the hall. Observer Lin Feng held a cup of strong coffee, habitually refreshing the coastal weather data on the large screen. Since the crossover occurred, the Earth's original ocean currents and atmospheric circulation have been completely disrupted, and the weather data has not returned to normal, with warning alarms becoming a daily routine. However, at this moment, when the latest frame of the weather radar map refreshed, Lin Feng's coffee cup, which he had just brought to his lips, suddenly halted. On the screen, the isobars over the eastern sea area were twisting and contracting in a manner that defied aerodynamics. What the hell is this descent speed? Lin Feng incredulously pounded the keyboard, retrieving more sensor data, but the air pressure values across Xia country's eastern region were plummeting dramatically. However, what truly horrified him was the satellite cloud imagery. In known basic physics on Earth, wind formation occurs when air flows from high-pressure areas to low-pressure areas. In this other world, the flow of magical elements also follows this oldest natural law. So when the vast, heavy landmass of Xia country devoid of any magical energy suddenly intruded into this world filled with high concentrations of magical power, what exactly would happen? On Lin Feng's computer screen, a massive azure vortex with a diameter exceeding several hundred kilometers was slowly forming. A week had passed since leaving the Xinjiang sect. After receiving a report that could overturn everything, Gu Yanchuan boarded a private jet to Xinjiang for a top-level confidential briefing. On this day, at the invitation of the military of the Xia Kingdom, the Ayla team arrived at a comprehensive weapon testing ground on the outskirts of Donghai City to assist in testing the Ost Empire weapons salvaged from the wreckage of the pursuit fleet. The rising sun illuminated the vast shooting range with a glaring brightness. In the distance, various heavy reinforced concrete targets and decommissioned armored vehicles stood erect in the wilderness. On the observation platform, 3 individuals donned heavy soundproof earmuffs, their expressions tense as they focused intently on the object in the center of the field. It was a new magic crystal cannon from the Ost Empire salvaged from the seabed. The cannon featured a rough barrel forged from brass and black iron intricately engraved with dense magical runes, while a mid-tier magic crystal emitting a ghostly blue glow was embedded in the slot at the rear. The sensor network is ready, high-speed camera activated. Optical rangefinder is functioning normally. Testing can begin. Clear instructions emanated from the loudspeakers at the edge of the field as a test supervisor from the Xia Kingdom gestured towards Merlin. Taking a deep breath, Merlin prepared himself. Although not part of the Ost military framework, the mechanism that forcibly converted magical energy into destructive physical kinetic energy was not complex for him, a court mage. The old mage pointed his hands towards the cannon's rear, murmuring two extremely brief syllables. A thread of magic energy was released from his fingertips, precisely striking the activation rune on the cannon's rear. Buzz! The silent magic crystal suddenly erupted in a blinding, ghostly blue light, the runes on the barrel igniting like a series of fuses. The next moment, accompanied by a dull roar, a ball of blue light, enveloping a heavy spherical metal projectile, burst forth from the cannon's mouth. The solid projectile traced a not-so-straight parabolic arc through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound as it crashed heavily into a decommissioned tank target 1,000 meters away. Clang! The massive impact resonated in the wind as the solid projectile struck the target with pure physical kinetic energy, creating a deep pit. Carl instinctively clenched his fists, realizing this was the Imperial heavy artillery that instilled despair in the finest knights of the Ayla Kingdom. However, the officers and researchers from the Xia Kingdom on the observation platform showed no signs of shock. Is that it? A ballistic expert adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with boredom. The initial velocity is approximately 400 meters per second, and the trajectory is highly unstable. The assistant beside him quickly reported, the projectile has no explosive charge, no shrapnel damage, it's purely a kinetic solid projectile. Based on the deformation of the target, the damage effect is roughly equivalent to that of a heavy caliber solid projectile cannon from the late 19th century before the smokeless powder era. If fired at our warship's armor, it probably wouldn't even leave a dent. Hearing the discussion from the translator, Elena's face turned pale. The Ost Empire's proudly touted magic crystal cannon appeared so outdated in the eyes of these Xia people. The artillery test data has been recorded. The test supervisor clapped his hands. Next up is test item No. 2. Heavy machinery team, move in. Several heavy tracked cranes slowly entered the field, carrying a massive metal construct resembling a small fortress. The base was covered in complex patterns, and atop it rested an octagonal pillar frame, which was the Ost Empire's shipborne shield generator. Merlin approached, carefully examining the intricate circuits, and cast a mid-level reconnaissance spell. No internal damage, you're lucky. The old mage furrowed his brow. The Ost military has implemented extremely complex encryption on the circuit array, and I can't comprehend all the energy flow mechanisms. But I can recognize the main control node. As long as there is a sufficiently pure high-tier magic crystal as the power source, I can attempt to forcibly open the valve using my mental energy. Then several technicians from the Xia Kingdom carefully brought forward a fist-sized crystal radiating a ghostly blue light, a high-tier magic crystal, in a protective case. The moment the magic crystal was inserted into the slot, the massive metal base emitted a buzzing sound. Merlin closed his eyes and swiftly traced a gesture in the air with his dry fingers. Buzz! The high-tier magic crystal erupted in a dazzling light, and a semi-transparent hexagonal grid of ghostly blue energy expanded outward, ultimately forming a massive hemispherical shield with a diameter of several tens of meters. The shield's surface shimmered with vibrant colors, and the surrounding air distorted violently due to the interference of an unknown field. The scientists from the Xia Kingdom were completely astounded. Infrared characteristics are extremely abnormal. It has isolated internal thermal radiation. The laser rangefinder feedback is completely scrambled. Various detection drones immediately took to the air, frantically scanning the blue energy dome. Just as the scientists were itching to rush down and press their faces against the shield, a colonel in camouflage walked over briskly, his brows furrowed. All right, that's enough for a general overview. The colonel interrupted the eager scientists in a deep voice. In actual combat, we want to encounter enemies with shields that allow us to scan them leisurely. We need to conduct destructive testing to ascertain its protective limits. Are you insane? The previously mild-mannered chief researcher jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, pointing at the colonel with an agitated voice. This is the only generator salvage from the seabed that can still barely operate. If you directly overload it and damage the sample, can you bear the cost? I can't bear it. Can the soldiers on the front lines bear it? The colonel stood his ground, his voice as firm as iron. What if one day we encounter the main fleet of the Ost Empire at sea? Should we send our young men to risk their lives to test this thing? Watching as the usually disciplined Xia people became red-faced and heated over a test, the three from Ayla were left dumbfounded. Eventually, after over 10 minutes of intense debate and higher-up consultations, a reluctant compromise was reached. Just one round. The chief researcher gritted his teeth and raised a finger. Only one 155mm shell is allowed. No armor-piercing or penetrating rounds. After firing, immediately halt for inspection. Deal. The colonel agreed, decisively, turning to press the intercom. Artillery position, prepare to fire. As everyone was escorted back to the observation platform, the rumbling sound of tracks grinding against the ground resonated from the edge of the shooting range. Carl looked towards the sound and involuntarily gasped. A steel behemoth nearly equivalent in size to 3 Ayla heavy carts stirred up a cloud of dust as it slowly maneuvered into position. It was the Xia Kingdom's Type 05 self-propelled howitzer. The wide tracks sank deep into the mud, and the outrageously long cannon barrel glinted with a chilling sheen in the sunlight. Before the barrel capable of swallowing an adult's head, the previously tested Ost magic crystal cannon seemed like a toy. Target locked. Fire. Boom. A visible white shockwave erupted from the cannon's mouth, the deafening roar penetrating the heavy soundproof earmuffs, causing Elena's heart to leap. Less than 2 seconds later, thud. A sound like a giant bell exploded in the center of the field. Orange flames and violent shockwaves instantly engulfed the ghostly blue hemisphere, lifting dirt dozens of meters into the air, causing the entire observation platform to tremble slightly. Did it penetrate? The colonel stared intently at the screen as the thick smoke gradually dispersed. In the center of the shooting range, the ghostly blue shield flickered violently with energy ripples raging across its surface as if it would collapse at any moment, but it held firm. The metal base inside the shield remained intact. It actually held up. The colonel widened his eyes. A single 155mm shell directly hit and scathed. After a brief silence, the observation platform erupted with uncontainable excitement. This is undoubtedly technology that could change the rules of modern warfare. A weapons expert trembled with excitement. If it can be mounted on destroyers or even heavy armored shield vehicles. Amidst the fervent discussions, Merlin remained silent. As a spellcaster, even from a great distance, he could vaguely perceive the intense depletion of that energy field after the heavy strike. Colonel, Merlin turned his head, his tone serious. I request to go to the target site to check the status of the magic crystal after confirming safety. A few minutes later, the danger at the site was cleared. A military off-road vehicle carried everyone over the pockmarked wilderness, stopping in front of the colossal metal base. Merlin hurried to the slot. The crystal, once brilliant like a sapphire, now showed several faint murky spots within, and its luster visibly dimmed. He extended his dry fingers above the crystal, closing his eyes to sense it carefully. 1/5. The surrounding scientists turned to him, asking what? That last strike. Merlin opened his eyes, his voice calm, drained 1/5 of this high-tier magic crystal's magic energy. The Xia people exchanged glances. They did not understand what that number meant, but Elena knew. According to Ayla's knowledge, a high-tier magic crystal required decades of nurturing from nature or several weeks of infusion by a grand mage. Yet the Xia people consumed it in just a second. On the west coast of the new continent, in the capital of the Forest Elves Republic, Silverleaf City, this city, filled with towering trees and magical vines, has always been the most serene and elegant place on the entire continent. However, at this moment in the Tsangmu Council Hall, Director of Military Affairs Rue, she could feel no trace of a peaceful atmosphere. Kneeling on the soft woven vine carpet, cold sweat dripped from his forehead down his pointed chin, and he didn't dare to breathe a word. For 3 whole weeks now, Chairman Frank's long fingers struck heavily on the table, his usually elegant voice, now laced with coldness, staring down at the kneeling intelligence officer. Director Rue, you confidently assured me earlier that the intelligence from our dark lines confirmed that the young Queen of Era was breaking through towards our Forest Elves direction. Then please explain why they have not yet arrived at the port. Frank's gaze seemed to pierce through him. For a fast ship assisted by a mage crossing that sea should take no more than 2 weeks. Where are they now? Is it possible that a living queen has simply vanished into thin air on the ocean? Rue, she swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, trembling, as he replied, Chairman, please calm down. Our informants in the Oster Empire and the Emerald Trade Association just reported back yesterday, and according to the gathered intelligence, other countries have also found no trace of them. There are even rumors that the fleet pursuing Era has gone completely missing in the Eastern Sea. No one found. A whole royal fleet just disappeared into thin air. Frank's brows were tightly knitted together. Chairman, this is not without reason. Rue, she hastily presented the intelligence department's speculations from the past few days, trying to absolve himself. In the past half-month, the magical tides in Era's waters have undergone extremely bizarre turbulence. Our coastal patrol boats reported that merely approaching the edge of that sea area caused the beacon arrays meant to dispel sea monsters to start extinguishing in clusters. He raised his head and added, most terrifyingly, according to the missing reports gathered from various ports recently, whether it was our ships or the Emerald merchant vessels, any that attempted to sail through that sea have all gone missing. The entire eastern high seas seem to have given rise to a deathly abyss. Any vessel that ventures into it has never returned. We suspect it might be the Leviathan, which has been dormant for decades. Bang! Frank slammed his palm on the table, interrupting his defense. The fall of the Era kingdom completely shattered the balance of the old continent. Without the Era exile government, as a political bargaining chip, the Republic would lose its leverage in the coming continental games, becoming extremely passive. Just as Rue, she thought he would suffer severe punishment today, the heavy vine door was suddenly pushed open with force. A port officer rushed in, panting, his face filled with ecstasy. Chairman, the ship, the Era Royal Fleet. 3 fast ships bearing thorny emblems have just docked at our military port. Rue's eyes, tightly strung nerves relaxed in an instant, and the heart that had been lodged in his throat finally settled back down. Saved. He silently exhaled a breath of relief. Oh. Frank's eyes sparkled, then he suppressed his anger, straightened his magnificent silk robe, and adopted a compassionate and solemn expression. Rue, she immediately notify the honor guard and the ranger guard. I will personally go to the port to welcome our suffering friends, to welcome the legitimate rulers of Era. Half an hour later, at the Silverleaf City military port, a melodious forest elf horn sounded in the sea breeze, and hundreds of fully armed elf rangers lined up on either side. Rue, she followed behind Frank, watching the 3 wooden ships slowly approaching the dock, contemplating how to arrange the security for the young queen. The heavy ramp thudded onto the dock. However, when the cabin door opened and the figure stepped into view, the heart that Rue, she had just put down, instantly sank back into his throat. The first thing visible was a pair of polished high leather boots. Card adjusted the stiff velvet collar and strode down the ramp with his head held high. His well-maintained face showed no signs of wear from the sea waves. Instead, it appeared somewhat invigorated and rosy under the breeze. Following closely was Baron Balmont, whose round belly was even more pronounced than before their flight. Then a group of elegantly dressed nobles streamed out. At this moment, facing the grand and magnificent honor guard of the forest elves, these nobles who had lost their territory adeptly assumed the airs of high nobility, walking with steady and dignified strides, as if they were the pillars leading the Era people to fight to the end. Yet conspicuously absent was the slender figure wearing a crown. Frank's political smile froze on his face. He stepped forward, his gaze like a knife scraping across Card's rosy face, his voice laced with undisguised chill. "Where is the queen?" Facing the cold interrogation from the elven chairman, Card showed no signs of fear. He knew this was the greatest gamble of his life. If he revealed the identity of those mysterious summer people, the forest elves would undoubtedly bypass him to find the true queen. He must fully grasp the remaining voice of Era. Card straightened his back, took a deep breath, and a mix of sorrow and solemnity appeared on his face. "Chairman." Card's voice was loud, even carrying a hint of tragic martyrdom. "I am the Duke most trusted by the Queen, the son of Duke Ryan." Card. "While crossing the Era waters, we were attacked by an unprecedented deep-sea behemoth. Princess Elena's flagship charged into the depths of the whirlpool to cover our retreat." Card slightly raised his head, forcing out a hint of redness in his eyes, and exclaimed, "We exhausted all our magic crystals in a desperate search, but were never able to find the prince's trace. The princess has already shed the last drop of blood for Era." Rue's eyes vision darkened. "It's over, the real queen is dead, and they brought back a bunch of useless wastes." But the next second, Rue, she witnessed what a true politician was. Frank did not care about what the truth was. As long as Card, who carried weight, announced the queen's death, these nobles with land contracts and bloodlines would be Era's only legal heirs. Frank took a deep breath, the frost on his face instantly melting away, replaced by a gentle smile filled with compassion. "You suffered greatly. Although Era has fallen and the princess has unfortunately perished, the Forest Elves Republic will always be your home. For the suffering people of Era, we must quickly establish an exile government protected by the Republic." Card's eyes flashed with joy, and he hurriedly shook Frank's hand. "Thank you, Chairman. Era is willing to work together with the Forest Elves." At the same time, in the Summer Kingdom, in the highest level reception hall, the lengthy and complicated preliminary negotiations had ended. At this moment, the negotiations at the round table had fallen into a deadlock. "Minister Zhao, I once again plead with your country." Elena sat at the table, her hands tightly clasped. She looked at the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Summer Kingdom opposite her, her tone revealing a hint of unmasked urgency and helplessness. "The Oster army is burning, killing, and pillaging on Era's land. If the Summer Kingdom is willing to provide even 1/10, no 1/100th of weapons, or send a fleet to assist us, Era is willing to offer the port's exclusive rights for the next 50 years and 3 large magic crystal mines in return." Carl was also staring intently at the Summer Kingdom representatives. During these 2 weeks of visits, they had deeply understood the terrifying industrial capabilities of the Summer Kingdom, which were almost godlike. As long as this country was willing to let out even a little sand from its fingers, it would be enough to stir up a storm on the old continent. However, faced with such generous conditions, Minister Zhao merely picked up the teacup gently and blew at the floating leaves. "Your Highness Elena, we deeply sympathize with your country's plight." Minister Zhao put down the teacup, his tone extremely sincere, yet unwaveringly firm. "However, the Summer Kingdom has always adhered to the 5 principles, one of the core tenets being non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. Currently, your country is in a complex state of territorial conflict. As a responsible modern nation, we absolutely cannot export heavy lethal weapons to any warring party, especially to exiled forces that do not control any territory, nor can we directly intervene in other countries' wars. This violates our peaceful constitution." Carl's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately remained silent. Elena felt a deep sense of despair. In the face of this vast and rational national machinery, simple hatred, justice, and even promises of resources were insufficient to make them break their legal bottom line. Without a legitimate excuse, the Summer Kingdom would never deploy troops. Just as the air in the negotiation room was about to grow completely cold, the heavy soundproof door suddenly swung open. Gu Yanchuan strode in, his expression extremely grave. He walked straight to Minister Zhao's side, handed over a document sealed with a red top secret stamp, and whispered a few words in the minister's ear. Minister Zhao's originally gentle gaze instantly sharpened. He quickly scanned the document, and his expression became unusually serious. Immediately switched to the meteorological center's satellite images. The massive screen at the front of the conference room lit up instantly, replacing the original negotiation documents with a real-time dynamic satellite cloud map. "What is this?" On the screen, a terrifying cyclone with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers was violently swirling above the Eastern Sea. Its center displayed a haunting shade of blue, a manifestation of magical energy concentrated to its limit. "Your Highness Elena." Minister Zhao leaned slightly forward, his tone now devoid of the diplomatic rhetoric's subtlety, filled instead with a heavy sense of oppression. According to the joint report from the National Meteorological Center and the Abnormal Field Monitoring Center, an unprecedented composite superstorm is forming above the Eastern Sea. As of 3 minutes ago, the maximum sustained wind speed near the storm center was 118 meters per second, with a minimum central pressure of 812 hectopascals, and the main wind field radius continues to expand. It's still growing. The conference room fell into sudden silence. These numbers by themselves may not seem intuitive, but the significance they carried was enough to make anyone who understood meteorology feel their scalp tingle. The strongest storm on record only pushed sustained wind speeds to nearly 95 meters per second. For the people of the Summer Kingdom, a more familiar reference was Capricorn. That super typhoon, which had a maximum wind speed of 62 meters per second upon landfall, causing such immense destruction that its name was removed from the naming list by the International Typhoon Committee. But the thing on the screen now had already left those two figures far behind. It had surpassed any storm in Earth's history. Minister Zhao picked up a laser pointer and drew a red predicted trajectory on the screen. That red line cut straight into the coastline of the Era Kingdom. It is expected that in 36 hours the storm will make landfall on Era. At that time, the immense storm and the ensuing tsunami will sweep across all of Era. Elena's face instantly turned pale, and she jumped to her feet, her body swaying unsteadily. Her homeland had just been trampled by the iron hoof of the Oster Empire, and now it was to face such a natural disaster. She took a deep breath, but couldn't hide the slight tremor. Minister Zhao. The Summer Kingdom has a way to handle this, right? Minister Zhao looked at the foreign girl before him, who was forcing herself to remain composed, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he slowly stood up, resting his hands on the table, his tone serious and steady. As I mentioned earlier, the Summer Kingdom absolutely does not interfere in the wars of other countries, nor do we actively engage in any territorial disputes. However, the Summer Kingdom is also not a cold-blooded country. In the face of millions of civilians on the verge of displacement facing life and death, as a responsible major power, we cannot turn a blind eye to such a severe humanitarian disaster. Minister Zhao's words were firm, each word resonating. If Her Majesty Queen Elena is willing to officially submit a disaster relief request to our country as the sole legitimate head of Era, then our highest decision-making body is willing to immediately initiate the highest-level humanitarian disaster relief operation. We will immediately dispatch large medical ships, heavy engineering units, and transport aircraft to the disaster area in Era. At this point, Minister Zhao paused, his expression growing even more serious, of course, considering that the disaster area is currently in a state of conflict. To ensure the absolute safety of our rescue personnel, our military will also dispatch a defensive security fleet composed of aircraft carriers and amphibious assault ships to escort and ensure the clearance of the rescue channels. The conference room was dead silent. Carl and Merlin had not fully grasped the implications of these grandiose words, but Elena in an instant felt as if she had been enlightened, taking a deep breath and forcing down the violent beating of her heart. With her hands clasped in front of her abdomen, she straightened her back, and with the demeanor of a true monarch, deeply bowed to the Summer Kingdom representative before her. I, Elena Aslan, in the name of the sole legitimate ruler of the Era Kingdom, formally request that the Summer Kingdom provide humanitarian aid to the suffering people of Era. In the northern waters of Era, the flagship Black Tide of the Ost Empire's northern fleet, the heavy wooden door of the captain's room was slammed open, and the chief mage stumbled in. He did not care that the hem of his robe, which he usually took great care of, was torn by the door frame, his pale face beaded with large drops of sweat. Captain, the water elements and wind elements in the eastern waters are going berserk. The mage's voice trembled with extreme fear, gripping a nearly shattered surveying crystal tightly. There is a massive surge of magical energy we've never seen before, rapidly converging here. The range is beyond measure. The captain was hunched over the desk, checking the work list, frowning in displeasure upon hearing this, slamming his quill heavily on the table. Calm down, Master Mage. Mind your demeanor as an Imperial mage. The captain snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the mage's trembling legs. Era's autumn is always filled with storms. Oh, what sort of wild winds has the Imperial fleet not faced? Are you so frightened by a mere wave? No, you don't understand at all. The mage dashed to the desk, nearly thrusting the crystal, which was covered in web-like cracks and emanating chaotic purple light, into the captain's face. This is not some damned autumn storm. It is draining all the ambient magical energy within hundreds of miles. We must immediately lower the sails and use our magical power to steer west. If we wait any longer, we will all die. Steer away. The captain seemed to hear the greatest joke. He suddenly stood up, hands pressed on the table. The dictionary of the Imperial Northern Fleet never contains the word retreat. Before the captain could finish his sentence, a chorus of alarmed shouts, distorted by fear, drifted in through the heavy wooden walls from the deck outside. Within seconds, the panic spread rapidly like a gunpowder keg ignited, turning into a tumultuous wave of fear among the hundreds aboard, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects collapsing. The captain frowned, pushing past the obstructing mage, striding out of the cabin. What are you fools making a fuss about? His angry curse was abruptly caught in his throat the instant his gaze shifted eastward. At the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a colossal wall of clouds connecting the deep sea and the heavens was advancing toward Era with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The clouds above that sea had been completely shredded, the sky stained a deep blue-black. Clatter! The captain's gem-studded monocular fell to the deck and shattered. Send the order. The captain suddenly turned his head, eyes bloodshot, roaring at the dazed mage. All sails down immediately. Connect the royal communication array. Transmit the scene back to the Empire. Hurry. Hours later at the highest joint command of the Ost Empire's front line. Absurd. Count von Schittleck, commander of the Eastern Army, slammed his palm down on the oak table, making the wine glasses rattle. He glared fiercely at the chief mage of the Mage Association, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. You want me to abandon the entire royal capital of Era just because of a storm that hasn't even reached land? Do you know how much military funding His Majesty the Emperor allocated for this expedition? The chief mage on the front line did not back down, his orange peel wrinkled old face now pale as paper. Commander, this is not an ordinary storm. After the joint calculations of 10 great mages from the Mage Association, the violent magical power it contains is enough to instantly shred 10 layers of composite city defense shields. In the face of such power, our heavily armored infantry and the straw in the fields are no different. But it's just a gust of wind. The Count grabbed the mage's collar. If the Imperial Army retreats because of a gust of wind, how will those hyenas in the Merchant Guild mock us? How will the Church slander us? The Imperial military prestige will be utterly shattered. If we do not retreat, the Empire's expeditionary force will be annihilated by sunset tomorrow. The mage faced the Count's gaze without fear, his voice hoarse as he shouted. The two were locked in a standoff for a full 10 seconds, the muscles on the Count's face twitching violently. Finally, he released his grip like a deflated balloon, but in his despair a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. The main force, along with the supplies and all accompanying mages, must immediately retreat to the inland highlands. The Count gritted his teeth, giving the order, then changed his tone. But the royal capital must not retreat. He looked up at the adjutant in the corner. Send the order to the 7th Infantry Regiment. Aren't those zealots always shouting to serve His Majesty the Emperor? Let them take full charge of the royal capital's defense. Let the Empire see their loyalty. Several hours later, at the white stone walls of the royal capital of Era, the sky was as dark as a polar night, and the heavy leaden clouds hung so low they seemed to touch the spires of the towers. An oppressive heaviness pervaded the air, making even breathing feel painful in the lungs. Stand straight. Open your eyes wide. The captain of the 7th Infantry Regiment, Marcus, yanked a new recruit who had knelt in fear up by the collar and roughly lifted him to the edge of the battlements. The strong winds made the heavy plate armor worn by Marcus clatter, but his rugged face twisted into a nearly frenzied excitement. The commander entrusted the royal capital to our 7th Regiment. This is the Emperor's grace. It is the supreme glory of serving the Empire. Marcus drew his short sword, roaring. Under the Emperor's gaze, any retreat is heresy. But sir, the new recruit cried out. There are no buts. Imperial soldiers. Just then Marcus suddenly felt an extremely faint tremor beneath his feet on the white stone walls. Not just the walls, even the air was trembling. Marcus turned abruptly to the east. The distant horizon had long since vanished, replaced by a pure black-gray wall of air slowly advancing, connecting the sea and sky. The originally faint rumble escalated tenfold, 100-fold within a few breaths, ultimately morphing into a terrifying roar like millions of giant beasts simultaneously howling. The storm was here. The wind was no longer a gentle breeze, but a tangible assault. The first to arrive was the torrential rain, billions of pea-sized raindrops whipped up by the gale, pummeling the royal capital's azure magical dome, creating a dense, maddeningly shimmering ripple. Following that came the debris flying in the air. Marcus stared wide-eyed as the sky outside the shield transformed into an absurd stage. Fishing boats from coastal villages dozens of miles away, roofs of wooden houses, and even uprooted century-old trees were all thrown hundreds of meters into the air, crashing down like a dense meteor shower onto the magical dome. With each impact, the dome erupted in intense blue light, producing a deep rumble, yet it held firm. Do you see that? The shield will protect us. Marcus shouted at the new recruit, pointing at the massive trees being propelled away. Just then an extremely sharp sonic boom suddenly rang out from the darkness ahead. Then in Marcus' suddenly constricting pupils, an enormous shadow moving at a speed 10 times that of a siege boulder pierced through the swirling debris and rubble, hurtling toward them with the wind. It was a complete 3-story stone lighthouse. Boom! The lighthouse crashed solidly into the royal capital's magical shield. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the azure light flickered violently, and the powerful energy ripples became tangible walls, utterly grinding the heavy stone tower into dust. Huh? Did you see that? Marcus shook off the new recruit, laughing maniacally and pointing at the shimmering dome above. This is the power of the Empire. Nothing can penetrate His Majesty the Emperor's shield. However, before his raucous laughter could even reverberate off the walls, it was completely swallowed by a deep, terrifying roar that vibrated through his very insides. A super cyclone with a central wind speed exceeding 118 meters per second bore down, accompanied by a terrifying magical pressure capable of flattening mountains, pressing firmly against the magical dome. The magical pressure forced the azure shield to concave inward, rippling with extremely violent energy. Puff! Below the walls, the only accompanying mage responsible for maintaining the array spat out a mouthful of blood. A large number of intermediate magic crystals had already been drained in the storm, and the deformed shield could only forcibly draw on the mage's life force to fill the gaps. Crack! Crack! Amidst the extremely oppressive tearing sounds between heaven and earth, the shield finally reached its magical capacity limit. The azure dome burst like a balloon squeezed by a giant hand, exploding into countless shimmering specks in Marcus' eyes. The desperate scream of the new recruit had not yet escaped before he was instantly swept up by the gale, flying off to who knows where. Faced with such earth-shattering natural power, Marcus did not seek cover or lie down to brace for impact. Instead, he ripped off his heavy helmet, anchoring himself firmly to the ground with sheer force, allowing the gale to tangle his hair wildly. 3rd Battalion. Raise shields. Form ranks. He turned, letting out a hysterical roar toward the remaining warriors on the wall. Prove our loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. Use your flesh and blood to block it. Those heavily armored soldiers, equally caught in intense brainwashing and fervor, truly did not retreat a single step. Facing a 30-meter-high tsunami, they shouted like madmen, driving their heavy shields into the crevices of the stone, with countless long spears pointed at the towering black wall of water, as if to charge against nature. The next moment, the wall of water came crashing down. The walls collapsed instantly. The ironclad shield formation of the Empire held for barely half a second against millions of tons of seawater. Heavily armored soldiers weighing hundreds of pounds were instantly tossed aside like fragile insects. Marcus was swept into the whirlpool of debris by the terrifying current, a massive stone severing his left arm, sharp wooden splinters piercing through his thigh. But he did not scream. He laughed maniacally amid suffocation and weightlessness, letting the seawater fill his lungs. This is a trial. This is the holy water with which His Majesty cleanses the world. Come on. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Uncertain how long it had been the storm's leading edge past, Marcus crawled out from the sludge and the remains of his comrades. His left arm twisted bizarrely, his body punctured with splintered wood and broken armor. He coughed up a large mouthful of black blood mixed with bits of internal organs, trembling as he lifted his head. The royal capital of Era no longer existed. What remained was a mire soaked in murky water. Hundreds of elite soldiers from the 7th Battalion had turned into shredded meat beneath the sludge. Marcus slowly grinned, blood staining his mouth. With his remaining right hand, he planted a bloodied black eagle battle flag into a bleached corpse. The 7th Battalion. The position still stands. He raised his bloodied and mangled face to the dim sky, letting out a beast-like roar for the Emperor. In the city of Donghai, on the 18th floor of the foreign guesthouse room, A253, the hands of the wall clock silently glided past 7 o'clock. On the spacious single bed, the bedding was neatly arranged, showing no signs of having been slept in. Elena stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, unable to sleep through the night. The neon lights of Donghai flickered in her bloodshot blue eyes. All night long, her heart hung in the balance. Had the storm made landfall? Was the shield of the capital holding? How were her people faring now? Countless fears gnawed at the nerves of this 16-year-old girl like venomous snakes, preventing her from finding peace in this comfortable foreign room. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. Elena's heart jolted. Her hand instinctively tightened around the edge of the curtain. So, it has come after all. Your Majesty, Elena, I apologize for disturbing you. I am Gu Yanchuan. The calm voice of the man from Xiagu came from outside the door. Elena closed her dry eyes and took a deep breath. She released the curtain and hurried to the door, pulling open the heavy wooden door. In the corridor's light, Gu Yanchuan stood straight, holding a black military tablet in his hands. On his usually calm face, there was now a hint of apology. Please come in, Elena said, her voice slightly hoarse. The two of them sat formally in front of the sofa in the reception room. Without any small talk, Gu Yanchuan placed the tablet on the coffee table and pushed it toward Elena. According to the latest monitoring from our meteorological satellite, the storm front has penetrated the entire territory of Ayla 3 hours ago and is currently weakening inland in the old continent. Gu Yanchuan's voice was soft as his fingers gently swiped across the screen, bringing up a set of high-definition remote sensing photos that had just been analyzed. This shows the general situation of the disaster area after the storm passed. Gu Yanchuan paused, looking at the pale cheeks of the girl, his tone heavy. We express our deepest condolences. Elena lowered her head. On the screen, the once familiar coastline had become unrecognizable. Geometric patches representing fertile farmland had been replaced by large areas of muddy dark brown. Those coastal towns she had once patrolled were now merely ruins inundated with muddy water. And where the capital once stood, there were only broken walls and scattered corpses, yet fortunately it seemed that a certain number of survivors could still be seen. Elena did not cry out. She merely stared blankly at the images, her fingers trembling, slightly filled with sorrow. Her home was gone, and so was the kingdom her father had left her. In this endless silence, a sudden knock came from the door. Knock, knock. The two turned to look and saw Merlin standing at the entrance. The door was not closed. The great mage's withered hand rested on the open door, as if he had been standing there for a long time. Your Majesty, I am sorry to disturb you at this time, but I have important news to report. Elena slowly shifted her gaze away from the satellite images. She sat on the sofa, forcefully clasping her hands together. She first took a deep breath, letting the cool air fill her chest, suppressing the lump in her throat. Then she tightly closed her eyes, the muscles at the corners of her eyes twitching slightly, forcibly locking all weakness and pain deep within her heart. When she opened her eyes again, the fragile girl who had just been staring at the images was gone. Her back straightened again, her chin slightly raised, restoring the dignity that belonged to Queen Elena. Speak, she said. Merlin stepped into the room, Just now I sensed a significant surge in the magical energy levels in this area. The storm not only brought heavy rain, but also pushed the massive residual magic from across the strait over here. The old mage continued to explain. Your Majesty, the current concentration of magic is sufficient to support the use of communication magic. In other words, we can contact the homeland. Gu Yinchuan, sitting across from him, subtly raised his eyebrows at this statement, but said nothing, merely sitting quietly in his place. Elena was taken aback upon hearing this, and then quickly reacted, commanding, Merlin, immediately summon Carl, and gather the remaining core officials and nobles here. Yes. Merlin turned and left. Gu Yinchuan, seeing this, stood up with understanding, straightening his clothes. Since your country is going to hold an internal high-level meeting, I will take my leave. No need. Elena looked at him, her tone unexpectedly firm. The Xiagu will soon step onto the land of Ayla to provide aid. You are a friend of the Ayla people, so it is only right that you remain here. Gu Yinchuan glanced at her, nodded slightly, and sat back down. After a while, Carl rushed in with several dozing nobles. Merlin placed a communication crystal on the coffee table and drew a circle of energy gathering array around the crystal. Buzz. Half a minute later, a distorted light curtain slowly unfolded above the crystal. On the other side of the curtain was a dimly lit underground storage room, leaking rain. Because all the buildings on the ground had been destroyed, the survivors could only take refuge in this underground treasury, originally used to store tax revenue and royal spare crystals from the eastern provinces. At this moment, the long-dormant spare crystal suddenly erupted with the light of the royal emblem, startling a few people huddled in the corner, shivering. They scrambled and crawled to the light curtain. When they saw Elena's face in the curtain, they first froze, then burst into uncontrollable wailing. Your Highness! It's your Highness! You are still alive! Elena stared at the young man in the tattered official attire covered in mud in the light curtain, momentarily taken aback, then recognized him. You are Eli. Elena's voice carried a hint of urgency. The Central Special Commissioner sent by my father 6 months ago to oversee the tax affairs of Shun Shui Port in the Eastern Province. Yes, it is I. Your Highness, it is indeed me. Eli knelt in the mud, his eyes bloodshot, his voice breaking. Your Highness, the storm is terrifying. The cities along the eastern coast have all been destroyed. The current refugees are all stuck on the high ground of the cliff. We have no regular army, no food, no medicine, and there are corpses everywhere. Your Highness, Ayla can no longer hold on. Ayla will not perish. Elena pressed her hands on the coffee table, speaking slowly and deliberately. I am not dead, nor have I abandoned you. Eli, I command you in the name of the Queen to immediately gather all the disaster victims and head towards the eastern coast. Tell the people to hold on. In no more than 5 hours, I will return with a fleet more formidable than you can imagine, bringing ample food, medicine, and shelter to the shores of Ayla. On the other side of the curtain, there erupted a chorus of joyous cheers mixed with tears. Soon, due to the extreme instability of the magic, the cross-sea communication light curtain flickered twice and shattered. The room fell into a brief silence. At this moment, the foreign minister of the Ayla exile government, who had been standing behind Carl, suddenly turned extremely pale. He held a reception crystal belonging to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just during these short few minutes when the magic had recovered, this crystal had frantically received public broadcasts that had been backed up in the magic network of the old continent. Your Majesty. The foreign minister suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling slightly from shock. I have just intercepted an extremely urgent international report, and our Dark Line in the Forest Republic has confirmed this matter. He swallowed hard, struggling to say. Almas has just issued a public magical communication to the entire continent. Because the storm has destroyed most of our country, surrounding forces will hold an emergency meeting in a week to discuss the post-disaster management of Ayla. Worse still, the foreign minister gritted his teeth. The forest side has announced that they will attend together with Duke Cade. Cade claims that you have perished for your country and is preparing to attend this meeting as the regent of Ayla. Upon hearing these words, the air in the room seemed to drop to freezing point. Your Majesty, we must stop him. The foreign minister took a step forward, anxiously, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he establishes his identity as regent at that multilateral meeting, he will immediately legally cede the remaining territory and ports of Ayla to Ostert and the forest. Elena took a deep breath. Her gaze was cold and resolute. We must not allow this to happen. That is the territory of the Ayla people, and he does not represent Ayla. But Your Majesty, there is a timing conflict. The foreign minister looked anxiously at Elena, then glanced at the sea chart on the table. We are about to cross the sea with the Xiagu fleet to return to the disaster area to comfort the people. Almas is far away in the neutral zone, deep in the continent. Even taking the fastest magical speedboat, it would take more than 7 days to reach. If we stay in the disaster area for even a day, we will definitely not make it to the meeting a week from now. Distance has never been a problem. Gu Yinchuan, who had been quietly sitting beside them, finally spoke up at the right moment. His eyes conveyed the calmness of a high-ranking official of a great nation. As a friend of the Ayla people, our country's large amphibious aircraft can cross the strait and directly land in any open water near Almas within 3 hours. That is more than enough time to catch the meeting. Hearing this statement, the Ayla monarch and ministers who had fallen into silence were simultaneously stunned. 3 hours to cross most of the continent. Such an extraordinary promise, if they had not already witnessed the terrifying power of Xiagu, would be deemed utter madness. Elena showed no hesitation. She suddenly stood up, her blue eyes filled with the determination of a ruler directly issuing orders to her subordinates. Since Xiagu, is willing to provide transportation, there is no need for hesitation. Draft a royal letter immediately to send a response to Almas declaring that Queen Elena will personally attend the meeting. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Gu Yinchuan stood up. He looked at Elena and presented Zygus' request. Since Your Majesty has decided to attend the meeting in person, then Xiagu has a formal request. His expression was solemn, his tone respectful. Our country's large humanitarian rescue fleet is about to set sail, and a large number of military vessels and personnel will enter your country's territorial waters and territory. In such a large-scale multinational operation, to ensure the absolute safety of our personnel and avoid causing strategic misjudgments or overly aggressive reactions from other forces in the old and new continents, Xiagu very much needs to make a public diplomatic statement in such a multilateral setting. Gu Yinchuan slightly lowered his head to show respect for a national leader. Therefore, Xiagu formally requests the legitimate government of Ayla to include a letter of introduction in your response to the meeting, inviting Xiagu to be a collaborative partner and observing nation in your country's rescue operation, attending this meeting together with you. She looked deeply at Gu Yinchuan, then turned to the foreign minister. Include Zygus observer application. Send both letters immediately with the highest authority. The scene shifted to the underground city-state of Almas. In the back of the council hall, the secretary Titus was frantically organizing the attendance list of various forces. This is from the forest. The delegation includes Duke Cade, who claims to be the regent of Ayla. Titus placed a gilded sheepskin scroll on the left. At that moment, the high-level reception crystal on the table suddenly lit up, spitting out a note with hidden magical energy waves. Titus picked it up and glanced at it, his entire being struck by lightning. Queen of Ayla, Elena Aslan. He stared wide-eyed at the absolutely unforgeable royal magical signature, feeling his scalp go numb. Didn't the forest side say the queen had perished for her country? Damn it, 2 representatives from Ayla. There will surely be bloodshed at next week's meeting. He muttered to himself as he continued to read. Below Elena's name, there was another application for attendance. Accompanying observing nation Xiagu. Titus frowned, racking his brain to recall all the forces on the old continent, but could not find this oddly pronounced name. It's probably just some newly emerged little country trying to gain some benefits at the meeting. He shook his head, not thinking too much about it, casually grabbed a table sign for the audience, and wrote the 2 characters Xiagu in an elaborate script with a feather pen, then tossed it into the pile of documents to be processed. On the eastern coastline, Echo Bay. Eli stood in the cold mud knee-deep as the sea breeze mingled with a foul stench cut across his pale cheeks like a knife. Surrounding him were countless refugees, their wails, groans, and the cries of children blending together. The storm had destroyed everything. There was no food, no clean water, and countless wounds were inflamed and festering in the muddy water. My lord, will Her Majesty really come? A veteran with a broken arm asked tremulously, his lips already turned purple from the cold. Eli clenched his teeth and did not answer. A few hours earlier, he had received the Queen's command through the crystal. He chose to believe in that miracle, gathering all the surviving thousands from several nearby towns to this high ground, Echo Bay. The underwater terrain here drops sharply with excellent hydrological conditions, making it the most strategically valuable natural harbor along the entire eastern coast. But now 4 hours had passed. The sea remained only a rolling gray-black wave, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Fear and doubt began to spread among the crowd of refugees. Tens of thousands gathered in a desperate place. Once hope was lost, the ensuing chaos and collapse would be complete. Eli closed his eyes, his fingers digging deep into the soil. Just as despair was about to completely engulf this high ground, a strange, buzzing sound suddenly echoed from the darkened sky. Buzz. At first the sound was extremely high and sharp, like a bird of prey tearing through the clouds with a piercing scream. The refugees covered their ears in terror, looking up at the sky. What is that? Is the sea god angry? Before the words were out, a massive silver-gray, cross-shaped shadow suddenly tore through the low-hanging clouds, accompanied by the deafening roar of turbofan engines sweeping past them at a terrifying speed beyond the understanding of the Era people. The violent wake plowed 2 white trails in the atmosphere. It was the lead reconnaissance aircraft of the Summer Kingdom's aircraft carrier group launching into the air. The refugees were terrified, dropping in waves into the muddy water, thinking it was a steel dragon breathing fierce winds. Ellis' legs went weak, but he held on with all his might, gazing toward the direction the aircraft was coming from. At that moment, the veteran with the broken arm suddenly pointed toward the distant horizon, his voice trembling and changing in pitch. A ship. My lord, there's a ship. Ellis' eyes widened suddenly. At the extremely distant junction of sea and sky, thick sea mist was slowly being pushed aside by something. At first, there were only a few indistinct gray-black dots. But as time passed, an extremely low rumble began to resonate in the air. It was the roar of countless high-power gas turbines and diesel engines in resonance. The small dots gradually enlarged in sight. Initially, the refugees thought it was just a merchant fleet. But as they approached Echo Bay, their shapes grew larger. When those gray silhouettes completely broke through the mist and entered the deep water area of Echo Bay, everyone's breath stopped. The closer they got, the more suffocating the sense of their colossal size became. They were not ships at all, but rather steel hills gliding across the sea. Leading the way were 2 Type 075 amphibious assault ships, their gray bows rising straight and steep, like cliffs, effortlessly cutting through the massive waves. On the wide and flat helicopter deck, helicopters were stirring up fierce winds. Following closely were a 1,000-ton medical ship marked with a bright red cross along with a dense array of Ro-Ro ships and destroyers resembling a fortress at sea. God! The veteran knelt in the muddy water with a thud, his eyes reflecting the gray steel bow pressing in like a city wall. In front of such colossal ships, tens of thousands of refugees felt as insignificant as grains of sand on the beach. Eli fixed his gaze on the highest point of the leading ship, where a red flag fluttered in the wind alongside a slightly smaller thorny flower flag belonging to the Arrow royal family. His eyes suddenly turned red and his throat constricted violently. Arrow will not perish. Her Majesty has come to save us. Boom. The hovercraft landed on the beach with a deafening roar. The enormous steel door crashed down into the muddy water, sending up a splash of mud as high as 2 stories. This was the last stand of tens of thousands. Eli was horrified to find that those thousands of hungry, desperate eyes upon seeing this steel behemoth ignited not merely gratitude, but a desire to survive capable of burning everything down. Ship! There's a ship! Charge! Let us on the ship! The disaster victims rushed past him like a flood after a dam burst. Eli opened his arms in panic trying to stop them, but was instantly knocked over into the mud by the torrent of people. He struggled to stand up from beneath countless footsteps with all his might, his mouth filled with salty mud. At that moment, one thought flashed through Ella's mind. If these tens of thousands lost control and surged toward the giant ship of the Summer Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the anticipated surge did not occur. Down, down, down. Accompanied by the sharp tactical whistle, hundreds of fully armed Summer Kingdom armed police and marine soldiers poured out of the hold. They wore camouflage bulletproof vests and held semi-transparent heavy riot shields aloft. In just a few seconds, this battle-hardened group of soldiers accurately cut through the rushing tide, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. Everyone, step back. Sit down on the spot. The powerful broadcast from the armored vehicle's roof suddenly exploded, translating this shout into the deafening Arrow language. The enormous sound wave crashed heavily against the eardrums of the rioters at the front, leaving them dizzy and instinctively covering their ears to stop. The armed police in the front row simultaneously slammed their riot shields down hard on the ground, producing a uniform metallic thud. The combined pressure of mechanical roaring and absolute discipline instantly subdued this group of medieval disaster victims. The people in the front row crawled back in a panic. A potentially uncontrollable stampede was forcibly suppressed 100 meters away from the beach. Eli gasped, staring blankly at the green defensive line. Just as the crowd was stabilized, an even more piercing mechanical roar followed. To cope with the disaster of tens of thousands, relying solely on a human wall would not suffice. Heavy logistical equipment had to land immediately. Oldly, the project manager wearing a red hard hat, jumped off the landing craft with a walkie-talkie in hand, stepping into half-a-meter deep muck, his brows furrowing. Damn, this mud will trap even the treads. Second team, get me heavy load mats. With his command, several heavy transport helicopters roared skyward from the amphibious assault ship's deck. Massive sling nets precisely dropped bundles of special high-polymer mats onto the beach. Several heavy bulldozers belched black smoke, leveling debris that could trip up a warhorse. The engineers secured and joined the heavy mats piece by piece. The clattering sound of metal locks formed a continuous rhythm. Under Ellis' incredulous gaze, a flat, hardened road wide enough to accommodate 4 heavy carts side by side was extending through the mud at an irrational speed. And this was just the beginning. The real front was forcefully expanding along this path atop the ruins. Dozens of heavy off-road trucks roared in. In the dazed gaze of tens of thousands of Arrow refugees, as these box-like steel giants came to a halt, their compartments unfolded hydraulically as if they had a life of their own. In less than 10 minutes, fully enclosed modular command centers and medical modules were physically connected. High-pressure air pump group inflate. Generator units follow. Accompanied by a low rumble, enormous white crossfield tents quickly rose like they were filled with water. Thick black cables as thick as a wrist were being pulled by engineers, rapidly laid out in the muddy water. Bang! Bang! Several high-power mobile lighting vehicles raised searchlight masts over 10 meters high, the blinding strong light instantly shattering the disaster area's gloomy black clouds. In less than an hour, the most basic forward rescue base shot up from the ground. As for larger-scale medical zones and resettlement camps, they continued to extend along the path. Eli was staring at that wall of steel in a daze, suddenly noticing the soldiers' movements had changed. They stood at attention, their shields slightly parted, opening a passage in the middle. A slender figure slowly walked from the brightest spot. Her golden hair shone brilliantly under the searchlight as she held her head high, step by step passing through that cold wall of steel to approach the refugees. The cries suddenly stopped. Ellis' legs gave way and he knelt in the muddy water. That was their queen. He opened his mouth, but found he could not make a sound. His throat felt as if it was blocked by something, and only tears flowed uncontrollably, splashing into the foul mud. On the third day after the disaster, the sky remained overcast, and a lingering heat permeated the muddy camp. Second Lieutenant Chen Gang of the Logistics Support Company stood beside the first water supply point, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Several large camouflage-painted field water purification vehicles emitted a deep rumble, their pumps working at full capacity as clear freshwater flowed steadily through thick hoses, filling one transparent water bag after another. However, the scene before Chen Gang's eyes made him frown. The water supply point was eerily quiet with only a few small children hiding behind their parents' legs timidly gazing over. Oldly, something is not right here. Chun Gang turned to look at the water treatment engineer who was checking the filter. These refugees haven't had a sip of clean water for 2 days. Just now when we distributed the foldable water bags, their eyes were glowing green as if they wanted to snatch the cardboard boxes away. Now that the water is available, why is no one daring to come and collect it? The engineer known as Oldly took off his oil-stained gloves, poured half a glass of water, brought it close to his nose, and smiled wryly. What else could it be? They probably find the taste off-putting. There isn't enough bottled water. This batch of raw water was drawn from nearby surface and shallow underground sources. After the disaster, seawater has flooded and combined with the corpses of animals everywhere. The water is dangerously contaminated with E. coli and various pathogens. So we added a lot of sodium hypochlorite according to the highest epidemic prevention standards. Chun Gang took the cup and sniffed it. He could indeed detect a strong smell of bleach. The residual chlorine smell is indeed quite strong. Chun Gang shook his head helplessly, but if we let it sit for a while, the smell should dissipate, and it should be fine. All right, stop worrying. Oldly patted the machine's casing. Come, let's go check the pipeline pressure and area. Beep, it seems there's a leak over there. The two chatted casually as they walked away, while a few dozen meters away in the muddy ground a water collector named Barn was examining a transparent foldable water bag. The water was good, clear and bright, without a hint of sediment. Yet just a moment ago when he had approached it with hope, ready to take a big drink, that pungent, strange smell had suddenly invaded his nostrils, causing him to sneeze uncontrollably. Barn, this water. Something is wrong. Beside him, an old sailor with a weathered face lowered his voice, his hands trembling. I just heard from the old dock workers that those foreigners in flowered clothes have mixed witchcraft into the water. That's a poison used to control people's minds. Barn swallowed a dry lump in his throat, feeling as if a fire was burning inside him. In his experience, only the pot of a local witch doctor would emit such a pungent odor. He looked around in suspicion. Not far away, a few refugees, unable to endure their thirst, gritted their teeth and gulped down a large mouthful of the supplied water. In the next moment, they were gagging from the pungent chlorine smell. See, there's a problem. There really is a problem. The old sailor shrank back in terror. Barn hesitated for a moment, then quietly poured the water from the bag onto the ground and picked up his old wooden bucket. He decided to go to the Echo Spring to fetch water. That was a living water well recognized by the elders of Echo Bay, with sweet water that was always reassuring to drink. When Barn arrived at the location of Echo Spring carrying his old wooden bucket and panting, he discovered that over 100 refugees had gathered around the well. Everyone was gaping, tightly clutching their bowls and jars, yet no one dared to step forward to fetch water. Standing by the well were several soldiers from Summer Country, clad in full-body white protective suits and wearing black gas masks. One soldier was holding a black box and saying something. Barn couldn't understand the strange language, but he clearly saw the soldier put down the box, turn around, and open a large white plastic barrel, dumping more than half a barrel of white powder directly into the old well. Sizzle! The bottom of the well suddenly bubbled up in a whirlpool of white foam. Immediately after, an extremely strong, pungent, and strangely familiar smell identical to that at the water supply point rushed into everyone's nostrils with the sea breeze. The soldiers swiftly erected a cordon around the well with red and white warning tape. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds. That's our well. An old woman holding a broken earthen jar stared blankly at the well, tears streaming down her face. As she nearly dropped her jar, they poured the medicine in. A commotion erupted among the crowd. The taste is exactly the same as that in the water bag. Someone covered their nose and retreated in panic. They won't even spare this well. They are trying to kill us. We can't let them destroy our well. My child is dying of thirst. A man with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging in his neck, picked up a carrying pole and tried to rush through the cordon. Several young armed police responsible for the cordon stepped forward, slamming their riot shields heavily on the ground. However, facing hundreds of desperate and thirsty disaster victims, these fully armed young soldiers began to sweat nervously. The team leader suddenly pulled out the walkie-talkie at his waist, his voice slightly disjointed due to anxiety, calling the company. The first water collection point is facing a large-scale impact, requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Prepare non-lethal dispersal equipment. Thirst, fear, and despair mixed together, igniting like dry tinder. The crowd surged, cursing as the shields were pressed and squeaked under the pressure of the throng. People. Suddenly, a deliberately elevated shout rang out from behind. It was Garrick, the leader of the old dock watermen. Refugees often called him Water Lord. He pushed in with a dozen watermen, the strong young men lining up behind him, exchanging glances with the Summer Country armed police through the small window of the riot shields. Garrick looked at the agitated crowd of refugees, then glanced at the old well that had been cordoned off. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Garrick slammed his thigh and pointed at the cordon, wailing, I told you those foreigners had bad intentions. Think about what they have done these past few days. Our brothers and sisters who have died should have returned to the embrace of Mother Earth. Yet they won't even allow the soil to enter, directly burning them in pits. Didn't you smell the stench of that water when you washed in those white tents? It burned like fire when it touched your skin. And those glowing short rods in their hands point one at your forehead, and your soul is instantly extracted. Look at those villagers who were beeping when those rods were used. Which of them wasn't dazed and confused? Now they won't even spare this well. This echo spring is our lifeline passed down through generations. By poisoning it, they aim to sever our roots. The crowd exploded in fury. As the pushing became more intense, several people even picked up stones. The defense was on the verge of collapse and conflict was about to erupt. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, everyone stepped back. A cold, stern roar came from the back of the crowd. Following that was the heavy, synchronized sound of armored boots clashing. The refugees turned to look, and there stood Chief Knight Carl, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, like a half-erect black tower, forcefully parting the throng of people. Elena followed closely behind Carl with Eli beside her. The young tax official was now covered in mud with dirt lodged beneath his fingernails that wouldn't wash off. When Barnes saw him, the hand that had been tightly gripping a stone relaxed. The dock workers all recognized him. During the half-year of conflict with Ouster, if it weren't for him bearing the brunt of the nobles' disdain and reducing several taxes at the dock, everyone would have already been unable to hold on. Not to mention the day the storm made landfall, it was he who had dug out several living children from beneath the collapsed shanties. And the young girl beside him, clad in a simple dark hunting outfit, still had mud stains on the hem. Even though the days of rushing around had left her face slightly pale and weary, her back remained straight. Upon seeing the two appear, the restlessness of the hundreds was forcibly subdued by half. Seeing this, Garrick immediately approached, adopting a look of grievance. "Your Majesty." "Lord Eli, you arrived just in time. These foreigners have poisoned our well." Eli didn't even glance at him and went directly to the security line. He nodded to the commanding officer of the Xia Kingdom. The officer understood and gestured to the engineers nearby. The engineers did not attempt to scoop water from the surface, but instead lowered a transparent sampling tube with a winch, sending it directly to the bottom of the deep well. After a while, the sampling tube was pulled up. Eli took the searchlight, directing its beam onto the transparent tube's wall. The surrounding refugees couldn't help but lean in for a look, only to quickly cover their mouths and noses. At the bottom of the sampling tube, not only was there murky, dark seawater and sludge, but also domestic waste that had flowed in with the rising water, and one could even see the bloated remains of a dead rat. "Is this what you call clean water?" Eli turned around, slamming the sampling tube down in front of Garrick, his voice cold and harsh. "After the disaster, this well has long since become a stinking pit of sewage. The soldiers of the Xia Kingdom are pouring in powdered medicine to completely eradicate these filth, to prevent everyone from drinking it and contracting plagues." Garrick's face paled slightly, his eyes darting around. "My lord, I'm thinking of everyone. The well looks at least clear from the surface." "Thinking of everyone?" Eli stepped forward, staring at him. "The Echo Spring was funded by the royal family 50 years ago as a free public well. It was you who took advantage of the Water Guild's influence to forcibly monopolize the public well for fees, charging 2 copper coins for a bucket of water. In the past, there was an Eastern District sheriff backing you up, and no one dared to touch you at the dock. Now that greedy fool has been swept away by the tsunami to feed the fish, do you really think this place is still under your control?" Eli's voice echoed by the well. "Now the Xia people have brought free, clean water. You can't collect money anymore, so you spread rumors everywhere, making everyone act as a shield for you, following you to drink this sewage steeped in dead rats." The crowd fell silent for a moment, followed by a series of dry heaves. Garrick opened his mouth, frantic to grab the sleeve of a nearby Water Guild associate. But the associate, as if encountering something filthy, violently shook off his hand and stepped back several paces, pale-faced. The refugees might not be literate, but none were blind. Looking at the murky, foul-smelling well water, then at the cold-sweating Garrick, several men who had just raised their poles in anger stepped back with ashen faces, creating a circle of mud around Garrick. Barnes felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his back. If he had really rushed up in a fit of bloodlust, not only would he have risked his life, but he would have ended up drinking this deadly, dirty water. Eli waved his hand, and 2 Era soldiers stepped forward, lifting the limp Garrick and dragging him away. Once Garrick was dealt with, the area fell completely silent. But everyone looked towards the direction of the Xia Kingdom's water purification truck, still instinctively fearful of that scent of bleach. Stepping through the muddy ground, Elena walked straight through the crowd to the Xia Kingdom's water purification truck. She reached for an ordinary plastic cup, turned on the tap, and filled it to the brim with the pungent, purified water. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, this pale, yet stubborn 16-year-old girl unhesitatingly tilted her head back and drank the water in one go. Eli followed closely behind, also stepping forward to fill a cup for himself, tilting his neck back and swallowing deeply. Watching the clear water go down the throats of the 2, the hundreds of observing refugees fell into complete silence. Elena set the cup down and casually handed it back to the nearby Xia Kingdom soldier. The pungent residual chlorine indeed choked her, her brow furrowed slightly, but she still swallowed it all. She gently wiped the water stains from her lips with her sleeve and then addressed the refugees. "My people, I have tasted this water for you. The Xia people are our friends, and I hope you can trust them and follow their arrangements." After speaking, she slightly nodded to Carl and turned to leave. Carl immediately followed, protecting her as they left the muddy water collection area in silence. Watching the Queen and Eli's retreating figures, the crowd remained silent for a long time. Finally, the water carrier Barn took the first step, walking to the water purification truck and refilling his water bag. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The taste was indeed still pungent, but it didn't seem as unbearable now. With the first person leading, soon a second and third refugee gathered at the water tap. The crowd was no longer noisy, but spontaneously formed a long line in the mud. Echo Bay Refugee Camp, Frontline Temporary Command Post. On the electronic screen, the real-time footage from the drone at water collection, point 1 showed that the crowd's unrest had completely calmed down. At the command table, the logistics officer looked at the recently returned briefing from the frontline units, his brow furrowed. We almost sparked a riot in the camp. He slammed the briefing on the table, looking at several advisors at the conference table. This was a serious mistake on our part. We were so focused on following the epidemic prevention water purification process that we completely overlooked the specific circumstances of the other world. In the common knowledge of their people, that kind of disinfectant smell is poison. One advisor quickly noted this down and raised his head to report. Thanks to AIRA's intervention to endorse the situation, it was suppressed. But with more refugees continuously pouring in, other water collection points still face the same risks. Immediately adjust the distribution plan. The logistics officer issued orders without wasting any time. First, notify the storage center to urgently allocate a batch of bottled mineral water to each water distribution point. For newly arrived and emotionally unstable refugees, distribute bottled water as a transition. Second, have the translation team immediately re-record the circulating broadcast at the water collection points. The logistics officer pointed at the screen. Just say that the taste of the water is a medicine for epidemic prevention, and if the container is left open for a while, the taste will naturally dissipate. The advisors closed their notebooks and saluted. Understood, we will execute immediately. The orders were quickly dispatched through the communication chain to each unit. Outside the command post, several military trucks loaded with bottled water had already started their engines and quickly sped towards different directions with a rumbling sound. Beep, beep, beep. A perfectly rhythmic sound echoed through the hushed, boundless void. Locke felt as though he had drifted suspended in an abyssal black sea for centuries. As consciousness gradually coalesced, searing agony surged through his entire body. His bones felt crushed beneath stampeding warhorses. Every fiber of muscle screamed in protest. His eyelids weighed like leaden slabs. Where am I? His mind thick with haze labored to turn. His last clear memory was inside a merchant house in the city. As a senior imperial spy planted by the Auster Empire in the eastern province of Era, he had been relaying intelligence via a communication crystal, preparing the groundwork for the Empire's imminent invasion. Right, the storm. That accursed tempest hurled me into oblivion. A flash of violent seawater and a collapsing ceiling tore across his thoughts. He shuddered violently. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of will to force open his heavy eyelids. No foul-smelling mud pit. No pitch-black ruin. Nothing he had braced himself for. Instead, blinding white light flooded his vision, a flawlessly smooth ceiling radiating soft, even luminescence. The air carried a strange, yet startlingly clean medicinal scent. Though lacerating pain tore through him, the ingrained instincts of an imperial spy compelled him, almost reflexively, to lift his torso and survey his surroundings. But the moment he exerted the faintest pressure, he froze, utterly rigid. He discovered 2 translucent flexible tubes snaking into his nostrils, delivering cool, steady breaths into his lungs. His hand was connected by a long, transparent line to a slow-dripping intravenous solution. And most unnerving of all, his left leg was tightly bound in bandages and suspended high in midair. Trembling, Locke lowered his gaze and saw his bare chest plastered with several peculiar circular pads, each trailing slender wires that converged upon a metallic box beside the bed, its surface pulsing with kaleidoscopic lights. That monotonous beeping emanated from the box itself. A wave of profound terror crashed over him, icy and absolute. A lich. I've been seized by a lich, for unholy necromantic experimentation. He roared inwardly, despair clawing at his soul. In his understanding, only the vilest, most deranged undead sorcerers would pierce living flesh with tubes, draining vitality to stitch together abominable constructs. That glowing iron box must be a malevolent arcane device, siphoning his very soul. Survival instinct overrode agony. With a guttural muffled cry, he thrashed wildly upon the bed. Plop. 2 monitoring pads peeled away from his chest as he convulsed. Beep, 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 beep. The box erupted instantly. A shrill crimson alarm shrieked, its piercing wail reverberating through the sterile white chamber. Damn it. Even a simple tug triggers a magical ward. Panic paralyzed him. If merely dislodging a tube could activate arcane sentinels, then this lich's lair was impenetrably fortified. Just as he braced for skeletal warriors to burst through the door and cleave him apart, a soft ping sounded, and the seamless white door slid open. In rushed a figure clad in immaculate white garments, wearing a curious pale blue mask. Locke stared dumbfounded. It was no skeleton, no rotting necromancer reeking of decay. Though most of the face remained veiled, those clear, urgent eyes, and the aura of pure, unblemished grace radiating from the figure, short-circuited Locke's thoughts entirely. Have I died? Is this not the lich's lair, but the celestial realm? Otherwise, how could such a radiant, pristine angel exist? Even as Locke questioned whether he stood at heaven's threshold, the angel had already swept to his bedside. Those seemingly delicate hands unleashed astonishing strength, pinning his thrashing form back onto the mattress with practiced precision. The angel spoke in a language utterly alien to him, then swiftly reapplied the fallen sensors to his chest and checked the 4 line on his wrist. The alarm ceased. Seeing Locke still wide-eyed with terror, the nurse reached up and tapped a small black device mounted beside the bed. ZZZT. After a brief electrical hum, the unassuming black box spoke, its voice flawlessly articulate. even slightly archaic, in Era's tongue. Injured personnel, please remain calm and refrain from violent movement, lest fractures shift anew. We are the Xia Humanitarian Relief Contingent. You were caught in the storm's devastation and rescued from the ruins. This is a Xia Field Hospital. You are safe now. Please cooperate with treatment. The voice, serene and synthetic, resonated calmly throughout the room. Locke lay gasping, chest heaving, eyes bulging. Within him a maelstrom raged. Relief. Humanitarian. Xia? What infernal nonsense is this? The scene shifted several days later. As his vital signs stabilized, Locke was transferred from the intensive care module to a large mixed-occupancy tent housing lightly and moderately wounded patients. Lying on a military cot, he replayed the past days in his mind, still convinced it had all been a surreal, impossible dream. Those flawlessly beautiful nurses, those uncanny instruments that could peer into bone, those blinding lights requiring no mana-crystal power, those colossal steel vessels anchored in the bay, and above all, that baffling narrative of rescue. A nation wielding such terrifying craftsmanship, yet offering free medical care to commoners in disaster zones. To imperial logic, or indeed the entire old continent's worldview, it was sheer fantasy. Frustrated, Locke shook his head and glanced around. Dozens of cots filled the vast tent, neatly arranged, well-ventilated, yet thick with injured Era refugees. These civilians, who should have been wallowing in mud awaiting death, now glowed with healthy color, vigorously exchanging stories. Hey! A one-eyed man with bandages wrapped around his head leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially toward another patient. Did you hear? Old Jock told me. The flower-clothed lords are serving meat porridge at noon today. Truly. The patient nearly bolted upright, swallowing hard. Meat. Who among us has smelled meat outside New Year's Eve? Absolutely true. Old Jock says he overheard Lord Elias himself speaking with the flower-clothed lords. They've finished replenishing nutritional infusions, and now they're unloading barrels of fine provisions from those mountain-sized iron ships to boil into broth. By the gods. The patient thumped his thigh in ecstasy. I knew it. These flower-clothed lords must be divine incarnations. They command iron mountains that sail the seas, and iron beasts that haul cargo across land. They heal us, and now feed us meat. The water's a bit bitter, sure, but after letting it sit, it's tolerable. The one-eyed man nodded solemnly, awe etched across his face. Indeed. Our village's elder priest said these lords descended to build a true celestial kingdom upon our soil. Is that so? Then, if these celestial lords truly intervene, might they drive out that Oster Empire? Corrected the one-eyed man. Yes, Oster. The patient's eyes blazed. Even their mightiest armies, how could they stand against divine iron beasts? Once the Oster forces are expelled, will our land tax revert to what it once was? Listening to this idle chatter between two ignorant peasants, Locke, lying nearby, felt a chill deeper than any wound, piercing straight to his marrow. Trained as an imperial spy, he perceived far more than mere civilians ever could. What he'd witnessed over these days in the camp had already revealed the staggering scale of logistical mastery wielded by this self-proclaimed Xia. To erect within mere days a vast self-sustaining encampment atop rubble, where food and shelter never faltered, was a feat beyond the Empire's comprehension. If such an unfathomable power truly committed itself to restoring Era's sovereignty, Locke's mind conjured images: Oster's vaunted heavy cavalry and manicannon batteries, shattered ground to rust beneath titanic steel behemoths. His breath hitched sharply. I must relay this intelligence to the Empire. I must warn the High Command. Never provoke these monsters. Instinctively, Locke's hand flew to his chest, the usual resting place of his communication crystal. But his fingers met only the soft fabric of his hospital gown. His crystal had vanished, lost forever in the storm's fury. Curses. Locke clenched the white sheet until his knuckles whitened, staring out at the bustling camp beyond the tent, his gaze heavy with helplessness and burning urgency. Empire, do not make a fatal mistake. The deep and continuous roar of the engine reverberated throughout the cabin. The AG-600 amphibious aircraft belonging to the military of Xia country sliced through the thick clouds like a silver sword, cruising smoothly ahead. Elena sat in the spacious and comfortable seat, gazing blankly out the window. In her line of sight, an endless sea of white clouds rolled under the sunlight, while the once unattainable mountains and wide rivers appeared as small as patterns on a sand table. This is too incredible, the girl couldn't help but exclaim. In Era, even the most elite Royal Griffin Knights could not fly above the clouds. This feeling is completely different from riding a griffin into the sky. Sitting opposite her, Ambassador Lin, he handed over a cup of warm water with a slight smile. Of course, Your Highness. Our current cruising altitude is 4500 meters. The clouds are relatively low today, so we can overlook the sea of clouds from above. Meanwhile, on the other side, the old Mage Merlin pressed his hand tightly against the cold cabin wall. So this is what it feels like at high altitudes. The old mage murmured, his withered fingers gently rubbing. I can feel that at such a high altitude the natural magic in the air has become extremely thin. At this moment, a relaxed voice from the pilot of Xia country came through the intercom. The current wind direction is very favorable for us. We have about an hour left in our journey and expect to arrive at the target lake 1 hour before the meeting. 3 hours later, in the heart of the old continent, the city-state of Alms, in the Dome Assembly Hall. The long and oppressive proposal phase from various countries finally came to an end. The clerk Titus tapped the wooden mallet in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the still empty chief seat belonging to the royal family of Era, and he announced loudly since all parties have presented their proposals and Queen Era is absent, the final statement and resolution of this meeting will be represented by Regent Card. Hearing this, Card, who was seated in the secondary position, finally relaxed his tense back, letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. As of now, the Queen has yet to appear, which means he has completely won the bet. Card lowered his eyelids, his gaze falling on the thick joint draft on the table, the result of the meeting just held. The Oster Empire, under the guise of trusteeship, has taken away the 3 richest magic crystal mining areas and the Longhorn Strait. The Philanqui Chamber of Commerce has locked Era into a new loan, effectively crippling nearly all of Era's deepwater ports for the next 99 years. The Church wants to take over Era's magical education entirely, while the Sunjing Republic has carved out a lease in the south for their Ranger Guards garrison. Territory, economy, ideology, sovereignty. The giants of the new and old continents tacitly placed Era on the table. Looking at these terms, Card's fingers trembled. He knew very well that signing this document would mean Era would completely become a vassal of various countries. But so what? Era had long been destroyed by war and storms, and with the little remaining exiled nobility in his hands, it was impossible to rebuild the country. Only by signing would these great powers obtain the benefits they sought, and they would then use their true strength to rightfully place him on the throne of Era's highest ruler. Exchanging the nation's lifeblood for personal gain, this deal seemed to him very advantageous. Card took a deep breath and stood up. He quickly concealed the calculations in his eyes and replaced them with a pained and resolute expression. I have understood all your proposals. Card's voice echoed in the assembly hall, carrying just the right amount of tremor. The storm has destroyed our homeland. Era is now in dire straits, and our people are desperate for funds, food, and peace. And the generous proposals from all of you are like torches in the darkness, illuminating the path to our rebirth. He rested his hands on the table, surveying the representatives of various countries present. Whether it be the assistance of the Imperial Army in maintaining order in the East, the funding brought by the Chamber of Commerce, or the spiritual guidance and security provided by the Church and the Xinjiang Republic, these are the precious resources most urgently needed by Era at this time. Your profound friendship toward Era is truly moving. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but smile slightly. Card puffed out his chest, adopting a serious posture for national deliberation, and picked up the feather quill on the table. For the future of Era, on behalf of the exiled government, I gratefully agree to this. Creak. The heavy bronze door was pushed open from the outside. The sound of metal hinges creaking echoed clearly in the quiet assembly hall, abruptly interrupting Card's signing action. 2 knights in splendid armor pushed open the heavy door and stood on either side. What lay behind the open door was an astonishing sight for all the representatives. Elena, dressed in a deep red velvet gown and wearing a crown of thorns, walked into the meeting room with a calm demeanor. Beside her were Lin Yi and several other representatives from Xia country, clad in dark formal attire. The assembly hall instantly fell into a profound silence. Clang. The representative from Sunjing accidentally knocked over a goblet, the crimson liquid spilling onto the luxurious tablecloth. Card's feather quill, suspended in the air, came to a halt. He looked at the Queen, who was reported dead in a shipwreck, and the righteousness that had just been built on his face instantly crumbled, replaced by unmistakable shock. He unconsciously took half a step back and fell back into his chair. Titus hurriedly stood up. Your Majesty, Queen Era, you have finally arrived. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Elena walked to the round table, her gaze sweeping over the draft laid on the table, then looking at the people in the meeting room. The aerial vehicle we traveled in from Xia country is too large, and after research and judgment with the other side, it is unable to land in the waters near the city-state. We could only land at the distant Mirror Moon Lake, and then take the dragon vehicle provided by Alms to arrive here, which caused the delay. Upon hearing aerial vehicle, the representatives from various countries showed confusion, but Elena's next words left them no time to consider such details. Elena did not elaborate further. She directly issued the order. Clerk Titus, I hereby announce in my capacity as the legitimate monarch of Era, Card Ryan, without royal authorization, is suspected of treason, and his noble titles are immediately revoked. Any conditions he agreed to earlier have no legal effect. Wait, this is impossible. Before Card could speak, the representative from Philanqui suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his fat face trembling. Your Majesty, please be mindful of your words. That draft was a consensus reached by all nations to assist Era. Era's treasury cannot produce even a single copper coin right now. Without the support of various countries, how will Era survive this winter? The bishop of the church also turned somber, his tone carrying an air of superiority. Your Majesty, the divine has shown mercy on Era's suffering and has bestowed grace upon it. Your reckless rejection of the church's protection is pushing your people into the abyss. The representative from Oster even snorted coldly. What if you don't sign? Even with your few remnants, the Imperial Army can still take over the Longhorn Strait. Facing the complex and scrutinizing gazes of various representatives, she spoke with a cold and firm voice regarding Era's current disaster and stance. We have specific clarifications. The storm has indeed exacted a heavy toll on Era, turning the eastern coastal area and the royal capital into ruins, leaving millions of civilians displaced. However, Era has not perished. Elena straightened her back, her gaze sweeping over the representatives from the great powers who had participated in the plundering earlier. Currently, I have led the government back to our homeland. We have established several large disaster relief shelters along the eastern coastline and have basically controlled the spread of famine and plague. Thus Era does not need to sacrifice territory, surrender the strait, or cede its educational system in exchange for mercy. Every inch of land belonging to Era we will rebuild ourselves. This uncompromising statement darkened the expressions of those present. Elena shifted her tone. Of course, during the difficult times of rebuilding our homeland, we have received support from a powerful and selfless friend. Next, regarding the specific progress of rescue efforts and regional security updates, I invite Mr. Lin E, the representative of Xia country, attending as an observer, to speak. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, Lin E stepped forward. His attire of grayish-black with a middle stripe appeared rather unusual in the eyes of the rulers of the old continent. More importantly, those present did not sense even the slightest fluctuation of magical energy from him. A completely powerless civilian. Hello, everyone. Lin E spoke, and the translator smoothly conveyed his words. Pure Era language. As Her Majesty the Queen mentioned, at the invitation of Era, our country has established several humanitarian relief camps along the disaster-stricken coastline. Based on this, Xia country calls for all parties to cease hostilities immediately to ensure the basic survival of civilians. He placed a small device on the table. A projection lit up, displaying a topographic map of Era on the wall behind, with prominent red dots marking the locations of each relief camp. This strange projection technology caused the people present to show subtle reactions, but no one spoke up. The representative from Oster fixed his gaze on the map, quickly identifying a red dot in the central area. He let out a cold laugh and questioned, "You plan to set up a camp near the royal capital? That's where our Oster's 7th Legion is stationed." Xia country, a name we've never heard before. Which remote city-state do you represent? Do you think you can meddle in the affairs of great powers by casually placing a map here? Lin E looked at the Oster representative, his expression unchanged. It is quite normal that you have not heard of Xia country, as we indeed did not exist in this world just a month ago. A slight commotion arose in the assembly hall. This is a spatial transfer anomaly. Lin E manipulated the device. Our land has crossed the spatial barrier and descended on the eastern side of this ocean. The holographic map began to extend eastward. After crossing the vast ocean, a vast continental landmass appeared clearly before everyone. The continuous mountain ranges, complex river networks, and large clusters of densely populated cities made the original map of Era appear like a mere rock. Xia country is a nation with a history of 5,000 years. Lin E spoke in a calm tone, providing the most basic report on the national situation. Our land area is 9.6 million square kilometers, with a resident population exceeding 1.4 billion. After briefly introducing the situation, Lin E retracted the projection device and reiterated the final demand: the relief camps established by Xia country in Era will all fly our red flag. Xia country calls for all parties to cease hostilities immediately, pausing conflicts until disaster relief and civilian evacuation are concluded to avoid a greater humanitarian crisis. We believe that all parties have no intention of directing the flames of war toward defenseless disaster victims and rescue personnel. The camps will be stationed with necessary self-defense forces solely for the protection of our personnel and civilians, and will not actively intervene in any external conflicts. We earnestly request all parties to understand this. The ruins of the royal capital lay silent in the morning mist. The once majestic white stone walls now stood as mere shattered remnants, a full 10 days having passed since the superstorm. The air still lingered with a pervasive stench, an odor of seawater mixed with mud and the decay of bodies. Marcus stood at what used to be the southern city gate, heavy military boots crunching on the fractured white stone slabs, making a creaking sound. He had directly risen from the position of camp leader to acting commander of the 7th Infantry Regiment. The former commander had been turned to mere flesh and blood by a boulder swept up by the gale at the moment the shield shattered 10 days ago. The clever minds at the command center were not easily swayed by fervor. After a great disaster must come a great plague. No new high-ranking officers would dare to step into this quagmire until the royal capital was thoroughly cleansed. Marcus' head was wrapped in yellowed bandages, with only a pair of bloodshot eyes and a mouth cracked and oozing blood exposed. His left arm was immobilized with a makeshift splint hanging limply in front of him. Despite this, he stood upright as if his very presence could uphold the Empire's military might. "Attention! Each battalion report." He suddenly turned around, his hoarse voice echoing over the ruins. 1st Infantry Battalion 87 present. 2nd Infantry Battalion 92 present. 3rd Infantry Battalion 121 present. The reports rang out continuously amidst the muddy ruins. From an onset force, only 300 remained. Marcus drew the short sword from his waist with his remaining right hand and held it high. "Look around you." He roared like an injured beast. "Our walls have fallen. Our comrades have perished. But what does this mean? This is the trial bestowed upon us by His Majesty the Emperor. It is the sacred fire that purges the weak from this world." He paced back and forth, inspecting the rows of soldiers with a fervent gaze that was chilling. "The weak, the false believers howl in the storm, but we have survived. Standing upon this ruin proves that we are the Empire's most indomitable blade. As long as the banner of the 7th Infantry Regiment flies, Era will forever belong to the Ost Empire. For the Emperor! For the Emperor!" 300 remnants of soldiers shouted with all their might, their voices momentarily overpowering the cold morning breeze. Seeing the rekindled fighting spirit of the soldiers, Marcus grinned with satisfaction, his cracked lips oozing blood again. Just as he was about to step down from the heights, an instinct belonging to the extraordinary suddenly tensed his back. He distinctly felt that deep within the ruins a pair of eyes was secretly watching him. "Who's there?" Marcus spun around abruptly, pointing his short sword behind him, roaring. However, the street corner he looked at was empty, with nothing but a few corpses trapped under broken wood. Buzz, a camouflaged miniature reconnaissance drone, was just ejected into the air, quickly rising in altitude, disappearing into the morning mist. How tragic. The operator Xiao Wang, wearing full coverage transmission glasses, deftly adjusted the remote control sticks, unable to suppress a gasp. On the large screen inside the command vehicle, behind him, the aerial view, transmitted by the drone, was being shared in real time. As they looked at this thoroughly destroyed city, the others in the vehicle fell silent. The entire city looked as if it had been violently kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Although the noble estates in the inner city of the royal capital had also collapsed extensively, the surviving nobles were still able to hold on and maintain a basic standard of living due to their deep family resources, sturdy basements, and stored supplies. In contrast, the civilian districts in the outer city had completely descended into a hell on earth. Thousands of civilians amidst the ruins of their homes built precarious low wooden shanties from salvaged planks and tattered rags. Ragged people rummaged through the dark muddy waters like walking corpses, numbly searching for food. But how much food could there be among the ruins? After 10 days of consumption, the already pitiful remaining food sources had been depleted, and now even moldy black bread had become a luxury. Leading the team, Major Chun took a deep breath, turning his gaze away from the screen to look at the soldiers busily working outside. "This is why we are here." Major Chen's voice was steady and resolute, carrying the unique strength of the Xia country soldiers. "Xia country cannot bear to see the common people starve and die before our eyes. As long as they are unarmed civilians, as long as they yearn to live no matter which world they come from, they are all within the protective sequence of our humanitarian aid." Behind them, accompanied by the gentle sound of high-pressure air pumps and the crisp clicks of clips, white inflatable windbreak tents were swiftly erected like mushrooms after rain. Portable field medical kits and lightweight water purification devices were being quickly set up. Several combat teams responsible for close-range vigilance had already spread out, occupying the surrounding high ground. Time had reached the afternoon. "What is that?" A scout standing on the half-collapsed city wall suddenly pointed towards the outside of the city, exclaiming. Marcus quickly stepped forward, snatching the crystal monocular telescope from the scout's hands and looking in the direction. When he saw the scene in the distance, his pupils constricted sharply. At the far end of the crystal lens on the plain, just 2 kilometers away from the royal capital, a vast expanse of white tents had appeared at some point. "When did they get there?" Marcus grabbed the scout by the collar, shouting angrily. "2 don't know, sir." The scout trembled in fear. There was nothing there this morning. Just then a strange buzzing sound drew nearer, penetrating the cold wind. Marcus immediately released the scout, and with his extraordinary perception, he quickly locked onto the source of the sound. Squinting, he saw a group of oddly shaped metal insects flying from that mysterious camp towards the sky above the royal capital. They were a large fleet of 6-axis drones from Xia country. They quickly spread out above the ruins of the royal capital, hovering at various high points in the neighborhoods. Then an extremely large electronic synthesized voice boomed over the royal capital. "Attention, residents of the royal capital. This is the humanitarian rescue force of Xia country. We have established a large refugee reception camp outside the city. The camp provides free medical treatment, clean drinking water, and ample food. At the same time, we urge all military forces to exercise restraint and refrain from launching any form of attack on civilians and rescue facilities. Please, civilians in need of assistance, proceed orderly to the camp." The colossal broadcast in Era's language reverberated through the dilapidated streets, repeating 5 times. The civilians in the ruins all stopped their actions. They stared blankly up at the metal birds that spoke in the sky. As the words "food" and "medical" repeated, life gradually sparked in their numb eyes. Initially, there was some fear and hesitation. But in the face of extreme hunger and despair, any glimmer of hope would be magnified infinitely. A mother holding a feverish baby stood up from the muddy water, her eyes red. She gritted her teeth and was the first to take a heavy step towards the southern outskirts as mentioned in the broadcast. With the first there came a second and third. Hearing the gradually swelling noise from within the city, Marcus tightened his fists in displeasure. He glared at the drones overhead and turned to the communications soldier beside him, shouting angrily. "Immediately use the transmission crystal to contact the command center. Request immediate firepower expulsion against these foreigners." However, a few minutes later, the communications soldier put down the crystal. "Commander." The command center replied that this matter is of great importance, and His Excellency the Commander needs to consult with the Emperor back home, so we must remain on standby and must not act rashly. A bunch of tortoises. Marcus was so enraged that he stomped on the wooden planks beneath him. Meanwhile, the situation within the city had undergone a fundamental change during this consultation. More and more civilians began to gather spontaneously, forming a massive flow of people heading towards the Xia country's refugee camp outside the city. When those observing from high above saw the first batch of arriving refugees being accepted into the camp by soldiers in strange uniforms and witnessed the smoke rising from the camp, the last shred of doubt completely dissipated. The royal capital was boiling. Not only the civilians, but even some of the lesser nobles from the outer city whose resources had been exhausted disregarded their dignity and mixed in with the crowd of refugees desperately surging towards the outskirts. Marcus stood on the city wall, his fist crashing against the remaining battlements. Damn it. Everyone stop. He roared madly in his heart, yet felt powerless. He understood very well that if all the people of this city fled, what the 7th Infantry Regiment had fought to defend would merely be a worthless dead city. Without civilians to exploit and enslave, the occupation of the Great Ost Empire would become a colossal joke. Sir, should we send someone to seal the city gates? The adjutant suggested, quietly, swallowing hard. Marcus felt a surge of anger, but said nothing. Just then, boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted from their camp behind them. Blue flames shot up into the sky, instantly toppling several wooden towers used for defense. Marcus staggered back from the shockwave of the explosion, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was their magic crystal reserve. Rewind time to a few hours earlier. In the inner city of the royal capital, at a hidden corner of ruins. A thin stone slab was quietly pushed aside, and Chiron, the former vice-captain of the royal guard, darted back into the dim underground chamber like a nimble black cat, then carefully closed the slab. Vice-captain, how is the situation above ground? As soon as he landed, dozens of ragged people surrounded him. These were loyal guards who had been ordered to relocate important royal supplies underground when the royal capital fell. It was precisely because they were in a sturdy underground shelter that they had miraculously avoided the cataclysmic superstorm. Chiron let out a long sigh of relief, took a sip from the water bottle handed to him, his eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. The retribution of the Oster people has come. Chiron lowered his voice, but the excitement in his tone still infected everyone. That storm not only destroyed the shield, but also swept away a large portion of the heavily armored main force. I just scouted near the street corner. Their defenses are extremely weak now, and even normal patrols have been withdrawn by a large margin. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces lit up with ecstatic expressions. Chiron took a deep breath, parted the crowd, and walked straight to the innermost part of the cellar. There lay several heavy wooden boxes tightly wrapped in thick waterproof tarpaulin and dry straw. He tore off the disguise and opened the copper lock of one of the boxes. A ghostly blue light instantly illuminated the entire dim underground chamber. It was a large quantity of neatly cut mid to high-grade magic crystals. Chiron drew his long sword, the blade reflecting the blue glow of the magic crystals, and his gaze turned exceptionally cold. We cannot just hide like mice. Take advantage of their weakness and claim their lives. We will act this afternoon. Target the magic crystal reserve. The timeline returns to the present. Boom. A ghostly blue magical explosion erupted, sending flames dozens of meters high, and a massive shockwave ravaged the ruins. Marcus stared dumbfounded at the magic crystal reserve, engulfed in flames, his mind filled with a suffocating ringing in his ears. That place stored most of the high-grade crystals and formation materials of the 7th Infantry Regiment. What happened? Marcus snapped back to reality and angrily grabbed a nearby disheveled soldier. I don't know. The soldier trembled, his legs weak. We were just about to change shifts when the magic crystal reserve suddenly exploded in a chain reaction. The fire was too fierce, we couldn't get close. Marcus pushed the soldier aside, his eyes bloodshot like a beast driven to a corner, frantically scanning the surroundings of the burning warehouse. He did not believe this was an accident. It was definitely an act of sabotage. Just then he suddenly raised his head and noticed the peculiar metal insect hovering above the warehouse, shrouded in black smoke, which had just broadcasted in the city. It's them. It must be those people outside the city. The veins on Marcus' forehead bulged like coiling dragons, and the strings of rationality snapped completely at that moment. Relay the order. Artillery units of battalions 1, 2, and 3, take positions. Marcus drew his short sword and pointed towards the white tents outside the city. Target the camp of those people outside the city. Commence covering artillery fire immediately. But sir, the aide beside him, hearing this insane order, quickly advised the command center, just ordered against rash actions. Swish. Before the aide could finish his sentence, a chilling glint flashed past. The aide's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, which was gushing blood. He didn't even have time to let out a final cry before he helplessly collapsed in a pool of blood, his body still twitching unconsciously. After doing all this, Marcus casually wiped the blood from his sword and looked around at the trembling soldiers with a fierce expression. In the Empire, defying military orders is treason. Open fire. Fire immediately. Faced with all this, the artillery commanders dared not hesitate for a moment. They scrambled towards the artillery positions, skipping even the basic testing and calibration procedures, and began a blind barrage. Magic crystal loading complete. Direction 230. Elevation angle 60. Prepare. A dozen Oster magic crystal heavy artillery simultaneously lit up with violent blue runes. Fire. With a deep rumble, the heavy solid metal projectiles were violently propelled from the cannon. The cannon mouths belched dazzling blue flames, and visible waves of air rippled across the city walls. More than a dozen heavy projectiles tore through the air with a piercing shriek, tracing chaotic parabolas in the sky as they slammed down on the rescue camp of the Xia Kingdom 2 kilometers away. Meanwhile, at the Xia Kingdom's rescue camp outside the city. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The ear-piercing alarm sounded explosively over the entire camp. The refugees in the camp halted in confusion, while the soldiers of the Xia Kingdom instantly displayed their military training, quickly seeking cover according to the plan and guiding civilians to lie down. Report. The counter-battery radar has detected incoming projectiles. The Oster side has opened fire. Inside the command vehicle, the radar operator looked at the densely packed incoming trajectories and reported loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he finished speaking, the dull sounds of explosions and impacts echoed in succession at the edge of the camp. Dirt mixed with fragments was hurled high into the air. Due to the Oster forces not conducting calibration, the majority of the dozen shells missed landing in the empty areas outside the camp. Major Chin stared intently at the screen, report the damage situation. Most did not hit, but 2 shells landed near our number 1 water point. What about our personnel? Major Chin suddenly stood up. We have no personnel casualties, but several civilians from ALO were affected by flying debris, and the medical team is in urgent rescue. A chilling murderous intent erupted in Major Chin's eyes. The Xia Kingdom does not initiate trouble, but when a humanitarian rescue camp is subjected to deliberate armed attacks resulting in civilian casualties, the highest rules of engagement have automatically activated the self-defense counterattack procedure. Report. Ballistic calculations are complete. Enemy artillery positions have been locked. Requesting instructions. Major Chin picked up the transmitter and commanded loudly, artillery battalion, stand by. Counterattack. Completely wipe them out. Behind the camp at the makeshift heavy artillery position, 3 massive steel behemoths. The PLZ-05 155mm self-propelled howitzers let out a deep roar like awakened ancient beasts. Parameters received. Fire control computer calculations complete. Automatic loading system ready. The broad tracks gripped the ground tightly, and the vehicle slightly sank, firmly anchoring the cannon in the firing position. The long barrel was precisely elevated and turned under the motor's drive, aiming towards the direction of the royal capital's ruins. 3 rapid shots. Fire. Boom. 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 Unlike the dull thrust of the magic crystal cannon, this was the terrifying roar produced by modern chemical explosive blasts. The immense chamber pressure exploded at the cannon mouth, unleashing bursts of orange-red flames and white shockwaves. 9 high-explosive fragmentation shells weighing over 40 kilograms each burst forth from the cannon at an initial speed of nearly 1,000 meters per second, tearing through the atmosphere and creating visible sonic booms as they slammed down towards the Oster positions. At the ruins of the southern gate of the royal capital, just after completing a round of blind fire, the barrels of more than a dozen magic crystal cannons emitted astonishing heat, and soldiers were frantically trying to cool them down with water. Marcus hadn't even had the chance to inquire about the results of the bombardment when a bizarre whistling sound suddenly echoed from the sky. The sound was not the murky thud of magic crystal solid projectiles, but rather an extremely sharp sound of something cutting through the air. What is that? Marcus instinctively looked up. Boom. The first 155mm high-explosive shell detonated directly in the center of the position. Tens of thousands of scorching steel fragments mixed with a terrifying overpressure shockwave swept indiscriminately in all directions. 2 heavy magic crystal cannons weighing several tons were instantly sent flying like toys, and a dozen Oster artillerymen around them didn't even have time to scream before being shredded in the orange fireball by the extreme heat and shrapnel. Following that, the second, third, 9 shells rained down like a meteor shower of steel, accurately cleansing this position, which was only 100 meters square. Oh. In the face of this apocalyptic modern firepower, Marcus' survival instincts as a transcendent being erupted completely. He roared, and the dense golden fighting energy surged forth without reservation, forming a layer of fighting energy shield around him. In previous battles, this shield was sufficient to withstand fireball spells and even small magic crystal cannon blasts. However, a single 155 shell fortuitously landed less than 5 meters away from him. In the face of the explosive power of modern explosives, the so-called fighting energy shield seemed laughably flimsy. Crack. The golden shield shattered spectacularly in less than 1/10 of a second. The violent shockwave instantly shattered Marcus' internal organs, and hundreds of high-temperature fragments tore through his heavy armor as easily as cutting through butter. This regiment commander didn't even have time to leave a final word before his upper body was reduced to fragments in this storm of steel, completely erasing him from this world. The entire artillery bombardment lasted only half a minute. When the smoke cleared, the original defense camp was no longer there, leaving only several huge and charred craters along with burnt remains scattered across the ground. Inside the Xia Kingdom command vehicle, the aerial drone footage on the screen clearly relayed the post-disaster assessment. Report the damage situation. The enemy artillery positions and surrounding living forces have been completely destroyed. There were no collateral damages, and no civilian areas were mistakenly hit. Major Chin looked at the area that had been completely flattened on the screen and nodded expressionlessly. Relay information to superiors and maintain vigilance. Meanwhile, in the blazing inferno of the royal capital's ruins, an Oster communications soldier left with only half a body lay in the charred soil. With the extraordinary physical constitution of a transcendent being, he had not immediately died. He trembled and pulled out a spare small communication crystal, blood-soaked hands fumbling. He looked at the hellish scene around him, his eyes filled with incomprehensible fear. He infused the last bit of magic power into the crystal, and with a leaking throat he delivered his last message. This is the 7th Infantry Regiment of the Royal Capital. Our magic crystal reserve has been destroyed. Orders from the commander to bombard the camp outside the city. Under counter battery fire. Unknown weapon. All annihilated. We are all annihilated. The communication crystal flickered twice before going completely dark. The communication soldier's hand fell limply onto the scorched earth, drawing his last breath. In the underground city-state of Almas, the Dome Assembly Hall, the power struggles among various factions continued to clash fiercely, and the conference agenda had already progressed to the exhausting third day. After hours of sharp verbal exchanges, Lin Yi felt a dryness in his mouth. Arguing with these medieval feudal lords is truly exhausting. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Over these 3 days, the delegation from the Xia Kingdom attempted to explain concepts such as humanitarian corridors and international law and war conventions to these beings from another world, but it was like playing a lute to a cow. In the bones of these old-world aristocrats, the lives of commoners were worth nothing. They were merely a string of numbers on a lord's balance sheet. Lin Yi shook his head, leaned back in his chair, and reached for the water cup on the table, intending to soothe his dry throat. Just then he keenly sensed movement behind him. A member of the advisory group sitting in the audience was tightly gripping the earpiece in his left ear, his brow furrowed. Then that member quickly stood up and walked briskly to Lin Yi's side, handing over a military tablet with a serious expression. Lin Yi set down the water cup and took the tablet. After reading just 2 lines, his expression darkened. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi raised his head. He seized the opportunity when the representative from the Philanqui Chamber of Commerce finished speaking and pressed the speaking magic crystal stone on the representative's podium. Buzz. The crystal emitted a low hum, glowing with a bluish light, submitting an urgent motion to the assembly hall. The discussion room quickly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lin Yi. Secretary Titus froze for a moment. Xia Kingdom representative, do you have any urgent matters to add? Lin Yi did not remain in his original seat. Instead, he picked up the tablet and portable projector, pushed his chair aside, and strode toward the main podium in the center of the hall. He scanned the entire audience and then slowly began to speak. Just 10 minutes ago, we received urgent information from the rescue camp in the capital of Ayla. Lin Yi's voice, amplified by the sound array, echoed throughout the hall with undeniable seriousness. The military of the Ouster Empire has ignored our previously issued neutrality statement regarding humanitarian facilities and ceasefire proposals and has deliberately shelled our humanitarian refugee camp established outside the capital. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. Elena beside him clenched her fists, her azure eyes trembling slightly. Lin Yi raised his voice, his tone growing more severe. This shelling targeted the refugee area, where people were queuing for water, resulting in the immediate death of 5 Ayla civilians and injuring over 10 others. The Xia government is deeply shocked by the actions of the Ouster military. This act severely violates humanitarian principles, and we express our strongest condemnation and protest. As he spoke, he placed the portable projector on the podium. The beam projected onto the white wall in the assembly hall, displaying several on-site photographs. The first image showed a twisted and deformed water purification vehicle. The second depicted the remnants of a magic crystal shell embedded in the mud, followed by scenes of civilian casualties, elderly people, and women lying in pools of blood amidst a landscape of shocking ruins. These gory and visceral images caused the diplomats accustomed to discussing war on parchment to feel a wave of physiological discomfort. Many furrowed their brows and turned their heads away. After a brief silence, a representative from the Ouster Empire suddenly stood up, the pushchair screeching against the floor. What does this prove? The representative gritted his teeth, trying to maintain the Empire's arrogance. In battle, weapons do not discern. How do we know that your shells did not first land on our positions? He glanced at the photos on the wall and scoffed. Moreover, since this is a combat zone, casualties are inevitable. Lin Yi did not engage in an emotional argument, merely smiling as he looked at him. Since the Ouster representative doubts who fired first, let's take a look at the footage from the scene at the time. Lin Yi operated the tablet, switching the projection to aerial footage transmitted by a reconnaissance drone. In the ruins of the capital on the left side of the screen, several positions suddenly lit up with glaring spots indicating high heat. Soon after, more than a dozen parabolic projectiles arced through the air, landing on the edge of the white tint area on the right, raising clouds of dust. The scene then switched to the Xia Kingdom's positions on the right side. 3 massive track tanks lifted their thick metallic barrels. The heavy vehicles suddenly sank, and the cannon mouths instantly erupted with 3 huge fireballs, distorting the surrounding air into visible ripples. Although the video had no sound, several representatives in the front instinctively leaned back in their seats. The footage switched back to the Ouster positions. In just a few seconds, a series of intense flashes of light completely engulfed that area. When the dust settled, only several huge blackened craters remained on the projection against the white wall, and the original camp, along with the more than a dozen magic crystal cannons, had vanished. The entire playback lasted less than a minute. The assembly hall was silent as a grave. The representative from the Xinjiang Republic unconsciously gripped the armrest of his chair, his face pale. The Ouster representative stared fixedly at the massive crater frozen on the wall, a fine layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth as if to retort, but his throat bobbed a few times, ultimately failing to produce any sound. Lin Yi turned off the projector. The Xia Kingdom strictly adheres to the self-defense combat regulations. We only conducted defensive fire retaliation, and through precise targeting we confined the damage entirely to the military camp that fired first without harming any civilians. He leaned on the podium with both hands, reiterating the Xia Kingdom's bottom line to the representatives of various nations present. Finally, I must respond to the Ouster representative's earlier statement. In the values of the Xia Kingdom, every person's life regardless of status is precious. This is a civilized bottom line. Meanwhile, in the northeastern part of the old continent, in the capital of the Ouster Empire, in the military department's secret chamber, thick curtains blocked out the sunlight, creating a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. The incomplete battle report from the front line had been forwarded several times and landed on the desk of the Minister of Military Affairs, Duke von Sterling. Sterling did not rush to present it to the Emperor. Leaning back in his large high-backed chair, he first summoned a few trusted aides. A chief of staff looked at the information in hand with a grim expression. "My lord, the last battle report from the front line is very grim. The 7th Infantry Regiment suffered devastating blows in the previous storm, with nearly all magic crystal shields and heavy equipment destroyed, and the troops were in a state of semi-paralysis." The chief of staff paused and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In that chaos, they shelled the Xia Kingdom camp and immediately faced devastating fire retaliation from the other side, leading to the annihilation of the entire regiment. "My lord, if it weren't for the storm having first destroyed our defenses, they could never have so easily wiped out a regular regiment." Sterling raised his hand, interrupting the chief of staff's defense. He did not lose his temper, his deep gaze lingering on the battle report for a moment. "Since the front line has been completely wiped out, there can be no evidence left." Sterling leaned back in his chair, his fingers interlocked. "Then the section in the report about our active shelling need not appear in the official military records anymore." The chief of staff was taken aback, a chill running through his heart. "Your lordship means..." Sterling stood up and walked to the massive imperial map. "The Imperial Army will never be easily wiped out by a foreign power that it has never even heard of due to foolish provocation. The truth is the 7th Infantry Regiment suffered severe losses in the natural disaster, but while extremely weakened and struggling to carry out rescue operations, they were shamelessly ambushed." He turned around and looked deeply at the few people. "This expedition faced a natural disaster, sustaining heavy losses without achieving any results, and there are already grievances both in the palace and among the people. If this defeat does not become a national disgrace, it will be the military that is questioned in the court." The trusted aides immediately grasped the Duke's intention. "Release the news." Sterling issued the order. "Just say that after the storm passed, the 7th Infantry Regiment was already half paralyzed, but while desperately rescuing civilians, the remnants of Ayla colluded with foreign forces and launched a despicable joint ambush leading to the annihilation of the infantry regiment." "Understood." The intelligence officer stood straight. "The commander of the 7th Infantry Regiment, I remember, should be from the Klaus family. My lord, the former regiment commander, Colonel Klaus, has already died in the storm." The chief of staff immediately replied. "The one taking over command is the battalion commander, a civilian officer named Marcus. Since he is of civilian origin, that makes it even more perfect." Sterling nodded in satisfaction. "Make him into a hero who valiantly sacrificed while confronting the despicable ambushers. The dead cannot argue, and the Empire needs martyrs." The chief of staff recorded the orders and hesitantly asked, "My lord, if we reverse black and white like this, what if His Majesty the Emperor sends the royal guard to investigate?" Sterling picked up the wine glass on the table, the dark red liquid gently swaying under the dim light. "His Majesty will understand." Bang! The newspaper, exuding a pungent smell of ink, was slammed heavily onto the long table, toppling the nearby inkwell. The black ink dripped onto the ground from the parchment scroll, but at that moment no one cared. In the senior self-study room of the Central Academy of the Empire, a dozen students were fixated on the bold headline of the special edition: "The 7th Infantry Division's blood-soaked sacrifice, the despicable massacre by foreign bandits." 18-year-old Ryan clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, and his body trembled slightly from extreme anger. "What a beast!" His deskmate Hans slammed his fist on the table, his eyes red. "The newspaper says that Captain Marcus and his men had just weathered the storm, going into the ruins to dig out the buried victims. And what happened? The vile remnants of Ayla and the Xia Kingdom not only took the opportunity to blow up our magic crystal warehouse, but also shamelessly shelled our camp." A female student beside them covered her mouth, her voice trembling. "The entire division. None survived, all perished. Captain Marcus didn't even leave behind complete corpses." Hans gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. Ryan felt as though a burning iron had been shoved into his chest, searing his insides with pain. Having received elite education from a young age, he was deeply ingrained with an utmost respect for the honor of the Imperial soldiers. In his understanding, war should be a noble duel between knights, not a one-sided massacre perpetrated with despicable means while comrades were rescuing civilians in the mud. This was a trampling of the Imperial military's dignity, a blatant insult to all Osters. Ryan suddenly stood up, grabbing the uniform jacket draped over the chair. His abrupt movement caused the wooden chair behind him to topple over with a muffled sound. "Where are you going?" Hans looked up. "To the streets. To the palace." Ryan hastily threw on his jacket and strode toward the door. "The 7th Infantry Division is bleeding. The Empire is being humiliated. Are we to hide in the academy pretending nothing happened while continuing to study useless histories of magic?" Upon hearing this, a series of chairs scraping against the floor echoed in the self-study room. The young people with red eyes rushed out the door after Ryan. That afternoon, hundreds of students from the Central Academy marched into the main street of the capital, holding banners hastily written on bed sheets. By evening, Ryan and the students did not return to the academy, but stopped at the Copper Bell Square on the edge of the inner city. Ryan climbed onto the edge of the dried-up fountain. Facing the cold autumn wind, he held up the crumpled special edition, repeatedly reading the newspaper's words aloud to the illiterate commoners in the square. Captain Marcus is dead. Our 7th Infantry Division was slaughtered by foreigners. The crowd grew larger. The blacksmiths just off work, the washerwomen carrying wooden basins, and the mercenaries just emerging from the tavern all stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the young man with red-rimmed eyes. Young master, what did you say? The 7th Infantry Division is completely gone. A plump woman in a dirty apron squeezed to the front, her voice trembling as she inquired. The special edition says not a single survivor. Ryan gritted his teeth, raising the newspaper higher. The plump woman's legs gave way and she collapsed in the mud, wailing, "My poor nephew. He just reported to the new recruits last month." This heart-wrenching cry acted like a fuse. Since the reform of the Oster Empire, nearly every household in the capital had relatives serving in the military. In an instant, muffled sobs erupted from the crowd. Grief rapidly fermented in the chilly autumn wind, and by the time night fell, the sorrow in the eyes of the commoners had turned into thorough rage. By the next morning, Ryan found that the crowd beside him was no longer just students. The blacksmiths who had listened to Ryan read the newspaper in the square yesterday evening had today extinguished their furnace fires, picking up their hammers to join the ranks. The tavern owner brought barrels of ale to the street, distributing them for free to the marching crowd. Groups of sturdy men and ordinary citizens surged onto the streets. By noon, even the minor nobles had donned dark cloaks, riding in carriages or on horseback, flanking both sides of the parade. The throng swelled from hundreds to tens of thousands, blocking several main roads leading to the palace. Angry curses and thunderous slogans shattered the autumn clouds. On the third day, the inner city ring road. Step back. This is the palace grounds, no storming allowed. The officer leading the city guards drew half of his long sword, shouting sternly. In front of him stood 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers, forming a barricade. Ryan was squeezed tightly in the front row of the crowd, his chest smashing painfully against the cold iron shield, the dull pain leaving him breathless. His throat was hoarse from shouting for days on end, and each breath tasted of blood. Officer! Ryan clung onto the top edge of the shield, his face flushed as he roared with a hoarse voice toward the back of the line. The brothers of the 7th Infantry Division died unjustly. The dignity of the Empire is trampled by foreigners. Are your shields meant to block your own people? Enough. Step back. The officer's veins bulged on the back of his hand. The pushing from the crowd intensified. The shield wall was gradually compressed. The metal let out a wailing sound. Just then, the heavy shield in the center of the barricade suddenly shook. The young city guard holding the shield looked at the countless faces filled with anger and tears before him, hearing their roars demanding justice for the Imperial soldiers, and suddenly released his grip on the handle. Clang! The heavy iron shield crashed onto the cobblestone road. My brother. The young soldier ripped off his helmet and smashed it to the ground, squatting down and covering his face as he cried loudly, "My brother is in the 7th Infantry Division's 2nd Battalion. He just got married last month." The officer leading the troops turned pale, striding over to reprimand the soldier who had collapsed under pressure. But as he opened his mouth, he noticed that behind the line more and more city guards silently lowered their heavy shields. The officer raised his head, looking over the collapsed gap toward the sea of people ahead. In the front of the push, there were not only bloodshotted students, but also white-haired elders, women in tears holding black cloth strips, and even retired veterans leaning on canes. He gritted his teeth looking into those eyes, and they stared at each other for a good 10 seconds. Finally, the officer, as if drained of energy, slowly sheathed his half-drawn sword. He silently turned around and waved his hand toward the barricade behind him. The iron shield wall retreated like a tide, no longer obstructing, silently opening a wide avenue toward the palace. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and Ryan felt his blood boil within him. He surged forward with the crowd like a tsunami amidst the deafening shouts of "For the Empire," heading toward Victory Square. By evening at Victory Square, the cold autumn wind could not extinguish the tens of thousands of burning torches, the heat wave turning the dark clouds above the square crimson. Ryan was tightly gripped by Hans, struggling to squeeze to the front row closest to the white stone steps of the palace. All around them were heavy breaths, everyone gazing up, fixated on the balcony of the 2nd floor of the palace. "It's opening," someone in the crowd shouted. Under the gaze of the multitude, the door slowly swung open. The highest ruler of the Oster Empire, Heinrich III, clad in a black eagle cloak with golden threads, walked to the edge of the balcony with a stern expression. Behind him, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Chief of the Mage Association, the Minister of Military Affairs, and other high-ranking officials filed out. "Long live His Majesty the Emperor." The simultaneous raising of right arms by over 10,000 people created a thunderous cheer that seemed to shake the heavens. Ryan trembled with excitement, shouting with all his might. At that moment, the Emperor's expression was extremely grim, his gaze sweeping over the Duke of Stirling behind him, filled with an intensity that seemed ready to devour him whole. The legendary Duke of Stirling, known for his iron-fisted methods, was now bowing low, his posture nearly humble. In the flickering light of the flames, no one would notice such details. The people were merely cheering and shouting incessantly. On the balcony, Heinrich III gripped the marble railing tightly. "Citizens of the Empire." His deep, oppressive voice echoed through the amplification magic array across the capital. The square, which had just been roaring like a tsunami, fell silent to the point that a falling pin could be heard, leaving only the crackling sound of torch oil burning in the cold wind. Ryan held his breath, only able to hear his own racing heartbeat. In recent days I have heard your voices and seen the black cloth hanging along the streets. The Emperor's voice was slow and heavy, filled with a suppressed sorrow and solemnity. A sudden storm did not break the spine of the Imperial army, but a group of foreign thieves hiding in the shadows of ruins took advantage of our brave warriors rescuing civilians in the mud, launching the most despicable surprise attack, perpetrating the most shameless massacre. A few muffled cries of grief arose from the crowd. Ryan clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he stared at the supreme figure on the balcony. They stole not only the lives of the 7th Infantry Division, but also trampled the dignity of the entire Oster Empire. The Emperor's tone suddenly rose, his cold face illuminated by the golden flames, resembling a deity not to be desecrated. He gazed down at the sea of flames below, every word carrying an undeniable resolve. The blood of the 7th Infantry Division will not be shed in vain. I declare that from this moment the Empire enters a state of full wartime mobilization. I demand the remnants of Ayla and the Xia Kingdom immediately surrender the culprits and withdraw from Imperial territory. If they refuse, the Eastern Front Army will cross the Ayla Valley to deliver the highest level of punitive strikes. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After a brief silence, the entire victory square exploded. Flatten Ayla, flatten the Xia Kingdom. The Empire must not be humiliated. Ryan felt tears streaming down his face, a surge of hot blood boiling in his chest. That night, the temporary conscription office around the square was trampled underfoot. Ryan did not return to the academy. Under the illumination of the magical light in the conscription office, he cut his thumb with a dagger, unhesitatingly pressing his blood-red handprint onto the enlistment parchment, and received a black iron badge representing his identity as a new recruit from the recruiting officer. He tightly grasped the badge, looking toward the pitch-black night sky in the east. Just wait, shameless foreigners, Ryan silently vowed. You will pay for your despicable actions. In Donghai City at 7 o'clock in the evening, Gu Yanchuan stood before the dressing mirror, methodically fastening the cufflinks of his shirt. The television in the living room was on, broadcasting the evening news. This had been his unwavering habit for many years, using the fragmented time before heading out to listen to the day's news while changing clothes. Today he also had to visit the research institute. His schedule was tightly arranged. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. The anchor's voice suddenly turned serious. Just now the Ost Empire officially delivered a memorandum to our delegation through the diplomatic channels of the Alm city-state. According to reports, Emperor Heinrich III of the Ost Empire has publicly delivered a mobilization speech in his country, openly distorting our humanitarian rescue actions on the outskirts of the Era capital. The other side not only falsely accused the destruction of their 7th Infantry Division as being massacred by foreign bandits, but also absurdly demanded that we immediately hand over the so-called culprits and withdraw from the area, even threatening to launch military strikes against us. The anchor's voice continued firm and resolute. In response to the Ost side's blatant provocation and distortion of facts, our special representative to Alms and plenipotentiary ambassador Lin Yi sternly refuted and condemned them at the meeting. With these words, the television screen instantly switched to live footage from the Alms Dome Assembly Hall. Subsequently, the footage split in two, with the right side publicly displaying clear drone footage, making it evident who fired first. The television broadcasted Lin Yi's calm, yet assertive speech at the meeting. The Xia Kingdom has always cherished peace, but will never fear any military provocation. We urge the Ost side to recognize reality and immediately cease their blind mobilization and provocative actions to return to the right path. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the audience as he pronounced each word with emphasis. Let it not be said that we did not warn you. Gu Yanchuan walked over to the coffee table, picked up the remote, and with a click turned off the television. The screen darkened, and the living room returned to silence. Regarding the tense situation at the front lines, Gu Yanchuan believed that the military and decision-makers had already made thorough preparations. That was not his focus tonight. He grabbed the jacket draped over the sofa and stepped out of the apartment. Today, the Magic Teaching and Analysis Project in collaboration with ERA had finally made groundbreaking progress. Half an hour later at the Xia Kingdom ERA Magic Joint Research Institute. After passing through layers of tight security checkpoints, Gu Yanchuan arrived at the core laboratory. As Master Merlin was accompanying Queen Elena on a business trip to the Alms city-state, the one left in the laboratory to assist the Xia Kingdom with the analysis was a mid-level mage from ERA. Director Gu, you're here. The head of the Research Institute, Zhang Xia, greeted him, his eyes showing some redness, but his expression was unusually excited. What's the situation? Gu Yanchuan asked directly. Ever since he received the biological test report proving that people from other worlds are also pure humans, he had felt a subtle premonition. Director Zhang nodded, his tone filled with excitement. Director Gu, the test data from the past few days has all been compiled. The preliminary conclusion is, people from the Xia Kingdom can indeed use magical power. Even though he had been psychologically prepared, hearing this conclusion made Gu Yanchuan's pupils constrict suddenly. However, therein lies the problem. Director Zhang smiled wryly and walked over to the experimental table. He borrowed a piece of transparent crystal used to measure magical power levels from the mid-level mage. Watch closely. Director Zhang held the crystal with both hands, closed his eyes, and began to channel his magical power into it according to the meditation method taught by the mage. Within just a few seconds, Director Zhang's face turned beet red. The veins on his forehead bulged, his jaw clenched, and his breathing grew increasingly labored, as if he were trying to move an invisible mountain with sheer will. Gu Yinchuan held his breath, staring intently at the crystal. After more than a minute, the bottom of the crystal finally flickered to life with a faint blue glow. The light flickered uncertainly, ultimately barely illuminating half a notch at the bottom of the crystal. Huff! Huff! Director Zhang released his grip, gasping for air, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. This is the result. Everyone in the laboratory had basically tested, and all were at this level. He gestured to himself. The best researchers here, despite their best efforts, can only light up one notch. Whereas in Era's assessment standards, one notch merely represents the level of an ordinary person with no magical talent whatsoever. To form a clear comparison, the mid-level mage from Era stepped forward. He made no preparations, simply placing his palm on the crystal. Swish! The crystal instantly erupted with bright blue light, easily reaching the third notch, the glow stable and effortless. Why is there such a significant disparity in performance? Gu Yinchuan furrowed his brows. We currently suspect this is an epigenetic phenomenon. Director Zhang pulled up a complex genetic comparison chart, his tone becoming extremely serious. We preliminarily conclude that the so-called magical ability has actually always existed within human genes. However, in the originally magic-free environment of Earth, this gene expression had remained dormant. Of course, this is currently just a hypothesis, and more samples need to be collected for further research validation. But if this holds true, Director Zhang pointed at the chart, his gaze intense. As magical power gradually fills the expression of the gene will be stimulated, and more people should awaken their magical talents. Our subsequent experimental direction has also been clarified. Find out the biological roots of magical talent. Director Gu, this could very well be a new production factor that transcends electricity and achieves true human-machine connectivity. Director Zhang spoke rapidly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If we can fully unravel the mechanism, it could lay the foundation for the fifth industrial revolution. To realize this grand vision, he directly pulled a prepared report from the pocket of his lab coat and handed it over. Therefore, relying solely on the 10 or so of us and the existing equipment is absolutely insufficient. I formally applied to the department for a comprehensive expansion of the laboratory scale and budget. Gu Yinchuan took the thick application report and casually flipped through 2 pages. He looked at the now dim crystal on the experimental table, adjusted his jacket. I'll take the report with me. The approval should come down tomorrow morning. He decisively issued the directive. You all hurry up and validate the hypothesis. Gu Yinchuan turned and strode out, silently planning the subsequent work in his mind. It seems that the drafting of management regulations related to magic must be prioritized immediately. What he did not know was that just 40 minutes earlier, 15 minutes after he turned off the television and left the news broadcast interrupted with a second urgent news report. The Ost Empire has officially declared war on the Xia Kingdom. In the Era River Valley Plain, the 3rd Heavy Armored Legion of the Oster Empire's Eastern Army. The autumn sun cast a cold light on the parched grasslands, and within the miles-long marching column the atmosphere felt particularly relaxed. Thousands of heavy infantry from Oster trudged along the dirt path. Bang! Veteran Klaus casually tapped the helmet of the new recruit Leo with his sword sheath, scolding, "Straighten your back, Leo. Your spear is almost poking the person in front of you's backside." Leo rubbed his numb neck and complained with a grimace. "Uncle Klaus, our armor is way too heavy. We're still over 150 kilometers away from the royal capital of Era, and there's not even a bird around. Why are they forcing us to be fully armed?" He curled his lip, his tone laced with disdain. "To deal with the Xia Kingdom, a turtle that only knows how to strike from the shadows. Once we arrive in a few days, we can crush them with a single charge. Why are we wasting energy now?" The soldiers around him nodded in agreement, bursting into laughter. "Yeah, I heard those foreigners are really timid. They must be hiding somewhere in a ruined cellar, trembling." Hearing the new recruits teasing, Klaus also broke into a broad grin. He casually unscrewed the water flask at his waist, took a big gulp of cheap ale, and contentedly burped. "You're quick-witted, kid. There's really nothing to be afraid of." Klaus' rough hand patted Leo's shoulder. Yet he himself acted contrary to his words, not only refusing to relax, but tightening the leather buckles on his breastplate, producing a dull metallic clank. Leo looked at Klaus, who was wrapped up tightly like an iron tortoise, and asked in confusion, "Uncle, since you know we're still over 150 kilometers from the front lines, why not take off your helmet for some air? This is why I am still alive today, while you new recruits might meet your end at any moment." Klaus spat on the ground, pointing to his polished steel armor with the unique caution of a veteran. "Listen, well, never take off your armor on the battlefield. I know very well that at this distance, even the most powerful mage on the continent can't touch a hair on our bodies. But in the wilderness, who knows what could happen? Especially those remnants of Era, they love to sneak in and shoot cold arrows at times like this. This armor can save your life in such situations, just endure it." Hearing the veteran's lesson, Leo could only grimace and continue to endure the heavy armor. From above, the entire marching formation seemed utterly unguarded, with most soldiers huddled together in small groups, chatting and laughing, entirely resembling a leisurely outing. However, amidst this cheerful atmosphere, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Sizzle. The sound was initially faint, like a deity tearing a massive piece of silk. But within 2 or 3 seconds, this tearing sound transformed into a deafening, terrifying shriek. "What is that sound?" Klaus was stunned, instinctively looking up at the sky to the east. In the azure sky above, dozens of blinding white contrails suddenly appeared. They fell toward them at an incredible speed like the claws of death. Before Klaus could shout enemy attack, the massive shadows in the sky suddenly disintegrated just a few hundred meters above ground. A multitude of black cylindrical objects rained down like a torrential storm, instantly covering tens of thousands of square meters above the heavy infantry. Those were the Xia Kingdom's PHL-16 long-range rocket artillery submunitions. Thud, 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 thud. Accompanied by a chilling sound of dense impacts, hell on earth descended. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions crazily erupted within the marching column, and tens of thousands of high-temperature metal fragments swept through the dense formation of the Oster army at supersonic speeds. The piercing screams were instantly drowned out by the deafening blasts. Klaus watched helplessly as Leo, less than 3 meters away, was struck directly by a submunition, armor and all. Leo didn't even have time to scream. His upper body was obliterated and flesh and organs mixed with scalding molten metal splattered all over Klaus' face. Fight! Shield! Klaus' eyes widened with fury, instinctively wanting to channel his internal fighting spirit to save himself. However, it was too late. Boom! A black submunition landed precisely at his feet. Klaus' proud caution and the steel armor he refused to take off became nothing but a ridiculous decoration. The temperatures soaring to thousands of degrees, and the explosive overpressure instantly penetrated his armor, shredding the veteran's body into hundreds of charred pieces, merging completely with the surrounding earth. In less than a minute's time, the thousands of soldiers who had just been chatting and laughing had transformed into a corridor of charred corpses stretching for several kilometers. Severed limbs hung from the charred dead trees, the entrails of warhorses littered the roads, and blood pooled into streams flowing through the pockmarked craters. At the moment of devastation, this army had not even activated their magical shields. The reason was simple. By the military knowledge of the old continent, even the most powerful magic had an attack range of just a few kilometers. They were a full 150 kilometers from the front lines, an undeniable absolute rear. Activating and maintaining a legion-level shield covering thousands of troops required a massive consumption of magic crystals and mage energy. No commander would be foolish enough to march their troops under a shield while they were just a few days' journey from the front lines. However, in the lexicon of modern warfare, as long as you're within range, it's the truth. At the same time, outside the Aero royal capital of the Xia Kingdom, the frontline command center. On the large screen, high-altitude reconnaissance drones were relaying high-definition thermal images from 150 kilometers away in real time. The large white light spots representing heat after enduring a round of submunition bombardment were left with only dim points still writhing in pain. And several kilometers behind the command center, the rocket artillery's launch tubes were still emitting thin wisps of smoke. The operator stared at the playback on the screen, confusion written all over his face. Major Chen, have they lost their minds? They not only have no awareness of air defense, but their formation is also packed tight. Do they think they're playing a game? Perhaps they didn't expect our attack range to be this large. He put down his thermos, reached for the communicator. Rocket artillery battalion, quickly relocate to avoid the enemy pinpointing our coordinates. The reconnaissance team continues to expand the search radius. I want every subsequent reinforcement unit's movements exposed before our eyes. Yes. Meanwhile, the command center of the Oster Empire's Eastern Army had fallen into unprecedented chaos and panic. Report to the commander. The communication crystal of the 3rd Heavy Armored Legion has completely lost connection. A senior mage stumbled towards the sand table, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. Not just the 3rd Heavy Armored Legion, even the supply battalion following them has lost contact. Count von Sterleck, the commander of the Eastern Army, suddenly turned around and swept the wine cup off the table with a slap. Lost contact? What do you mean lost contact? We don't know. The communication mage fell to his knees in fright. The last message received was extremely chaotic, just screams. Someone shouted that black iron rain was falling from the sky, and another said the ground was splitting apart. Iron rain. Is it an ambush from the remnants of Era? Or is it a dragon attack? The adjutant speculated anxiously. Impossible. Even if there was an ambush, how could 6,000 men not even send a complete distress signal? Count von Sterleck's eyes twitched violently. The entire command center felt like a boiling pot of porridge. Generals roared, mages desperately activated reserve crystals, trying to contact any survivors. Intelligence officers were chaotically sketching unrealistic enemy infiltration routes on the sheepskin map. This completely exceeded their wartime knowledge, leaving the higher-ups of Oster entirely unaware of where the enemy was. They spent a full 3 hours after exhausting over a dozen communication crystals piecing together a pathetic truth through the few surviving wounded. An unknown long-range weapon had completely erased the 3rd Heavy Armored Legion in mere seconds. When this absurd conclusion was laid before Count von Sterleck, the veteran, who had experienced countless battles, felt a bone-chilling dread wash over him. The enemy's weapon could strike from the capital of Era directly to the Era River Valley. Commander. The adjutant swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What about our subsequent march? Count von Sterleck stared intently at the map, beads of cold sweat dripping onto the sand table. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and issued an order that would lead to the collapse of the Empire's logistics. Relay my military orders informing all subsequent marching legions. From now on, no matter how far from the front lines, Even within the territory of the Empire, all marching columns must activate the Legion magical shields at all times. But sir, the adjutant was taken aback. Over 100 kilometers of distance with a full shield on our magic crystal consumption will increase drastically. If we don't activate the shield, they will die on the way. In the Summer Kingdom outside the royal city of Era, a temporary command post was set up on the front lines. As the dawn light began to break, the command room remained brightly lit, filled with the sounds of keyboard clacking and low, steady communications. With a soft whoosh of the door, Major Chen walked into the command room, holding his stainless steel thermos. Dark circles hung under his eyes, and a stubbly shadow adorned his chin. Since the declaration of war by the Ost Empire, he had barely slept these past few days. It wasn't because the frontline battles were particularly intense, but because he had been personally overseeing a critically important task, drawing a clear line between civilian refugee camps and military combat zones. According to the international laws of modern warfare, if military facilities and refugee camps were mixed together once battle commenced, the entire camp could potentially be regarded as a legitimate military target by the enemy. The soldiers of the Summer Kingdom would never gamble with the lives of civilians to test the enemy's bottom line. Major Chen approached the main control console, rubbing his aching forehead to dispel some of his drowsiness, and inquired of the on-duty officer, "What is the current situation with the enemy?" The duty officer immediately stood up to report. Ever since we implemented the first round of long-range rocket strikes, the Ost army has clearly learned their lesson. At present, all their troops moving towards the royal city have activated their magical shields throughout the entire march. Oh, Major Chen raised an eyebrow. Activating shields the whole way. Does the Ost army have such ample reserves of magic crystals? I can't say how ample, but thanks to this they are indeed quite conspicuous now. The duty officer couldn't help but chuckle, casually adjusting a few controls on the console. Look, the large screen in the center of the command room instantly switched to satellite reconnaissance images from a few days ago. On the vast Era River Valley plain, the Ost marching battalions, which had previously relied on trees for some concealment, had now transformed into large glowing spheres. With modern image recognition technology, they could be identified on the expansive satellite map in less than 5 seconds. Major Chen gazed at the slowly moving blue halos on the screen, his eyes sharpening slightly. So, does this shell provide substantial obstruction to our firepower? The results are basically consistent with what domestic military experts predicted. The officer pulled up a damage assessment report to test their shield's pressure resistance. We conducted a trial strike on one of their flanking units, which had about 2,000 men 3 hours ago. The results showed that it basically only takes 1 or 2 hits from 300mm caliber rockets to shatter that layer of shield. After hearing this, Major Chen revealed a relaxed smile. He leisurely twisted open the cap of his thermos, blew away the rising steam, took a sip of the rich hot tea, and felt his dry throat ease considerably. In that case, let's move in closer to strike. Major Chen capped his thermos, his gaze fixed on the distance scale, marked on the screen. Long-range fire is too expensive. Hitting this bunch of tin cans from 150 kilometers away makes me feel a bit pained. Let's continue locking in on their position. Once they advance to about 50 kilometers from us, entering the artillery coverage zone. Major Chen tapped the table and issued the command, "Well, use the 155mm shells to greet them. Using those, it's cheap and plentiful, and I won't feel sorry for using them." Yes. The officer stood at attention and saluted crisply. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away at the Ost Eastern Army Command Post, a stifling atmosphere had enveloped the area for several days until a latest frontline report arrived. "Report, Your Excellency." The courier could hardly contain the excitement on his face as he quickly knelt on one knee at the sand table. The frontline has just suffered the second strike from the enemy's unknown weapon. The commanders in the command post instantly perked up. "What are the casualties?" Count von Strock tightened his grip on the command baton, staring intently at the courier. The enemy's attack was basically the same as last time, raining iron from the sky. However, the courier's tone suddenly rose, but the frontline reports that due to the troops strictly following your orders, they had fully activated the Legion-level defensive shields. Although the enemy's explosive attacks were fierce and the shield suffered partial breaches, it ultimately held up. Apart from a few soldiers at the explosion's epicenter suffering some casualties, the troops did not sustain substantial damage. If it were a regular infantry regiment's magic crystal reserves, it would be enough to withstand 15 to 30 of such attacks without collapsing. The courier lifted his head, speaking with deep respect. "Sir Edward, who led the team, entrusted me to convey to you your decisions are wise, and your foresight has spared the Empire's forces from devastating blows." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the command post. Count von Stracke's tightly furrowed brow finally began to relax little by little. He exhaled a long breath, feeling as if the stone pressing on his chest had finally been lifted. "I knew it." The Count stroked his graying beard and summarized that kind of long-range weapon could never be of conventional means. No matter in which world, power and cost are always proportional. He walked to the sand table, surveying the generals beneath him, his tone regaining the authority and confidence of a commander. "It seems that such weapons are also very rare and expensive on the side of the Summer Kingdom, otherwise they would not have ceased their attacks. They can only afford to use it when they are certain they can catch us off guard and cause mass casualties. Now, with us maintaining the shields at all times, this kind of weapon is no longer capable of determining the outcome of the battle." The generals nodded in agreement, their previous panic dissipated. In their view, once they closed in, the Empire's proud heavy-armored knights and magic crystal cannons would undoubtedly tear any enemy to shreds. Relay my orders. Count von Strauch forcefully pointed the command baton at the location representing the royal city of Era. Let the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Infantry Regiments advance at full speed immediately. Make sure to completely encircle the royal city area before the high-grade magic crystals are exhausted, sealing off the Summer Kingdom's encampment. Yes. The generals responded in unison, their morale soaring. In the capital of the Oster Empire, the streets of the inner city, the biting autumn wind howled through the branches, yet it could not disperse the fervent excitement boiling above the city. The balconies on both sides of the street were adorned with the Empire's battle flags. The marching procession shouted slogans almost daily along the main road, while a long queue formed in front of the recruitment office, filling every square. Line pushed open the oak door of the dormitory and took out a copy of the Empire's morning newspaper from the brass mailbox, still emitting a pungent smell of ink along with a yellow envelope. He first unfolded the newspaper. The headline on the front page was printed in extremely exaggerated bold letters. Great victory. The 3rd Heavy Armored Corps dealt a heavy blow to the enemy and successfully broke through to the outskirts of the royal capital. Lean's breath quickened instantly. He couldn't wait to quickly scan the main report below. Under the brilliant command of Commander Strelk, our 3rd Heavy Armored Corps with an unstoppable momentum crushed the despicable resistance of the foreign thieves. Currently, the enemy has shrunk back to the capital of Era. Now our 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Infantry Corps are accelerating their advance, about to complete the encirclement of the 3rd Corps, annihilating the remaining enemies and avenging the martyrs of the 7th Infantry Corps. Good. Line excitedly slammed his fist on the wooden handrail of the stairs, his eyes slightly reddening with excitement. I knew it. The Empire's Heavy Armored Corps is invincible. Those mice that only know how to ambush are utterly powerless in the face of a true torrent of steel. He took a deep breath to calm himself before directing his gaze to the letter in his hand. Noticing the wax seal with the black eagle insignia on the envelope, a thought flashed through his mind, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and carefully tore open the envelope. Upon seeing the line on the parchment that read, "Official enlistment order from the Empire's Central New Recruit Camp," his exhilaration instantly transformed into uncontrollable joy. I have been summoned. Line gripped the parchment tightly, nearly jumping with excitement. A few days prior, when he rushed to the square to enlist with passionate fervor, there were simply too many commoners stirred up by the Emperor's speech. The recruitment officer had only given him a black iron badge, representing a reserve recruit, telling him, "Currently the frontline slots are full. We don't need this many soldiers. Go back and wait for the notice." In the days that followed, Line lived in regret, cursing himself for arriving late that day and missing the first wave of the Holy War to cleanse the Empire's humiliation. And now the turning point had finally arrived. Line couldn't care less about the cold outside. He didn't even put on his coat properly as he clutched the letter and dashed out of the dormitory, running all the way to Hans' dorm. Hans, I got my enlistment notice." Line burst through the half-open door of Hans' room, only to find Hans standing at the table, also holding an identical parchment enlistment order. "Line, you received it too." Hans lifted his head, his face flushed with excitement, but amidst the thrill a hint of confusion creased his brow. "Yes." Line strode over. "We can go to the front line together." "But..." Hans scratched his head, pointing at the enlistment order in his hand. Just a couple of days ago, that recruitment officer in the square was adamant that there was an excess of troops at the front line, and they didn't need us student soldiers at all. Why has there suddenly been a large-scale issuance of enlistment orders today? Line paused, a slight sense of incongruity flashing through his mind. Yet soon this trivial doubt was completely swept away by his excitement. "Who cares?" Line clapped Hans on the shoulder heavily, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. "Perhaps the command has decided to expand the victory and directly crush that country called Xia. This is our opportunity, Hans. We can finally serve the Empire." "You're right. For the Empire." Hans nodded vigorously, casting aside any lingering unease. The two young men embraced tightly, cheering and leaping as if they could already see the day when their chests were adorned with medals of honor. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, just a few blocks away from them, in stark contrast to the tumultuous excitement outside, the atmosphere in the Emperor's study was rather cold. The massive crystal chandelier remained unlit, with only the burning firewood in the fireplace casting flickering shadows on the dim walls. The supreme ruler of the Oster Empire, Heinrich III, was leaning back in a high-backed chair upholstered in velvet. Opposite him, at a large, meticulously crafted oak desk, stood the Minister of Military Affairs, Duke von Stirling. "Your Grace." Heinrich III fixed his gaze on Stirling, his voice low and filled with pressure. "Can you explain this to me?" The 3rd Heavy Armored Corps was an elite unit personally established and equipped with the best gear by you personally, selecting its officers. The Emperor leaned slightly forward, his eyes sharp as blades. 6,000 men. In just one day, they vanished without a trace. "How do you explain this to me?" Stirling's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This minister, known for his ironclad reputation, was now tightly clenching his back teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching slightly. "Your Majesty, the reason the 3rd Corps was defeated so utterly was due to a severe lack of intelligence." As he spoke the words, "lack of intelligence," Stirling's gaze deliberately flicked towards the Emperor. Heinrich III's expression remained unchanged, but his right hand casually rubbed the surface of the desk subtly, pushing a white envelope that had been partially exposed out of a pile of books. It was a secret letter that had been sent back from the city-state of Alms via an expedited array a few days ago. The sender was Count Hoffman, the Empire's representative attending the Alms conference. The letter detailed extensively the items displayed by the Xia country at the meeting, magical devices capable of conducting long-range reconnaissance from high altitudes, as well as suspected long-range powerful heavy artillery. Sterling observed the Emperor's subtle actions, and a deep shadow flickered in his eyes. But Sterling ultimately refrained from breaking that layer of glass. With the front line suffering a disastrous defeat, the Empire's face was being rubbed in the mud. At this moment, if he were to tear the mask off at the high level, it would be of no benefit to him, only leading to mutual destruction. Your Majesty is right, the destruction of the core is the military's unshirkable responsibility. Sterling took a deep breath, forcibly swallowing his anger, and voluntarily shifted the topic. From the current battlefield situation, this Xia country possesses military strength comparable to the great powers, even more peculiar. To fill the manpower gap, the military has urgently relaxed the recruitment conditions this morning, issuing a large number of new recruit enlistment orders. Sterling paused, then continued. However, Your Majesty, because we did not anticipate such massive combat losses, the new recruits' uniforms and armor in the logistics warehouse are already insufficient. The firewood in the fireplace cracked with a loud pop, the flames illuminating the Emperor's cold face. Heinrich III leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, and replied casually. What's so difficult about that, Duke? Just strip the clothes off those dead soldiers from the Third Corps. Wash them, sew them up, and send them to the new recruits. After all, in the eyes of those commoners, being able to wear the Empire's uniform to die is a tremendous honor, isn't it? In the underground city-state of Almas, the residence of the Forest Elf Republic, Cade sat in the central armchair, biting his thumbnail anxiously. If it weren't for that damn Xia kingdom, I would have succeeded, he thought, staring at the intricate patterns of the carpet on the floor, filled with frustration. Just a few days ago, he was still lost in a beautiful dream. The representatives of the major powers of the old continent had clearly reached an understanding, as long as the Queen arrived one day late. No, just 1 hour later would suffice. As long as he could sign that profit transfer draft on behalf of Era and solidify it in the meeting, he could firmly secure his position as a ruler with the support of these forces. But all of this was disrupted by the Xia kingdom. He leaned back in his chair, frowning deeply. He couldn't understand why they arrived so swiftly. In his assumptions, even if the Xia kingdom had those strange inventions, truly intervening in the affairs of the old continent would require an exceedingly long period of probing and adjustment. However, the Xia kingdom's actions in the international system were unreasonably swift. Not only did they obtain the observer seat at the Almas conference with exaggerated speed, but they also showcased their military strength brazenly in front of everyone. Cade rubbed his cheeks vigorously with both hands, feeling his mind tangled in chaos, before giving up on thinking once more. He raised his head to look at the door of the room. It was a carved door made from the cave vine, wood unique to Almas. Through the hollow openings above the door panels, he could clearly see the helmet of the Forest Elf Ranger, standing guard outside, adorned with green feathers. Since that day in the Dome Conference Hall, when Elena publicly exposed him, he had not stepped out of this door again. In fact, he had tried to leave, but every time he approached the door, just as he was about to press the handle down, the Rangers outside would immediately cross their spears to block his way. In response to his angry questioning, they merely coldly escorted him back to his room, citing for your safety as their reason. Safety. Cade recalled the scene from back, then gritting his teeth. He knew all too well that these forest elves clearly regarded him as a bargaining chip. As long as the price was right, he could be packaged and handed over to Elena or that Xia kingdom at any moment. This won't do. Cade clenched his fists. He understood that once he was handed back, all that awaited him would be trial and the gallows. He suddenly stood up, his gaze darting restlessly around the room, finally landing on the luxurious bed in the master bedroom. The bedding was neatly arranged. The pillows were embroidered with colorful patterns, while the sheets and comforter underneath were made of a unique dark green fabric from the forest elves, said to contain iced silkworm silk, very durable in texture. Cade stared at the set of dark green sheets for a while. Gradually, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, in the reception hall on the first floor of the residence, the Forest Elf ambassador was smiling broadly, enthusiastically chatting with Elena. Your Majesty, Elena, please try this focused tea. It is very beneficial for relieving fatigue. The ambassador pushed the teacup towards Elena, his tone exceedingly familiar. Elena sat on the sofa, observing this grinning representative of the Forest Elves. Since the other day when the Xia kingdom publicly revealed that they had destroyed an Oster heavy armored regiment during the meeting, providing several photos as evidence, the ambassador's attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn. After that, every time this ambassador encountered the Xia kingdom's ambassador Lin, he would seize the opportunity to chat, trying to sell Forest Elf products or discuss something. However, after discovering that the other party was not interested in Forest Elf products, he now turned his attention to Era, attempting to find a breakthrough from here. Seeing him like this, Elena felt utterly disgusted. Yet she did not show any of this, maintaining the royal smile on her face. Your Excellency, Ambassador, the tea is excellent. Elena set down her teacup and got straight to the point. However, I am here today, primarily regarding Cade and several other treasonous nobles. They are currently detained in your residence or territory. We hope that the Forest Elves can return them to Era for due judgment. Of course, no problem. The Forest Elf ambassador readily agreed, without any hesitation, even nodding in agreement. Cade, such a shameless scoundrel, is something we Forest Elves cannot tolerate either. Returning him to your majesty is only right. However, he paused, leaning slightly forward with a hint of probing in his tone for the smooth handover process. We hope to have the Xia Kingdom's ambassador accompany us as a witness. After all, the situation is complex now. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Alina's fingers holding the teacup paused slightly. So that is how it is, she sighed inwardly. Era was still too weak, so weak that in dealing with her own traitors others had to consider the Xia Kingdom's face before they were willing to let them go. Fortunately, due to the rapport built during this time, Ambassador Lin Yi was still willing to accompany them. A moment later, Elena Lin Yi and the Forest Elf ambassador walked together down the corridor of the Forest Elf residence hotel. The thick carpet absorbed most of the sound, and the footsteps on it only produced muffled sounds. We're almost there, just around the corner. The Forest Elf ambassador led the way, turning back to speak. However, just as his words fell, a loud bang echoed from ahead. The sound was very muffled, like a heavy object crashing onto the stone slab. Following closely was the sound of commotion and exclamations from the ranger guards at the corner. The three exchanged glances, disregarding any image, and hurriedly quickened their pace to run forward. Upon turning the corner, Cade's door was wide open, and several rangers stood in the room at a loss for what to do. What happened? Where is Cade? The Forest Elf representative's expression changed instantly upon seeing the empty room, angrily questioning the ranger guards. The guards, pale-faced, stammered, unable to form complete sentences, only tremblingly pointing towards the wide-open window. Everyone immediately approached the window. They saw a severed piece of dark green bedsheet hanging limply from the window, swaying back and forth in the cold wind. The Forest Elf ambassador leaned on the windowsill, looking down. Below on the bluestone slab, a figure was lying in a pool of blood, writhing in pain. In his hand, he still clutched a half-torn bedsheet. Upon seeing the scene below the window, several people quickly turned and descended the stairs. When they arrived at the back alley, Alma's security team had received the ranger's alert and had already reached the scene. After all, this place is a gathering spot for dignitaries of various nations, and the security team naturally has the best physicians in the city. Mona, the female physician, was seen half kneeling in a pool of blood, her hands unceremoniously rummaging and pressing down on Cade's twisted body. Lin Yi stood to the side watching this completely unrefined method of first aid and involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but think, isn't this going to cause secondary injuries? After feeling around, Mona quickly withdrew her hands and made a decisive judgment. For everyone not dead, there's hope. Then she closed her eyes and began to chant in a continuous low tone. As she chanted, her hands gradually emanated a soft blue light. The light flowed over Cade like a stream, and miraculously his breathing, which had been weak to the point of almost stopping, stabilized, his chest gradually rising and falling, and his tightly closed eyelids began to tremble slightly. Even before coming to this otherworld, Lin Yi had seen similar scenes in internal video materials released above, but witnessing such a miraculous healing method with his own eyes left him marveling in his heart. Before long, Cade let out a muffled groan, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked at the circle of people around him, and without waiting for anyone to respond, the instinct for survival made him move his body, attempting to use his hands to push himself up from the ground. However, at that moment of exertion, his expression completely froze. He was horrified to discover that the lower half of his body had completely lost sensation. Below the waist feels like a lifeless piece of dry wood. No matter how hard I try, I can't move an inch. My legs. Where are my legs? Cade's eyes instantly bulged wide. He frantically patted his thighs with both hands. Why won't they move? Why can't I feel anything? He slumped back into the pool of blood, his lips trembling violently. In disbelief, he pinched the muscle of his thigh with both hands, even digging his nails deeply into the flesh, yet he still felt not a trace of pain. He suddenly raised his head, panic-stricken, as he grabbed the hem of the nearest physician Mona's robe, his voice trembling. Help me. Physician, help me. You have to heal me. But Mona merely frowned and forcefully yanked her robe away from Cade's bloodstained hands. My spell can only heal your external wounds and preserve your organs. She shook her head, looking at Cade, but given your current condition, you must have broken your spine. Such an injury I cannot help. The rest of your life will have to be spent in a wheelchair. Hearing this, Cade's hands slackened, as if the last vestige of strength had been drained. He sat dazed on the spot. Elena looked coldly at Cade slumped on the ground, then turned her head to question the representative of the forest spirits beside her. Your Excellency, although Cade has major issues of deceiving the royal family and treason, this is ultimately a matter of Era's internal affairs. Elena's voice carried a sternness, and the forest spirits not only failed to return him unharmed, but also caused this incident. You need to provide Era with a reasonable explanation. Lin Yi stood beside Elena, though he did not speak. His expression was also grim, and the atmosphere on the scene grew increasingly tense. Faced with the questioning, a cold sweat broke out on the representative of the forest spirit's forehead. He stood awkwardly in place, conflicted for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and beckoned someone from behind, whispering a few instructions. A member of the forest spirits wearing a dark green robe stepped out from the delegation. He was the ambassador's personal physician. The doctor squatted down beside Cade. He took out a green magic crystal the size of a pigeon egg from the inner side of his robe, holding it tightly in his left hand. Then he glanced at Cade's twisted spine, closed his eyes, and his lips moved slightly, uttering a series of low, rapid syllables. Soon green light points began to appear in the palm of his right hand. The light quickly gathered, rendering his entire palm somewhat translucent. The doctor pressed his glowing right hand directly against Cade's fractured spine through his clothing. The green light seemed to take on substance flowing out between his fingers, gradually seeping into Cade's back. Then these rays of light spread like plant roots along the bones and nerves, gradually covering Cade's entire body. Even standing a few steps away, those around could clearly feel a surge of vitality spreading through the air. The light persisted for a few minutes before gradually dissipating. The magic crystal that was once crystal clear in the doctor's hand had now dimmed, ultimately turning into a pile of powder falling from his fingers. Cade on the ground was momentarily stunned. He tried to bend his knee, and the next second, he miraculously stood up on his own. It's all better. My legs are better. Cade's eyes were filled with the joy of rebirth after despair, and he wanted to shout in excitement. However, his joy didn't last long. The two rangers beside him reacted quickly, stepping forward and forcefully pushing him back down to the ground. Everyone present, including physician Mona, was greatly shocked by this scene. Is this the natural secret art of the forest spirits? I have truly gained insight. Mona couldn't help but exclaim, but that was the extent of her reaction, while Lin Yi felt a surge of turbulent waves in his heart. The ability to instantly reconnect a fractured spine and dead nerves within minutes might seem miraculous to the people of this other world, but to Lin Yi, a modern person, it is undoubtedly a revolutionary breakthrough in medicine. Though modern medicine is advanced, it still faces insurmountable bottlenecks when it comes to nerve repair and high-level paralysis. Even the most cutting-edge brain-machine interfaces and nerve-bridging technologies cannot restore a person to such a healthy state. Lin Yi's mind flashed to those veterans at home who were disabled in the line of duty and could only spend their remaining years in a wheelchair, as well as countless ordinary citizens tormented by paralysis. If such magical methods could be introduced to Xia country, even if only a portion of the principles could be deciphered. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and adjusted the hem of his suit. When he lifted his head again, a standard, sincere, diplomatic smile had replaced his expression. He stepped forward, looking at the forest spirit ambassador, who was still wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. Your Excellency, Lin Yi began, his voice warm and steady. Does the Republic of the Forest Spirits intend to engage in some in-depth exchanges with Xia country in the fields of medical and life sciences? At 630 M. Post Military Recruit Camp. Crack. The oak barracks door was kicked open from outside. It slammed violently against the iron bedframe beside it, producing a deafening crash. Hans, sleeping on the lower bunk, jolted awake and tumbled sharply, his head striking the edge of the bed with a sharp, searing pain that nearly sent him tumbling to the floor. Ryan on the upper bunk shot upright in an instant, his hand instinctively darting beneath his pillow to grip his wooden training sword. Dozens of other recruits likewise sat up from their blankets, filling the barracks with the creaking groan of shifting bed frames. Dozens of eyes locked in unison upon the doorway. The officer who strode in had kicked the door open. Unlike the recruits' worn, ill-fitting uniforms, he wore a crisp, newly issued officer's uniform and a deep black helmet. He stood motionless in the threshold, his gaze sweeping slowly across the room. Only once he confirmed every recruit was upright did he raise both hands deliberately and unfurl a scroll of parchment vertically before beginning his proclamation. Morning drills are cancelled today. All recruits are to remain inside the barracks. No movement permitted without authorization. Further training schedules will be announced separately. Having finished reading, he rolled the parchment shut, offered no explanation, and turned sharply, marching out in precise, measured steps. A cold wind rushed into the barracks as the recruits exchanged bewildered glances. From a corner bunk, someone shouted, "Hooray!" That single cry ignited the room instantly. One recruit flopped backward onto his pillow, another hurled his blanket skyward toward the ceiling. Since arriving at camp just days earlier, the recruits had endured relentless, grueling drills each day, wearing heavy iron armor while practicing shield wall resilience and tightly packed phalanx charges. Dozens had to move in perfect unison. A single misstep meant the crack of the drill master's whip. Hans exhaled deeply, rubbing his freshly bruised forehead as he turned to Ryan above. I nearly died of fright. That kick at the door made me think we'd overslept and were about to be dragged to the parade ground for flogging. Never imagined it would be a cancellation. Ryan tossed his wooden sword back beside his pillow and stretched his shoulders. Indeed, yesterday's afternoon phalanx charge left my legs cramping even now. At last, a proper rest. Hans swung his legs over the edge of the bunk and pulled on his coat. What do you suppose prompted this sudden cancellation? Could the front have secured victory? Likely so. Ryan climbed down and splashed water on his face at the wash basin. Weren't our armored legions already encircling the capital? Those are heavy armor battalions. If they raise their massive tower shields and lock into formation, no Xiahua force could possibly break through. By now, the main force has likely completed its encirclement and is mopping up resistance. A portly recruit from the adjacent bunk leaned in, overhearing the exchange. The recruiting officer told us plainly, we're being sent to the front to claim battlefield honors. But judging by this pace, by the time we reach Era, we'll only be assigned to scour the battlefield for spoils. Scouring the battlefield still counts as military merit. Another recruit chimed in with a grin. At least we're spared that accursed tight formation charge. I swear my shoulders are half dislocated from holding that shield. The recruits fully relaxed. Some burrowed back under their blankets for extra sleep. Others gathered in small clusters, bantering lightheartedly and speculating how much plunder they might claim once deployed. The barracks hummed with cheerful energy. Their good fortune lasted no longer than the afternoon. At precisely 2 o'clock, the assembly bugle blared across the parade ground. The recruits swiftly donned gear and formed ranks, but the day's training bore no resemblance to anything they had known before. Instead of ordering them to raise shields and form lines as usual, the drill masters wielded whips to herd the hundreds of recruits directly into the simulated forest terrain behind the camp. The area bristled with tree trunks, earthen pits, and thick underbrush. Spread out. Scatter. Damn it, scatter. The chief drill master bellowed from atop a dirt mound, his voice raw with urgency. His left hand clutched a crumpled scrap of paper. He kept glancing at nervously. His right cracked the air repeatedly with a leather whip. Hans instinctively edged closer to Rhine, seeking familiar flank cover positioning, as drilled relentlessly in prior sessions. Crack. The whip struck mud inches from their feet, spraying sludge upward. Didn't you hear me? The drill master roared, jabbing a finger at Hans. 10 meters, minimum, between each man. No clustering. The recruits froze, then reluctantly fanned outward. But years of ingrained discipline left them feeling dangerously exposed, and more than one took 2 steps only to drift back inward, drawn by habit. Watching the chaotic dispersal below, the drill master stamped his foot in fury. Yet even his commands faltered. First rank. Raise shields. No, damn it. Drop those damned wooden shields. Hit the ground. Use the trunks. Use the pits. Upon command, advance forward in temporary combat groups of 3 to 5, covering one another in alternating bounds. After uttering this, he glanced again at his note, an added voice sharpening. Anyone caught standing upright or regrouping will have his legs broken by me. The recruits reeled, utterly disoriented by this abrupt tactical reversal. In all prior military doctrine, infantry facing arrows or arcane bombardment were required to mass tightly. Only thus could battalion-level magical shields envelop the entire formation. To scatter now like dust meant leaving countless soldiers beyond the shield's protective radius and certain death. Rhine gripped his wooden spear awkwardly as he crouched behind a broad oak trunk. Instinctively, he glanced right, only to find Hans sprawled clumsily in a muddy pit 10 meters away. His right flank stood empty, unprotected, a void that stirred irrational dread and profound absurdity. He peered out, surveying comrades scattered thinly among mud and deadwood, brow furrowed deeply. Then he could hold his silence no longer. Rhine rose abruptly from behind the tree, spear held high, and challenged the drill master on the mount. Sir, what in blazes are we doing? His voice rang clear through the woods, edged with unmistakable defiance. This is obsolete skirmisher doctrine, the kind used before the shield age. Once dispersed, the grand shield won't cover us at all. We are the Imperial Army. We march to crush all resistance beneath the phalanx. Are we truly expected to fight like deserters using such archaic, cowardly tactics? Boom. Before the final word left his lips, the drill master had already charged down the mound. He reached Rhine in 3 strides and delivered a brutal kick to Rhine's backside, sending him sprawling headlong into the muck. Shut your mouth, recruit. With a snarl, the officer drew his short sword, reversed its grip, and brought the pommel crashing down hard upon Rhine's steel helmet. Clang. Rhine flinched, jerking his neck inward. The officer pressed the blade's tip against his chest and bellowed. Do you presume to question High Command's tactical directives? Disperse, now, or I'll throw you in the stockade for insubordination. The surrounding recruits sank deeper into their mudholes, pressing themselves flat against the earth. Rhine clenched his jaw, said nothing more, and silently hauled himself from the sludge, retreating once more behind the oak trunk. Behind the muddy training field rose the Imperial capital's main garrison building. The training director stood at the 3rd-floor office window, hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene below in silent contemplation. In his right palm rested 2 documents. One was today's official directive from High Command. All dense formation drills and phalanx charges are hereby suspended. Scattered line tactics shall be implemented immediately across all units. Individual concealment and trench-digging exercises are to be prioritized. The second was a classified battle report. The director turned, walked to his desk, and laid the report flat upon its polished surface. His eyes settled upon several stark lines. At 1,400 hours yesterday, our 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Infantry Regiments advanced upon the capital under full battalion-level shield deployment per operational plan. At 1,415 hours, the column entered the outer perimeter of the capital and came under sustained long-range fire. Enemy fire coverage proved extensive. Our battalion shields fractured under continuous bombardment after only 5 minutes. Due to the densely packed formation, enemy fire achieved maximum lethality. Casualty assessment: the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Infantry Regiments, totaling 230 personnel, were effectively annihilated by long-range fire. All unit cohesion collapsed. Fewer than 100 confirmed survivors. Conclusion: the offensive against the capital has failed irreversibly. Ost Empire Eastern Front Command Headquarters. Half a day had passed since the catastrophic annihilation of the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Infantry Regiments. Yet their final transmissions remained seared into memory, an unending torrent of celestial fire crashing down, while the defensive barrier groaned in anguish under unbearable pressure. When the light screen shattered first at one corner, and those shells plummeted into the ranks, the most horrifying spectacle unfolded. The remnants of the magical barrier became a death trap. The concussive blast waves reverberated violently within its semi-enclosed dome, merging with raging infernos to tear thousands of soldiers limb from limb. Count von Strelach closed his eyes tightly, forcibly banishing those images from his mind. When he opened them again, the command post remained steeped in tension and chaos. A sharp, grating hum filled the air. Whir, crackle, as over a dozen communication crystals emitted piercing static. Spellcasters responsible for maintaining the links sat slumped on the floor, gasping for breath after prolonged, extreme magical exertion. Staff officers' dark circles shadowing their eyes paced restlessly before a vast parchment map, cross-referencing fragmented frontline intelligence with grim determination. Strelak refocused his bloodshot gaze upon the massive sand table, his eyes locking onto the newly redrawn defensive sectors etched across its surface. Dispersing tens of thousands of troops into decentralized skirmish lines was far more than a mere verbal order. It demanded systemic overhaul. The century-old logistics and coordination infrastructure was now suffering severe rejection, a crisis demanding iron-fisted intervention. Dismantle every single supply convoy. Strelak braced both hands on the war table, issuing rapid-fire commands to his staff officers. At that range, those lumbering caravans are nothing but live targets. Distribute rations, provisions, and low-tier magic crystals among the troops immediately. Let heavy infantry and knights channel their aura to carry supplies individually. Concentrate all high-tier magic crystals into quartermasters' spatial rings, and permit transfer only under cover of night. And reconnaissance. Based on newly synchronized high command intelligence and corroboration from surviving frontline scouts, the enemy's ultra-long-range strikes exhibit anomalous characteristics. He seized a carved wooden figurine representing a griffin rider and slammed it decisively onto the outer perimeter line, 100 kilometers beyond the capital. Then he snatched up his baton and pointed it sharply at the sand table. Dispatch every last griffin rider capable of flight into the skies. At the first sign of any unknown flying golem, or strange cloud formations on the horizon, or even an unfamiliar shrieking sound, release the highest priority crimson magical signal without hesitation. Finally, cease enchanting infantry weapons. Strelak barked, teeth clenched. Divert all available mana toward preparing Mudtoe Stone and Earth Tremor spells. Have mages work alongside foot soldiers to construct deep underground bunkers along the front lines, as swiftly as possible. Your Excellency, this is dangerously radical. The Chief of Staff held a charcoal stylus aloft, speaking with urgent precision. Imperial infantry consist largely of conscripts trained for discipline within dense phalanxes. Once scattered across dozens of kilometers of wilderness, beyond the reach of armed authority and commanding officers' watchful eyes, they will inevitably dissolve into panic. Desertion rates would spiral out of control instantly. Strelak stared fixedly at the sand table, refusing to lift his gaze. Better a flood of deserters than annihilation en masse. We no longer have time for such concerns. Frontline regiments remain well within the enemy's strike radius. Each passing day consumes another precious high-tier magic crystal. Execute the orders, now. The Chief of Staff's lips parted slightly. Then he snapped to attention and saluted. Yes, Your Excellency. As he turned to relay the command. Whoom. At that very moment, the elite communication array at the center of the command post erupted in violet gold radiance. With its activation, the overwhelming regal aura of the Imperial House descended upon the chamber like an invisible mantle. Chatter ceased instantly. Staff officers and clerks froze mid-breath as if throttled by unseen hands. Violet gold magical currents wove through the air, coalescing into the stern-shadowed visage of Duke von Strahlen, Minister of Military Affairs. Count von Strelak. Strahlen's spectral image wasted no words, cutting straight through all ongoing operations. By His Imperial Majesty's supreme decree, in light of the unprecedented upheaval on the Eastern Front, Count von Strelak is hereby relieved of his command of the Eastern Front forces. Strahlen's gaze pierced through the arcane array, cold and unrelenting, fixing directly upon Strelak. An Imperial Griffin has been prepared for your return. There will be no handover of command. Proceed immediately to the capital for official review. Military Department personnel await you at the landing field. A soft, hollow clack echoed across the room. The baton slipped from Strelak's fingers and struck the floor. As ordered. Your Grace. He bowed his head deeply. The arcane light faded. The royal aura dissipated. But the air in the command post remained thick, suspended, as though still holding its breath. Strelak closed his eyes. In that instant, every ounce of strength drained from his body. He knew well the name Strelak still held 3 seats in the noble assembly. His Majesty could not strip him bare of dignity entirely. Yet his military and political career had reached its irrevocable end. Your Excellency. The Chief of Staff stepped forward sharply, his right fist slamming hard against the breastplate of his armor, shattering the silence. Instantly, every staff officer, quartermaster, and spellcaster in the command post stood rigidly at attention and rendered a solemn, unified imperial military salute. Your Excellency. The Chief of Staff's voice trembled, his eyes glistening. We have all witnessed it. You did everything humanly possible. All present understood facing an assault utterly beyond contemporary comprehension. Strelak had held the line until the very last breath. Hearing his loyal subordinates farewell, Strelak managed a bitter, weary smile. Go home and stay alive. He placed a hand briefly on the Chief of Staff's shoulder, issued no further orders, and walked alone toward the landing platform, his figure receding into quiet desolation. Deep within the old continent, beneath the ancient city-state of Almas, the resonant tap of a wooden gavel rang for the final time within the vaulted council chamber. The Second Almas Conference, originally convened to partition Ella's spoils, had concluded after 3 grueling weeks extended by 2 additional weeks due to the sudden forceful entry of the Xia Kingdom and the lightning-fast deterioration of the frontline situation. Throughout, delegations dispatched their foremost strategists to reassess Xia's true capabilities and formulate countermeasures. Now at last the rounds of probing and maneuvering had drawn to a close. On a wooden pier beside Mirror Moon Lake, some 10 kilometers outside the city-state, Elanthril Special Envoy of the Sylvan Republic stood transfixed, staring blankly at the colossal vessel moored upon the water's surface. Her vine-carved walking stick clattered unnoticed to the planks beneath her feet. "My world tree," she whispered, her gaze tracing the gleaming silver fuselage of the AG-600 amphibious aircraft upward, lingering upon its immense, sweeping wings. Until now she had encountered only dry reports describing a Xia flying vehicle requiring no magical energy. But confronted with the tangible reality, the sheer unadorned mass of forged steel, the visceral physical awe shattered her foundational assumptions. Such a titanic iron golem, devoid of runes, free of wind magic resonance, yet it floats serenely upon water, and they claim it can fly. Nearby Queen Elena and her entourage had already bid farewell to Ambassador Lin Yi and ascended the rudimentary gangway. Only then did Elanthril stir, retrieve her staff, and lead her delegation aboard. Stepping into the cabin, she prepared to experience this sofa seating famed in Xia accounts, then paused, arrested by the sight of other passengers. Across the aisle, a portly man in opulent silk robes struggled earnestly to buckle himself into his seat. "Lord Julius of Florence." Elanthril frowned, astonished. "What brings you aboard this aircraft?" Recognized Lord Julius of Florence dabbed his brow with a handkerchief and flashed his trademark merchant smile. "Ah, Your Excellency, gold knows no borders." He patted his rounded belly. "Commerce demands pursuit of maximum profit. The Ost Empire pledged to safeguard our ports and shipping lanes within Ella's sphere, in exchange for continued loans. Who could have foreseen how brilliantly the Xia gentlemen would set off their fireworks?" Leaning closer, he winked slyly at Elanthril. "Rather than lend funds to an empire hemorrhaging troops deeper into the quagmire, I find Xia's proposals for Ella infinitely more promising. Those unheard-of iron machines, and the staggering volume of goods and demand they generate, that is a veritable gold mine flowing with liquid wealth. To miss first-hand inspection at such a moment would be a grave dereliction of duty for any merchant." Listening to the rotund trader's soliloquy, Elanthrils I twitched faintly, and she turned her gaze resolutely toward the window. Vroom! A deep, sustained engine roar erupted across the lake, sending tremors through the hull, causing the old continent's nobility riding an aircraft for the first time to instinctively grip their armrests. The AG-600's propeller spun at full throttle, churning brilliant white spray beneath its hull. With raw, irresistible thrust, the steel avian carved a long, shimmering wake across the water, then surged skyward, its nose lifting fiercely as it broke free of the surface and soared roaring into the heavens. Vroom! Boom! The 4 turboprop engines rapidly accelerated, emitting a continuous and steady roar. The massive AG-600 amphibious aircraft sliced through the surface of Mirror Moon Lake, creating 2 white waves as it began to accelerate steadily and powerfully. The representatives inside the cabin experienced a strange and novel sensation. It felt as if an invisible hand was firmly pressing them into their seats, and through the windows they could see the lake and the trees on the shore rapidly retreating. As the speed of the taxiing increased, it gradually merged into a blurred afterimage at the edge of their vision. Suddenly the aircraft shook violently, breaking free from the constraints of the water. With the nose of the plane suddenly tilting upward, Eilantir felt an inexplicable force. The back of her head uncontrollably sank back, pressed tightly against the soft headrest of her seat. Once she adjusted to the thrust and raised her head to look outside again, the sight before her made her widen her eyes slightly. The originally vast and boundless Mirror Moon Lake and the surrounding towering forests rapidly shrank and receded within her field of vision. The towering trees quickly transformed into tufts of carpet, while the immense lake became a smaller and smaller blue gemstone. "We really are flying." Eilantir couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She turned to look at Julius in the adjacent aisle, only to see this representative from Philanqui gripping the armrests of his seat tightly, his chubby face reflecting a mixture of excitement and fear, clearly experiencing the same emotional journey. As the plane continued to ascend, the airflow through the low clouds became somewhat unstable. The fuselage occasionally jolted, and each momentary feeling of weightlessness caused Eilantir's heart to tighten. Unconsciously, she clenched the hem of her skirt, fearing that this massive steel beast might lose its support and plummet from the sky. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. The plane eventually stabilized as it entered the clouds. Eilantir let out a long sigh of relief and withdrew her gaze. At some point, Julius had already recovered from the tension of takeoff and was enthusiastically conversing with the representatives from Xia Country. The topic seemed to revolve around the lives of ordinary people in Xia Country. When she heard that Xia Country was not only abundant in resources, but that even the streets were brightly lit at night and extremely safe, Eilantir became intrigued and joined the conversation. "If that's the case, then I have something to look forward to." Julius chuckled after hearing the description, his eyes sparkling with commercial savvy and longing. Eilantir smiled in response, just about to say something, when suddenly a slight pain pierced her ears. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her long, pointed elf ears. However, this physical barrier provided no relief. The pain intensified as it accompanied a muffled sense of hearing. Islantier turned to look back and discovered that other members of the forest elf delegation were similarly affected, each frowning in discomfort. Elena, seated in the front row, noticed the anomaly behind her and immediately turned around. Seeing the forest elf representatives covering their ears, she smiled and asked Lady Islantier, "Are you feeling some pressure in your ears?" Islantier frowned slightly and nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty, and there's also some sharp pain in my ears." This sensation was very uncomfortable, as if some invisible force was blocking the inside of her ears. Feeling pressure in the ears is a normal phenomenon during high-altitude flight. I was startled by this sensation when I first flew, but I've never experienced the sharp pain. Elena kindly reassured her, then demonstrated a simple method. "Why don't you try pinching your nose, closing your mouth tightly, and gently blowing outward? Or try swallowing a few times." Islantier, though puzzled, followed Elena's method and pinched her nose, applying a slight pressure. Pop! A soft sound emerged from deep within her eardrum, and the pain and pressure eased significantly, her hearing returning to clarity. Just then, one of the members of the delegation suddenly pointed out of the window and exclaimed uncontrollably, "Look out there." Everyone turned their gaze outside. It was dusk. The plane had broken through the clouds, soaring above an endless sea of clouds with a massive sunset hanging in the sky, pouring down its brilliant afterglow without reservation. The originally light purple sea of clouds now rolled with dazzling golden light, resembling an ocean flowing with gold. Sunlight, mist, and sky intertwined to create countless brilliant colors, magnificent and sacred. The people in the cabin were deeply shocked by this breathtaking scene that transcended the dome, momentarily rendered speechless. However, Julius, amidst the awe, sensed something unusual. As a businessman, he was extremely sensitive to changes in time. He took out his pocket watch for a glance, and then looked at the setting sun outside, frowning tightly. Strange. Why does it seem like the sun is setting much faster than expected? Just a moment ago it was above the clouds, and now it's already halfway down. In response to Julius' confusion, the accompanying representatives from Xia country smiled and provided an explanation. "Sir, what you see is not incorrect. As scholars in your world know, the ground beneath us is a constantly rotating sphere, and we are flying in the direction of the planet's rotation, with the rotational speed combining with the speed of the plane. In other words, we are chasing the night. Thus the sunset appears accelerated in your view." After hearing this explanation, Julius fell into brief contemplation. The Earth is a sphere and is rotating. As a well-educated businessman, he was naturally very aware of this. Yet precisely because he understood, he grasped the implications behind it all. Images of the swiftest horses and the most expensive swift sailing ships from the Merchant Guild flashed through his mind. Those once proud means of transport now seemed like stationary insects in comparison to this steel giant bird that could chase the rotation of celestial bodies. Julius swallowed hard, growing more and more excited about the journey ahead. After an hour of night flight following the sunset, the plane finally entered the city's airspace. Through the window, tiny points of light began to appear on the ground, which had been pitch black before. Initially, there were only a few weak clusters, but as the plane advanced quickly, the points of light rapidly became denser, merging into interconnected groups of light. As the fuselage tilted slightly, the plane began to circle down above the destination. At that moment, the sight below was fully revealed to the representatives. It was a vast sea of light that could dim the stars. Countless golden dragons composed of streetlights meandered along the crisscrossing elevated roads, while the dense steel buildings radiated colorful neon lights, illuminating the entire landscape as if it were broad daylight. As the plane circled, this overwhelming halo of light slowly rotated outside the window, bringing an overwhelming visual impact that showcased the pinnacle of modern industrial civilization. Julius, dazed, pressed his face against the glass of the window, gazing at the incredible brilliance of the lights below, murmuring to himself, "This journey seems to exceed all expectations." At Donghai International Airport, nightfall. With a soft hiss signaling the hydraulic system releasing pressure, the massive AG-600 smoothly came to a stop at its designated landing pad. The cabin door slowly opened. Members of various delegations, guided by the staff of Xia country, stepped out of the aircraft in succession. As Julius, the representative from Philenqui, reached the top of the gangway, he had yet to breathe in the cool night air of this foreign land when the sight before him compelled him to pause. Looking down from his elevated position, he saw a throng of people crowding just beyond the security barrier. Almost as soon as they appeared, a flurry of camera flashes erupted like a torrential downpour, illuminating the aircraft entrance in brilliant white, causing the representatives to squint and instinctively shield their eyes. When he lowered his hands, he was greeted by a sea of Xia nationals dressed in sharp suits and jackets, holding various banners with red backgrounds and white text. What puzzled Julius even more was the look in the eyes of these people as they gazed up at them. There was no reverence typical of commoners towards the powerful from the old continent, but rather a gaze filled with desire akin to hungry wolves spotting fresh meat. These were the business owners from all over Xia country, particularly from Yiwu, Shenzhen, and other places, who had been waiting for a long time. "Maintain order. Do not cross the line," shouted the security personnel, blocking those eager business owners attempting to push forward. The delegations began to descend the gangway. At that moment, a senior official from the Ministry of Foreign Trade approached with a smile from beyond the security line. "Dear friends from the foreign realm, welcome to Xia country. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Queen Elena and the other representatives, the official guided everyone towards the nearby VIP bus. The short distance of just a few dozen meters was filled with shouts from outside the security line. "Boss, come see our silk. Windproof and waterproof. Chief, check out our hardware. Absolutely sturdy." Julius closely followed the bus. Just as he was about to step into the vehicle, a plump businessman outside the red line suddenly dexterously leaned past the security guard's arm and swiftly stuffed a hard piece of paper and a small metal box into Julius' arms. "Come find me for fortune, boss." The plump businessman shouted, quickly being politely ushered back by the security personnel. Julius, still in shock, boarded the bus and collapsed into the soft seat. The bus slowly started isolating them from the clamor outside. The foreign trade official stood at the front of the cabin, smiling as he addressed the representatives through the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disturbance. Our entrepreneurs are indeed a bit too enthusiastic about the arrival of new markets and new friends." The official paused and presented the arrangements that had been prepared. "Please take the night to rest well at the hotel. In the coming days, you may explore the cities of Xia country. 2 weeks later, our government will host a cross-border commodity expo for you, at which time you will have ample opportunity to slowly learn about our products." Hearing this, the representatives from the old continent relaxed slightly. Julius glanced down at the small metal box and piece of paper that had been thrust into his hands. The paper was filled with dense characters of the Xia language with a handwritten note in Ayla script below. As a merchant with trade routes spanning the globe, mastering multiple languages was second nature to him, but he did not rush to read the text. Instead, he pried open the latch of the small box. With a soft click, a shiny metallic object lay quietly inside. Julius picked it up to examine it. The surface was polished smooth, devoid of any signs of rough manual forging. He mimicked the gesture of the Xia businessman outside, gently pressing a button located at the end of the metal cylinder with his thumb. Click! A beam of pure white light shot out from the front of the metal cylinder in an instant. Even with the reading lights on above, the light beam remained clear and bright. A precision-crafted lighting tube. Julius raised an eyebrow. Though such small items were rare, if a high-end alchemy workshop from the old continent were willing to spend several days polishing the shell, engraving a miniaturized magic array, and embedding a magic crystal, they could produce a similar substitute. He pressed the button again, and the white light instantly extinguished. He picked up the flyer, his gaze sweeping downwards. Portable flashlight. Wholesale price, 2 Ayla copper coins each. Minimum order quantity, 100,000 pieces. Ample supply, payment upon delivery. Julius' gaze lingered on the short line of text. Slightly skeptical, he held the flyer close to the reading light by the window, his chubby fingers repeatedly stroking the numbers, 2 Ayla copper coins and 100 pieces, even bowing his head to mentally count the number of zeros in the latter twice. Confirming he wasn't seeing things, Julius picked up the flashlight again. Click, click. The crisp metallic sounds rang rhythmically as the white light continuously flickered on and off. As a top merchant from Philanqui, he was acutely aware of how absurd these two numbers combined were. In the old continent, creating a compact, internally powered, intricate lighting tool like this would take even the most skilled dwarven master several days, from melting the shell, polishing the parts to assembly. The cost for labor, materials, and the miniaturized magic crystal would amount to no less than several dozen silver coins, no matter how much one tried to squeeze. And to gather 100,000 pieces, that would likely require craftsmen from the fragmented continents to work tirelessly for several years. Yet here in Xia country, it only needed a mere 2 copper coins and ample supply. It should be noted that this amount of money wouldn't even buy a decent piece of bread in the old continent. After a moment, Julius ceased his actions, carefully folding the flyer and tucking it along with the flashlight into the inner pocket of his robe. He turned his head to gaze at the dazzling city that never sleeps outside the window. The glass reflected Julius' chubby face. At that moment, he could no longer maintain the composure on his face, and his smile widened uncontrollably. This place was simply paved with gold. An hour later, at the Xia Country State Guest House in Suite A254, Carl and Merlin had just returned to their suite, reclining on the sofa to rest. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently tapped, and Carl collected himself, standing up to open the door, revealing Gu Yanchuan. "Long time no see, Lord Carl, Master Merlin. I hope you can forgive my disturbance at this late hour." Gu Yanchuan slightly bowed as he stepped inside. His demeanor remained competent, yet there was an air of fatigue around his brow from days of overtime. "You're too kind, Director Gu, please take a seat." Merlin smiled and gestured. "Has there been any new developments at the Joint Research Institute?" "The progress at the Institute is going smoothly. However, I am here tonight representing our country's security department to seek some professional assistance from Master Merlin." Gu Yanchuan, after sitting down, got straight to the point. Merlin stroked his beard, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh, Xia country also needs this old man's help." "Yes," Gu Yanchuan nodded, his tone serious. "We have captured some special individuals domestically and hope for your cooperation in their interrogation." Special individuals. When the crossing occurred, this land arrived here, but the other countries on Earth did not. Gu Yanchuan explained these individuals were once intelligence operatives from enemy nations infiltrating our country. Now that their motherland has vanished, they have completely severed ties. To survive, they chose to surrender to us. Gu Yanchuan paused for a moment, his brow furrowing tightly, his tone growing particularly grave. "But the problem is we currently cannot determine whether their surrender is unconditional, nor can we be sure they won't stab us in the back later on." Gu Yanchuan raised his head, looking earnestly at Merlin. You once told me that those who have not received specialized training find it difficult to conceal their magical fluctuations when lying. So may I ask, does this still apply to mortals with weak magical power? After listening to Gu Yanchuan's request, Mei Lin withdrew his hands from his sleeves, interlocking his fingers on his knees. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Director Gu, this question is indeed crucial. The old mage pondered his words carefully. Magical fluctuations will exhibit subtle changes with the rise and fall of emotions. In moments of anger, they become fierce. In moments of fear, they turn chaotic. And when lying, especially when deliberately concealing the truth, there will be an unnatural fracture trace left at the base of these fluctuations. He raised his gaze towards Gu Yanchuan, saying, individuals trained in this area, such as high-ranking officers or spies, can indeed suppress these external fluctuations to a certain extent. However, if it is a mortal with weak magical power, Mei Lin gently shook his head, they find it difficult to even sense their own magical energy, let alone consciously control the fluctuations. From this perspective, lie detection becomes even easier. A glint of light flashed in Gu Yanchuan's eyes. So, is it feasible? In theory, it is completely feasible. Mei Lin smiled and nodded. As long as he harbors the thought of concealment, while speaking, the magical energy within him will betray him. Gu Yanchuan immediately stood up. In that case, Your Excellency the Grand Mage, we must not delay. Could you accompany me tomorrow? The next day at the National Security Bureau of the Summer Kingdom, the first special interrogation center of Donghai City, Gu Yanchuan brought Mei Lin into a dimly lit observation room. One side of the room was a large glass wall through which the entire interrogation room could be clearly seen. Inside the interrogation room, a blond, blue-eyed Caucasian man was sitting in a specially designed interrogation chair, facing two interrogators from the Summer Kingdom. He was a senior executive from a foreign enterprise in the Summer Kingdom, at least on the surface. The man lazily leaned back against the chair, picking up a paper cup on the table and leisurely sipping warm water. Before the two Summer Kingdom interrogators could speak, he instead broke the silence with fluent Chinese, smiling. Honestly, gentlemen, the food here is indeed better than I expected. Last night's dinner was delicious. I really enjoyed it. Alan set down the paper cup, casually shrugging as if chatting with an old friend. However, it would be even more perfect if I could get a cup of freshly brewed coffee right now. This cup of plain water is rather unworthy of the Summer Kingdom's reputation for hospitality. The lead interrogator stared at him coldly. Alan, this is not a place for you to critique afternoon tea. Don't be so serious, sir. Lighten up. Alan spread his hands, showing a helpless smile. You know, my country has disappeared, and I have become a complete orphan. My only wish now is to exchange the intelligence I possess for a ticket to live out my remaining years in the Summer Kingdom. He leaned forward slightly, displaying great sincerity. Yesterday, I handed over the 3 safe houses in the South China region, as well as the fund accounts. You should have verified that, right? Since I have already come clean, we are now in a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship, correct? Mei Lin walked to the glass front in the observation room, reaching out to touch the transparent barrier. He noticed that Alan was completely oblivious to his actions, still chatting and laughing with the interrogators. This is a one-way mirror. Gu Yanchuan explained quietly beside him. The glass surface is coated with a very thin layer of metal, and with our dim light and the strong light in the interrogation room, using the physical difference in light reflection, we can see inside clearly, but from their side, it looks just like an ordinary mirror. What a marvelous creation, Mei Lin exclaimed sincerely, then continued to focus on the man across the glass. The old mage closed his eyes, sensing for a moment, then opened them again to reveal a faint blue glow in his gaze. I have locked onto his magical fluctuations. Mei Lin said softly, we can begin. Gu Yanchuan nodded at the interrogation command, who pressed the communication button on the control panel and briefly issued the directive through the microphone, start the interrogation. Inside the interrogation room, the lead interrogator opened the documents in front of him, interrupting Alan's idle chatter. Since you mentioned cooperation, let's discuss the unactivated safe houses you left behind in the South China region. Were the 3 locations you disclosed yesterday, all of them? Alan looked into the interrogator's eyes, his smile naturally fading a bit with his breathing rate, showing no change. Sir, I have already said everything I know. In my current situation, concealing a few empty houses would be of no benefit to me. In the observation room, Mei Lin's gaze slightly sharpened. He is lying, the old mage stated with certainty. There is a discontinuity in the magical fluctuations. He definitely has more hidden strongholds. Gu Yanchuan quickly recorded this in the encrypted tablet in his hand, then transmitted Mei Lin's judgment in real time to the interrogators inside via earpiece. The interrogators inside received the instructions, their expressions unchanged as they continued to question. Now regarding your funding network in Donghai City, the account ending with 741. In the following 10 minutes, Alan showcased the robust psychological resilience expected of a spy. He half-truthfully threw out intelligence, using a plethora of real details to cover a few core omissions, even displaying pauses and distress during his recounting, all executed seamlessly. Unfortunately, behind the one-way glass, Mei Lin and Gu Yanchuan had already recorded everything. When Alan once again concealed a question about a single contact with an exceedingly persuasive tone, the lead interrogator's earpiece transmitted the final directive from the interrogation command, netting. The lead interrogator halted his pen, raised his head, and with a loud clap, closed the document, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Alan. Alan, put away your ridiculous tricks. The lead interrogator scoffed coldly, then directly pointed out with precision, as per the records received in the earpiece. The safe houses you have in the South China region are absolutely more than those 3 you mentioned. Regarding the account ending in 741 in your funding network in Donghai City, what did you conceal when you mentioned the flow of funds? As for the Aurora operation, the 3rd segment of the long-wave key you provided was fabricated. Those miniature listening devices you claim to have destroyed with your own hands were actually never destroyed, were they? Alan's smile finally froze completely. His eyes narrowed, and the hand holding the paper cup trembled slightly. He was certain that while answering these questions, his heartbeat, blood pressure, and even the subtle expressions of his eye muscles had shown no abnormal fluctuations. Even the most precise lie detectors and microexpression analysis systems would not have detected any response. But the pile of mixed truths and lies he had thrown out during that long back and forth was completely picked apart by the other side. He recalled the recent intelligence regarding otherworldly matters, and his expression darkened. You have started using magic. Our patience is limited. The interrogator ignored the inquiry, leaning forward with an imposing demeanor. I advise you to come clean. A deathly silence spread under the light. After a moment, Alan slowly set down the paper cup in his hand. He looked at the 2 Summer Kingdom interrogators across from him, leaning back in resignation, finally speaking. All right, you win. There are 2 basements in Nanshan District. The subsequent intelligence inquiries proceeded exceptionally smoothly, as Alan thoroughly disclosed his most deeply hidden networks and trump cards. After the final password regarding a hidden account was verified and confirmed, the lead interrogator opened another file marked with a red highlighter, taking a deep breath. One last matter. The interrogator's gaze turned exceptionally sharp, locking onto Alan's eyes. Recently, we have discovered an abnormal surge in the number of missing persons in the country. Is this related to you? Upon hearing this question, Alan clearly froze for a moment. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Surge in missing persons. No, it has nothing to do with me. I haven't even heard of this matter. Given my current state, I have no energy to engage in any kidnapping. In the observation room, the old mage sensed carefully for a moment, then shook his head with great certainty. The fluctuations are stable. He is not lying. Hearing this result, several national security supervisors in the observation room wore solemn expressions, remaining silent. Gu Yinchuan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. Surge in missing persons. As the person in charge of the Ella Affairs, domestic security was not under his jurisdiction, and this was the first time he had heard of such an anomaly. He slightly turned his head and lowered his voice to ask a nearby national security official. Director Wang, is this matter of missing persons? Director Gu, I am sorry. The official said apologetically in a lowered voice, interrupting him. This involves a newly established special case. According to protocol, I really cannot discuss it further right now. In the midday of autumn, the sunlight of Donghai City filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle golden glow. Gu Yinchuan and Mei Lin, having concluded their morning interrogation work, took a car back to the hotel. Mei Lin needed to report the morning's situation to the queen, so they parted ways at the entrance. Gu Yinchuan walked alone along the stone-paved path into the serene garden area, where he heard a commotion near the artificial lake. Please stop. The vitality of this tree is fading. Why must you sever its branches? Ilan Teal stood in front of an ancient-looking welcoming pine, her brow furrowed, and her emerald-green eyes filled with sorrow. She extended her fair hand, gently hovering over the broken branch of the tree. Opposite her, 2 maintenance workers had turned off their electric pruning shears, awkwardly holding the severed pine branches and standing still. In between them, Julius rubbed his chubby hands together, trying to mediate. Oh, dear Lady Ilan Teal. I understand that you elves cherish the flora, but this is a different world, and customs vary. Perhaps the shaping of the branches was merely the Summer Kingdom's way of seeking good fortune for the upcoming expo. Look at it as giving it a new outfit. Let's not ruin our cordiality. Gu Yinchuan hurried his pace and stepped forward. What's going on? He inquired of the 2 workers. Director Gu finally arrived. One of the maintenance workers wiped the sweat from his brow and pointed at the welcoming pine, explaining, we were performing autumn pruning and pest prevention when this passerby insisted that we were harming the tree and would not let us use our shears. Gu Yinchuan nodded and turned to Ilan Teal. Lady Ilan Teal, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your afternoon tranquility. Gu Yinchuan's tone was gentle and patient. The workers are not acting out of malice. They are pruning the branches to help this tree survive the coming cold winter and to prevent internal pest infestations. Ilan Teal slowly withdrew her hand, a hint of disapproval in her gaze, yet she remained composed. Director Gu, the forest dwellers have lived alongside the woods for generations. Every sprout and budding branch is a response to nature's yearning. She lowered her eyelashes slightly. In my homeland, whether it be the most fragile silver bell chick in the thicket or the old vine tree striving to sprout new branches, we do our utmost to help them avoid hunger and pain. All natural beings should be treated with tenderness on this land. Gu Yinchuan listened quietly. He could sense that her words were not meant to create difficulties, but were heartfelt. I understand your concerns, Lady Ilan Teal. Gu Yinchuan pondered for a moment before making a decision. It would be difficult to clarify with just a few words. If you all do not mind altering this afternoon schedule, I would like to invite you to a place to see how we of the Summer Kingdom understand nature. Ilan Teal looked into Gu Yinchuan's earnest eyes and slightly nodded. I would like to hear more. That afternoon at the Donghai City Museum of Natural and Biological Sciences. The exhibition hall had already been cleared, and the representatives entered the magnificent building. In the center of the hall stood a massive ecological sand table with a high-definition electronic screen encircling the entire atrium. Gu Yinchuan paused in front of the sand table railing, and looked at Elon Teal. Before we begin the tour, I would like to ask a small question. Suppose you are wandering in the forest and discover a little wild boar lying in the grass with a broken leg. As a forest dweller, what would you do? Elon Teal did not hesitate. I would use healing magic to mend its broken leg. No life should be ignored. What if just a few meters away a mother wolf has been starving for 3 days? She has pups waiting to be fed in her den. If you save the piglet, the wolf family will starve. If you do not save it, the pig will be bitten to death. What will you choose? Facing this seemingly impossible dilemma, Elon Teal raised her chin slightly and calmly replied, I would save the piglet and then use magic to encourage nearby berry bushes to grow or guide the mother wolf to seek naturally deceased prey. There is always a way for them to survive. Gu Yinchuan nodded, pressing a button on the console. But what if we scale this up? The projection activated and the sand table transformed into a vast primordial forest with countless lights glowing within. If there are 10,000 wild boars and 1,000 wolves in the forest, if out of compassion for life you use high-level magic to protect all the wild boars from being hunted while also generating endless food to feed all the wolves, what will happen next? Elon Teal looked at the glowing points, her brow slightly furrowed. In the first year, none of the wild boars or wolves will die. Gu Yinchuan's voice echoed in the spacious hall. In the second year, the wild boar population will explode to 50,000 and the wolves to 5,000. By the 10th year, the wild boars will reach 10 million and the wolves 1 million. The space required for their survival will overwhelm the entire forest. In the projection, the points representing these species proliferated wildly, eventually turning into a blinding red light that covered the green forest. By that time, will your magic still be able to feed them? Gu Yinchuan gazed at Elon Teal. You saved every individual being, yet drained all future potential from this land. The entire forest in the end will face irreversible species extinction due to your benevolence. Elon Teal's pupils constricted slightly. She stared at the projection glowing red before her previously composed expression frozen. Mother Nature has set a perfect order for all things from the very beginning. After a moment, she quietly retorted, as long as living beings hold reverence, the forest will always guide lost children back to harmony. Nature would never passively watch as this land falls into a hell of hunger and slaughter. It will bestow blessings to resolve crises. Gu Yinchuan did not rebut, but turned to walk deeper into the hall. Please follow me. The enormous exhibition hall's lights suddenly brightened, revealing a massive cross-section wall of rock towering 9 meters high and extending for dozens of meters. Under the dim yellow lights, the heavy rock was divided into clear strata, each layer of gray-brown soil embedded with grayish-white skeletal fossils. This wall records the life evolution history of the original world of the Summer Kingdom over several billion years. Gu Yinchuan walked to the foot of the wall, pointing at a primordial carnivorous animal skull fossil in the lowest layer. Then he slid his finger up along the rock layers, guiding everyone to observe the similar but increasingly sharp-toothed skeletal remains found at different heights. You will find that the closer you get to modern strata, the more lethal these predators become. The forms of life were never perfectly predetermined by Mother Nature from the start. They change continuously over extremely long periods to survive. Gu Yinchuan looked at Elon Teal. Later, we named this set of rules evolution. In every brood of offspring, there will always be some differences. Then Gu Yinchuan pointed at the broken forelimbs and jawbones wedged between the rock layers. Some have duller teeth, while others have sharper ones. Some run faster, while others have thicker fur. And what then? Gu Yinchuan's voice was calm, yet brutal. No miracles occurred. Individuals with dull teeth could not penetrate the thick skin of Ice Age prey. One by one, they starved to death, leaving piles of bones in the strata. Meanwhile, those with sharp teeth managed to eat meat, survived, and passed on their sharp teeth to their offspring. Elon Teal approached the exhibition wall, slowly raised her hand, and pressed her fingertip against the cold protective glass, gazing at the broken jawbone. The bones were tightly squeezed by the rough mudstone. The incomplete dental arch had completely carbonized and turned black. She slowly lifted her gaze. On the towering exhibition wall, strange grayish-white skeletal remains were layered upon one another, densely embedded deep in the rock. Behind the glass, there was no warm soil, no gentle breeze, and no whispers bearing any trace of nature's warmth. Through the cold, bulletproof glass, what pressed upon her was only an endless silence. Nature has never actively guided any being to adapt to the environment. Gu Yanchuan's voice was steady without a ripple. It is the harsh environment that kills all individuals unable to adapt, leaving only those that fortuitously survive. He turned around, facing away from the massive fossil wall. The exquisite life miracles we admire today are not gentle blessings, but built upon countless brutal deaths and eliminations. Gu Yanchuan looked directly into her eyes, his voice heavy as lead. The ground beneath your feet is paved with the bones of the eliminated. She stared blankly at the heavy layers of rock behind the glass, momentarily at a loss for words. Then Gu Yanchuan illuminated the giant screen above, showing a macro view of the carbon and nitrogen cycle and food chain network, complementing the fossil wall behind. Later we found that simply looking at one species is far from enough. No one can live in nature alone, so we began to study the entire cycle of how they consume each other, compete, decompose, and regenerate. On the screen, a hunted wild boar fell, its body rotting in the soil. Gu Yanchuan pointed at the fungi and microorganisms that were decomposing it, as well as the elements being released back into the air. The resources of any piece of land are limited. Without the killings by carnivores, herbivores would crush the vegetation. Without the decomposition by microorganisms, the Earth's nutrients would completely wither. Those seemingly cruel and merciless killings and competitions are precisely the foundation upon which the ecosystem can cycle endlessly. Julius gazed at the material flow on the screen, lost in thought. Director Gu, so what you mean is that blind mercy actually disrupts the natural cycle of transactions. Mr. Julius, your analogy is quite apt. Gu Yinchuan nodded slightly, finally freezing the image on a picture of the welcoming pine. Gu Yinchuan pointed at the densely packed branches and leaves marked in red on the screen. A tree is also a miniature ecosystem. We do not remove overgrown branches to deny its right to grow naturally, but to prevent local chaos from dragging down the whole. And those pruned branches will not go to waste. They will return to the soil, transform into nutrients, and re-enter the life cycle of this tree. Gu Yinchuan stopped, his gaze calm. The people of the Summer Kingdom do not blindly believe that merely satisfying every individual's survival desire constitutes protecting nature. We intervene only after clarifying objective laws, applying scientific and macro perspectives. The hall fell silent. Gu Yinchuan watched the thin silhouette standing in front of the fossil wall, silent for a long time, and softly delivered his conclusion. Lady Elan Teal, true reverence has never been about blind embellishment of the warmth of life. Rather, it is about facing the cruelty and death heat-in, yet still being able to restrain instinctual compassion and shoulder the responsibility that requires foresight and restraint. Elan Teal did not refute. She gazed up at the bones that had crossed millions of years. Her gaze slid down the transparent glass wall and suddenly paused, hovering on the edge of her vision, a tiny, almost deformed bird skull fossil pressed by the rock layers. She suddenly recalled the silver bell bird of her homeland. For nearly 1,000 years, the song of the silver bell bird had become increasingly beautiful, yet its body had grown weaker with the population dwindling. The sages of the forest dwellers had exhausted the highest level healing magic to carefully nurture them. They were free of disease, their bodies filled with magic, yet still grew weaker with each generation. This had once been the mystery of decline that lingered at the pinnacle of the forest dwellers' knowledge, unsolvable by anyone. Now the fossil wall before her cruelly unraveled this mystery. It was the forest dwellers' love for the beautiful song that had forced them to use magic to save those with the most beautiful voices, yet the weakest bodies, allowing them to survive and reproduce. They had tenderly killed this species with love and healing. After a long pause, the forest envoy slowly turned around. She exhaled deeply, gently placing her right hand on her heart, bowing deeply to Gu Yinchuan. Thank you, Director Gu. She looked up, her clear eyes free of the initial proud prejudice. Your words today will be etched in my heart. Gu Yinchuan was about to reply when his phone in his pocket vibrated and rang. He took it out to glance at the screen, casting an apologetic glance at the representatives before stepping aside to answer the call. Director Gu. An urgent report came from the other end of the line. The frontline command post near the Era Royal capital has sent an urgent message. The reconnaissance drone just observed that a large number of refugees are approaching the outskirts of the refugee camp, and the numbers are still rising. Currently estimated at no less than 5,000. In the occupied area of Ayla, the ruins of Iron Tree Town. A dull thud echoed in the center of the small town. This is the last well in the town that still has water. A young villager covered in mud desperately clung to the edge of the stone while pleading in Ayla language. But what responded to him was the ruthless kick of a lieutenant from the Imperial front. The villager fell into the muddy pit filled with debris, curling up in pain and violently vomiting a mouthful of bile. Shut up, what are you blabbering about, you lowly mud creature? The lieutenant stepped forward, his boot roughly stamping on the villager's cheek. If you dare to utter another word, I'll sever your tendons and throw you into the well. On the open ground, hundreds of Ayla civilians, surrounded by a row of steel spears, watched the scene unfold. Their eyes were fixed on the invaders, and though no one spoke, their clenched fists and slightly trembling bodies said it all. However, looking at the glinting sharp spear tips, no one dared to take a step forward. The lieutenant let out a cold laugh and turned to the soldiers beside him, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Fill it up." A clatter followed as several soldiers in gray uniforms immediately began shoveling the muddy debris mixed with rubble into the well. Soldier Ernst wiped the sweat from his forehead with his muddy sleeve. He stopped shoveling and looked at the despairing civilians huddled together. Unable to hold back, he spoke up, "Sir, there are elderly and children here. If they lose even this last bit of water, they will die of thirst on the way." The lieutenant shot him a sideways glance, his tone flat and unyielding. "What does that have to do with us?" He gestured towards the corner with his chin. "Don't stop, throw those rotten animal carcasses in as well to ensure this well is completely ruined. Remember, this is the latest order from the command center. Besides the main fortifications, leave not a single drop of clean water along the route. Drive them all east." The same scene was unfolding across various locations in the entire Oster-occupied area. Countless civilians, still reeling from the disaster, were forcibly driven from their homes, converging into a long river of mud, without an end in sight, flowing towards the royal capital. In the royal capital of Ayla, the temporary command post of the refugee camp in the Xia Kingdom. "How far is the leading crowd from our guard post?" Major Chen leaned his arms on the tactical map table and spoke in a deep voice. "At their current speed of movement, they will reach our outer barbed wire in less than 36 hours. The information officer tapped swiftly on the keyboard, projecting the data model returned from the aerial reconnaissance drone onto the large screen. Major Chin's gaze turned sharp as he stared at the red patches on the screen, representing the massive influx of people surrounding the royal capital. Such a large-scale refugee wave cannot erupt without warning. The Oster people must have done something. He narrowed his eyes, coldly snorting, trying to use civilians to undermine our logistics and even disrupt our positions. They truly think the logistics and organizational power of a modern army are mere decorations, don't they? He quickly issued orders: notify logistics to increase transport frequency, let the engineering battalion advance 2 kilometers immediately, and establish a forward diversion corridor on the main road to the camp. Thoroughly seal off the abandoned ditches and wastelands on both sides of the road with barbed wire. We must not allow refugees to spill into the defense line from the flanks. Additionally, set up security checks and screening procedures upon entry to the camp. All incoming refugees must go through checks on the main road. We cannot allow Oster spies to slip in. Understood. The communications officer immediately repeated the orders into his earpiece. The entire command post operated like a large, precise machine, rapidly gearing up. 2 hours later, 2 kilometers outside the royal capital camp, the forward checkpoint on the main road. The sky was overcast, and the cold autumn wind carried the unique stench of decay from the ditches howling across the wilderness. Hurry, hurry. Bring over the snake-shaped barbed wire. Drive the angle steel deeper, lock the buckles. The leader of the engineering company stood atop a wheeled armored vehicle parked in the center of the main road, directing loudly with a megaphone. 2 heavy engineering machines emitted a deep rumble as they leveled the tall wild reeds and scrubwood on both sides of the road, clearing the foundation for the forthcoming flank barricade. Inside the dimly lit armored vehicle, a drone operator was intently focused on several electronic screens before him. Commander, the drone's view is good, hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the operator reported while pressing the throat mic. The optical pod has not detected any anomalies. The ditches and muddy flats on both sides had also been thoroughly checked with infrared thermal imaging. Currently within a 3-kilometer radius besides our brothers and a few waterbirds, no unusual human heat signatures were detected. Hearing this report, the leader nodded in satisfaction and shouted below, everyone move quickly. Strive to exceed the mission requirements. With the continuous surveillance of the drone overhead, the heavy machinery roared without restraint, and the soldiers were immersed in high-intensity operations. At the edge of the side ditch, less than 50 meters from the main road, armored vehicle veteran Wang from the Xia Kingdom was wearing knee-high waterproof rubber boots, standing in the stinking muck at the bottom of the ditch. He swung the 20-pound hammer in his hand, striking repeatedly at the thick angle steel used to fix the side wire. Bang! Bang! The heavy sound of metal colliding echoed across the desolate riverbank, shaking the remaining reeds around it. Wang wiped the sweat from his face, preparing to swing the hammer again. Suddenly, he paused for half a second in his action. The intuition of a seasoned soldier honed through years on the border and peacekeeping missions made him feel an inexplicable chill. He felt as if there was a faint breath mixed in the wind. Instinctively, Wang turned his head to look at the muddy ditch less than 10 meters behind him. There was nothing there except for the withered reeds and the stinking black mud. Something's not right. Wang stared intently at the muddy pit, tightening his grip on the hammer's handle, ready to sound the alarm. Boom! Several sections of the lengthy ditch defense line exploded with mud. A few black figures sprang up from the depths of the sludge like springs wound to their limits. The shadows spread out in a fan shape in a coordinated manner. At the moment, they erupted, pouncing fiercely towards the unguarded Xia soldiers. Enemy attack! Wang's eyes widened in horror, his voice breaking as he shouted. The leading shadow had already crossed a distance of over 10 meters, bringing a foul-smelling gust of wind right before him. Wang had no time to draw his gun. Instinctively, he exerted force from his waist and brought the 20-pound hammer crashing down toward the person's head. Clang! The heavy hammer shattered the layer of black mud and withered grass that camouflaged the person, suddenly revealing a dark golden barrier tightly clinging to their body. Accompanied by a dull thud, the barrier rippled slightly, and the hammer was violently rebounded by a terrible force, causing Wang's hand to split open, blood flowing freely. The assassin's eyes flashed with killing intent, showing no signs of stopping. The steel short sword in his hand made a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, turning into a shadow as it violently slashed towards Wang's chest. The steel short sword, trailing after images, struck old Wang's chest fiercely. The assassin initially believed that this powerful blow could cleave the unarmored foreign soldier in half as easily as splitting rotten wood. However, the sharp short sword merely cut through old Wang's camouflage uniform, while the composite ceramic hard insert concealed within his tactical vest withstood the blow. Yet under the violent inertia of the swing, the sword's momentum could not be arrested. The short sword slid sharply over the slight curve of the insert. An immense impact caused the blade to chip a notch into the surface of the insert, and it then uncontrollably ricocheted downward, making a shrill scraping sound as it sliced through the outer fabric along the edge of the bulletproof vest, aiming for the right arm. PFF. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain beside the waterway. Old Wang's right arm was severed at the elbow, falling heavily into the mud. Old Wang. Amid the shouts of his comrades, Old Wang was knocked backward by the tremendous force. With his last ounce of strength, he let out a chilling scream. Don't worry about me. Open fire. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire instantly tore through the wilderness. Dozens of automatic rifles roared in unison within mere seconds. The 5 8mm bullets instantly wove a metallic storm across the waterway's defense line. Bang, bang, crack, bang. Accompanied by the brittle sound of shattering glass, the three assassins charging ahead didn't even have time to dodge before their defensive shields shattered under the concentrated fire. The high-speed rotating bullets flew through the air, their projectiles destabilized by the remnants of the shield rolling and jumping within their bodies, creating massive cavities. Their internal organs were pulverized, and before they could even muster a complete scream of agony, these three assassins were reduced to ragdolls, collapsing back into the muddy water. The shield is broken. The lead assassin's heart sank. He could not comprehend what kind of sorcery those black sticks in the enemy's hands wielded, capable of turning his companions into sieves in an instant. Find cover, he roared as the remaining 6 survivors rolled and crawled toward the nearby rocks and trees for refuge. Once sheltered, the lead assassin panted heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Listening to the sounds of bullets striking the stones and thick tree trunks outside with a puff, he felt a bit relieved. At least that strange weapon couldn't penetrate the cover behind him. As long as they could utilize the surrounding trees for agile maneuvers, they still had a chance. However, 50 meters away on the main road, the turret of an armored vehicle quietly turned. The squad leader of the engineering battalion had bloodshot eyes as he positioned the turret, gripping the handle of the 12.7mm heavy machine gun. Kata! The squad leader forcefully pulled down the heavy bolt. He glared intently at the massive stones and trees behind which the assassins hid, his clenched teeth squeezing out a murderous intent. Send you and your cover to the skies. Dong 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 dong. The yellowish belt of heavy machine gun ammunition was violently sucked into the chamber. Accompanied by the fierce tongues of flame erupting from the gun's muzzle, every few rounds illuminated by dim red tracer rounds drew a visible arc of death across the autumn wilderness, sweeping toward the distant rocks and tree trunks. Bang, boom, bang. The hard granite and thick tree trunks crumbled like paper. Amid the muffled shattering sounds, large chunks of stone burst into the air, and thick tree trunks were instantly cleaved in half, sending fragments and wooden splinters flying back like shrapnel. What was even more deadly was that the 12.7mm bullets, having passed through the cover, maintained their momentum, shooting backward at supersonic speeds. One assassin barely registered what was happening when a high-velocity round pierced through granite and grazed his left shoulder. In the face of such overwhelming kinetic energy, his entire arm along with a portion of his collarbone evaporated into a cloud of blood mist. The lead assassin desperately unleashed his last bit of fighting spirit in an attempt to block. In the next millisecond, the enormous projectile mercilessly smashed into his torso. Accompanied by a terrible muffled sound, he didn't even have time to feel pain before his body was completely severed in two, his remains along with gushing entrails hurled into the distant mire. After a few brief cries of despair, the tree that had served as their cover collapsed with a crash, and the originally scattered boulder formation was completely flattened, turning into a pile of smoking and fiery debris. The remaining 6 assassins along with their cover were shredded and pulverized by the heavy machine gun fire, turning into a mass of mangled flesh. In the muddy ground of late autumn, the flames ceased to spew and the gun barrel continued to emit smoke. Medic! Medic! Hurry over! The squad leader leaped down from the armored vehicle, rolling and scrambling toward the muddy pit where Old Wong had fallen. Old Wong lay in a pool of blood, his face pale, blood loss rendering his limbs cold, and on the brink of shock, with only his chest still faintly rising and falling. Get away! Get away! The accompanying medic slid into the muddy water with an emergency kit. He quickly pulled out a tourniquet and tightly applied it above Old Wong's severed arm, his hand straining until the veins stood out, yanking the buckle. The gushing blood was instantly halted. Emergency bandage. Press down on the wound and hold it tight. The medic with blood-soaked hands and red eyes shouted at the nearby soldiers, "Don't move him around. Loosen the bulletproof vest to let him breathe. Contact the command post immediately to call for a helicopter." His arm. Old Wong's arm. "Quickly find it and bring it with us." The squad leader frantically rummaged through the crimson grass around them. The ground was littered with the shredded flesh of assassins torn apart by machine gun fire, making it extremely difficult to find Old Wong's arm in this pool of blood. Fortunately, not long after, a young soldier with blood spattered across his face straightened up from a pile of rubble a few meters away. Squad leader. Found it. He knelt heavily in the mud, ripping open the individual emergency kit on his tactical vest, pulling out a large clean dressing. His movements were swift, and in no time, he tightly wrapped the severed arm. Once finished, the young soldier slung his rifle across his back and strode over, holding the severed hand high. Minutes later, the clouds parted as a helicopter's rotor blades sliced through. Thud, thud, thud. A dark green painted Z-8G medical helicopter came to a precise halt at the rapidly cleared temporary landing zone. The wide side doors were pushed open and the crew poured out, coordinating to carry Old Wong on a stretcher into the spacious helicopter cabin while securing the severed arm for preservation. Subsequently, the helicopter took off, becoming a small black dot against the blue sky, speeding away toward the distant royal capital. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the rotor blades tearing through the howling wind, the Z-8G helicopter sped towards the field hospital in the refugee camp of the royal capital. Inside the cabin, the goggles of the medic were splattered with mud. He knelt on the vibrating metal floor, one hand raised high holding the four bag, while the other hand frequently checked the tactical tourniquet above Old Wong's severed arm. "Comrade, don't fall asleep. We're almost there." He stared intensely at Old Wang's pale face, fearing he would close his eyes. Command Center, this is Rescue 01. The helicopter pilot reported rapidly over the radio. Casualty is secured right forearm, severed hypovolemic shock tourniquet, effective fluid resuscitation in progress. Expected to arrive at the helipad in 17 minutes. Please have the field emergency rescue team ready with blood and plasma. A hurried response came from the command post. Rescue 01 received. The airspace along the route to the royal capital has been cleared by the front, and the field medical team is fully in position. For the Xia Kingdom, this battlefield rescue was certainly not just a routine emergency response. Since crossing into this other world, although injuries and illnesses occasionally occurred at the front, most were due to the soldiers' unadaptability to the environment or injuries sustained while building defensive works, which were considered non-combat casualties. However, Old Wang was the first substantial combat casualty since the Xia Kingdom arrived in this other world. The emergence of this first case immediately attracted the utmost attention from the entire command post and higher-ups. Upon receiving the direct report from the system, the superior issued the highest priority command through a dedicated line. We must ensure our soldier receives proper treatment. Time cruelly flowed on. The golden hour for major limb reattachment is around 6 hours, and at this moment Elagan had no such conditions, meaning they could not waste a single minute. 40 minutes after the injury, the helicopter landed heavily on the helipad of the field hospital in the royal capital refugee camp. As soon as the wheels touched down, the military doctor pushing the emergency stretcher rushed forward against the strong wind. Inside the field hospital, the doctors quickly performed debridement resuscitation and established dual intravenous access for emergency fluid resuscitation for Old Wang. At the same time, the severed limb taken from the helicopter was initially rinsed to remove contaminants, and after changing to new sterile dressings, it was securely placed back into a professional low-temperature preservation box. In less than an hour, Old Wang, whose blood volume had just stabilized, was lifted back onto the helicopter and swiftly sent to the field airport in the East Coast refugee camp. 2 hours after the injury at the East Coast Field Airport, a fixed-wing medical aircraft was already waiting at the end of the runway. The engines roared, and the medical aircraft quickly lifted off the runway, leaving the otherworldly strait behind, heading straight for the Xia Kingdom's mainland. 4.5 hours after the injury at the Xia Kingdom East Coast International Airport, the sky had darkened. The distant civilian terminal was still brightly lit, but the several helipads around the airport's edge had been completely cleared and cordoned off, with flashing red and blue police lights piercing the night. As soon as the medical aircraft landed and slid into the parking position, ambulances and police motorcycles rushed forward. The mayor of East Coast City and the director of the city's first hospital stood in the night breeze, watching as Old Wang was pushed down the ramp by several capable medical staff. The mayor offered no pleasantries, immediately instructing the police captain behind him, seal off all routes with green lights and deliver him to the hospital as quickly as possible. The convoy, flanked by police motorcycles, emitted a piercing wail of sirens as it sped down the empty main road towards the East Coast City's first hospital. 5 hours after the injury, outside the emergency room of East Coast City's first hospital, the air in the corridor seemed to freeze, with only the low hum of the exhaust fan at the end. The red light indicating surgery in progress above the operating room was particularly glaring. 3 top microsurgery experts, urgently recalled from home, stood under the shadowless lamp, facing the severed arm, trying to restore blood flow within the time window. The door of the operating room was slightly opened, and the director quickly stepped out. The mayor, standing by the corridor window, immediately turned around and lowered his voice. "Give me an update. Can this arm be reattached?" The director invited the mayor to a nearby corner. Beneath his graying hair was a face etched with exhaustion. He was silent for a few seconds, then sighed and shook his head. "Mayor, to be honest, it's uncertain. The opinions from the pre-surgery consultation and the initial examination during surgery were not optimistic. Although the severed end was cut fairly cleanly, without extensive crushing damage, which was the only good news, the biggest issue was severe contamination of the wound." He raised his hand to gesture on his own arm, stating, "The severed hand has been soaked in muddy pits and sewage in the wild, and even small sand grains and decaying grass clippings have been washed out from it. Even if we manage to perfectly suture the blood vessels and nerves, such deep contamination could very likely lead to severe infection, thrombosis, and extensive tissue necrosis post-surgery, not to mention the unknown bacteria from the otherworld. The best outcome would be that the arm is saved, but the prognosis would be very poor." The director paused, speaking heavily. "We must prepare for the worst. If necrosis spreads, to save his life, we will have to perform a second amputation." Hearing this judgment, the mayor fell silent. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the reflective tiled floor. This soldier was injured while urgently repairing defensive works at the forefront. Whether he can be treated successfully is not only a matter of accountability to him personally, but also concerns the morale of the entire army, which has been receiving high attention from above. If all medical resources are exhausted, and they ultimately can only watch him become permanently disabled, no one would be able to get over that hurdle. Just then he suddenly thought of another figure in the city, Gu Yanchuan. He was responsible for managing matters related to the otherworld. Perhaps he could come up with a solution. With this thought, the mayor swiftly took out his phone and directly dialed Gu Yanchuan's number. East Coast City National Guest House. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yanchuan wasted no time, quickly jogging to knock on Ilantir's door. "Your Excellency Ilantir, the situation is urgent." Gu Yanchuan got straight to the point. We have a soldier at the front who has encountered a severe limb-severing injury. I would like to know if there are any mages in your delegation who can achieve limb reattachment. A hint of sorrow flashed in Elantir's eyes. Director Gu, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Elantir explained truthfully. Only a few among the entire forest spirit can truly achieve limb regeneration, and Master Elon is one of them, but he is currently in alms and did not accompany us on the visit to the Xia Kingdom. As for the delegation, while I myself have practiced some healing secret arts, they are mainly used to stimulate the vitality of flesh and blood. To connect the severed limb precisely requires an extremely delicate control of magical power. At my level, I simply cannot do it right now. The others have mostly practiced magic like purification spells aimed at diseases or some auxiliary spells for nourishing the body. Upon hearing this definitive answer, Gu Yanchuan's expression turned very heavy. This last lifeline seemed to have been severed as well. As Gu Yanchuan stood at the door, his brow furrowed in anxiety, Elantir did not stand idly by. She turned towards the cabinet, picked up her wooden staff, and proactively walked back. Director Gu, rather than worrying here, why don't we go take a look first? This envoy looked at Gu Yanchuan, her gaze calm, yet filled with strength. Although we cannot directly reattach the severed arm, we can at least alleviate some of the suffering for this brave warrior. Time is precious. Please lead the way, Director Gu. At the first hospital of Donghai City, in the surgical center corridor, accompanied by a slightly hurried sound of footsteps, Gu Yanchuan led Elantir and his group out of the elevator. The mayor, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately stepped forward and extended his right hand to Elantir. Their palms met. The mayor firmly shook the hand of the envoy, his tone grave and earnest. No matter the outcome, Donghai City is grateful for your assistance. Life takes precedence over all, Mr. Mayor. Elantir held her vinewood staff with one hand and nodded slightly. Please take me to see the brave warrior. The director beside them pushed open a heavy door at the end of the corridor, leading everyone into the observation room. One side of the room was a large sheet of one-way glass directly overlooking surgical room No. 1. Elantir walked to the glass and immediately cast her gaze downward. On the way here, she had attempted to envision the treatment methods of these people based on her observations of Xia country over the past few days. Since the people of Xia were accustomed to creating all sorts of steel monsters and employing various machines in their daily lives, they would likely use some massive metallic apparatus to reconnect severed limbs. Alternatively, they might directly attach a mechanical prosthetic arm to the injured soldier. She was even prepared to face a roaring workshop. However, what unfolded before her eyes was a bright and quiet light green space surrounded by only a few white instruments emitting faint ticking sounds and cold metal trolleys. Above the surgical table hung a large, oddly shaped circular array of lights. In the center of the room, 4 individuals wrapped in deep green gowns revealing only their eyes surrounded the surgical table. From the observation room's vantage point, Elantir could only discern that they were using extremely small metallic instruments to perform some kind of operation on the severed section. The blood vessels are perfectly aligned. Release the artery clamp. Distal blood flow restored. Pulse is good. Flush, prepare to suture the next nerve bundle. Elantir did not fully understand the meanings of those terms, as she simply kept her eyes fixed on the Xia country warrior on the operating table. A steel frame secured his severed arm, and those cold, sharp blades and needles continuously pierced and pulled between his flesh and bones. What was astonishing, however, was that the warrior lay there quietly motionless without struggling or even letting out a sound of pain. Elantir's gaze shifted from shock to solemnity as she turned to look at the mayor and Gu Yanchuan. I have long heard Director Gu say that your country's army possesses a will of steel. Witnessing it today truly fills me with deep admiration. In the face of such direct suturing through flesh and bone, he can remain silent. He is a true iron-blooded warrior. A brief silence fell over the observation room. The mayor and Gu Yanchuan exchanged glances. The director beside them was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his voice, awkwardly speaking up ahem. Your Excellency, he is not enduring pain. He has been administered general anesthesia by the anesthetist and is currently in a deep sleep controlled by medication. Even if his flesh is cut open directly, he will feel no pain. Elantir slightly parted her lips, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond and cover up the awkwardness. Sensing the subtle atmosphere, the director quickly raised his hand, pointing to the wall above the one-way glass, timely changing the topic. Look at that screen. Your Excellency, for the sake of convenience and observation, that is a real-time magnified projection from the surgical microscope below, allowing us to see finer operations. Elantir breathed a sigh of relief and quickly lifted her gaze in the direction he pointed. Initially, she only wanted to relieve her discomfort using the screen, but just a few seconds later, her previously wavering gaze completely fixed. On the screen was a view magnified several times under the surgical microscope. Tiny nerve fibers were gently lifted with tweezers, with nearly invisible transparent filaments weaving and tightening evenly. The originally separated tiny nerves were precisely reconnected like this. Only then did the elven envoy understand what those green-gowned doctors had been doing. They were not merely stitching the limbs together. They are reconnecting the microscopic threads. Elantir instinctively took a half-step forward, her gaze closely following the hair-thin sutures on the screen. When she turned her head to look at Gu Yanchuan again, she had regained the grace of an elf, but the slightly trembling tone still revealed the waves rising within her heart. Director Gu, I previously told you that I cannot reconnect severed limbs myself. But that was actually because I lack the ability to manipulate magical energy to accurately connect the threads. If I forcibly inject vitality into this gap, it would only cause the severed ends to grow together chaotically like tangled vines. She raised her staff and slowly pointed to the microscopic image on the wall. But I did not expect that you could achieve such precision in suturing with just 2 hands and a few fine threads. In this case, I will not need to expend extra magical energy to align and find the path. This means that as long as you complete the suturing, I can infuse vitality without hesitation, allowing this arm to be as good as new. Soon this conclusion was relayed back to the front line, accompanied by a detailed analysis of the incident. The enemy, relying on the infrared shielding capabilities of their defense in conjunction with camouflage, can hide under thermal imaging reconnaissance and approach the outskirts of the royal capital. Major Chen read out the analysis results sent by the rear research team and think tank word by word, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. If thermal imaging fails to detect the enemy forces, it means that the enemy's small units can evade aerial reconnaissance and lurk close by at any time. Faced with the refugees, we cannot deploy large-scale lethal weapons to clear the surrounding forest areas, nor can we accurately locate the enemy forces from the air. How should we solve the problem of locating the enemy? Soon Major Chen thought of an answer. The next day, the news of old Wang's successful reattachment of his arm was officially announced in the camp and sparked a heated response among the officers and soldiers. Major Chen seized the opportunity and connected to the full band broadcast to deliver a speech. Xia country will never allow incursions against humanitarian aid positions or violations of the war's bottom line. The blood of our comrades and our shared sacrifices will only make us more united. To the enemies across the way, you will answer for your shameful collusion to harm our brothers. Behind the refugee camp in the royal capital, beside a makeshift logistics warehouse constructed from military green waterproof cloth, Xiao Wang, full name Wang Yu, was standing at the entrance, observing everything before him, feeling as though he were trapped in an absurd dream. Before enlisting, Wang Yu was a genuine wild FPV pilot. During that time, he often immersed himself in various remote control model forms and explored abandoned buildings on the outskirts of the city. In pursuit of ultimate flying speed and fancy rolling maneuvers, he spent most of his living expenses each month on upgrading frames and purchasing electronic speed controllers. If he ever crashed his drone due to a mistake, staring at the wreckage would keep him awake for 2 nights heartbroken. After enlisting, he was originally just an ordinary foot soldier. However, due to an unexpected turn of events during an amateur skills assessment organized by his unit, he was directly promoted to a full-time drone operator thanks to the skills he had honed back in the day. Although over the years he had seen various drones, he was truly astounded by the scale of the operation before him. In the already cramped warehouse corridor, cardboard boxes of all sizes were stacked almost recklessly to the height of the ceiling. The boxes were adorned with various garish trademarks: Chasing Wind brand high-speed hair, Dryer Ching foam carbon, Fishing Rod Thunder brand children's remote-controlled car. Even the bottom box that served as a weight support bore the logo of Cloud Mist brand electronic cigarette. These brands, which he had never even heard of before and seemed utterly irrelevant to drones, were now revving up to convert their massive production lines for military use, churning out drone after drone to be sent to the front lines. They hadn't even changed the boxes that contained the products. Looking at the mountain of cardboard boxes, Wang Yu felt for the first time that the air at the front lines was permeated with an aura of affluence. Stop dawdling there. The quartermaster, old Li, didn't even look up, holding a dull utility knife in his hand, violently slicing open the tape seals of the boxes. Quick, find a spot and help. The logistics are overwhelming, I can't keep up. Old Li tossed several unpacked drones into a nearby turnover box, shooting a glare at Wang Yu. Look at you later, you'll get to play while I'm stuck here laboriously unpacking. He coming right up. Wang Yu quickly smiled and stepped over the scattered cardboard to lend a hand. In a forest on the outskirts of the royal capital, autumn leaves covered the ground, and a small team of 7 ouster knights lay concealed in waist-high bushes. Captain will soon reach the defensive line of those Summer Kingdom people. The refugee convoy hasn't arrived yet. Are we really going to move now? A soldier lowered his voice, unable to hide his anxiety. The knight captain leading the team snorted coldly, tightening the cloak smeared with grass and mud around him. This is a new military order from the command. We must infiltrate as the refugees arrive. Just by taking advantage of the chaos when the refugees arrive to disrupt their command would be a major achievement. The soldier swallowed hard, saying nervously, "But Captain, the Summer Kingdom people are quite strange. On our way here we saw several other infiltration teams that were hiding perfectly still in the grass, and then suddenly artillery shells fell from the sky and killed them. If we just go like this, what if?" "Fool." The knight captain interrupted him harshly without any mercy. "Think with your rusty brain. What kind of people were those discovered teams?" The soldier was momentarily taken aback. They were all ragtag teams with lowly civilians or even conscripts. The knight captain's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance and disdain. "But look at us and the other noble knight teams. Have we ever been discovered?" "Almost never." The captain pointed at himself. "This is the power of noble blood. The evil detection magic of the Summer Kingdom can only catch those lowly-blooded rats. In the face of our noble lineage, they are simply insignificant." Although this arrogant knight captain made an extremely serious error in his reasoning, that the thermal imaging of the Summer Kingdom did not care about noble bloodlines, as their proud chi shields perfectly blocked the infrared radiation of the human body. It must be admitted that his conclusion was inadvertently correct. just as the captain was still reveling in his nobility. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A harsh, strange sound suddenly came from the air, not far away. Conceal. The captain's expression changed, and the team members immediately pressed their bodies tightly against the ground, not daring to even breathe. Whoosh! A small palm-sized four-cornered black object descended from the treetops at an incredible speed. However, it seemed that this strange object did not notice them, but rather lost control suddenly above a patch of grass a few meters away from them. Bang! The strange object crashed into a tree trunk, followed by a violent explosion. Flames and debris severed several surrounding branches which fell to the ground. The ouster soldiers lying in the mud were first startled by the sudden explosion and trembled all over, but when the smoke cleared and they realized they were unscathed, several of them exchanged glances. Someone among them couldn't help but let out a low laugh first. Captain, is this the weapon of the Summer Kingdom? It's just like a headless fly crashing around, and it blew itself up without even touching a shadow. How ridiculous. However, their mocking expressions had yet to fully bloom before they froze in place. Buzz, 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 buzz. The earlier harsh, buzzing sound rang out again, and this time it was definitely not just one. Several sounds overlapped, as if they had poked a gigantic hornet's nest. The dense, fluttering sounds rapidly approached them, amplifying within mere seconds, bearing down on their heads. The knight captain cautiously lifted his head, peering through the gaps in the camouflage grass above him towards the sky. He saw several of those black objects under the gray sky screeching towards the area where they were hiding. In the FPV operator station of the Royal Capital Camp, Wang Yu. Quick, help me check if I crashed. The pilot who had just crashed into a tree shouted nearby. Wang Yu was currently wearing the video transmission goggles, his thumbs skillfully flicking over the joystick of the remote control. You flew too fast. Why did you push the throttle so hard? We couldn't keep up. Wang Yu replied while closely watching the simulated video feed. He was controlling his drone to skim low over the trees, going to confirm the results. Unfortunately missed again, Wang Yu casually remarked, eliciting a long sigh from his comrade beside him. Suddenly, in the video feed filled with bushes, a glint of gold caught the corner of Wang Yu's eye, a detail that seemed extremely out of place. At a patch of grass a few meters from the explosion point, there seemed to be a hint of golden light, but when Wang Yu adjusted the drone's position to look closer, the screen showed nothing. That's a bit suspicious. Wang Yu smirked, his finger decisively pushing the throttle all the way down on the remote control. Forget it, whatever is hidden inside, I'll blow it up first. The drone's nose plunged sharply, and the four motors screamed sharply as it violently dove towards that suspicious patch of grass. The video feed turned into a black screen filled with static at the moment of impact. A few seconds later. Holy crap, Wang Yu, you hit something. The teammate following closely behind, also wearing video transmission goggles, exclaimed joyfully, there's someone in that patch of grass. This shout made the other pilots in the team who were trailing behind react like sharks sensing blood. I see it. Right next to that pit. Brothers, follow Wang Yu's position, let's move. A flurry of remote control flicking sounds erupted within the station. The few drones closely following behind lowered their noses simultaneously in the air, like a pack of frenzied wolves, each initiating self-destruct charges as they howled down towards that position. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already taken off the video transmission goggles, casually grabbed a new remote control from the side to pair it again, put the goggles back on, and shouted, wait. Leave one behind. Let's wait until we reposition ourselves. The perspective shifts back to the ouster team's position. The soldier who had just been mocking was now struggling to stifle his screams in his throat. He watched in horror as the buzzing monster crashed into the knight captain's back. Boom. In the violent explosion, the captain's chi shield was instantly shattered. The captain screamed in agony as he was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force, losing his disguise. His back armor was blasted into a charred hole, blood gushed out, and he could only lie in the mud moaning in pain. Yet the nightmare was just beginning. Before the soldier could muster the courage to crawl over and rescue him, the sky echoed with the deathly shrieks again. The subsequent strange objects seemed to have completely lost their minds, ignoring everything around them, all locking onto the captain lying on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The series of explosions rattled the soldiers' eardrums. 4 drones carrying high explosives accurately struck the same spot in just 2 seconds. The soil was blown high into the air, mixed with scalding shock waves that swept in all directions. When the last flicker of flame extinguished, the soldier stared in horror. His beloved captain had completely vanished from this world. All that remained was a charred, shallow pit and scattered bits of flesh and broken armor fragments that could not be reassembled into a human shape. Above the treetops, the only drone that hadn't dived down among the strange objects was quietly hovering in the air. Its 4 rotors sliced through the air, emitting a monotonous and piercing buzzing sound. Amidst the suffocating stench of blood and the thin hovering sound, the distant horizon once again echoed with the dense roar. The support drones from behind were about to arrive. The soldier's inner panic reached its peak at this moment, and his sanity shattered completely. We need to escape. We must get out of here. When the thought of fleeing appeared in Nolan's mind, his body reacted even before his reason could. His limbs tensed up instantly under the impulse of fear as he scrambled backward in the muddy pile of fallen leaves. Almost at the moment when the captain was blown to pieces, the soldier had already pushed himself up from the ground. For the glory of the Empire. The soldier's eyes turned crimson as he roared and swiftly drew the knight's long sword hidden beneath his camouflage cloak. His entire Bodis fighting spirit surged wildly, gathering on the blade as he unleashed a crescent-shaped sword energy toward the buzzing creature in midair. Whoosh! The pale golden sword energy tore through the air, heading straight for the drone. The pilot clearly did not expect that this group could launch a ranged attack with cold weapons, but with his extremely high reaction speed, he quickly maneuvered the drone into a steep bank. Swoosh! The sharp sword energy grazed the underside of the drone, directly shredding a section of the tree canopy above. The drone's rotors nearly got caught in the falling branches and leaves, and the body shook violently in midair before barely stabilizing again. In those brief seconds, Nolan had already scrambled up from the bushes using all 4 limbs. "Nolan, where are you going? Come back." Behind him, his comrade shouted angrily. Nolan recognized the voice as that of Vice Captain Lonnie, the veteran known for his bravery and sternness. "Damn, that cowardly southerner. I knew it was a foolish mistake for the captain to recruit him. Form up to face the enemy." The ominous buzzing in the sky intensified again, followed by a series of explosions and the whistling of sword energy cutting through the air. But Nolan no longer cared. He lowered his body and fled through the forest like a frightened beast. The sharp branches ruthlessly whipped at his cheeks, and the barbed thorns violently tore at his camouflage cloak, while the wet, decayed leaves and mud caused him to lose his balance and crash to the ground several times, but he immediately rolled and crawled back up to continue his frantic run. The captain was dead. That childhood friend who had risen through the ranks due to his exceptional bloodline and smoothly triggered mid-tier fighting spirit to become a regular officer had suddenly died. Nolan was just a rogue knight with a marginal noble title living off the scraps in the royal capital. If it weren't for the captain personally going to the tavern to drag him out of a pile of cheap ale before heading to Era, he would never have set foot on this damned land. He could never forget the captain's disappointed gaze at that time. "How long do you plan to rot in the royal capital? Come with me. Let's go to Era and make a fortune, then return to claim a real title." Even though the captain often scolded him, in Nolan's heart, he truly had the pride to back it up. Out of gratitude for the captain's support and confidence in his abilities, Nolan agreed to come. In his eyes, the captain, although harsh and arrogant, had always been that genius who could calculate everything and turn danger into safety. But now that invincible genius was dead, without even seeing the enemy's face, he had been blown apart by some inexplicable things. What noble bloodlines, what imperial glory, it was all nonsense. In his mind, there was only one thought left: survive. Command center at the refugee camp in the royal capital. Bang! Colonel Chen slammed the battle report heavily on the table, the loud noise causing the air in the entire command center to momentarily freeze. "It's shocking." Colonel Chen paced around the table, his sharp gaze slicing through the few standing company commanders in front of him. "In just half a day, we discovered a total of 10 enemy infiltration squads in the 3 nearby forested areas. Do you think that because the enemy over there is still using cold weapons like a bunch of medieval feudal troops, you can relax and be at ease, eh? Or do you think that you are so accustomed to high-tech equipment that when the thermal imaging is on and there are no red dots on the screen, everything is peaceful, eh? Have you thrown out the basics of reconnaissance?" The company commanders were scolded until their faces turned red and white, deeply bowing their heads. "Report." One company commander suddenly raised his head, his face flushed as he shouted loudly, breaking the oppressive silence. "This is our company's defensive area reconnaissance being inadequate. I request to immediately lead a team to strengthen armed patrols within a 3-kilometer perimeter. Regular reconnaissance with personnel and drones should be conducted in tandem, ensuring no corner is overlooked. If even one enemy gets through, I'll take the blame." The other company commanders followed suit. Seeing their eagerness to rush out and fight the anger in Colonel Chen's eyes finally calmed down a little. "Remember what you said today. Go set it up immediately." "Yes." The company commanders felt relieved, saluted, and quickly left the command center. I'm really fed up." Colonel Chen rubbed his swollen forehead and sighed deeply. Next to him, the person in charge of managing the refugee camp sat beside him, holding a thick stack of documents. It was the first time he had seen the usually composed colonel so furious, and for a moment he was frozen in place until Colonel Chun turned to look at him, and he finally reacted. "Colonel Chun, this is the latest resettlement situation from the refugee camp." The person in charge quickly stepped forward, opened the folder, and began to report. "Currently, we have safely received over 200 refugees through the peripheral diversion corridors. We have set up multiple security and disinfection checkpoints on the main road, and overall order is relatively stable. However, the situation regarding injuries and illnesses is very severe. These civilians have undergone a long journey and are now mostly dehydrated, compounded by their malnutrition, which could put a lot of strain on medical resources. Additionally, some of them should have consumed contaminated water along the way, with a significant number of intestinal infectious diseases such as dysentery detected in the group. Are supplies keeping up?" Colonel Chen asked. "You can rest assured about that. We are currently quite well off." The person in charge finally showed a slight smile. "The logistics have been bringing in trucks full of winter tents, folding beds, and instant food without any shortage. Our biggest problem now is a lack of manpower. Since the refugee camp and the military camp were separated, our soldiers have been busy with military affairs, and they only occasionally have time to come help." "I see," Colonel Chen nodded. "As long as the supplies are sufficient, I will report the manpower issue to higher-ups. You can also recruit some young adults from the refugees to kickstart a work-for-leave program. There's one more thing, Colonel. We have identified several suspicious individuals at the security checkpoint. Colonel Chun paused slightly in his grip on the pen's spies. How is the identification done? We shouldn't have the equipment to detect magic yet. The person in charge opened a page of the report and methodically explained, it's primarily based on 3 points. First is physiological characteristics. These individuals have calluses concentrated on their thumb and index finger consistent with the habit of wielding a sword for years, whereas true farmers have calluses on their palms. Second is facial identification. After the disinfection process, we will review their faces again, those who appear too clean will undergo secondary identification separately. Third is the literacy trap. During the health tests, we wrote red in Austrian script using green pigment. True illiterate civilians would instinctively shout green, but educated individuals generally exhibit noticeable hesitation or even blurt out red. After hearing the report, Colonel Chun nodded calmly. Well done. How are these individuals being handled now? Considering that they may possess extraordinary powers if they were to act in the densely populated refugee camp, the consequences would be unimaginable. So when the anomalies were confirmed, the riot squad had already taken them down directly. The person in charge continued, currently these individuals have been handed over to the rear prisoner camp for strict supervision. Thermal imaging monitoring has been set up there. Any abnormal temperature rise or attempts to activate a shield will prompt the sentries to open fire as a warning. Very good. Colonel Chun ordered solemnly. To prevent any remaining fish that got away, the security of the refugee camp must be fully upgraded. Turn on all thermal imaging monitors in the camp for round-the-clock real-time scanning. Yes. The person in charge stood at attention and saluted. Doctor, my hand is perfectly fine now. I feel no difference from before. At this moment, Lao Wang was sitting at the head of the hospital bed. Though he was speaking with the doctor, his joyful gaze never strayed from his regained right hand. He continuously flexed his 5 fingers, sometimes making a fist, other times spreading them wide, even attempting a few slightly awkward gestures. Feeling the control of his knuckles moving as he wished, Lao Wang couldn't help but smile in delight. Watching this scene, Gu Yanchuan, standing at the door of the ward, was slightly lost in thought, recalling the events of the past few days. Lao Wang had been in a coma for a full 10 days. Despite Yilentier explaining that this was a side effect of the large-scale use of the blood and flesh rebirth and purification techniques, the prolonged coma still made the people of Xia Nation break out in a cold sweat. When the coma reached the 8th day, even Yilentier began to feel somewhat uncertain. This special envoy from the forest spirits even expressed multiple times her desire to cancel the following tours and remain at the ward. Given that all physiological indicators reported from the intensive care unit were normal, the Xia Nation politely declined her request in order to avoid affecting the progress. Fortunately, this morning Lao Wang finally woke up successfully, and his spirit was surprisingly good. Don't move. I know you're excited that you've got your hand back, but hold on, bring your hand over here. Let me do a venous ultrasound. A stern reprimand from the head nurse interrupted Gu Yanchuan's thoughts. She swiftly pressed down on Lao Wang's restless right arm, skillfully unwrapped the outer bandage, and secured it in the support. Then a doctor pushed a portable ultrasound machine forward, applying a layer of coupling agent to the forearm and gently placing the probe against it. Blood flow signals are abundant. The vascular endothelium is smooth. In the ward, the doctor's voice was tinged with undeniable astonishment. No thrombosis. The tissue healing is also nothing short of perfect. This is truly incredible. As for Yilentier, she was currently fixated on the constantly changing screen of the ultrasound machine, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. During these 10 days, Gu Yanchuan took this opportunity to lead a delegation from the forest spirits and the emerald green representatives to tour the medical system of Xia Nation. When she personally observed the true form of the disease's bacteria through a microscope, saw the 3-dimensional reconstruction of the human body through MRI images, witnessed the tireless alchemical machines in the pharmaceutical factory during the tour. She had already made up her mind. Yilentier turned around, her tone filled with deep reverence. This tour over the past few days has completely overturned my understanding built over decades. The magic of the forest spirits can indeed achieve similar feats, but in terms of large-scale application and the breadth and depth of theory, your Xia Nation has already left us far behind. Yilentier took a deep breath, her expression becoming extremely serious. Director Gu, in principle, we agree to your previous request to establish a joint medical and biological science research institute. In addition, we also hope to send more international students to Xia Nation. Gu Yanchuan smiled knowingly. He extended his right hand, his tone gentle yet firm. Your Excellency, the Xia Nation is more than willing. Meanwhile, in the distant old continent, the capital of the Ost Empire. Compared to the warm autumn sun in Donghai City, the late autumn here was accompanied by biting cold rain. Inside the royal astrological tower on the edge of the royal capital, dim candlelight flickered in the drafty room. The empire's chief astrologer Albert, neglected by the emperor, sat alone at a desk, holding a long-dried feather quill in his hand, dazedly listening to the cold rain outside the window. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open and a gust of cold wind carrying rainwater rushed in. A tall figure cloaked in black stepped into the threshold and shut the door behind him. The newcomer removed his hood, revealing a weathered and haggard face. Count von Streit. A hint of surprise flickered in Albert's murky eyes. He set down the feather quill in his hand, his gaze lingering on Streit's face for a moment before speaking. What a rare visitor. How could the Iron Blood commander from the Eastern Front deign to come to my humble tower? Strite didn't respond immediately. He hung his dripping cloak on an iron hook behind the door, slowly walked to the desk, and pulled out a chair to sit down. Iron Blood commander. Strite smirked, bitterly, weariness evident in his voice, just a dog stripped of its military power. In this regard, our current situations are indeed quite similar. Albert paused for a moment, stood up, and picked up the teapot from a small stove nearby, pouring a cup of black tea for Strite. Have some to warm up. The old astrologer pushed the teacup over. The Emperor's favor is like the autumn rain, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. Thank you. Strite held the teacup with both hands, greedily absorbing the warmth. The only sounds in the tower were the patter of rain and the gentle crackle of burning wood. After a long while, the Count's gaze crossed the rising heat from the stove and landed on the complex astrolabe in the distance. Do you know, Lord Albert, that a month ago, I would never have stepped foot in this place, even if it were raining knives outside. Strite took a sip of hot tea, his voice hoarse, as he continued. I used to be a pure soldier, believing that only the heavy sword of a knight and the magic of a mage are truth. As for those tricks of you astrologers observing celestial phenomena and predicting fortune and misfortune, I've always looked down upon them along with the generals in the military. He set down the teacup, raised his head, and looked directly at Albert with bloodshot eyes, his tone carrying a weight of regret. But now I have to admit I was wrong. So wrong. It is said that when the royal capital was captured, you advised that the star signs warned of great misfortune from the east. Strite shook his head bitterly. If we had listened to your advice back, then the empire would not have fallen to this state today. Albert sighed, sitting down again. What use is there in saying this now? You didn't come to reminisce about past mistakes, did you? I'm here to discuss the situation on the front lines with you. Strite interlaced his fingers, resting them on the table. Recently, several of my old friends have told me that multiple camps on the front line have received deserters fleeing from the wilderness. Lord Albert, those are veterans who have fought in hard battles at Iron Anvil Fortress. But they are now displaying an inexplicable fear, unwilling to return to that battlefield no matter how much the supervisory teams whip them. Because the supervisory teams attempted to force a batch of deserters to the front lines, the 3rd District almost erupted in a mutiny. To address this issue, the military has issued new orders. They are preparing to send those newly trained troops who have only been training for a month directly to the front lines. This is utter nonsense. Albert finally could not hold back, slamming his palm heavily on the table, his gray beard trembling with anger. To send a group of students who have only handled swords for a few days to the battlefield. This is not fighting, this is sending them to their deaths. Are they trying to destroy the next generation of the Empire? That's because these madmen still don't understand what they are facing, or rather they are pretending not to understand, Strite scoffed sarcastically. He looked at the angry old astrologer, slowly took out a letter from his pocket and pushed it toward Albert. Astrologer, take a look at this. This is intelligence sent back recently by my subordinate Rock, who was placed in the territory of Aladong, and it's transmitted through my private crystal, currently unbeknownst to the military. The military originally hoped to exhaust Xia Nation's logistics by dispersing their forces to reduce the number of casualties from those weapon strikes. Strite leaned back in his chair, explaining as Albert read the letter. But Rock mentioned in the intelligence that he saw colossal iron warships as huge as hills on the coast of Xia Nation's refugee camps. Albert's gaze raced across the letter, his pupils slowly dilating with Strite's words. He saw the lights of the refugee camps burning day and night, saw the ingenious golems that could operate without magic everywhere, and even saw mountains of inexhaustible supplies. Finally, Strite articulated his conclusion word by word. Lord Albert, that is simply not an opponent the Empire can defeat. Albert's hand trembled violently as he clutched the letter, his face pale as paper. Your Excellency. Albert swallowed hard, putting down the letter, his gaze complex as he looked at the old general across from him. What do you intend to do by giving this intelligence solely to an old man like me? Strite stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the imperial palace swaying in the wind and rain in the distance. Lord Albert, although you have been neglected, your experience in assisting the late emperor still holds irreplaceable prestige among mages and scholars. Strite turned around, a resolute flame burning in his eyes. It is time for this nation to wake up a little. The frontline camp of the Oster Empire. Autumn rain had fallen without cease for 7 full days, transforming the entire encampment into an inescapable quagmire. Hurry up, yank your feet out of that muck. The Imperial legions do not harbor cowards. A supervising officer on horseback cracked his spiked whip through the air. Hooves churned the flooded ground, sending sprays of dark brown mud pelting the faces of raw recruits lined along the roadside. Rhine marched with a heavy pack slung across his shoulders and his spear held rigidly upright. With every step, his oversized military boots sank deep. Rainwater seeped in through the seams, but still he maintained a proud, erect bearing. Rhine, huff, is this really the front line? Hans panted heavily behind him, wiping rain from his face with reddened, frozen hands. This is nothing like what the veterans boasted about in taverns. Rhine halted mid-stride, but did not reply. Instead, he followed Hans's gaze toward both sides of the road. In the recruit's imagination, the frontline camp should have bristled with dense spear formations and resounded with hymns sung by battle-clad priests. Yet all that met their eyes were a few dozen gray-black tents camouflaged with withered branches and rotting leaves. Around the tent edges sat veterans recently withdrawn from the forward positions, still armed, their heavy armor caked in dried charblack blood and hardened mud dented deeply across their breastplates. No one kindled fires. No one polished blades. They simply sat vacant and motionless, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had long since been drained from their bodies. To Ryan's left, a veteran leaned against a desiccated tree stump. His forearm ended abruptly at the elbow, the stump crudely bound with a foul-smelling, filthy strip of linen. Hans swallowed hard, then dared to step 2 paces out of formation, stopping a short distance before the veteran. "Senior." His voice trembled faintly in the rain. "How are things ahead? Are the Xia people formidable?" The veteran slowly turned his head. Ryan noticed the web-like network of crimson veins spidering across the whites of his eyes. He stared fixedly at Hans's youthful face. His thin, parched lips began to tremble uncontrollably, yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, a deep, muffled thunder rolled forth from the distant horizon. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the dazed veteran convulsed violently, as if seared by a white-hot branding iron. "Take cover! Scatter! Scatter everywhere!" With his sole remaining hand, he clamped both ears shut and let loose a shrill, guttural scream from his throat. He slid off the stump and scrambled forward on hands and knees, burrowing headfirst into the deepest, foulest mire he could find, frantically digging with the ragged stump of his severed arm, desperate to bury his entire head beneath the sludge. Hans recoiled in shock at the man's frenzied act. What did these veterans endure? Hans unconsciously tightened his grip on his spear. "Just deserters," Ryan said, stepping forward to seize Hans's arm and pull him firmly back onto the road centerline. Ryan glanced briefly at the veteran thrashing in the mud, then slapped Hans firmly on the shoulder. A mere clap of thunder reduces them to this trembling wreck. "These cowards have disgraced the iron legions of the Empire." "But Ryan." "No buts." Ryan tightened his grip on the spear shaft and lifted his chin, meeting the stinging rain heat in as he gazed resolutely forward. "These spineless wretches. Once we reach the high ground, I'll force them to witness." He slammed the butt of his spear hard into the sodden earth. "What true Imperial soldiers look like." Do-do-do. The commanding officer blew his signal whistle, its sharp cry piercing the curtain of rain and echoing across the ranks. All personnel of the 3rd New Regiment immediately crossed the camp and advanced to the 6th Defensive Line. 70 kilometers away, the Xia Republic's front line. Rain cascaded down the outer wall of the emplacement. Major Chen lowered his binoculars slowly from his eyes as he stood atop the observation platform. "Major, the drone has completed its final sweep. Within 20 kilometers, no organized enemy forces have been detected," Lieutenant Colonel 1 said, handing over a portable tactical tablet. Major Chen glanced down at the screen, a dense grid of safety zones flickering across its surface, about to issue orders for the next watch rotation, when suddenly a low, persistent vibration began climbing upward from the soles of his combat boots. The concrete beneath his feet shuddered. On the nearby ammunition crate, the stainless steel water cup trembled faintly, its surface rippling with delicate concentric waves. Boom! Rumble, rumble. A deep rolling roar surged forward from the main road behind the refugee camp, its mechanical fury so immense it drowned out even the thunderclaps overhead. Major Chen whirled around, scanning the camp's rear. First to pierce the rain-laden gloom were 2 straight, brilliant beams of light. Then one after another, infantry fighting vehicles emerged from the muddy horizon. Their treads crushed standing water and sucking mud alike, carving deep black furrows. Exhaust heat rose in thick veils of white mist amid the chill autumn downpour. The armored column advanced steadily along the main thoroughfare, vehicle after vehicle, front to rear, filling the broad roadway entirely, like a colossal steel dragon gliding through clouds and mist. The thunderous rumble drew ever closer, making pebbles tremble along the emplacement's edge. As the vanguard approached the perimeter, a command vehicle peeled away from the column, splashed across the mire, and came to a precise halt beneath the observation platform. Behind it, more infantry fighting vehicles continued arriving in steady succession, their hulls gleaming under the rain, their dark, yawning gun barrels sweeping silently over the camp and pointing unerringly toward the somber, rain-draped plain ahead. Shoo screech. With a grating metallic shriek, the command vehicle's side hatch swung open. An officer leapt down from the cabin. He paid no heed to the muck beneath his boots, striding purposefully through the floodwater and ascending the observation platform steps until he stood directly before Major Chen. Heels snapped together. Both men snapped to attention and exchanged a crisp, formal salute. Only when their arms lowered did the officer's tightly drawn jaw relax, just slightly. Major Chen stepped forward, grasped the other's hand firmly, and shook it twice with quiet intensity. "Colonel Zhang, you've finally arrived. For half a month we've been ordered strictly to hold, not to strike outward. Our troops have been itching for action. We failed to arrive on schedule. You've borne the burden alone, and for that we owe you our deepest gratitude." Colonel Zhang clapped his longtime comrade on the shoulder. "This is the first time our nation has conducted large-scale army deployment across such a vast strait. Preparations alone consumed considerable time. But now everything is ready." Colonel Zhang set his gaze steady as it pierced the rain-hazed distance. "Now it is our turn. At dawn tomorrow, full-scale counteroffensive begins." The autumn rain finally ceased entirely before dawn, leaving the raw recruits stationed at the 6th defensive line along the forest's edge with nothing but a ruined mess. The section of trench facing the open plain had collapsed over half its length, submerged and softened by stagnant water. Unless reinforced before daybreak, this frontal line would be utterly indefensible. 1. 2. Lift. Ryan's neck veins bulged as he and Hans positioned front and back heaved a freshly felled thick oak log across the sodden ground. Murky mud clung like a living thing to their combat boots, each step requiring immense effort to wrench free. Down, in with a violent splash of muck, the log crashed into the trench's gaping breach. Ryan's arms burned with numb ache. He gasped twice, then snatched up a nearby shovel and began packing earth behind the timber. Without a word, Hans seized his own shovel. Side by side, they moved in grim unison. Dig, pivot, dump, mechanical and relentless. The soil here was laced with rotting leaves and tangled roots, every shovelful weighed like solid iron. Slime spattered their faces and dripped from their chins, but no one had breath left to wipe it away. Clang. As the final sack of earth thudded onto the parapet, Hans's shovel slipped from his grip and vanished into a murky puddle. I can't go on, Ryan. Just let me close my eyes. Nan swayed like a hollowed out husk, his consciousness already fraying at the edges. He staggered crookedly through the sludge toward the newly erected bunker, glanced around, and sank heavily onto a relatively dry mound of sandbags. Cradling his spear against his chest, he rested his head on coarse burlap. His eyelids fluttered heavy and insistent. Within moments, soft snores rose from the mud. Ryan turned, shook his head wearily, and left him be, then resumed swinging his shovel, flinging thick sludge outward. Between strokes, he wiped cold sweat from his brow and lifted his gaze. Directly above the trench, a faint luminescent barrier shimmered faintly amid the interlaced canopy, a squad-level shield painstakingly requisitioned by their unit. Though far less imposing than a Legion-grade barrier, its soft cerulean glow cast a quiet reassurance across the rain-slicked morning. Just then a delicate warmth brushed Ryan's cheek, an unexpected caress. He instinctively turned. The first sunbeam piercing the forest's edge had broken through. The light stung his eyes. He raised a hand to shield his brow, then saw it clearly. A blazing crimson sun rising slowly from the horizon's rim, spilling golden radiance across the vast plain. The ashen mist that had veiled the plain dissolved instantly, igniting into roiling waves of tangerine gold that set the distant skyline ablaze. Ryan exhaled deeply, savoring the grandeur of the sunrise. Yet within the sun's fiery corona, strange dark silhouettes flickered, faint but unmistakable. Frowning, he narrowed his eyes, straining to resolve the shapes approaching against the glare. Gradually their outlines sharpened, angular, rigid, stark, and swelled steadily across the open field. The earth beneath them trembled continuously, our ripples spread uncontrollably across the trench's stagnant pools. The Xia State armored column had arrived. Attention! Enemy shields detected. Multiple fan distributed approximately 2 kilometers ahead in the woodland sector. Inside the armored hull of the Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle platoon, leader Li Rue's sharp command cut through the diesel roar. Deploy in assault formation. Fire control system engaged. Dual axis stabilizers online. Li Rue snapped his head toward the gunner seated inches away. Wang Hao, shatter those turtle shells one by one. Understood. Wang Hao yanked open the red safety cover atop the control console. No need for guided missiles. We'll wash their faces clean with the 30mm autocannon. Armor-piercing tracer rounds. Long bursts ready. Autocannon powered up. Wang Hao's thumb hovered taut and heavy over the firing button. Outside, broad tracks thundered across the mire. Inside, the multifunction display locked crosshairs squarely onto the fragile blue shield safeguarding the recruits. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fire. At the command, the slender 30mm barrel beside the main gun erupted in flame. SSSSSSSSS. Another lead vehicles opened fire simultaneously. A dense web of crimson tracers tore across the sky, deadly ribbons of light lashing violently against the pale blue barrier hovering over the 6th line. Deafening detonations rolled without pause. The magical shield, mere moments ago a bastion of security, convulsed violently upon impact, rippling with explosive intensity. Armor-piercing tracers devoured the mana crystal's energy at a furious pace. That slender azure glow flickered wildly under the autocannon's barrage, bright, dim, bright, before shattering utterly like an eggshell striking stone, taking with it the surrounding canopy in a storm of splintered branches. Then a 100mm high-explosive fragmentation round arced in near-straight trajectory, slamming into the high-value target at the forest's edge, the bunker. Boom! And the savage fusion of kinetic and chemical force inverted the very earth. The blast wave hurled thousands of searing fragments, mud, and shattered timber across the entire position in a single scorching plow. Ryan was hurled backward into the trench's muddy floor. He squeezed his eyes shut just as a charred tree trunk slammed into his body, leaving only shrill tinnitus and blinding pain echoing in his skull. Groggily, he forced his eyes open and froze. The bunker had vanished. In its place gaped a smoldering crater still burning fiercely. His heart lurched violently. Hans had been dozing right there against those sandbags moments before the explosion. Ryan shoved aside the blackened log pinning him and crawled frantic and wild toward the crater. After 2 desperate crawls, his palm plunged into the turbid sludge and closed around something cold and pale. A forearm. On its back, a familiar dark red birthmark, unmistakable. Hawk. Ryan wrenched the severed arm from the muck and cradled it to his chest. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with grime and blood, his whole body convulsed, choked by ragged animal sobs. He pressed the lifeless limb hard against his pounding heart, as if sheer pressure could hold back the void. Only as the thunderous roar drew terrifyingly close did Ryan jerk his head up. Through smoke and dust he saw the steel leviathan bearing down on him less than 50 meters away. Overwhelming grief ignited into uncontrollable fury, obliterating all reason. Ryan ignored every drill instructor's warning. Snatching up his sole weapon, the tempered steel spear, he drained every last drop of his magical energy and channeled it violently into the shaft. Piercing art. Jaw clenched, his right arm's muscles surged and hardened. With a brutal twist of his shoulder, he hurled the spear toward the plane. A flash of cobalt light split the air. The steel spear transformed into a silver-white bolt streaking straight for the colossal hull of the Type 04A. Nyet, and clang. A deafening impact. The spear struck the armor plate, deadened, erupting in a shower of brilliant sparks, and leaving only a shallow dent in the impenetrable steel. Then, useless as kindling, it bounced off and sank into the churned mud beneath the treads. VVVRRR. In with a cold electric hum, the metallic behemoth didn't slow, not even for half a second. Its massive turret rotated smoothly mid-advance. The black maw of its 100mm main gun lowered steadily, locking unwaveringly onto Ryan. Ryan squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death, but nothing happened. Commander, the coaxial machine gun's depression angle is insufficient. We can't hit him. Inside the infantry fighting vehicle, Wang Hao stared at the screen showing the soldier collapsed on the ground and reported loudly. Commander Li Rue quickly scanned ahead. Deep within the enemy's defensive line lay even higher value targets. Damn it. Let that bastard off easy. Don't waste time on him. Maintain speed and push forward. Rubber-coated tracks mercilessly crushed through a puddle, churning up foul, blood-tinged mud with a thunderous splash that drenched Ryan from head to toe. He wasn't even worthy of being a stumbling block. Humiliation, far more searing than the fear of death, flooded Ryan's chest, a maelstrom of grief and fury. He was a warrior. If he were to die, it should be mid-charge, not ignored like a stray dog splattered with filth and left in the muck. Cursed. Ryan violently wiped sludge from his eyes and let out a hoarse, guttural roar. From the mire he snatched up his steel spear. The tip shattered upon impact with armored plating, yet Ryan didn't care. Staggering to his feet, he chased after the broad rear ramp of the Type 04 AIFV like a madman. Die, monster! Give me back Hans! He roared, driving the metal shaft of the spear with all his strength into the vehicle's hull. Clang! Clang! The violent recoil split his palms open, blood streamed down the shaft, but not even the faintest white scratch appeared on the armor. At that very moment, the Type 04 AIFV acquired another distant bunker, and its 100mm rifled main gun erupted. Boom! Blast overpressure surged outward, violently compressing the surrounding air. For an instant, Ryan felt as though red-hot needles had pierced his eardrums. Excruciating pain exploded through his skull, and overwhelming vertigo nearly hurled him face first into the muck. Yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to fall, and lurched onward, still sprinting after the iron leviathan. Stop, you abomination! Stop! But how could flesh and blood ever match the relentless surge of armored treads? He was swiftly left behind, gasping in the rutted, rains-licked mud. He panted heavily, watching helplessly as the vehicle breached the line, its autocannon spitting fire in relentless bursts. The 6th defensive line was not a dense formation of soldiers were deployed in small squads across trenches and fortified positions. Yet this did nothing to impede the monster's slaughter. Its turrets swiveled with chilling precision, methodically targeting each squad one by one. Ryan watched as a squad leader nearby raised a half-man-high steel shield before several rookies. In the next breath, an orange fireball detonated violently against the shield, sending the men behind it exploding into a crimson mist suspended midair. Instantly, the turret rotated again, locking onto another squad emerging from cover just dozens of meters to the right. A rapid sequence of orange fireballs bloomed among them. Each blossom of death hurled earth-severed limbs and shattered armor fragments skyward like grotesque geysers. Ryan swung his broken spear wildly, sprinting forward, but couldn't even grasp the vehicle's exhaust fumes. He could do nothing. Utterly helpless, he collapsed to his knees in the mud, fingers clawing desperately into the sodden earth, tears mingling with blood and grime as they streamed down his face. Meanwhile, inside Vehicle 2, trailing behind Vehicle 1. Gunner marked target, 1 o'clock behind Vehicle 1, a spearman. The commander of Vehicle 2 delivered the order with detached calm. The next instant, Dak. 5. 8mm coaxial machine gun rounds screamed through the air, streaking toward the kneeling Ryan. Ryan felt as though invisible hammers had struck his chest and abdomen simultaneously. The shattering agony lasted only a heartbeat. Then icy void and absolute emptiness swallowed him whole. His dilated pupils caught for the last time the colossal shadow of the Type 04 as tread descending upon him. Then, only endless darkness. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in the imperial capital, morning light filtered through stained glass windows, casting fractured patterns across the marble corridors of the Imperial Central Academy. Duke von Strahling, Imperial Minister of Military Affairs, strode briskly down the hall, brow deeply furrowed. His polished boots struck the smooth stone floor with a steady, resonant clack-clack, echoing through the vast, empty corridor. For days he had been inspecting progress on magical weaponry development at the Academy, yet an unsettling disquiet clung to him, persistent and unshakable. Whether passing young scholars or venerable graybeard mages all seemed to whisper and point behind his back. Yet each time he halted and turned, those murmurs scattered like startled insects. Everyone instantly bowed their heads, feigning indifference. As one of the Empire's supreme military commanders, his instincts warned him something unseen was brewing. And now, that same prickling sensation of being watched returned. Strailing froze mid-stride, his gaze sharpening like a hawk's as it swept toward a corridor junction. There stood a senior instructor clad in deep blue robes, speaking quietly with two teaching assistants. Sensing the Duke's cold, piercing stare, the assistants paled instantly, like quails startled from cover, and fled without so much as a bow, slipping silently into the adjacent corridor. The instructor reacted half a beat too late. He hastily rolled up his parchment and turned to bolt up the stairwell on the opposite side. Wait! Strailing gave him no chance to flee. In 3 long strides, he closed the distance, his towering frame blocking the man's path like an iron monolith. "Emimi, Lord Duke, good morning." The instructor's eyes darted everywhere, but met the Duke's gaze. "Am I truly so fearsome, scholar?" Strailing narrowed his eyes slightly, voice low and edged with steel. "Or has something inappropriate found its way onto my face? Tell me, what were you whispering about just now?" "No, Your Grace, you misunderstand." Beads of sweat broke out across the instructor's forehead. He swallowed hard, voice faltering, gaze skittering sideways. "We were merely discussing recent celestial anomalies. Yes, the waning of the arcane tide. Purely dry academic matters." "Academic matters?" Duke Strailing let out a humorless laugh and stepped forward, the medals on his uniform chiming softly. "Then why were you watching me?" "Absolutely not, Your Grace. You're mistaken." The instructor's body began trembling faintly. I have an advanced runic array lecture to conduct immediately. My apprentices await me. Forgive my abrupt departure." Strailing fixed his unblinking stare on the scholar, who practically craned his neck into his own chest, his fingers hanging at his side, instinctively clenching tight. Had this been one of his subordinates stammering evasively like this, Strailing would have ordered the military police to drag him away on the spot. But this was the Imperial Central Academy, the intellectual heart of the Empire's magical tradition. Even the Emperor granted its scholars deference. Though a duke by rank, Strailing could not publicly assault a senior instructor without just cause. "Go." He held the man's gaze for a long, silent moment, then suppressing his rising fury, stepped aside to clear a path. "Your magnanimity honors me, Your Grace." The instructor fled like a man pardoned from the scaffold, clutching his parchment tightly as he vanished around the corridor's bend. Alone in the echoing emptiness, Strailing stood motionless, while an ill omen wild and tenacious as thorny weeds spread unchecked through his thoughts. Dawn in the imperial capital, shrouded in thick fog. Street urchins still shouted vigorously, hawking the front page of the Empire Morning Herald, a glorious victory. The front line stands impregnable. The Xia Kingdom's forces are on the verge of collapse. Yet beneath this gilded facade, several academic manuscripts, titled Analysis of the Abrupt Decline in Magical Tide Intensity and Correlation between the Sudden Dimming of the Eastern Primary Star and Geomantic Fluctuations, had been circulating clandestinely among teaching assistants, faculty members, and even senior magisters of the Mage Conclave. Even those managerial nobles who ordinarily cared only for gold coins and banquets, and never touched scholarly pursuits, had recently turned uncharacteristically studious, locking themselves in their studies to pore over these dry reports. In recent days, noble students had been discreetly withdrawn from campus under increasingly bizarre pretexts. Children of upper-tier citizens likewise vanished one by one from their classrooms. Amid this uncanny atmosphere, lower and middle-class citizen students, utterly unaware of the truth, and families whose children had enlisted grew increasingly anxious. At last, the mounting tension ignited the faculty and apprentices of the Academy's arcane engineering workshop. This morning, a small-scale strike erupted, halting entirely the low-tier manacrystal charging work urgently needed at the front line. To quell this escalating unrest, Duke Strailing himself appeared today at the Grand Auditorium of the Imperial Central Academy to deliver a public address. This magnificent sunken amphitheater rose in concentric tiers of seating spiraling upward to meet the vaulted dome. At this moment, its balconies teemed with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of families and faculty. Duke Strailing strode calmly onto the central podium at the lowest level. 2 elite squads flanked him as personal guards, standing rigidly on either side of the steps. Bracing his hands upon the lectern, he swept a commanding gaze across the crowd above. The hall's clamor subsided gradually beneath his stern regard. Leaning into the amplification array, he spoke in a measured, resonant voice. "Silence. I am aware that rumors have lately spread through alleyways and market squares, baseless fabrications that have even disrupted the Academy's operations. As Imperial Minister of Military Affairs, I stand before you today to set the record straight. The Empire possesses an impenetrable arcane defense and the most elite legions ever assembled. The barbaric tribes of the Xia Kingdom, who dabble only in crude contraptions, are no more than insects hurling themselves against our steel and sorcery." He paused, softening his tone slightly, adopting an air of paternal reassurance. "I understand the fears of parents and mentors. The High Command has placed your children, the future pillars of the Empire, in intensive closed-circuit training at the 3rd Garrison on the capital's outskirts to instill military discipline early and lay the groundwork for their eventual leadership of the Imperial Army. They are perfectly safe. I demand that all such groundless panic cease immediately." and that each of you return without delay to your posts." No sooner had the Duke finished speaking than an elderly man in the front row rose to his feet, clutching a crumpled letter in his right hand, his voice trembling. "My apologies, Your Grace. If they are truly undergoing training at the garrison, then why has my grandson Hans sent no word home for nearly a month?" He swore to his mother he would write every weekend to assure her of his safety. Even the harshest field exercises could not prevent him from writing a single line. And yet 3 times now our letters to him have been returned unopened. A barely perceptible furrow crossed Duke Strahling's brow, but his composure remained intact. "Elder sir, you must understand these are extraordinary times. To ensure uninterrupted supply lines and command transmissions for tens of thousands of frontline troops, the postal network has been fully requisitioned. Private correspondence being returned or lost en route is entirely expected. Place your faith in your son, and greater still in the Empire." "But Your Grace." From another section of the balcony, a well-dressed merchant's wife stood up, her voice sharp with urgency. "Just 1 week ago, I saw over a dozen black-shrouded carriages enter the royal hospital, and since then mana crystal salves have vanished entirely from the markets. With such a decisive victory at the front, why would the military require so many battlefield medicines?" A murmur rippled instantly through the hall. "War inevitably exacts minor costs, wounded soldiers requiring standard medical supplies." The Duke's expression hardened, his gaze sliced like a blade toward the woman. "Madam, unauthorized probing into military logistics and spreading alarm is punishable by immediate arrest under wartime statutes." The noblewoman paled and collapsed back into her seat. Then a faculty member clad in deep blue robes could contain himself no longer. Rising sharply, he challenged aloud, "Your Grace, if indeed they are undergoing drills at the 3rd Garrison, that is precisely what baffles us most. Yesterday several of us hired carriages and traveled to the garrison outside the city, but there was nothing but an empty camp." His voice rang out harsh and piercing. "Hundreds of students have simply vanished into thin air." "Your Grace, where exactly have you sent our students?" Faced with this barrage of accusations, the Duke's patience finally snapped. He slammed his palm onto the lectern. "Outrageous." Simultaneously, the guards on either side struck their shields against the floor with a thunderous hollow boom. "Imperial military secrets are not matters for idle curiosity." Strahling fixed the crowd with glacial eyes, his voice as frigid as a midwinter crypt. "The 3rd Garrison was redesignated last week as a logistical transit hub. Student training has never entailed fixed garrisoning. It proceeds via rotating batches and off-site sealed regiments. Camp relocation falls squarely within routine high command operational planning. Must every tactical deployment be submitted for your approval. Should faculty trespass upon the former site and find it vacant, that is hardly surprising. I state once more, the Empire holds absolute superiority, and your children are perfectly safe. Anyone who stirs sedition here again will face the full, merciless weight of martial law." A deathly silence fell over the hall. Strahling surveyed the subdued crowd with quiet satisfaction. Indeed, this sort of people yielded readily to a firm display of military authority. Ever since the Academy's restructuring 2 years prior, the War Ministry had formally stationed a supervisory guard detachment adjacent to campus. Since then, faculty and students had remained obedient, without exception. He adjusted his cuff, preparing to conclude the assembly. At that very instant, a faint fluttering rustle echoed from the gallery high above the dome. Rustle. Strahling instinctively raised his head. Beneath the dim amber glow of the hall's arcane lamps, countless sheets of paper drifted down from the central aperture in the ceiling. Panic stirred instantly. Those in the lower tiers reached upward, catching the falling pages. One landed precisely upon the Duke's lectern. He lowered his gaze. It was a printed battle report. His eyes skimmed the embossed headline at the top. 3rd Heavy Armored Legion annihilated by unknown long-range weaponry. Our 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Infantry Regiments, 2300 troops total, nearly wiped out by enemy long-range fire. Below followed detailed casualty statistics, precise timestamps, and in the lower right corner a partial imprint of the War Ministry's official seal, lending chilling credibility to the stark declarations above. On the reverse side, unseen by the Duke, a supplement was appended. The elderly man who had spoken earlier, trembling, lifted with his left hand the sheet that had fallen onto his lap and turned it over. It was a list of fallen reservists. His clouded eyes scanned the names halting at the 5th line. Hans' lips quivered violently. The unsent letter slipped from his right hand and tumbled to the floor. Then his knees buckled, and he slumped lifeless onto the bench. Fallen. It's a casualty list. The 6th defensive line, wiped out entirely. Gasps erupted around him. As more and more spectators deciphered the pages, the auditorium erupted into a roar loud enough to shatter the dome itself. Panic, despair, and the searing humiliation of betrayal ignited every soul. "You lied to us. You murderer." The faculty member who had questioned earlier, now incandescent with rage, vaulted from the balcony directly onto the central stage, pointing a shaking finger at Strahling. "You beasts. You actually sent those children to the front lines as cannon fodder." With that cry, all reason shattered. Gentle scholars, meek commoners, and decorous minor nobles surged forward as one, heedless of consequence, toward the central podium. Form defensive perimeter. Protect the Duke. Seeing the tide turn, the guard unit abandoned the periphery and retreated swiftly to the podium. A dozen fully armored soldiers formed a tight circle, slamming their adamant tower shields hard into the floor. encasing Duke Strailing within an unyielding bastion of steel. The next second, the maddened mob crashed against the shield wall like a breached dam. Parents and academics became feral beasts, pounding with fists, raking with nails, hurling their bodies against that cold, unfeeling barrier of iron. A bottle of ink hurled from somewhere in the chaos slipped through the narrow gaps between shields and struck Strailing square on the temple. Black ink mingled with warm blood, tracing a dark path down his cheek. Strailing did not flinch, not at first. Calmly, he wiped the blood from his face and activated his aura shield. After all, mobs were mobs. Endure the first few minutes, and the supervisory guard would burst in to crush them all. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 5. The auditorium doors remained stubbornly sealed, as if the guards outside knew nothing of the storm within. For the first time, genuine alarm flickered across Strailing's composed features. Where had the garrison gone? Why had no reinforcements arrived? Chaos deepened. Several distraught relatives scrambled atop the shield wall, wrenching helmets from the guards' heads. The line was crumbling. Arg! As the guard let out a blood-curdling scream, the final line of defense shielding Duke Strailing collapsed entirely, unleashing a maddened tide that instantly engulfed the central podium. At this life-or-death moment, Strailing cast aside all pretense of noble dignity. With one swift motion, he tore from his inner lining a pendant, a high-tier magic crystal pulsing with deep violet luminescence, his ultimate lifeline. He crushed it fiercely. The arcane circuits within flared to life in an instant. VVVRRR. A torrent of immense magical energy erupted, coalescing into a thick, shimmering purple barrier that hurled the surging crowd backward like chaff before a gale. The foremost few collapsed instantly, spitting crimson onto the floor, but those behind, families and scholars alike, rushed forward still like moths drawn to a fatal flame. Bang, bang, bang. Fists, boot heels, even splintered chair legs rained down upon the violet shield like a merciless hailstorm. This peerless crystal, normally capable of withstanding barrages of high-tier sorcery, was now reduced to fending off a rabble. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Click. A faint, brittle fracture echoed faintly, barely audible over the chaos, yet piercing directly into Strailing's ears. Instinctively, he glanced down at his palm. The deep violet radiance at the crystal's core was rapidly fading through fine flakes of crystalline dust already peeled away from its surface. Sustaining a barrier of this magnitude demanded prodigious reserves of mana, and time was running out. Strailing jerked his head up. The violet aura surrounding him had dimmed drastically. A spiderweb cracks now spread visibly outward across its surface. Cold sweat streamed down the Duke's brow. His chest heaved violently, his vision blurred with each ragged, desperate breath. He knew full well once the crystal shield shattered, his personal chi barrier would be utterly futile against this frenzied mob. Just as the barrier flickered violently, and a gnarled, wrinkled hand forced its way through the failing veil, fingers nearly grasping his throat. Boom! The massive hall doors exploded inward with a deafening detonation. Everyone, drop to the ground and cover your heads. Resistance will be met with lethal force. Amid the thunderous, synchronized stamp of armored boots, a fully equipped detachment stormed into the chamber with brutal efficiency. The clatter of scabbards and the heavy thud of shields replaced curses. These battle-hardened soldiers swept through the rioters without mercy, toppling, subduing, and pinning them down in waves. At that very moment, the violet barrier above the podium finally gave way, shattering into countless glittering motes. Strailing slumped onto the dais, gasping for air as if emerging from drowning depths. At last, salvation. Through his hazy vision, a pair of polished silver spurs gleamed before him, attached to military boots of immaculate craftsmanship. Strailing struggled upright, cursing bitterly. Captain, you arrived far too late. I demand you arrest every last one of these rabble. Hang them all from the gallows. But as his gaze locked onto the figure before him, icy dread flooded his veins. Before him stood the royal guard captain, gazing down with glacial indifference, one hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Duke von Strailing. The captain's voice held no inflection, no warmth. Only absolute chilling authority. Strailing's primal instincts screamed imminent peril, but it was already too late. You stand accused of illegally mobilizing the Academy's oversight guard and directing them toward the Imperial Palace. From his breast pocket, the captain withdrew a rolled parchment and held it aloft before Strailing's eyes. It was a troop deployment order, explicitly commanding advance upon the palace, and at its foot, sealed in vivid crimson wax, bore the unmistakable crest of House Strailing. Strailing's mind reeled as if struck by lightning. Impossible. The order he'd issued only hours earlier had instructed the guards solely to monitor the Grand Hall and stand ready to secure his safety. A wave of glacial terror surged from his soles to his skull. One terrible truth detonated in his consciousness. He finally understood why for 30 agonizing minutes his own guard had remained absent, just one wall away. Hear me out. This is a frame-up. Strailing thrashed wildly. Someone altered my. Before he could finish, a guard drove a savage punch into his lower abdomen. A guttural groan escaped him. Then a ragged cloth was brutally stuffed into his mouth, silencing every word that followed. 2 more guards seized him, slamming him face down onto the cold marble floor, kneecaps grinding mercilessly into his spine. MMPH. Like a stranded fish, he writhed helplessly upon the stone. Save your explanations for the Imperial Magistrate, the captain intoned, towering above him. Take him away. As Stryling was dragged toward the hall's exit, his peripheral vision caught movement beyond the tangled mass of bodies, locking onto a single figure. Tall and cloaked in black, the man leaned casually against a stone pillar, observing the spectacle with sardonic amusement. Though hooded, Stryling recognized that unmistakable martial bearing instantly, Count von Strelach. Stryling was loaded into a carriage and conveyed toward the inner city. Meanwhile, along the border between the Kingdom of Ella and the Austrian Empire, the setting sun bled crimson across pockmarked, scorched earth, its acrid scent mingling with diesel fumes and lingering gunpowder smoke. This had once been the Austrian Empire's vaunted Iron Fortress, a frontier stronghold boasting 11-layered defensive belts. Now both ramparts and garrison lay obliterated, reduced to rubble and mud. Even historians poring over campaign records would find it unimaginable less than 72 hours had elapsed since the Xia state launched its counteroffensive. Xia's armored columns advanced with relentless, almost irrational speed, shattering every line of resistance in their path. Austrian legions proved no more effective than twigs before a steamroller. Their defenses offered not even a momentary delay against such true steel tempests. Now dozens of armored leviathans stood motionless along the border, their treads still caked with damp, drying mud. At the center of the formation, beside a hastily erected field command post, Colonel Zhang stood before a shattered boundary marker, binoculars raised, gazing steadily into Austrian territory. "Colonel, the reconnaissance net is fully deployed." The reconnaissance platoon leader hurried up, thrusting forward a tablet with palpable excitement. "Within 100 kilometers ahead, we've detected only scattered, disorganized stragglers, no coherent formations whatsoever." He gestured toward the vast open plain ahead, swallowing hard. "Logistics can reach us within an hour. At latest, we'll breach Austria's capital gates by tomorrow night." Colonel Zhang lowered his binoculars slowly, declining the tablet, and spoke with quiet gravity. "So, you've gone blood mad." He glanced sidelong at the platoon leader, who blinked, then stammered, "Colonel, surely this is the moment to strike while they're broken. They're battered beyond recognition. We're literally at their doorstep. Surely we won't just halt here." Colonel Zhang turned and tapped the fractured boundary stone with a calloused finger. "We're stopping right here." "What?" The platoon leader stared, stunned. "Victory in war isn't measured by how deeply you march into enemy soil." Colonel Zhang watched the sun sink below the horizon, his voice low and resonant. "Tactically speaking, our spearhead could level Austria's capital within days. But then what?" He turned, locking eyes with the platoon leader. "Shatter their entire state apparatus, then assume responsibility for feeding, housing, and governing millions of strangers. We haven't yet completed reconstruction in Ella, let alone absorb an entire empire like Austria. Moreover, once we cross that threshold, we become unambiguous invaders in their eyes. Would we condemn our soldiers to endless grinding counterinsurgency, trapped among millions of hostile civilians?" The platoon leader fell silent. Though resentment lingered, reason whispered that the colonel was right. "Remember our mandate. We are the people's army. Our mission is to safeguard Xia's infrastructure and civilian lives, not wage wars of conquest." Colonel Zhang clapped his shoulder, then pointed toward the endless expanse of armored vehicles behind them. "War is the continuation of politics and economics by other means, and our operational objective has been fulfilled. The next phase belongs to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." In the secret passage, the torchlight flickered erratically, and the tangled roots above cast large, swaying shadows on the walls, resembling countless dry arms clawing at the air. 80-year-old Reno von Sterling tightly gripped the hem of the old butler Venus coat. The exit of the secret passage lay hidden behind the family cemetery at the mountaintop, and as they emerged from the ground, Reno glanced back one last time at the home below. Once a symbol of supreme glory, the Iris Manor was now engulfed in flames. The originally solemn iron gate had been forcibly dismantled by the royal guard. Guards moved in and out like worker ants, transporting the wealth accumulated by the Sterling family over generations. Several guards were brought out with their hands bound behind their backs, and any sign of resistance would be met with a heavy blow from the gendarmerie's sword sheath. In the center of the courtyard, his grandmother and mother, along with other family members, knelt in the mud left by the rain, awaiting an unknown verdict. "Grandpa Vina, what did grandfather do wrong?" The boy gazed at the distant flames, his voice trembling slightly. The old butler remained silent for a long time, his rough palm resting on Rena's emaciated shoulder. "I do not know, young master." The old butler sighed, softly picking up the boy and wrapping his small body in his cloak as he turned to walk into the mountains. When Strike entered, the emperor had his back to him, standing before a map that occupied an entire wall. The position at the Arab border had been marked repeatedly with coarse black crosses drawn in charcoal. "The raid on the Sterling family has concluded." Heinrich III spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. "A total of 2 million gold coins along with piles of magic crystals. Just the wealth of one family exceeds the 5-year surplus of the imperial treasury." Strike did not respond, merely standing quietly in place. Their heads, along with this sum of money, should be enough to placate the populace of the capital for a while and suppress the turmoil. Heinrich III slowly raised his hand, his fingertips resting on the section of the map, symbolizing the eastern defensive line. Instead of following the lines, the hand suddenly tightened into a fist, accompanied by a faint tearing sound, leaving a shocking scratch on the map paper. "But it will only last for a short while." Heinrich III turned around, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. "All communications from the Eastern Army ceased 24 hours ago. Before that, the last message received was a distress call from the command center. They failed to hold even 3 lines of defense for a full 11 days. As these words were spoken, the emperor's breathing became heavy and uncontrolled. For 25 years of my reign, I have reformed the military, reorganized the Mage Association, and even drained the taxes of 10 southern provinces to transform the imperial army into a true iron army. The emperor's cheeks trembled with excitement, and the fire of fervor burned brightly in his eyes. I once believed that with the current strength of the empire, even if we could not dominate at sea, we could easily flatten the entire old continent. But Heinrich III's voice suddenly rose, turning into a sorrowful question. How did my empire come to this? Strike remained silent, his gaze slightly lowered to avoid the emperor's eyes. He knew this was not a question that required his answer. This war was born out of arrogance and greed, and when outdated perceptions collided with absolute force, the outcome was already predetermined. The air had been heavy for a long time. Heinrich III closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly relaxed his shoulders. After a brief loss of composure, his expression quickly cooled, returning to its original calm. Only then did Strike lift his head to look at the emperor. Under the flickering candlelight, the emperor's face appeared lifeless, with noticeably more white hair than a month ago. The emperor walked to the desk, pulled out a document from a pile of books beside it, and slid it across the table. The parchment glided over the smooth surface with a faint sound of friction. Strike lowered his head and picked up the parchment. It was an agreement, a draft for a ceasefire agreement. I need someone to sign this on behalf of the empire. The emperor's cold voice reached Strike's ears. He was acutely aware of his current predicament as a commander who had suffered a major defeat on the Eastern Front. He had already lost all political capital. He had no other choice. His only path forward was to actively bear this disgrace in hopes of ensuring the survival of the empire. In exchange, his family would be able to claim the largest portion of the spoils from the division of the Sterling family. I obey your command. 3 days later, in the central square of the capital, the sound of the guillotine echoed in the crisp morning air. Crack! As the head of the Duke of Sterling rolled into a basket filled with sawdust, a cheer erupted from the front row of the crowd. A few rotten tomatoes were hurled at the high platform, splattering everywhere. Good death. The traitor deserves to be punished. A young apprentice from the magic workshop waved his fists, veins bulging on his neck. Dozens of others joined in, raising their voices in chorus, their shouts swirling above the square. The executioner expressionlessly lifted the bloodied head and displayed it to the crowd below. Dark red blood dripped from the severed neck onto the wooden platform. The young apprentice cursed a few more times, but after taking a few breaths, he noticed that the atmosphere behind him was not as fervent as he had imagined. He turned his head and saw a civilian woman behind him who was not cheering. She merely stared blankly at the corpse on the platform. Isn't the traitor dead? The apprentice glanced at her, his voice inexplicably lowering. The woman did not respond. She simply felt nauseated by the smell of blood wafting in with the cold wind. The price of vegetables had risen twice again yesterday, and the rye flour at home had completely run out. A headless corpse could not bring back her son's young life, nor could it lower the price at the corner flour shop by even a copper coin. In a high-end cafe on the second floor outside the square, a fabric merchant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had just counted the war bonds in his hands, and as he looked out at the execution ground, his heart was filled with endless sorrow. The situation of the war continued to deteriorate. Killing a duke would not recover the gold they had already lost, and his merchant guild was on the brink of bankruptcy next month. The clamor in the square gradually subsided, but the blood of the duke on the execution platform remained warm. The apprentice stuffed his hands into his pockets and followed the dispersing crowd out. After walking just a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped, a bewildered expression appearing on his youthful face. He did not know where to go. In the East Sea City, the prisoner resettlement camp. Sunlight streamed through the clean glass windows, casting shadows on the floor. Erich von Krull, the captain of the Imperial Third Fleet's pursuit squadron, sat at a long table flipping through a thin booklet provided by the Xia Kingdom. 2 months ago, he had been caught in an explosion when the flagship sank, breaking 3 ribs and severely injuring his internal organs. Erich knew very well that had he been in the Empire, even with a high-level mage present, such severe injuries would have left him at the mercy of fate. But here doctors from the Xia Kingdom had pulled him back from the brink of death. Now, aside from occasional dull pain deep in his chest, he was even able to participate in light physical labor in the camp alongside ordinary sailors. It was precisely during these days away from noble military uniforms, working and eating alongside the lower-class sailors, that he unraveled the confusion that had long plagued his mind. Before being captured, Erich had always been considered a progressive among the noble officers of the Empire. He never randomly beat or scolded the lower-class sailors, and held a great curiosity about new weapons. Yet he could never understand, given the Empire's immense strength, why were the soldiers from lower backgrounds always devoid of fighting spirit, like lifeless zombies. In this prisoner camp, he finally found the answer. He saw a system of equitable distribution and the dignity of life that was not easily trampled. When he witnessed the people of the Xia Kingdom distributing precious medicine to an ailing imperial low-ranking sailor on time, even caring for him daily, something that had been rooted in his mind for over a decade shattered completely. Knock, knock. The door to the conference room was pushed open and Gu Yanchuan entered with a document, interrupting his thoughts. Director Gu, good afternoon. Erich closed the booklet and stood up straight. Please sit down, Captain Krull. Gu Yanchuan sat across the long table, calmly gazing at him. I am here to inform you that there has been a change in the war situation. Our army's assault group broke through all of your country's defenses in Era 24 hours ago and has reached the border. The war will end soon. Eric's pupils constricted and his hands instinctively clenched the fabric of his trousers. I understand. Eric took a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders slightly when he sat down again. This is a one-sided crushing without any suspense. It would be a good thing for the Empire if it could stop at this point. He looked at Gu Yinchuan sitting across from him, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Director Gu, although I am already a prisoner, I am still the eldest son of the Krull family, and I still have some old acquaintances in the military and political circles of the Empire. Eric leaned forward slightly. If you do not mind, I would like to take the initiative to establish a communication channel between the two countries. In Donghai City, the first conference room of the Foreign Trade Department, Zhu Fuguwei anxiously stared at the wall clock as the second hand ticked around and around. The Cross-Border Product Expo, originally scheduled to open a week ago, was suddenly called off, leaving hundreds of exhibitors to be relocated to hotels next to the exhibition hall. Even though they felt as restless as ants on a hot pan, there was nothing they could do. Today, the officials held this symposium to discuss matters related to the expo, finally giving them a glimpse of hope. The door swung open, and Gu Yinchuan, the deputy director of the ALA Affairs Office, quickly stepped onto the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Gu Yinchuan spoke into the microphone, his pace steady. I must first apologize to everyone. The expo has been postponed by 1 week. The main reason is that the situation on the front line has developed much faster than anticipated, and both sides are about to officially enter the ceasefire negotiation stage. I believe we will soon have a result. However, please rest assured, regardless of the outcome, the expo will officially open within 2 weeks. He slightly leaned forward, resting his hands on the podium. At that time, in addition to the originally scheduled representatives, we will also welcome a special guest, Mr. Eric von Krull from the Oster Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, the noise from the audience suddenly intensified. Gu Yinchuan glanced at the wall clock and did not provide any further explanation. I have another important meeting to attend shortly, so I won't take up any more of your precious time. Next, the leaders from the Foreign Trade Department will continue explaining the specific details regarding the expo. Thank you all for your patience and cooperation. After Gu Yinchuan finished speaking, he hurriedly left the conference room through a side door. During this transition, the atmosphere in the audience underwent a dramatic change. The attendees were all seasoned individuals who had navigated the business world for much of their lives. They could easily grasp the underlying meaning. A factory owner in the front row suddenly lowered his head, quickly dialing a number on his phone, and spoke in a hushed tone. Hello. Xiaolu, make sure to rehearse a few more times for the expo. It's crucial to ensure everything goes perfectly. In the corner, several foreign trade merchants had already gathered their thumbs, swiftly tapping on their phone screens. Zhu Fuguwei leaned back in his chair, turned to his assistant behind him, and waved his hand, instructing go outside and make a call to the factory. Tell them to prepare more goods, the more the better. In the entire conference room, the exhibitors almost simultaneously engaged in similar actions, with whispers, breaths, and the sound of screens being tapped intertwining. At that moment, 2 crisp knocking sounds suddenly echoed from the podium's microphone, followed by 2 test sounds. Hello, hello. Then Director Wang from the Foreign Trade Department cleared his throat and said, all right, please everyone quiet down. Let's continue discussing the expo. Meanwhile, at the Ayla Royal Refugee Camp, a few days ago, the high-ranking officials of the Oster Empire found themselves in an awkward and tricky predicament. Due to their representative Count Hoffman leaving for home right after the meeting, they had no channel to submit a ceasefire intention to the Xia country. As the high-level officials in the imperial capital were at a loss, Captain Eric, far away in the Donghai City prison camp, managed to contact Strack through Ayla's magical communication device, finally facilitating this meeting. A black carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the outpost at the edge of the refugee camp. Count von Strack took a deep breath and opened the carriage door. He instinctively held his breath, waiting for the air mixed with the stench of corpses and excrement from the disaster zone to waft into his nostrils. However, what came with the wind was only the fragrant aroma of hot oatmeal. Stepping onto the smooth gravel road, he looked around and saw no filthy puddles or ragged refugees, only neat rows of white prefabricated houses. Several children dressed in thick winter clothing were chasing each other with paper windmills in an open area, their cheerful laughter piercing through the early winter chill. A few soldiers from the Xia country stood in front of the food distribution point. They were not wearing heavy armor, nor did they wield whips like the imperial overseers. They simply stood there, and an invisible sense of order naturally enveloped this camp of thousands. Strack observed these soldiers. The expressions on their faces were something Strack had never seen in the imperial army. It was neither the numbness of conscripted soldiers nor the fanaticism of the guards, but rather confidence. A confidence as if everything was perfectly natural. This way, please, Your Excellency, the Count, an officer from the Xia army, interrupted his thoughts. Strack touched the negotiation documents in his inner pocket and silently followed the officer. He entered a spacious conference room constructed of prefabricated panels brightly lit. On the opposite side of the long table sat several diplomats from the Xia country. On the wall at the end of the table hung a massive black crystal panel. On the screen, Queen Elena was dressed in a deep red velvet gown, her azure eyes fixed intently on Strack. Strack took a deep breath and sat down at the long table. An hour later, the atmosphere in the conference room had become extremely tense. The strength of the Xia army is indeed formidable. Strack clasped his hands on the table, his gaze still sharp, but after an hour of verbal sparring his voice inevitably carried a hint of hoarseness. However, the Oster Empire is vast with abundant reserves of military personnel. If your side insists on crossing the border, the millions of Imperial soldiers mobilized will drag you into a prolonged war of attrition. In response to this warning, the Xia diplomat merely smiled slightly. He reached out to illuminate the tactical tablet on the table, turned it around, and pushed it to the center. On the screen were a set of high-definition images taken from above. The first picture was of the three main military camps in the northern part of the Empire. The second was of the Empire's largest magical weapon workshop. And the last image was of the heavily guarded Oster Imperial capital, with even the iconic spire of the royal palace clearly visible. Your Excellency, the Count the diplomat said in a calm tone, we do not remain at the border out of fear of a war of attrition. Rather, it is because the Xia country prefers construction over destruction. Strack broke into a cold sweat. Based on his experience from multiple encounters with the Xia country on the front lines and the intelligence received from the rear, he already knew that the Xia country possessed the ability to survey distant objects from above. However, he never imagined that this ability could be so exaggerated, capable of traversing thousands of kilometers at will. This was a blatant threat. Enemy weapons were already hovering above the Empire, ready to wipe out everything they prided themselves on. His hands, which were crossed on the table, quietly tightened, nails digging into the back of his hand, and the prepared script was stuck in his throat. This is the draft of the agreement on restoring peace in the Ayla region and promoting regional common development. The diplomat pushed a document forward. Strack swallowed hard and opened the document. Part 1. Return to pre-war borders, establish a demilitarized buffer zone, and transfer 5 generals suspected of mass killing civilians to the International Court for trial. Part 2. Compensate Ayla with 1,500,000 Imperial gold coins for war losses. At the same time, Oster and Ayla will jointly establish a post-war reconstruction fund. Considering Oster's financial difficulties, the official banking system of the Xia country is willing to provide low-interest loans and allow Oster to offset the costs with primary raw materials such as timber and ore. Strack's hand paused. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment, then quickly lowered it again, flipping back through the document until he reached the last section. Open markets protect expatriates, equals 0 tariffs with a 3-year transition period, jointly develop infrastructure. Without ceding an inch of territory, without demanding a royal hostage, and even without requesting a reduction in the Imperial army. Even that seemingly huge compensation of 1,500,000 gold coins was only owed to Ayla. The Xia people not only did not take a single coin, but even kindly indicated that they could lend them money. As for the last parts about open markets and equal 0 tariffs, Strack thought that they seemed no different from the trade agreement previously signed by the Empire with the Philinqui Chamber of Commerce. It was merely about allowing a few more merchant caravans to set up stalls tax-free. He did not understand. Why did a country with an army powerful enough to conquer the world show such mercy at the negotiation table? If Your Excellency the Count has no objections, please sign. Strack picked up the fountain pen, his gaze fixed intently on the terms written in black and white. His hand hovered in the air, the pen tip hesitating to come down. He could not believe that the Xia people would be so benevolent, yet as his eyes scanned the terms over and over, he failed to discover any issues. Boom! Rumble! Outside, the dull sound of an armored vehicle engine approached, sending ripples through the water cups on the conference table. Strack came back to his senses, heavily dropping the pen, signing a long string of cursive letters on the smooth surface of the paper. Half an hour later, Strack hurriedly left with a copy. In the conference room, Xia diplomats began to organize the documents. On the screen, seeing the original treaty signed by Strack being stored away, Queen Elena silently closed her eyes. The 16-year-old girl slightly tilted her head back, biting her lower lip tightly, her thin shoulders trembling slightly in the frame, as if she were desperately holding back something. Noticing this, the Xia diplomat silently cut off the video feed. With the disconnection of communication, the faint sounds of sorting documents on the other side abruptly ceased. In the empty room, only her breath remained. Elena finally lowered her head, burying her face deep in her arms, her forehead resting against the cold surface of the table. Initially just suppressed sobs, gradually her shoulders began to shake more violently. The pain of losing her father, the heavy burden of a fallen nation, the disorientation of drifting in a foreign land, along with the forced composure, all transformed into heart-wrenching cries in this lonely corner. Elena stood alone by the window, her back to the door, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion cast by the interplay of light and shadow. However, when Gu Yanchuan knocked and quietly entered the conference room, he caught a glimpse of the lingering blush at the corner of her eye through the reflection in the glass. "Your Majesty." Gu Yanchuan silently moved to a slightly behind position beside her and asked softly, "Are you feeling better?" Elena did not respond immediately. She gazed out at the dazzling sea of light outside, starkly different from her homeland, and fell silent for a long time. "As a child, I always loved to run up to the highest tower in the royal capital to play." She suddenly spoke, her voice still tinged with hoarseness. "There was nothing particularly special about it. I just felt the view was good from there. I could see where the blacksmith shop in the city was sending up smoke. I could see the long line forming at the bakery on the corner, and occasionally I would catch sight of children chasing after an old man selling black sugar running across the small bridge in the south of the city." Her voice was soft, as if leafing through an old, dust-covered album. "Whenever my father finished his official duties, he would come up to find me. He would sit with me on the stone steps watching the bustling people below. Elena, this is what you must protect. He always loved to say that. At this point, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up slightly. But now those chimneys have fallen, the houses have collapsed, and even the bridge in the south of the city has been broken. She paused for a moment, her gaze piercing through the glass before her penetrating the city behind, as if it had landed far away. But those people remain. They are rebuilding their homes with their own hands amid the ruins. She turned around, her azure eyes devoid of tears replaced instead by a certain resoluteness. I can no longer indulge in sorrow. Gu Yinchuan looked into her eyes, nodding slightly, offering no unnecessary comfort, merely guiding the conversation towards a more practical direction. Rebuilding a nation is a tangled web of issues. Your Majesty, where do you plan to start? Elena sat opposite him, her hands folded on her lap. Stabilizing the people's hearts, preparing for spring plowing, and rebuilding the system. These are the most urgent matters at hand. I have already asked Eli to start pushing this forward at Echo Bay. She clearly laid out several measures in a calm tone, evidently having undergone thorough contemplation. However, after stating these, her tone suddenly shifted. But these are merely temporary fixes. Gu Yinchuan raised an eyebrow, slightly remaining silent, simply waiting for her to continue. Elena lifted her head, meeting his gaze. During this time, I have been observing. Observing your cities, observing your factories, observing your people. Your strength lies not only in those weapons. Her voice was soft yet exceptionally firm. The true power you possess is the ability to involve every individual in production. Your workers, merchants, farmers, and even scholars, they do not need the gift of magic to create things that can change the world with tools and knowledge. And then there is Ayla. She paused, not shying away from her shortcomings. Ayla's wealth is sustained by a few magic crystal veins and estates. Once the veins are severed and the wars have destroyed the estates, the country will have nothing left. People can do nothing but wait for the Lord's charity. If I only think of relying on your aid or exchanging those few veins for grain, then Ayla's rebuilding will merely return to its former state. When the next calamity arrives, it will still be as fragile. Gu Yinchuan looked at her in silence. Therefore, Elena slightly lifted her chin. I would like to leverage your expo to see the things created by the ordinary people of your country, which Ayla can also learn from. Gu Yinchuan looked at her and suddenly smiled. It was not a formal smile typical of diplomatic occasions, but a genuine heartfelt smile. The words he had originally prepared seemed unnecessary. Your Majesty, he stood up, his tone much lighter than before. I will personally guide you at the expo on Sunday. Elena was slightly taken aback, then stood up as well, nodding seriously at him. Then I will trouble you, Director Gu. In the Imperial Conference Hall of the Oster Empire, dozens of pages of the ceasefire agreement draft were laid out in front of each participant. The Minister of Finance Lothar raised the single sheet with a trembling hand, his other hand stroking the surface of the paper. As the pages turned, they made a rustling sound, and Lothar read through the document word by word. Your Majesty, Lothar finally lifted his head, his voice dry. In this agreement, at least in terms of trade clauses, no obvious traps have been found for now. He cautiously raised his head, glancing at the Emperor seated at the head of the table. Seemingly afraid that the Emperor would be displeased with such a compromise, he quickly added in a low voice, as long as the Empire's land remains, we still have a chance to slowly recover. The Emperor said nothing, merely leaning coldly against the back of his chair. The meeting concluded in a suffocating silence. That night at Duke Felden's private residence, the dark silk curtains were drawn tightly, and the fire in the fireplace burned brightly. 3 or 4 people were seated around the leather sofa, without any attendants, and only a few unfinished brandy glasses were placed on the table. Duke Felden sat in the main seat, slowly turning the family signet ring between his fingers. Everyone was quite silent today in front of the Emperor. Felden began, his tone neither salty nor bland. Who would dare to speak? The young Marquis scoffed, taking a hefty gulp from his glass. Lord Sterling, a duke of such stature, was sent to the guillotine without even a public trial. In the corner, the silver-haired Earl sighed heavily, his withered fingers stroking the rim of his glass. A centennial family, and the Emperor said to confiscate and to kill just like that. The old Earl's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. I remember the Duke had a young grandson, who I wonder if he was executed along with him. A mere half-grown child, even if he is still alive, could hardly stir up any trouble. Duke Felden halted the motion of spinning the ring, looking up at the two with a somewhat sinister gaze illuminated by the firelight. What we should truly be wary of is the changes outside the city. Felden leaned forward, his voice lowered. Gentlemen, have you not noticed the external movements in the past few days? The 9th Infantry Division, which was supposed to withdraw to the western suburbs of the capital for rest, suddenly altered its course this morning and directly stationed at Silver Bay Port. The young Marquis froze for a moment, his expression changing instantly. Silver Bay Port. Isn't that the territory of Viscount Moran? On what grounds is the 9th Infantry Division doing this? On the pretext of preventing smuggling, Felden scoffed. It's not just Silver Bay Port. This afternoon, the 3 major granaries in the western region were also forcibly taken over. Officially, it's for coordinating post-war supplies, but in reality, even the warehouse managers and accountants have been replaced. The air in the room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Is His Majesty going mad? The old Earl's murky eyes flashed with disbelief. He is openly trampling on the autonomy of the lords across the land. On what grounds can he do this? On military power, Felden replied. Felden threw the sheepskin parchment containing the order documentation onto the table. The Sterling family has fallen, and the military, already deluded by the commoners, now has only the structured Schittler family left, and they have such a close relationship with the Emperor that they could practically wear the same trousers. We need to find ourselves an escape route. Felden raised the brandy on the table and drank it in one gulp. He set down the glass, his gaze deepened in the flickering light of the fire. The eldest son of the Kroll family, is he not currently in the Summer Kingdom? I believe the Kroll family will not mind a few extra coins in their pockets while dealing with the Summer Kingdom. A few days later at the State Guest House in Donghai City. The Cross-Border Goods Expo is set to open tomorrow, and the former Imperial Captain Eric has also been transferred to this location to arrange his itinerary. In the morning, Eric dressed casually, prepared to head to the restaurant for breakfast. As he passed through the indoor corridor connecting the east and west wings, Eric suddenly froze in place. At the other end of the corridor, a group of people was coming towards him. Eric's breath momentarily caught. He recognized that face. It was Princess Elena, marked as the primary target in the mission briefing. No, now she was Queen Elena. The security chief from the Summer Kingdom leading the group showed a momentary surprise upon seeing Eric, but he did not display any signs of panic. He merely turned his head, whispering something to the girl behind him. The girl nodded slightly. The deep blue long dress glided over the polished carpet, showing no signs of hesitation in her steps. Looking into those icy blue eyes, an inexplicable sense of guilt suddenly tightened around Eric's heart. Your Majesty. At that moment, as they were about to pass by each other, the words slipped from his lips, unbidden. As soon as he spoke, Eric himself was taken aback. Elena stopped 2 steps away from him, and the leading security personnel from the Summer Kingdom immediately stepped forward, creating a barrier of safety. Regaining his senses, Eric slightly lowered his head, his throat constricting painfully. He opened his mouth, attempting to squeeze out a few words under her gaze. Enough. Her cold voice, like shattering ice, mercilessly choked his words in his throat. Illa does not need feigned sympathy. Without waiting for Eric's response, she walked directly past him. Eric stood there in a daze, only seeing that deep blue figure at the edge of his vision, growing more distant. After a long time, he deeply sighed, his tall figure seeming to shrink a little under the morning sunlight. Donghai City. The first cross-border commodity expo is being held at the National Exhibition Center. The bus smoothly comes to a stop with a faint hissing sound. As the doors slide open, a slightly cool breeze of early winter sweeps into the vehicle. Gui Yanchuan is the first to step off the bus, standing at the edge of the red carpet, smiling and gesturing for the others to follow. Members of various delegations stream out one after another. At the end of a massive visiting party composed of the Elon royal family, the Forest Spirits, and the Philanqui Chamber of Commerce, Eric quietly steps down from the back of the bus as the only invited special guest. When these guests from different realms set foot on the expansive and flat welcoming plaza of the National Exhibition Center, everyone involuntarily stops and looks up. Over the past few weeks, although the delegation has toured various facilities and gained a preliminary understanding of this magnificent city, when they are confronted with a vast crystal-like glass structure sprawling across thousands of square meters, the pure industrial aesthetics still deliver a strong visual impact. Incredible. A forest spirit representative gazes up at the colossal structure and exclaims in genuine admiration. All right, esteemed guests. Gui Yanchuan timely claps his hands, bringing everyone back from their shock. He smiles as he turns around and steps toward the wide automatic sensing doors, saying, "It's time to go in." As the foreign guests step into the exhibition area and are enveloped by the industrial scent of numerous goods, machine oil, and air conditioning, everyone's spirits are lifted, except for Eric. To avoid walking at the front with Queen Elena, he deliberately slows his pace, falling behind the crowd. At this moment, a chubby figure naturally approaches. "Your Excellency Kroll, this scene is truly breathtaking, isn't it?" Julius greets him with a smile. Hearing this title, Eric halts abruptly, turning his head with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. After the embarrassing encounter yesterday, to avoid further friction, he had specifically asked the Summer Kingdom to keep his identity a secret. His current public identity is only that of an ordinary escort. If I remember correctly, the Summer Kingdom hasn't disclosed my identity. Eric looks at the merchant before him. "How do you know about my family?" "Please don't be alarmed, Your Excellency. The Summer Kingdom indeed keeps its promises. They haven't revealed a word to me." Julius strokes his chin, his small eyes narrowing into slits as he chuckles. "Don't be fooled by my appearance. Oh, I have quite the knowledge of various coats of arms and flags to deal with all kinds of lords." He lightly taps Eric's shoulder with his cane from a distance. "Even though you've changed into the attire provided by the Summer Kingdom, the embroidery pattern visible at your collar, if I'm not mistaken, that is the unique design of the Kroll family's Brown Bear banner, right?" Eric instinctively lowers his head to glance at his shoulder. He hadn't expected that this trivial flaw would be so easily spotted by the merchant. The observational skills of the Philanqui merchant are indeed impressive. Eric nods slightly. "Since we are all seeking opportunities in this new world, Your Excellency Kroll, would you be interested in accompanying me?" Julius seizes the opportunity. "Perhaps we can discover many surprises in this venue." "Thank you for your kind offer, President Julius." Eric declines without hesitation. His current identity is incredibly sensitive, and he doesn't wish to get too entangled with these profit-driven merchants. "I'm merely here to casually observe some heavy machinery. I doubt it will align with your chamber's delicate business." "That's truly unfortunate." Julius shows no signs of anger at being refused, simply smiling and tipping his hat to him. "If you change your mind later, the doors of Philanqui are always open to the Kroll family. Then I wish you find your future here today." With that, Julius departs with his assistant. Eric watches Julius' retreating figure, gives a brief nod to the Summer Kingdom's personnel, then separates from the main group and heads towards the distant heavy machinery exhibition area. In the vast agricultural exhibition area, only the delegations from Elon and the forest spirits remain. On the foremost display stands several large transparent glass jars are placed. Islantier steps forward, reaching to grab a handful of rough white granules and bringing it to her nose. Just with a light sniff, she furrows her brow and turns her head to cough softly. A strong earth essence. Islantier turns to Gu Yinchuan. I didn't expect the Summer Kingdom also has methods to refine earth elements. Your Excellency, we call it fertilizer. Gu Yinchuan explains with a smile. In our world, we primarily use it to provide essential elements such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium for plant growth. However, to purify such a high concentration of earth elements, it must be quite expensive, right? Queen Elena interjects with an inquiry. In the otherworld, magical creations that nourish the land have always been costly. If we were to compare it to magic, this would be akin to synthetic ammonia alchemy magic. Gu Yinchuan shakes his head. We extract nitrogen directly from the air, using massive industrial factories, producing thousands of tons of fertilizer daily. Made from air, and thousands of tons a day. Hearing this, Elena and Islantier instinctively glance at each other. It smells strongly of earth essence, yet they say it's made from invisible air. This explanation seems reminiscent of the tricks commonly used by cunning goblin merchants. As Gu Yinchuan quoted the procurement price per ton for these white granules, Elena furrowed her brows further. This product is not cheap. Though this price is already quite low compared to actual magical creations, when considering large-scale use across the nation's farmlands, it still amounts to a substantial expenditure. Using real assets from the national treasury to exchange for a pile of powder allegedly made from air. Director Gu, Elena maintains her composure, quietly questioning. The total price for this batch of fertilizer is not an insignificant amount. Since its raw material is merely ubiquitous air, why does it still require such a high procurement price? Your Majesty, while air is indeed free, the manpower and energy consumption required to keep the factories running day and night is not an insignificant sum. Gu Yinchuan patiently explains. Moreover, I must honestly inform you, Gu Yanchuan's tone turns serious. If you were to directly apply this fertilizer in Elon's fields, the outcome would likely be catastrophic. The excess nutrients would severely damage the roots of the impoverished Elon rye, leading to a significant reduction in crop yield or even complete failure. Upon hearing this, Elena's confusion deepens. Gu Yanchuan turns away, but his voice doesn't cease. Therefore, to withstand the intense nutrients from the fertilizer and convert them completely into food, it must be complemented with this. Gu Yinchuan smiles, pointing to a nearby glass jar filled with seeds. This is the high-yield, cold-resistant wheat specifically selected for your country by our agricultural experts. Mi-26. Wheat. Elena looks at the plump golden grains, still somewhat hesitant. Director Gu, it does resemble rye somewhat. But can this seed from another world really survive in our soil? Our Foreign Trade Department and the Agricultural Academy would never joke with the staple food of your people. Your Majesty, in the past 2 months, our agricultural experts have established experimental fields on the eastern coast of Elon and conducted trials with existing varieties. He points to the recorded charts in the booklet, continuing. Although the time is short and we haven't reached the final harvest period, several preliminary trial results for specific wheat varieties are very promising. Among them, the best Mi-26 wheat perfectly adapts to your country's soil environment in terms of germination rates and early root development. Furthermore, after morphological and genetic verification, it shares the same ancestry as your country's rye, and it is expected to grow well in the future without requiring any changes in current processing methods. Gu Yanchuan closes the booklet in his hand and casually places it on the side of the display, gazing at the queen before him. Since we haven't reached the harvest period, can the final yield be guaranteed? Elena presses further. Without seeing the final ears of grain, she hesitates to risk the treasury and the lives of her citizens. According to the long-term empirical data from our Agricultural Academy, under similar barren soil conditions, Gu Yanchuan looks into Elena's eyes, calmly providing a number. As long as sufficient fertilizer and appropriate planting techniques are applied, even commoners who are unfamiliar with magic can ensure a yield of 800 to 1,000 gene per mu. We call this modern agriculture. 800 to 1,000 gene. Elena's mind races through Elon's data. Even the royal family's directly managed farmland, which is the most fertile and blessed by harvest spells, yields just over 300 gene per mu. In other words, these products could enhance Elon's agricultural output threefold. Upon reaching this astounding conclusion, Elena's chest rises and falls sharply. For a kingdom that has just endured warfare, the number threefold carries enormous appeal. Yet she fixates on that jar of seeds, struggling to suppress the urge to make a decision immediately. Even with such impressive data, Elena clenches her hands. Before witnessing the true yield of the first season, recklessly transitioning would still pose too great a risk. Gu Yanchuan seems to have anticipated her concerns, calmly presenting the final bargaining chip. As a gesture of sincerity in promoting this agricultural system, the Summer Kingdom is willing to provide a guarantee. A guarantee. If a failure in crop yield occurs due to the seeds being unsuitable for the soil, or if the actual yield does not meet our promised baseline, the Summer Kingdom will fill the food gap with processed flour. In other words, he adds, this deal poses no risk of famine for the Elon Kingdom. Elena's previously anxious heart finally relaxes completely. Since the Summer Kingdom is willing to provide such a guarantee, Elon is certainly eager to establish a procurement intention immediately. Elena exhales a sigh of relief. She gazes at the glass jars filled with fertilizer before her tone becoming somewhat earnest. However, Director Gu, you mentioned earlier that excess nutrients could even burn the roots of crops. This notion is simply unheard of in Elon. In our understanding, nourishing the land has always been better in greater quantity. In this case, if we simply transport the fertilizer back to distribute to ordinary farmers, various problems are bound to arise. Elena looks earnestly at him. Therefore, I hope to formally invite your country's agricultural expert team to Elon in the name of the Elon royal family. I hope to allow Elon's officials to systematically learn from you. Elon is willing to pay the full guidance fee for this. Gu Yanchuan gazes at the pragmatic young queen before him, a genuine admiration shining in his eyes. Your Majesty need not worry about the costs, Gu Yanchuan smiles. Our agricultural technology assistance and training guidance are inherently part of this transaction. The Summer Kingdom not only provides seeds, but also takes responsibility for teaching people. Islantier quietly observes this scene beside them, gently brushing off the fertilizer powder from her palms. She can't help but exclaim, adapting to objective laws, using creations to quench the land's thirst. Then controlling this power through mortal hands and minds is truly impressive. Once the student exchange program opens, the forest spirits will promptly send their most outstanding scholars to study modern agriculture in the Summer Kingdom. The outdoor heavy machinery exhibition area. Eric came to a halt. Before him, a dark yellow heavy hydraulic excavator loomed like a small mountain of steel quietly parked in the expansive square. Just the steel track, taller than a person, brought him a considerable sense of oppression. Eric swallowed hard and cast his gaze backward. Behind it, several mining dump trucks and a track drill were lined up closely, forming a steel grate wall alongside the excavator before him. Welcome to the Xia Country Heavy Industry Exhibition Area, distinguished guest. A uniformed salesperson approached with enthusiasm, introducing what you are seeing now is the flagship heavy mining equipment from our Xia Country Heavy Industry Group. XE8000. Mining equipment. Eric paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow. As the eldest son of the Kroll family, he was no stranger to mining. The Kroll family's territory housed two high-quality iron mines. Over the past 15 years, it was precisely due to the Emperor's frenzied military expansion that brought a massive influx of iron ore procurement orders, allowing the family to rise rapidly and establish a foothold in both military and political realms of the empire. However, in his understanding, mining should involve miners carrying pickaxes and magic crystal lamps, delving into those dark sloping mines and emerging covered in dirt laden with baskets of iron ore. Yet these colossal machines before him seemed entirely divergent from his perception. How could such gigantic machines fit into those narrow mine shafts? Eric asked in a low voice. The salesperson, listening to the translation in her earpiece, remained undeterred in her enthusiasm, smiling as she replied, "Distinguished guest, these heavy machines do not enter the mines. Modern mining employs a different model." She slightly turned her body, gesturing politely, "Please come with me to see this side." The salesperson led Eric to the back of the exhibition stand. There a massive sand table model was displayed with a high-definition screen hanging above. As the screen lit up, it began to play a video of the Xia Country's open-pit iron mine operations. In the footage, there were no dark mines, nor any miners carrying bamboo baskets. What first caught his eye was a track drill. It stood on a barren ridge, its drill bit spinning rapidly, effortlessly drilling deep holes into the hard rock layers. Then several workers filled the holes with explosives and quickly evacuated. Suddenly the scene cut to a wider shot. Only then did Eric notice that the main perspective of this footage was from such a high place that he could vaguely see a remarkably flat cliff in the distance, as if it were teetering on the edge of a precipice. But how could mining occur at the edge of a cliff? Eric suppressed his doubts and continued watching. Boom! Accompanied by a series of muffled roars, the entire hillside's rock layers collapsed. Next, amidst the billowing dust, several heavy excavators moved in. The shot switched to a close-up of one of the excavators. The enormous bucket plunged into the pile of rubble, and as the hydraulic cylinder slowly contracted, and extended chunks of broken or comparable in size to a small farmhouse were effortlessly lifted. The excavator deftly turned, dumping the ore into the waiting truck beside it. A massive crash echoed as the rubble struck the steel plate of the truck bed. With just a few scoops, the truck was fully loaded, then it drove up the slope. The scene switched back to an aerial view. As the aerial shot rose higher, Eric finally discerned the true nature of the cliff. It was not a cliff at all, but the edge of a massive step-like pit that had been carved open, with a circular road winding down into the depths of the pit. There dozens of giant machines were operating simultaneously, gradually swallowing the entire vein of ore. Blasting excavation transportation. This is the modern way of mining, the salesperson concluded with her signature business smile. All of this stirred a colossal wave in Eric's mind as he suddenly recalled everything he had seen and heard since being captured. Everything made sense. Whether it was the Xia Country's steel battleships blocking out the sun at the port, or the seemingly inexpensive steel creations in the prison Arafur camp and the city, all were built upon this terrifying mining capability. If this mining model could be applied to their own mines. Eric abruptly turned around and strode towards the security personnel, standing not far away. "Please arrange a communication crystal for me." Eric looked directly at the security personnel, his voice urgent. "I wish to discuss this with the family." The Daily Goods and Light Textiles Exhibition Area. Julius stopped in front of a row of shiny clothes. The Chamber of Commerce president reached out a chubby finger and gently rubbed a blue and yellow synthetic nylon jacket. Years of trading experience allowed him to evaluate the value of this item almost instantly. The fabric is not only incredibly durable, but also seems to be waterproof and windproof with almost no visible stitching, the colors even more vibrant than the feathers of a lark. Julius turned to his assistant beside him and instructed, for such craftsmanship, it would take the best tailors combined with water element mages weeks to complete this back in the old continent. All we need to do is package it a bit and sell it as high-end enchanted waterproof apparel to those vain nobles. We could definitely fetch a good price of dozens of gold coins. The assistant nodded repeatedly, diligently taking notes in his notebook. Julius turned around with satisfaction, looking at the Xia Country clothing factory owner at the booth, smiling as he inquired, "Dear Mr. Xia, may I ask what price you can offer if our Chamber of Commerce purchases a bulk order of your jackets? Say 2,000 pieces. The Xia Country owner's brow slightly furrowed, but he quickly replaced it with a warm smile. Distinguished guest, if it's 2,000 pieces, the price would be about 1 Ayla silver coin per piece. The Xia Country owner rubbed his hands together cheerfully and continued, but if the quantity goes up to 10,000 pieces, I can reduce the price to 40 copper coins. If we can reach 100,000 pieces, it would be 30 copper coins. No matter the color, we can definitely supply enough. Hearing this, the assistant's hand taking notes suddenly faltered, and the pen slipped from his fingers, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. 30 copper coins. This profit has tripled. It's not just 300%, but truly 300 times 30,000%. Julius was equally astonished and delighted. He took a deep breath and immediately signed an intent to purchase 100,000 jackets. Just as he finished signing, a shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. Boss, do you remember me? A sweaty, plump businessman ran up to Julius, clutching something in his hand, panting heavily. Julius was taken aback. He recognized this person as the Xia Country man who had forcibly handed him a flashlight when he had just gotten off the plane. Boss, that flashlight is useful, right? Today, besides the flashlight, I've brought another treasure for you. Zhu Fuguei energetically demonstrated a small electric fan in his hand. Not only do I have a flashlight, but also a solar-powered fan. As long as there's light, it can turn, and the wholesale price is only 2 copper coins. Julius raised his staff and burst into laughter. Ha! A flashlight, and this blower, let's get 300,000 of each. Sign the order right now. However, this swift signing turned into a dangerous signal. Perhaps in Julius' eyes, he was merely giving a small help to an acquaintance he had barely known, especially since Zhu Fuguei had made him understand the terrifying production capacity of the Xia Country the moment he landed. But in the eyes of other exhibitors, it was entirely a different story. What does it mean to simply push through and sell something only to be noticed by a big spender and land a huge order worth hundreds of thousands? The entire aisle erupted into chaos. Manufacturers producing various daily necessities, small appliances, and hardware were envious, disregarding any booth boundaries, frantically crossing over the barriers and clamoring to promote their products. Distinguished guest, come check out our stainless steel basins. Absolutely sturdy. Only 2 copper coins each. Buy our pure cotton towels. 1 copper coin each. I'll throw in 5,000 pairs of nylon thermal socks, boss. What's 1 copper coin? Distinguished guest, look over here. The same towel is only half a copper coin. The representatives crowded the aisle, making it impassable, while a dozen Xia Country security personnel blew whistles and rushed in, forming a human wall to desperately block the hands reaching in with business cards, barely maintaining order. In the eye of the storm, Julius quietly watched all of this, a smile playing on his lips. He absolutely loved it here. Over the next few hours, Julius thrived, sweeping away a multitude of consumer goods. As the sun set, the closing time approached. The members of other delegations, after a day of visiting, felt their legs aching and chose to return to the hotel to rest. However, Julius declined the proposal to ride back to the hotel with the other delegations. He strolled into a printing workshop booth at the edge of the exhibition hall along with his assistant, enjoying a leisurely atmosphere. This was a small workshop specializing in custom flags and promotional materials. Although not large, it was decorated with great care. Seeing a foreign guest wandering over, the owner warmly welcomed him, saying, "Distinguished guest, feel free to look around. We specialize in digital printing. Just bring your designs over, and we can spray print even the most complex patterns, accurately restoring color details, and we can supply in bulk." Julius nodded with a smile, envisioning the scene of their Chamber of Commerce fleet adorned with standardized flags. His gaze swept across the colorful sample flags stuck on the table, observing the meticulous printing technique, occasionally fiddling with them. Suddenly his hand stopped, his eyes fixated on a small, colorful flag among them. "Lord Julius, what are you looking at?" the accompanying assistant asked. "Nothing, just a bit amazed at the meticulousness of the Xia Country people in business, truly astonishing." Julius's chubby face was filled with admiration. "I can't believe they've already produced sample flags from our side. Even this kind of flag has been covered." The Xia Country owner was somewhat puzzled, but quickly replied, "Of course. We have produced sample flags of your home country's national flag to cater to the preferences of foreign customers as much as possible, whether it's Phylanqui or Ayla, or even Aost." "No, not that one." Julius shook his head, interrupting his words. In the midst of the owner's bewildered gaze, Julius naturally stepped forward. He picked up the sample flag that bore the blue background with 50 white 5-point stars and the red and white stripes of the American flag, speaking in a light-hearted tone, as if chatting with an old friend, smiling, as he said, "Isn't this the flag of the holy site? No. 3 of the Holy See. The orange-yellow glow of the setting sun streamed through the wide car window, casting warm patches of light on the aisle. Gu Yinchuan, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned against the seat back, savoring the rare moment of leisure over the past few days. The opening day of the expo was a resounding success, and the various complex arrangements finally came to a conclusion. In the back of the bus, the delegations from Ayla and Sunjing gathered together, chatting and laughing. Indeed, everyone needs to relax. Whether they are envoys from another world or a queen, it is no exception. Gu Yinchuan silently found himself an excuse to slack off. But speaking of which, when did these two become so close? Gu Yinchuan slightly tilted his head to look back along the seat. In his sight, Islantier was leaning against the window, one hand propping up her chin, her silvered hair shimmering softly in the sunset. Beside her, Elena sat slightly forward, her hands gesturing in midair with various exaggerated movements, her face adorned with a rare expression of excitement. Watching the lively demeanor of the girl, a gentle smile involuntarily appeared on Gu Yanchuan's face. Indeed, she is still just a child, Gu Yanchuan thought to himself. At that moment, a sudden crackle erupted from his earphones, shattering the rare tranquility. With a resigned sigh, Gu Yanchuan pressed the hidden receiver button by his ear and answered the call. This is Gu Yanchuan, what is it? Back in the rear of the bus, Elani. Listen to me, after we separated today, I went to an exhibition hall called G7 People. The girl's blue eyes sparkled. There are so many summer country golems inside. But they are completely different from those bulky slow stone golems. Their movements are as agile and precise as real people. Some of their arms can even rotate a full circle out of thin air. She gestured with her hands to mimic the operation of the mechanical arms, her gaze subconsciously drifting towards the front row where Gu Yanchuan sat. As she spoke, Elena's voice gradually faded until it completely stopped. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Islantier asked, somewhat puzzled, following her gaze. In front, Gu Yanchuan had one hand pressed against his ear, his expression growing increasingly serious as time passed. After saying, okay, several times to the air, he finally removed his hand from his ear. He climbed out of his seat and quickly walked towards the delegations in the back, slightly bowing to everyone. I apologize, everyone, something urgent has come up, and I cannot accompany you back to the hotel. Elena paused for a moment, instinctively asking, is something wrong? I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose details at this time. Gu Yanchuan's tone was gentle, yet he maintained an appropriate distance. I see. Elena pursed her lips. Gu Yanchuan turned and walked towards the driver's seat, whispering a few words to the driver. The bus decelerated smoothly with a faint hissing sound, pulling over to the roadside. The door slid open and Gu Yanchuan quickly stepped off the bus, the door closing behind him. The light outside was rapidly diminishing, the sun having sunk below the waist of the distant buildings. Gu Yanchuan's figure quickly shrank in the backlight, his silhouette elongated into a dark shadow, moving towards a security vehicle. Elena watched that figure, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her skirt. Speaking of which, she had not properly thanked Gu Yanchuan yet. From their initial encounter, the disaster relief in Echo Bay, to the full-scale mediation during the signing of the ceasefire agreement, and today's tireless explanations at the expo, he had helped her so much, yet she had not even managed to say a formal thank you. Her fingers tightened and relaxed on her skirt. Next time she must say it out loud. She silently made a vow in her heart. Hurry, back to the exhibition center, Gu Yanchuan commanded as soon as he got into the security vehicle. Understood. The engine let out a deep, powerful roar, and the vehicle suddenly accelerated, speeding back in the direction they came from. Gu Yanchuan leaned against the seat, gazing at the sun that had already sunk more than half below the eastern horizon, lost in thought. The United States. This superpower, which he thought he would never see again in this lifetime, had suddenly appeared in such a bizarre manner. And it had to do with the Holy Crown Church, the only major power that the Summer Country had yet to officially engage with. What is the truth? Could it be that not only the Summer Country, but also the United States has crossed over to this world? Is it a fleet, a city, or an entire country? Or perhaps they had crossed over long ago, but had been obliterated for some reason. Gu Yanchuan's mind raced. Suddenly, he remembered something the national security personnel had said during the interrogation of the spy. Could it be that the mass disappearance of people they mentioned was also linked to this? As soon as he thought of this, Gu Yanchuan shook his head vigorously. He couldn't let his thoughts run wild any longer. Intelligence work abhorred preconceived notions. He must clarify the situation in person before anything else. Half an hour later, accompanied by the sound of sudden braking, the vehicle finally returned to the exhibition center. As soon as he got off the vehicle, Gu Yanchuan rushed into the venue, weaving through the maze until he reached his destination at the edge of the venue. It was already cordoned off with bright yellow caution tape, and security personnel surrounded the scene tightly. Upon seeing Gu Yanchuan arrive, the security chief quickly stepped forward and saluted, reporting, Director Gu, we have already secured the scene. There are not many witnesses as it was close to closing time. Besides our own personnel, there are only 3 others. Very well, do not let them leave for now. Then take them for some confidentiality training while I explain the situation to the foreign guests. Gu Yanchuan lifted the caution tape and walked in. Julius was sitting on a makeshift seat with a pale-faced assistant standing behind him. Although he was startled by the sudden show of force from the Summer Country, the businessman remained composed. Seeing Gu Yanchuan approach, he quickly stood up and initiated a greeting. Director Gu, it seems I have inadvertently discovered something extraordinary. President Julius. Gu Yanchuan stood 2 steps away from him, trying to keep his tone steady. I would like to speak to you privately if possible. Julius glanced at his assistant beside him and nodded. The assistant seemed relieved and quickly left the scene following a security personnel. Only the two of them remained in the exhibition stand along with two recorders in the corner. Regarding that flag, Gu Yanchuan's gaze fell on the red and white flag adorned with 50 white 5-point stars in the upper left corner. Is it the Holy Crown Church's No. 3 Holy Site flag? Yes, Julius nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the table. About 20 years ago, when I was leading a team through the Holy Crown Church's Mirandopolis, we happened to pass by there. I caught a distant glimpse of it from the outside, and that flag was hanging next to the stone pillar at the entrance of the holy site, a large one that could be seen from several miles away. Have you ever been inside? How could that be? Julius shook his head. The holy site is only open to the church's internal members. Outside merchant teams can't even touch the threshold. So although you couldn't enter the holy site, you could still trade in the surrounding city-states. Gu Yanchuan keenly picked up on the point. How much do you know about the social landscape of the church? Julius stroked his chin. To be honest, it isn't much different from other places. Farmers' farm merchants set up stalls, and the political responsibility has shifted from the nobility to the church. If I had to say what was different, he pondered, all children there must learn divine arts and literacy. Each autumn, there is a selection assessment. Those who pass can enter the church as formal clerics or join the knight order and courts. Those who fail, most fail, continue with their original jobs. How do they go about spreading their faith? Gu Yanchuan inquired as he vaguely recalled that there was a considerable number of adherents among the Ala. Julius stroked his chin and said, they send bishops and priests to various countries offering free divine arts to heal the sick among the lower-class civilians or distributing grain during years of disaster. Naturally, the common people are grateful for this. However, regions that receive their generosity must allow them to build churches and even surrender part of their local authority. Julius shrugged. Yet for the small lords of various countries it is difficult to refuse this deal. After all, the church possesses healing divine arts, and it is simply too expensive to maintain a dedicated magician just for healing. It must be admitted that in this regard they have indeed achieved excellence. Gu Yanchuan's brows furrowed deeper. Internal monopolization of public education and social mobility, external expansion of faith through divine welfare. This bore no resemblance to the country he knew. It sounded entirely like a tightly organized, efficiently operating theocratic empire. President Julius, Gu Yanchuan forcibly suppressed the heavy doubts in his heart, fixating on the other party with a probing gaze. May I ask if you know their doctrines? The publicly available doctrines are merely things like believe in the church, gain salvation. These hold no reference value for our merchant guild, and I haven't memorized them completely. Julius replied nonchalantly, but suddenly his eyes lit up as if he recalled something. However, Julius involuntarily lowered his voice. About 3 years ago, my crew rescued a dying man near the church's coast. Later, when I reviewed his belongings, I discovered he was actually a knight of the temple. In his last moments, he kept muttering a short poem. A poem? Gu Yanchuan leaned forward, speaking in a deep voice. Can you still remember it? Could you recite it for me? Julius closed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on his legs, searching for the rhythm in his memory. After a moment, he softly recited in a tone laced with an exotic accent. With a pure white blade sever the throats of devils. With the fire of judgment burn away the blood and bones of evil. When all the filth in this world is completely eradicated, we shall return to that promised land. In the Echo Bay refugee camp inside a large white prefabricated house in the Eastern District. This was originally one of the centralized meal distribution points planned by the Xia Kingdom. A few days ago, as life in the refugee camp gradually stabilized, the call for prayers and sermons among the refugees grew louder. Once their material needs were satisfied, people began to seek spiritual solace. Out of respect for foreign beliefs and cultures, the management of the Xia Kingdom voluntarily allocated this spacious prefabricated house for them, turning it into a temporary church. Father Samuel was standing behind a makeshift podium constructed from wooden crates, cradling a copy of the Holy Scripture in his hands. Despite being in a refugee camp, he upheld strict standards for himself. His linen clerical robe was impeccably clean, with not a wrinkle in sight. In front of him, nearly 100 refugees were either sitting on plastic stools or directly on the ground. Thanks to the ample food supply provided by the Xia Kingdom over this period, their faces had taken on a healthier hue, even appearing better than before the disaster. At this moment, the sermon, which had lasted over an hour, was nearing its conclusion. All eyes were focused on Samuel. Thus, dear children of God, the divine has not forsaken us. Samuel closed the Holy Scripture in his hands, and despite his voice being slightly hoarse from prolonged preaching, it remained steady and powerful. He took a deep breath, scanning the pairs of eyes before him. Suffering is a touchstone. The city walls have collapsed and buildings have turned to ruins, but as long as we are alive, as long as we are willing to support one another, there is still hope for this land. Look, the splendor of old has turned to ashes amid the flames of war, yet your souls are being reshaped from these ruins. Samuel slightly opened his arms, his voice echoing in the spacious prefabricated house. Do not despair over the lost soil and pottery. When you share a pot of hot soup in this cold winter, when you light a glimmer of hope for one another in the night, the divine is sowing new seeds upon this earth through your hands. As long as the faith in your hearts remains steadfast as rock, our new homeland shall surely rise from the ruins. With the conclusion of this final segment of the sermon, Samuel slowly closed his arms, bowed his head, and solemnly made the sign of the cross over the holy emblem on his chest. Then the priest raised his head. The congregation below was still mimicking his actions, making the sign of the cross over their chests. Seeing these souls who had found spiritual solace amid suffering, Samuel nodded in satisfaction and lowered his head to prepare to tidy up. "Father!" A shout broke the serene echoes within the prefabricated house. Samuel paused in his actions and turned towards the voice. In the crowd, a man wearing a black eye patch stood in the center. "Father!" The one-eyed man spoke with a sense of urgency. "Those lords from the Xia kingdom. They are actually divine envoys sent by the gods, right? I heard from the old pastor in town that they are going to build a real heavenly kingdom on this land. You are the priest of the city, you know more than the old pastor. Is this true?" This was the most widely accepted theory circulating in the camp. A slight commotion arose in the prefabricated house as the congregants clearly longed for an answer. Samuel looked at the one-eyed man, pausing in silence for a moment. Faced with the Xia people who transcended common reason, even he who had served the divine for half his life felt a deep shock within. But rather than shaking his faith, it only reinforced it. This must be part of the divine's grand design that mortals cannot fathom. He slightly raised his hands, gesturing in the air to silently calm the congregation's restlessness. The majesty of the divine is like the stars in the high heavens, and mortals can hardly glimpse its entirety, even when standing on tiptoe. Who can assert that true divine envoys must bear wings and descend in holy light? Who can be certain that the foundation of the heavenly kingdom cannot be built from steel? He paused, raising his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowded crowd and out the window. The people of Xia have crossed the deep sea, bringing miracles, healing wounds, and filling hungry bellies. Perhaps this is how the divine is pouring its grace upon this scarred land in ways we never imagined. Samuel pressed his hands on the edge of the podium, his voice growing ever louder. So, dear children of God, the grace of the divine is everywhere. No matter when or in what form grace appears, please accept it with the most devout heart. He slowly withdrew his gaze, looking back at the congregation, his voice returning to calmness. May the peace of the divine be with you. May the divine be with you. The crowd responded in unison. With the sermon concluded, the congregation dispersed. Samuel exhaled a heavy breath, gathered his belongings from the podium, and exited the temporary church. As the cold wind blew, he tightened his thin coat and walked towards the prefabricated house assigned to him. Pushing open the door, he saw his assistant Leah stuffing gloves and a crowbar into a tattered canvas backpack. The child abandoned at the steps of the church 18 years ago had now grown into the tall young woman before him. "Are you going to the ruins again?" Samuel frowned, placing the scripture on the table. "Yes," Leah replied without looking up, tightening the drawstring of the canvas bag. The rough rope made a raspy sound. "I still haven't found that half jar of copper coins I saved up earlier." This was a poor excuse. Samuel knew very well that this girl had been running to the ruins for several days, not for those few copper coins. She must have guessed that he could not let go of the texts in the church, so she used this excuse to go clean up the ruins for him. "It's too dangerous." Samuel walked to her side, looking at the girl's muddy short boots, his tone filled with concern. "There are no guards from the Xia kingdom over there. You're just a girl. Stop, just stop." Leah turned around, interrupting Samuel's admonishment. She tossed the backpack over her shoulder, raising an eyebrow at the priest. "Samuel, I'm already 18, not a child anymore. I know what to do when I encounter danger." After saying this, Leah patted the short dagger at her waist. "Leah," Samuel exclaimed anxiously, his tone instinctively becoming heavier as he tried to assert the authority of an elder. I know. They'll be careful, and if something seems off, I'll withdraw immediately." Leah waved her hand, dismissively, turning to push open the door. "You just take good care of those refugees here and wait for my good news." Watching the girl vanish like the wind outside the door, Samuel's once straight back slightly slumped. He walked to the table, tracing the rough wood grain with his fingers and sighed. He knew better than anyone that those were not sermon texts, but clues about holy relics he had secretly gathered for the church over the past decade. Yet in his aging body, he could only take comfort in the care of his adopted daughter, once again allowing her to walk into that perilous ruin. "Come back early, Leah." Samuel gave a bitter smile, instinctively clutching the pure silver, holy emblem on his chest. This time he did not recite any prayers, but quietly bowed his head like an ordinary father. In the ruins of the central district of Era East City, the once towering spires and magnificent domes now lay in ruins, with shattered bricks and broken wood scattered everywhere. Leah, wearing a pair of coarse cloth gloves, was struggling to search through the debris. She grasped a charred wooden beam pressed under a stone slab and heaved it aside, creating a dull thud. Phew. After working hard for half a day, she straightened up, raising the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, leaving a gray-black mark on her fair face. Leah looked up and surveyed her surroundings. In the nearby collapsed streets and residential ruins, many figures like her could be seen searching for items. Life in the refugee camp was becoming increasingly better, even better than before the storm. Everyone began returning to the ruins of their homes, trying to salvage what they could. Suddenly, a burst of shouting floated over with the cold wind. Leah squinted to see. Across half a street away, several people were arguing, even starting to shove each other. Clearly, they were disputing the ownership of some item in the ruins. After all, in this completely lawless wasteland, who could definitively say to whom the object buried under a brick belonged? Seeing this scene, Leah felt a slight relief. At least she was searching through the church's ruins. On this land that reveres the divine, even those commoners who might fight over a few copper coins would absolutely fear angering the divine, no one would dare to rob the Chich's property. Retracting her gaze, Leah crouched down again and continued digging. She moved aside a few broken bricks and pried up a piece of damaged flooring with her crowbar. Finally, the sight beneath made her eyes brighten. In a small pit below there lay a wooden storage box used by the church for keeping valuables. Found it. Leah felt a surge of joy, eagerly stretching out her hands to pull the box from the crevice in the ruins. However, the box was tightly wedged by the surrounding rubble. Leah took a deep breath, gripping the edge of the box tightly, and pulled with all her might. The box shifted with a click, but due to her excessive force, she lost her balance and crashed heavily against a nearby broken beam. Hiss! The sharp splinter mercilessly tore through her coarse glove, piercing her palm. Blood immediately gushed out, dripping onto the gray-white stone slab through the glove's seams. Leah gritted her teeth, removed her glove, and pulled a strip of cloth from her pocket, wrapping it haphazardly around the wound and tying it tightly. Enduring the sharp pain in her hand, she reached back into the crevice and pulled the box out. Leah fished a brass key from her pocket and inserted it into the lock. Click! The latch sprang open. She lifted the lid of the box, revealing a tightly wrapped bag inside. The surface of the bag was very dry, seemingly untouched by accumulated water. Leah impatiently opened the bag. Inside were the texts Samuel had been worried about for the past few days. Now Dad should be able to sleep soundly. Leah sighed with relief, a smile spreading across her face. She stuffed the items into her backpack and then shouldered it again. With her back to the setting sun, the girl stepped towards the refugee camp. However, in the dark corner, not far from the church ruins, a vague figure silently emerged. His gaze was fixed intently on the girl's departing figure.